Call 1.1. 3bn, com, pre-knockos. A man with skin of ocean blue sank to his knees as the world tore itself apart. His bald head and shirtless torso were covered in ancient scripts, a language only he now knew. Tiras, his master, could read it. He was the one who carved these very runes onto a young Rise, but Tiras was dead. Rise gazed down at his hands and mourned. He could practically see his master's lifeblood staining them. And all around, calm, his birthplace, burned. The world runes are power incarnate, his master had said with a voice like gravel and filled with warmth. They are fragments of creation, crystallizations of celestial might. Once, all the world was empty and these 5 runes transformed fields of barren stone into wonders of life and magic. Theirs is the power of creation, of life itself. Rise could picture the face of his master, so easily wrinkled with smiles for his young apprentice, turn solemn and serious as he spoke in warning. All that creates can destroy, Rise, he'd said. All that gives life can take it away. Theirs is the power of creation, but terrible is that same power when turned towards destruction. Theirs is the power to carve mountains, drain oceans, and burn skies. And all around, his home burned. Master, he choked back a sob. Why? In the distance, the earth sank into the sea and the sky wept mana. Tremors shook the land, as though Runeterra itself was undergoing its death throes. Rise stared at the body that had once been Tiras, a mere husk of dried and mummified flesh. Both men had heard the call. The world runes beckoned. They promised an end to the fighting. They promised peace. They promised life, reborn anew from the ashes of the rune wars. They promised hope, if only a man of supreme will and unshakable virtue would wield them. Rise resisted while his master failed, and so Tiras died by the hand of his student. And so, calm burned even as Rise watched his master's body age 1,000 years in a blink, the mana of his very soul drawn out to become a catalyst for 2 of the world runes. A man touched the power of the gods and was found woefully wanting. You were the one who taught me, warned me. His hands reached out and grasped the robe his master once wore. They crumbled to ash, even such perfect mortal enchantments unable to withstand their power. Tiras, master, father. Runeterra shook itself apart. Calm burned. And for once, Rise couldn't give a damn. Yet he stood. There, before him was ultimate power, 2 world runes, one an ominous red and the other a tranquil blue reminiscent of the cloudless sky. He wanted nothing more than to throw them away, to leave them in the depths of the earth as Runeterra yawned to its core. Still, he took them in hand and bid his master farewell. Thus his quest began. X. 97 an Howling Abyss, Fruljord. Rise stood at the northernmost edge of the world, a gaping chasm that imprisoned terrors even gods feared. A century after his quest began, he was at his journey's end. The magic of the world runes flowed through him despite his utter loathing for them. The raw mana they exuded was enough to change him, make him more than mortal, an archmage with 1 foot into the realm of gods. The rune mage stood at the edge of the world and held the 5 keys to unlimited power for one last time. They were beautiful, utterly breathtaking even. 5 gems bound in petri-site pyramids, the only way for Rise to hold them for an extended period without being driven mad with power. They sickened him. Yet still they beckoned. With them, he could forge a new era. He could guide the fledgling kingdoms into an age of peace and prosperity like none other. He could see it now, harmony among the nations and peoples as far as the eye could see, a world where no one would go hungry, where no injustice would go unpunished, where... Rise flinched back as though struck and the world runes fell into the abyss. He shook his head as he strode away. The only power I truly have, is the strength to let go. X. Void. The Watchers saw all. They were there before Runeterra began, before all but the eldest celestials came into being. They would persist long after the stars burned out. They saw, but could do nothing. The bonds of the Forge Lord were absolute, should have been absolute. Would have been absolute, unbreakable even to the gods of the void, had it not been for the third sister. Her enchantment entombed the Watchers, but also ate away at the bridge, weakening the Forge Lord's work. One day, the bridge would fall and the Watchers would among mortals once more. Yet, today was not that day. And so the 5 world runes fell. They passed the Watchers and crossed the void into the space between worlds. There, they scattered like birds into cosmos unknown. Each world rune travelled aimlessly through the space between worlds, until one met a soul, all but expended and ready to fade. The probability of this meeting was infinitesimally small. The probability of that world rune meeting this specific soul even more so. And yet, the probability was not 0 and so, in the space between worlds, the rune of inspiration found a master. X. 1999, November 2nd, Busan, South Korea. I was drowning. I'd never been much for water sports. My father and uncles loved to fish, they even owned a dingy little boat for the purpose back in California. I knew how to swim, or at least how to float and doggy paddle, but I was woefully unprepared for the storm that took the cruise ship. To be fair to myself, neither was the captain. So, my Korean-American ass swam for his life like a rat in a toilet bowl, thrown from the ship my sister and her husband had promised would be so fucking fun. We were off the southeastern coast of Korea, near Busan, when the storm hit. It was supposed to be a cruise around Korea, Japan, and the Philippines, a vacation within a vacation as we visited our relatives in the motherland. God obviously had other plans. Of mice and men and all that. I was drowning. Then, there was blackness and a flash of blue, purer than the cloudless sky. After that, everything felt detached, as though in a fever dream. I've got you. Someone shouted over the howling wind. He must have been a giant because his forearm wrapped around my entire torso with ease. We were lifted by helicopter, the rescue worker holding me in one arm while he grabbed onto the rope ladder with the other. Mad respect for that, the upper body strength was damn impressive. I didn't even know the cruise ship had a copter, guess I didn't give the crew enough credit, I thought as I shivered in his arms. Then, the copter rose higher and I saw just how fucked Busan was. The streets were flooded, water extending as far as the eye could see. Even as I watched, waves upon waves and torrential downpours battered at the broken city. I could see little dots in the distance, law enforcement and even the military trying to guide civilians away from the shoreline in organized chaos. We landed in the courtyard of a school, likely because it was one of the few places in a metropolis like Busan where there wasn't a giant risk of something falling on us. I still felt like I was in a fever dream, like there was a cellophane bubble between me and the rest of the world. The obvious disaster zone wasn't helping matters. Hell, this whole ordeal was reminding me to brush up on my Korean. Sure, I hadn't been back in Korea in 8 years, but that was hardly an excuse for my spotty understanding. I think I heard something about a sea monster. Come on, kid. You gotta let go now, the giant rescue worker said, firmly but not unkindly. Kid. I know I'm short, but I'm 28. I thought indignantly as I forced my frozen fingers to unclench. A thermal blanket was wrapped around me as I was ushered inside the medical tent. There, a doctor or orderly gave me a quick once-over before confirming that I had no untreated injuries. Everyone is bigger than me, I mumbled to myself, still in shock. Do you know where your parents are? An orderly asked. I must have been shunted off as a non-critical patient because the middle-aged, balding man was replaced by a woman in her early 20s, far too young to have an MD. She had to stoop a little to put a lanyard around my neck. No, they must still be on the boat. What boat? Oh, child, she cooed and hugged me. I'm so sorry. It's going to be okay. I struggled to escape her grasp, but she was too strong. Or rather, I was too weak. The frigid ocean and a helicopter ride where I made a passable impression of a koala weren't helping matters. Then, I caught my reflection on a stainless steel counter, one of those rapid deploy fold-out tables used by emergency personnel. Oh, I'm a kid again. Realization struck me like a bucket of ice water and thunder rumbled in the sky. As in, thunder literally rumbled in the sky. Several somethings crashed to the ground in the distance. We've gotta go. Someone in grey fatigues shouted. He yelled something into a walkie-talkie then began to round people up and command them. Roads cleared. Grab all civilians and load them up. You heard the officer, the orderly said with a watery smile. Follow them, okay? They'll protect you. Don't worry, this Nuna is staying behind so she'll find your parents for you. What the fuck is going on? I was shoved unceremoniously onto the back of a truck alongside 8 civilians and 4 officers. Then, just before the doors closed, I saw a man in traditional Korean hanbok drop down from the sky. He wore a pale, featureless mask that covered his entire face along with a navy blue and jade green hanbok outfit. All around him, the rain stopped falling, levitating in the air. For a moment, he appeared to literally be standing on the raindrops. Oh. I'm dreaming. Makes more sense. I must have passed out in the water. Warang Nim, one policeman called. What's going on? Whatever the man said back, I didn't hear because that's when the van was shut and started to roll. We sat there, 12 people crammed like sardines, as the driver tried his best to navigate a city shattered by disaster. That fucking Akryong, one man swore. That sent several men in the van into a fury. Husband, enough, one woman said, placing an arm on his. There are children here. Let them vent. Anger is good. Anger keeps you going. This time, it was an officer who swore. Fuck that dragon. There will be time for calm later when you pick your lives back together again. Now? Be angry so you can put one foot in front of the other. We were interrupted again by the sound of static from an officer's walkie-talkie. Hang tight, another building collapsed. I'm going to try to drive around it, came the driver's voice. A middle-aged man seated next to me made sure my seatbelt was fastened securely. Not 10 seconds later, the car lurched and a loud banging noise filled the cabin. He grabbed me, pulling me towards him and shielding me with his own body. I heard a grunt of pain and screams of fear before the car stopped rolling. Slowly, he let me go. Thank you, Ajasi, I felt compelled to say. The car was on its side, which meant I was hanging from what was now the ceiling, attached by the seatbelt that likely saved my life. You're a good kid. One by one, the officers led us out into the waterlogged street. I stood there in the rain as the adults in the situation tried to figure out what to do. The street around me looked familiar even in its destruction. This is the street where Sunyap lives, I muttered. My cousin, younger than me by 2 years, was a good man who was training to be a pilot. Or, he will be. I found myself walking towards his childhood home, a 2-story affair with a tiny yard. That there were houses at all made this Busan's wealthier district. Otherwise, we'd be surrounded by high-rises and apartments. In hindsight, the lack of tall buildings was probably why we were driving this way in the first place. I stopped in front of the home and read the bronze plaque. Hong. That's not their surname. Lightning flashed in the sky and struck a power line with a thunderous boom, sending us to the ground. Kid. I heard behind me. I turned, just fast enough to see the power line come down around me. There was a whipping sound as broken cables cut through the air. There was a buzz. Then a zap. Then agony. Then blissful silence. X. Destination. Trajectory. A flash of blue filled the nothingness of the void, a blue clearer than the cloudless sky pulsed with a power no shard could comprehend. It was unfamiliar. It was potential. It had found a master. It would not relent. Proposal. Alteration. Agreement. X. 2000, May 9th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I tapped my way through the corridor, my telescopic walking stick making soft clicking noises as it collided with the wall. It was surprisingly well made. Surprising as in there's a surprising amount of thought that goes into engineering one of these. From what I could tell, the tip had a pliable rubber cap with a spring attachment to give me a better sense of pressure and hardness. The telescopic body could extend to almost my full height, not that I was particularly tall at 8 years old. The handle was perfectly ergonomic, with a hardened foam grip to fit snugly into the swell of the palm. There was even a strap I could loop around my wrist so I don't accidentally lose it. All in all, a perfect example of human factors engineering at work. Oh, I'm blind. N8. In worm. More than a decade before canon. I felt cold sweat run down my back as my breathing shortened. Then, a comforting hand rested on my shoulder. Breathe, Andy, Redbird said, his smooth voice far gentler than one would expect from a man built like a brick shit house. No need to be nervous. The wards are all good kids. Not why I'm freaking, I thought, but flashed him a smile anyway and took several deep breaths. Thank you, Redbird. Leviathan was 7 months ago. Turns out, when Kyushu went the way of Atlantis, it caused a whole lot of trouble for surrounding countries. Tidal waves struck the Korean peninsula and while it wasn't as bad as Kyushu itself, that was cold comfort to the 9,000 people who drowned. My father among them. Over the past 7 months, my memories blended together until I couldn't tell where the Yuzong of this life and the Yuzong I was ended. My father was a part of the Korean military, specifically the declining Coast Guard. It really existed for only 2 reasons, to crack down on smuggling and illegal migration, and to be a national warning bell in the event of an Endbringer attack. My dad, Captain Namjoon Kim, did his duty and died for it. Hell, in a city of millions, that only 9,000 died from even a tangential Endbringer attack was impressive. That's what Mom told me. It's what the 28-year-old me told my 8-year-old self. Shortly after I was evacuated, I was reunited with my mom. I didn't have the full story, but she pulled some favors from Dad's old military contacts and arranged for 2 tickets to America, just one of many refugees fleeing the decimated region. We settled in Phoenix, about as far from the rain and the sea as we could get. We're here, Redbird said, his words bringing me from my melancholy. The customary buzzer went off, a 30-second grace period for wards to scramble for their masks. While they did that, I reached into my pocket and brought out a Gatorade bottle filled with a neon pink fluid. I brought it to my lips and took a sip. All right, I breathed, let's meet the team. Author's note. Rise cinematic is honestly one of my favorites because of how tired that man looks. I could definitely believe that in another universe, Rise, broken and exhausted following his quest, did not hide the world runes away and instead tossed them into the void, returning them to the origin of the universe in his own way. That's what happened in this alternate universe. Interestingly enough, there are 3 distinct myths regarding how the Howling Abyss came to be. One says that there was a great battle between the 3 sisters and the Watchers over the bridge in which the sisters triumphed. A second says that the battle was actually between the sisters, Lysandra against Avarosa and Cyrilda, in which Lysandra realized her mistake and betrayed the Watchers, entombing them, and her sisters, in true ice. The third myth, the one I'm going with is factual, says the sisters came to Ornn and asked him to build the bridge, a crossbar to bar the watchers from ever entering the Fjord. Lysandra fucked it up trying to improve it with her magic and put Ornn's prison on a time limit. Or Akryong literally uses the Hanja for evil and dragon, which is how I imagine Koreans, and many Asian communities, would refer to Leviathan. Power description: Andy is fused to the World Rune, specifically the Rune of Inspiration. He's effectively a rune tinker, able to draw upon the world and its champions for inspiration. The World Rune acts as an infinite source of mana that can power anything and everything he makes without fail. It, being quite literally a godly artifact of creation, can transmute earthly materials into rune-terran analogues as necessary to make up for the lack of materials of esoteric powers. Because he is not a standard cape, Andy lacks a conflict drive common to most para-humans. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. 1.2 Call. 2000, May 9, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The pink liquid flowed down my throat and my world expanded, from a pitch-black void to a cascade of hues and textures beyond mere human sight. How does one explain sight to a blind man? Even having once had eyes, I still had no clue. I was now in the curious position of having to explain the blessings of the Oracle's elixir to the PRT, to mere mortals who were utterly incapable of wielding mana, who didn't even consider the possibility of the supernatural. I just ended up telling them that the elixir could give me sight for 1 hour per mouthful. After some rigorous testing, they marked it down as pericognition within 50 meters. The closer truth was that it expanded my magical senses outward and opened my inner eye, as cliché as that sounded, literally allowing me to see and feel the spiritual reality overlaid onto the physical. Sight, but not. Touch, but not. With a snap of my wrist, I contracted my telescopic walking stick and stashed it on a belt loop. You good? Redbird asked. Quite. Taking the lead, I shoved the doors open, allowing them to hit the walls a little louder than strictly necessary as I walked in. 4 people were already facing me, 3 girls and 1 boy. This wasn't the entirety of the wards. In fact, it was but one of 3 teams. The common room itself was large, far larger than a team of 4, now 5, merited. Wards Team 1 was almost entirely dedicated to PR and rescue missions and fought almost never. At least, that was the ideal. Where capes were concerned, that was a pipe dream. My new headquarters had 3 large couches, a coffee table, flat-screen TV, and a fully stocked kitchen. It was honestly better than my apartment, both in this life and my previous. Phoenix was a city of 1.5 million people and the local protectorate catered to more than just the city proper, responding to emergency calls from the local national parks and Native American reservations as well. That was what Redbird was, in many ways. He didn't just work as a protectorate hero, he was also the primary liaison to the Gila River Indian community, a reservation that lied to the south of the city. Given the larger population size and massively upscaled patrol area compared to Brockton Bay, it was no wonder that there were multiple protectorate and wards teams. It still wasn't enough. As I heard Redbird tell it, the local protectorate teams, yes, plural, worked in close cooperation with National Park Service rangers as well as the nearby Tucson branch of the protectorate to manage their wide territory. In a lot of ways, Arizona was one of the better managed sectors, large enough for a sizable hero presence, small enough to not attract any big villain names, close enough for Alexandria to do a flyby, and best of all, not a cauldron feudalism experiment. Before I knew it, a tall, leggy blonde in a navy jumpsuit stood before me with a winning smile. Her blue eyes danced with amusement and I could feel every twitch of her lips, every bob of her hair as she tried to position herself with a welcoming, big sister persona. It was her hands that caught my interest though. She wore heavily modified boxing gloves, flattened a little with additional hardened foam padding on the knuckles. The gloves extended past her wrists and almost to her elbows, with the wrists flaring outward in a diamond pattern, almost like wings. On the back of each glove was a stylized ray, its tail curling up her forearms. Hey, Redbird, who's this? She said. Her voice was confident, but why wouldn't she be? I was an 8-year-old child with an obviously blinding scar across his eyes. I could feel her smile shrink by a few molars when she met my glass eyes. Oh. This is Rubedu, Andy, Redbird said, his hand placed comfortingly on my shoulder. He's going to be a new member of the wards. Rubedu, this one is called Stingray. Shit, what the fuck happened to your eyes? Said one of the other girls. She was leaning against the wall with a large, black domino mask that covered most of her face. The mask was unique, embossed with golden top hat designs. Hat trick. Redbird and the blonde admonished as one. It's fine, I waved them off. I brought my feet together and bowed at the waist. Regardless of my mental age, these were my sunbi. Hello everyone, my name is Yuzung Kim, but you can call me Andy. The director and I agreed that seeing how I'm blind most of the time, it's pointless trying to keep a secret identity from my own team. As for how I got this scar, I gestured to my face. I got it during Leviathan's recent attack on Kyushu when a telephone pole fell near me, the broken power line raking across my eyes. Shit, the now named hat trick hissed. I shrugged. If she didn't like the answer, she shouldn't have asked the question. Quite. She came up to me and pointed her fist at me, which I bumped. She was rail-thin and dressed almost stereotypically like a skater, with a backwards-facing baseball cap with a flattened bill, a t-shirt promoting some metal band I'd never heard of, loose jeans, and one too many belts. At her side was a skateboard with the sandpaper-like grip tape colored in waves of hot pink and purple. That's fucking metal, little dude. Wait, what do you mean you're blind only most of the time? The soul boy asked. He looked to be the oldest in the room, maybe par with Stingray. He was handsome, with wavy brown hair and a strong jaw. His appearance was marred only by the fact that half his left ear was partially missing. His feet were still up on the coffee table, an easygoing smile on his face. I noticed he hadn't bothered with a mask at all. At his feet was a 10-gallon hat. Howdy, he drawled, ranchero at your service. David out of costume. Dave, the blonde warned. It's fine, I repeated. I pulled out my bottle of pink Gatorade. I'd rather get through the boring stuff right away. Powers. I'm a tinker who makes potions, including one I call the Oracle's Elixir. It gives me a thinker power that makes me aware of everything within 50 meters or so for an hour. Cool, that's awesome. Shouted the final girl as she jumped up to me. She was short, almost as short as I was, with wavy black hair and almond eyes. Her costume was juvenile, though I supposed I shouldn't have expected any different from the infamous PR department. It was a giant raccoon onesie, with the raccoon's face as a hoodie attachment. The mask of the raccoon extended down to cover her own eyes. Hell, she even had the fluffy ears and striped tail, with some kind of internal wire to lift it up. Hey, I'm Raquel, or the masked bandit in costume. I mimed giving her a once-over. I didn't need to nod to look her over, but I was told by the local PR guru that emoting and body language was important. I'd never seen a woman look more uncomfortable than in that meeting. She had to explain to a blind 8-year-old that his scar was too freaky to talk to people normally, so he should make big gestures. That's a hell of a costume, I told Masked Bandit. Do you change into a raccoon? She visibly winced even as the tall blonde wrapped an arm around her. Yet. I didn't get much of a choice. Sorry, Bandit and I just came off a patrol, which is why we're the only ones in full regalia. And since these two already unmasked, she pulled off her navy blue domino to reveal an attractive teen with a light dusting of freckles across the bridge of her nose, Penelope, leader of Ward's Team 1. Alright, you kids seem like you won't tear each other apart, so I'm going to get back to the Protectorate side and grab a shower before heading out, Redbird said. Thank you, Redbird, I told him before walking over to the sofa and taking a seat. So, Penelope clapped her hands. Powers. Mine lets me punch things from far away with an additional drill-like effect. I'm also a lot stronger than normal. She's also a massive dork, Hat Trick said snidely and mimed punching the air. Every time she punches something from a distance, she shouts, Stingray straight. Hey, every superhero needs a super move, alright? You have no class. Whatever, she said, eyes rolling at the well-trodden argument. She took off her black domino mask to reveal a face that looked like it could be an older version of Raquel's. Since everyone else unmasked, I'm Yasmin. Jazz for short. I have a shaker power that lets me turn any hat I own into a pocket dimension. I automatically know how to use everything I keep in my hats. To demonstrate, she walked over to a coat rack where a top hat hung. With a neat flip, she replaced her baseball cap and a violet light filled the air around her. When the light faded, she was dressed in a stage magician's outfit, cane and all. Tada, she drawled, taking a mocking bow. Very nice, I told her. So, if you store a hammer inside your hat, do you become a master carpenter when you take it out again? If it's a carpenter's hammer, sure, and only for a day or so before my connection breaks. That's pretty cool. So you're a superpowered handyman. SNRKK, Penelope tried to suppress a laugh but failed miserably. Not a handyman, Jazz growled. Seeing a budding argument, David tossed his hat over to Jazz, who caught it with a scowl but placed it on the coat rack. Anyway, I'm ranchero, as I said. I have a minor brute power, but my real power is the ability to make hard light projections of bulls. The more bulls I have, the stronger I get. That explains the cowboy hat. Yup. I wanted to go by Stampede, but the PR lady told me it was too rowdy. That's probably because I'm already the masked bandit, Raquel said. We can't have two mavericks on one team, even if I don't want to be one. I leaned back into my couch but paused. I couldn't feel my collapsible walking stick anymore. Hey, anyone seen my stick? Raquel, all three wards groaned as one. Oh, I'm so sorry, the raccoon-themed girl said, placing the stick in my hand. She bowed a full 90 degrees. I'm really sorry, Andy. My power sometimes acts up without my say-so. It's so bad that I'm homeschooled. You're an involuntary kleptomaniac? I asked incredulously. Yet? My power is to teleport anyone or anything towards me. It's great for rescue work, but it activates without me noticing sometimes. I was just thinking that your baton thing looked kind of cool attached to your hip and suddenly. Got it. I'm not mad. No biggie. Just don't take my Gatorade. Trust me, it's not a good idea. How so? It's a potion, right? Does it have anything to do with only being blind part of the time? Yes. It's called the Oracle's Elixir and gives a form of paracognition. I don't recommend trying some though. The scientist who tried a mouthful during testing spent the duration crying in a ball at the overstimulation. Don't fuck with Tinker Tech, Jazz drawled. What else is new? Yeah, exactly, I nodded. You wouldn't mess with Hero's Ray gun, so don't touch my things. What else can you make, Andy? David asked curiously. Tinkers are pretty wild, you guys can make your own powers and stuff. Yeah, I do like being a tinker. I haven't made anything else though. Most of the past 7 months has been physical therapy. I honestly made the Oracle's Elixir out of glass cleaner on accident. Wait, you're drinking glass cleaner? Yup. And it's not poisoning you? Penelope asked with concern. No, we checked, trust me. Tinkers are wild, Dave said with an easy laugh. Had a small seminar with Hero a few months back when he went on tour visiting the wards. He showed us some of the cool stuff he built and, wow. I like my powers, but I'm kind of jealous. You've met Hero? I was mildly surprised. I had to remind myself that Hero was alive and would be until sometime this year. Hell, some of the major players weren't capes yet. Panacea. Glory Girl. Skitter. Tattletale. Dragon. Holy shit, Riley isn't Bonesaw yet. You will too, Penelope said. He's the most approachable of the founders and likes to do tours all around the PRT offices. Say, Andy, Raquel said with a chipper smile. Yes. How old are you? 8, you. 13. Hey. You're short. I immediately regretted that. The hyperactive girl all but straddled me, pointing a finger an inch from my nose. I'm not short. You're short. In for a penny. I'm 8. Girls mature faster than guys. You have 5 years on me and you're only an inch taller. Her cheeks puffed with frustration before she ran to Penelope. Penny, he's making fun of me. Don't call me Penny, our leader grumbled. It sounds childish. The conversation devolved into a bickering snark fest between the older and younger girls, with David trying to play mediator and Yasmin happily watching the show. Soon enough, my hour was up and darkness settled around me once more. I brought the bottle to my lips and marveled as my world was expanded anew. I wonder if this stuff is addictive. The 5 of us ordered some pizza. They were surprised that I could read the menu while hopped up on Elixir. For some reason, they'd imagined my paracognition as akin to echolocation. Say, Andy, David said through a mouthful of pepperoni pizza. When's your debut? I shrugged. We're still deciding my costume, honestly. Besides, what am I going to tell the public? Hi, I'm Rubedu and my power is not being blind for 1 hour. I snarked. Director Lyons, Royale, and Ms. Youngston all agreed that I shouldn't be made public until I have something to show. I'm going to try and make some healing potions. Like a video game. Yet. I'm sure I can make more than just those. As I said that, ideas, inspirations, ran through my mind. Elixirs of iron, sorcery, and wrath. Health and mana potions, wards, and more. Hell, a recipe for poro snacks even. Even while limiting myself to things that could be loosely defined as alchemy, there was plenty Runeterra had to offer. Many examples didn't even show up in-game, referenced only in the flavor text of one champion or another. My power, the World Rune of Inspiration, has been good to me over the past several months. It pulsed within me, attached to my immortal soul like a limpet. This extrasensory perception, the ability to physically feel my own soul, unnerved me to no end at the start, but was now a constant source of comfort, a reminder of my own potential. That said, my power didn't exactly come with an instruction manual. The only reason I knew what had happened was because I dreamed each night. I dreamed of 12 stars that formed a constellation. I dreamed of an azure orb of infinite mana surrounded by golden hoops turning ever so slowly. I dreamed and felt all of Runeterra latch onto the rune, and through it, me. The 12 stars were dark, like unlit braziers in a temple, but somehow, I knew that I would be able to light them all one day. With each star, my connection to Runeterra would strengthen and that world would grow ever closer. Author's note. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Call 1.3. 2000, May 9, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I sat in the back seat of Agent Morrison's car. He was, for all intents and purposes, my handler. Mom had been busy ever since we moved out here, not that I held it against her. If anything, it was somewhat of a relief. I didn't think I could act like an immature 8-year-old under close scrutiny, so I wasn't trying very hard. She was a professional musician, classically trained in piano and violin. Apparently, she'd studied abroad in Munich when she was young thanks to a wealthy uncle, where she learned both German and smatterings of English. She used her rudimentary language skills to get a job as a maid during the day and managed to arrange a gig as part of a live band in some fancy restaurant at night. I suspected the PRT had a role in the latter. When the PRT found out about a crippled tinker with a largely absentee mother with poor language skills, you'd better believe they jumped on that faster than a lion on a legless zebra. We got the standard wards contract adjusted for tinkers read to us by a Korean lawyer. To be fair to feds, they were quite generous. They paid for my physical therapy and even offered my mom a monthly income. Her pride wouldn't let her accept, and she insisted that all of it be dumped into a stipend for me. That's just how some parents are, I sighed. She'd rather work 2 jobs and run herself into the ground than take a single dollar from me. So, that's how Field Agent Vincent Morrison became my handler. It wasn't random by any means. When Director Lyons heard about my situation, she'd shanghaied him specifically for the job. He was responsible for getting me to and from home, school, HQ, and wherever else I needed to be. He was already doing it for his son David after all, so she saw no real harm in adding another. The car came to a stop in front of my apartment and I extended my walking stick with a snap of the wrist. Agent Morrison, thank you for the ride, I said with a deep bow. It never hurt to be polite, and my dad, this world's version, would have accepted nothing less. No problem, kid, he tousled my hair. He spoke with an old country drawl that made me think of summertime barbecue. You sure you don't need help getting up the stairs? I'm okay, sir. Thanks for asking. All right, but if you need anything at your after-school program, you tell David, you hear? That lazy son of mine might be a layabout, but his heart's in the right place. Yes, sir. He seemed like a good man. I'm sure you're proud of him. Shucks, how's a little fellow like you talking like a grown-up? All adult-like and no accent. I guess I just learn quickly. All right, I'm going to let you head on up. He leaned forward to whisper. If you feel the urge to, play around, try to remember exactly what you're making and how you're doing it. Director Lyons thinks you might be onto something. Yes, sir, I smiled, glad that even this early on, tinker fugues were well documented. Given that I was an alchemical tinker, at least as far as they knew, I could work with relatively cheap equipment. Policy regarding tinker tech and experimentation was still being written. There was significant discussion on whether it was safe to allow children to tinker in their homes, or at least, whether it was safer than letting a fugue build up into a straight-up panic. This was good for me because Director Lyons was firmly in the camp that said I should be permitted to tinker in my home, at least in small doses. I expected that to change as the PRT evolved, but for now, I had much more freedom than someone like Kidwin would have in the future. I took a sip of my elixir but made a show of tapping the stairs with my walking stick. Mom and I were situated on the edge of the good side of Phoenix. Our neighborhood lacked the opulence of the newer districts, but patrols were common here and crime rates were minimal. That said, this was inland US in a world where all countries were forced into pseudo-isolationist policies by Leviathan. 2 Korean immigrants stuck out like sore thumbs, especially when one had a giant strip of crimson scar tissue instead of eyes. The neighbors weren't hostile or anything, but they certainly weren't friends. Children avoided me like the plague and my mom wasn't able to connect with them in any meaningful way, a difference in life experiences and language to blame. I arrived in my apartment unmolested and fished the key out of a ring loop to my belt. The moment I was inside, I collapsed the walking stick and hung it on a hook by the door. There was no one else to pretend for. I made my way to the kitchen and fixed myself a quick sandwich before plugging in a pre-recorded headset. It came with a book, one written in Braille to teach the blind their letters. A. B. The recording droned rhythmically as my finger traced the appropriate bumps. Each accompanying page was made so I could trace the corresponding letters from left to right, moving on to the next letter every 5 seconds. I may have adapted quickly to walking and maneuvering without sight, but that wasn't to say my reading comprehension had caught up. My fingers still weren't delicate enough and I stumbled over some letters, even after so many months. It was only the pericognition of the oracles that saved me. After a half hour of this, I moved on to an actual storybook, one meant for children so I could grasp the tale even through bumbling fingertips. It was funny, I'd grown up reading Korean translations of Aesop's fables in my past life and here I was doing the same in Braille. My mom came home after another hour of this, a bag of takeout in hand. I stood from the dining room table and bowed at the waist. I'd spent my entire previous life greeting my parents this way and I wasn't about to stop now. Welcome home, Mom, I said in Korean. She smiled a tired smile and leaned in to hug me. It felt strange. My old parents were never very affectionate, certainly not past the age of 12. I hadn't had a hug from my mother in 16 years. That wasn't to say my previous parents didn't love me, far from it, but they subscribed to the stoic, disciplinarian style of parenting so common among Asian cultures. This put me on the back foot, though not in a bad way. If I had to rely on my own shitty psychoanalysis, I would guess that she latched onto me, her only surviving family, more than she otherwise would have. Or perhaps, she was just more empathetic in general being a musician and all. I'm home, she whispered into my hair. We talked briefly about our days over a simple dinner of rice, kimchi, and spam. It was nostalgic. Back when my family moved to Los Angeles in my previous life, my parents likewise worked late and could only afford things like this. The more things change, I chuckled. Is something funny, son? Just something that Masked Bandit said, I said. I told her about the wards and how I would be the youngest there. I talked about their individual quirks, of Hat-Trick's devil-may-care attitude and Ranchero's easygoing grin, Stingray's big sister energy and Masked Bandit's accidental kleptomania. Be careful. I don't want you to get hurt. Her eyes were full of concern. You're the youngest and what if you have to fight a villain? Wards don't fight villains, I repeated the brochure by rote. Joining the wards isn't about going out and fighting bad guys, Mom, it's about learning to control our powers so we can live normal lives with normal childhoods. Besides, I'm a tinker and tinkers are very valuable because we can give other people powers too. I know, I explained it all but I'm your mother. It's my job to worry. If you worry so much, you're going to get grey hairs, I joked. And then how will you be a popular musician? She swatted my knuckles with a spoon and I suckled on my fingers in mock pain. Brat. Really, Mom? If you want me to stay away from any fighting, the best way for me to do that is to be more valuable in the base than out on the streets. How about I go ahead and make some new potions recipes so I can impress the director? That way, she'll give me a fancy lab and have me make potions instead of throwing me at a villain. As if people would say you're not Namjoon's son, she clicked her tongue but gave me a warm smile. You're a lot like your father, you know. He was always like this too, always thinking about the next steps forward, a military man with military thinking. I'm a lot like you too, Mom. I love music. Haha, yes you are, Yuzung. We laughed together for a minute before she brought up tinkering again. Son, what can I do to help you tinker? I could use more glass cleaner, I said truthfully. Do we have more of that? She smiled. Yes we do. The PRT gave us a card to use on materials so I can always run to the market. I balked at that. Years of reading fanfiction told me that'd be a terrible idea, the easiest way to out ourselves as a house with a tinker. Then I remembered that this was years before shit hit the fan and we weren't in Brockton Bay. There was no rage dragon here to kidnap my mom, nor any Nazis to kill her off for being a gook. That sounds great, Mom. Let me give you a full shopping list. I'd given Mom a list while I set up a small brewing station in the living room. It wasn't like we could afford a TV anyway, so having a dedicated station, away from sight of the doorway of course, was natural. It could barely be called a lab station in truth. It was just a few beakers, 2 hot plates, and a blender, hardly professional. I was promised something more official back in HQ once they had an idea of what I wanted. Though it was nice to putter about the apartment on my own and I really did need more ingredients, the real reason for sending my mom away was so I could have some peace and quiet while I meditated. I couldn't visit the constellation that represented the World Rune while I was awake, but I could draw on a portion of its power. I pulled one of the dining chairs over and sat in front of the beakers, breathing in and out in a rough approximation of the breathing exercises my old Taekwondo master showed me oh so many years ago. It was faint, but the World Rune answered and mana trickled forth from my soul like water from a hidden spring. The first time I tried this, almost 6 months ago, I could barely feel the World Rune before I lost contact. It was much like grasping at smoke. I'd persisted largely because there was only so much physical therapy I could go through and I had a lot of time to myself. Then, ever so slowly, that smoke became like a single strand of hair, oiled and slippery. That was the first real success, if I could call it that. That hair thickened with time to be like dental floss, then thread, then yarn, then rope. There, I reached a bottleneck. I pulled and pulled over a month, it was like trying to pull a mountain. Nothing I did worked, until I had an epiphany. Of course I couldn't drag mana from my soul. It was too big and I was too small, conceptually speaking. I stopped imagining myself pulling an impossible burden and instead pictured our relationship like a well to be drawn from and widened. I dug deeper with each meditation, wider, until I could finally receive a steady flow of mana. The well was infinite, but the flow was limited. I got the distinct impression that for the moment, it was best that I kept it that way. As I sat there deep in the recesses of my own mind, I took a small amount of mana and cupped it in my hands, bringing it to my lips. As I drank, my eyes opened to the real world and the azure glow of mana suffused my body. It was a heady feeling. When I first managed this, I felt like I could do anything. I stubbed my toe against the wall, knocked down a clock, and made a giant nuisance of myself while I learned to contain the energy. Experience had tempered my reaction, but nothing could quell the immense desire to create that burned in me. The next step was simple. I channeled the mana into my hands, forming a single sphere the size of a basketball. Then, bit by bit, I started to compress. I found that if I compressed mana enough, I would eventually force it to take solid shape, arranging itself into a crystalline structure. This was the mana crystal, and from what I could tell through touch and the oracle's elixir, it looked exactly like the ones I could buy in-game. This too, I discovered almost entirely on accident while I was messing about when my mom was asleep. By the time Mom came back with the materials I'd requested, I had a small basket full of a dozen blue, hexagonal crystals. Clustered in the straw basket, they looked like the world's most expensive Easter eggs with glowing blue cores and edges of a lighter blue. The oracle's elixir had run out halfway through and I'd had to take another mouthful to keep myself functioning. What do those do? Mom asked with thinly veiled interest. As much as she claimed she enjoyed her mundane, uninvolved life, she couldn't hide her curiosity from me. She put the grocery bags down next to my workstation and began to arrange the purchases. They're concentrations of energy, I said, framing it in a way as to minimize any conversations about actual magic. Sure, I called them mana crystals, but everyone assumed it was a quirk of branding or the whims of a child than honest truth. They're solid energy that I can use to infuse anything I make. They're how I make the oracle's elixir and how I'll make everything else. I don't think it's possible for me to build anything unless I have one of these. That wasn't strictly true. It wasn't possible to build anything and enchant supernatural effects without an infusion of mana from the World Rune. The crystals just happened to be how I imagined mana to work, a function of my time playing the game rather than a true limitation. So one of these can turn glass cleaner into something drinkable. And so much more. As far as the PRT understood it, my power gave me a well of energy I could draw on, which I could form into crystals then infuse into potions. That was how it was explained to my mom and me. It was a little grating for Mom to repeatedly ask the same question, especially because I knew she remembered and was humoring an 8-year-old, but I ignored the feeling with practiced ease. I reached for a bottle of glass cleaner and poured it into a saucepan before heating it on a hot plate. Once heated, I'd combine it with a mana crystal and the crystal would dissolve somehow, rendering into an oracle's elixir. It was deceptively simple, though when a scientist tried it during testing, the crystal remained inert, something about a unique energy wavelength that responded to me alone. Okay, Yuzong. You let me know if you need any help, she said before heading into her room. Yes, Mom, I replied dutifully, but my attention was already on the rest of the bottles she'd left by the table. Thanks again for the grocery run. Anything for my son? My workstation was full of an eclectic array of bottles. Complete nutrition powdered shakes, iron supplements, protein supplements, cough medicine, and more. If the oracle's elixir taught me anything, it was that the World Rune functioned off of concepts and desires. It would take a mundane analog and use the mana crystals I had on hand to reinforce a concept, in this case seeing clearly, to create what I envisioned. That vision had to be inspired by something or someone from Runeterra, but even with that limitation, I couldn't be happier with my power. It was bullshit, pure categorical bullshit even beyond that of most tinkers. It was the kind of bullshit that transmuted mundane glass cleaner into something consumable, and more importantly, magic. I didn't know if the PRT fully understood the implications of my power. Hell, I wasn't sure I understood the implications of my power. I grinned toothily and cracked my knuckles. Let's get started. Author's note. SSI as a suffix is the Korean equivalent of san in Japanese, a general term of respect to strangers, business partners, proprietors, etc. As if people would say you're not Namjoon's son, doesn't really translate in English very well, but in Korean, it's said to mean that you behave exactly like X, almost like you're afraid people will think you're unrelated if you don't. It's used as a fond compliment here but can also be an insult depending on the comparison. I'm trying to insert little bits of Korean culture or ways of speech, but I'm not sure how well it's carrying over. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Call 1.4. 2000, May 9, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I leaned back in my chair and pressed myself against the backrest, cracking my spine with a satisfying series of pops. I wasn't a typical tinker, so I didn't experience normal fugues, but the World Rune did influence me in other ways. For one, I found myself with a deep appreciation for art. Anything I could point to as an example of fine craftsmanship and creativity, I liked, never mind that I needed to be drugged up to actually perceive most forms of art. It didn't matter if it was a song or a highly customized luxury car, the passion was just as important as the final product. More relevant to the present, I also felt a near-obsessive reverence for the creation process. Something about inspiration as a concept lit a fire in me that I couldn't fully control. When a PRT researcher tried to take an oracle's elixir from me while I was tinkering, I took it as an interruption of the creation process and literally bit his hand. Luckily, though I did have a small black mark for assaulting someone, the incident was jotted down as a part of the neuroses imposed by my power. The precedent was embarrassing. PRT agents still teased me sometimes, but it ensured that no one would interrupt my tinkering unless it was an emergency. Even my mom was told to either let me burn myself out or come to a stopping place on my own. By the time I stopped for the night, it was well past 10, approaching 11. In front of me were 4 sets of 4 potions. Each potion was stored in one of those mini water bottles that schools like to give out for lunch, barely more than a few mouthfuls. The first set was a familiar neon pink. The second set was the standard health potion, made from a monocrystal, nutrition shakes, and strawberries. I didn't know if that last one was just for taste and pigment or if it had a real effect on the outcome, but I wasn't ready to question the whys of my power. It looked red, with a vibrancy that reminded me of fresh blood. I knew without testing that the potion would close wounds, replenish blood loss, and even minimize scarring. What it would not do, however, was regenerate limbs or major organs. It had the potential to save lives, but it was not a cure-all. The third set was also red, but a slightly darker hue. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that the potions looked angry. The elixir of wrath was made from protein supplements, orange juice, and Gatorade. The elixir had 2 effects. First, it removed the brain's subconscious limitations, effectively inducing an extended bout of hysterical strength. Second, it enhanced the body by flooding it with mana, protecting the drinker from themselves while augmenting the effect. The drinker should be able to rip a thin tree from the sidewalk or use a stop sign like a polearm with ease for 1 hour. That kind of power, I estimated it at roughly brute 4 or 5, did come with a significant downside. Removing the brain's limiters also meant removing a person's general impulse control. I was seriously hoping it wouldn't drive the drinker into a berserk rage, but wrath was in the name. The last thing I needed was the PRT shackling restrictions on my tinkering because they thought it was unsafe. The final set of 4 was a silvery white and reminiscent of liquid mercury. It was the elixir of iron, a potion that reinforced the drinker's skin, giving it the durability of high-quality steel without sacrificing flexibility. It also increased the drinker's size by approximately 20%. That meant that if a 6 feet tall man drank it, he would find himself slightly north of 7 feet. The potion also granted the drinker the strength and constitution necessary to withstand that sudden shift in size and weight. All told, it was probably the more useful of the 2 new elixirs I'd made today. No real side effects beyond a drop in stamina and a brute power that could keep agents from getting injured in the first place. Yet, I'd be milking this for all it's worth later. I retired for the night after brushing my teeth with a tired but satisfied smile on my face. I stood in the vast expanse of space, just me and the World Rune. Here, in the deepest depths of my soul, the rune manifested as a constellation of stars, each unlit like empty braziers in some ancient temple. The stars were arranged in the form of the rune of inspiration from League of Legends, a spherical core surrounded by 3 rings. The core was formed from the 3 keystones while the runes of the contraption, tomorrow, and beyond formed the rings. It was daunting being in the presence of a World Rune. Here in my soul, it wasn't just a single, palm-sized marble lodged in the middle of a petri-site container. It manifested as an entire constellation, and still the image seemed too small for the infinite well of mana it represented. Standing in front of it, I could not doubt or question, the World Rune wasn't just a MacGuffin, it was an ideal, a crystallized concept formed into a single word that could rewrite reality. This was my rune page, and it left my breath catching every time I saw it. This was the dream I'd had every night since my awakening in this world. Yet, something had changed. I felt strength fill me. I'd never been uncomfortable or tired in my mindscape. Awestruck, yes, maybe even a little unworthy at times, but nor did I ever feel powerful. There was always a clear distinction between me, Andy, the squishy mortal lucky enough to house cosmic power, and said cosmic power. It didn't take me long to figure that the warmth I felt bursting in my chest wasn't my own. It was calling me. It was calling me in the same way its brethren had called to rise. To Tiras. To so many others. But where domination called to conquer and destroy, inspiration called to create and discover. A wide grin broke on my face. There was only one way to answer. I walked to the stars that made up the World Rune, hesitantly at first, then with more confidence. I reached out with reverent hands and a golden star met me eagerly. My hands grasped the star and the warmth in my chest blazed into an inferno. For a moment, I thought my soul would burn to ash. Then, as soon as it came, the fire subsided, leaving me with a deeper connection to the World Rune. The star I touched stood out from the other 11. It shone with a steady light, the first of many flames to be lit. As the connection solidified, a new power slotted into place. Time Warp Tonic, I breathed. I was very familiar with the ability. In League of Legends, it was a good supplementary rune to take that gave a significant boost in the early game. It granted 50% of a potion's effects immediately, along with a small boost to speed. My version was similar, but not exact. The World Rune may have manifested in a way that paralleled my previous understanding, but it was not a mirror match by any means. Knowledge of the ability fully sank into my mind. Time Warp Tonic was as it said on the tin, whenever I drank a potion, I would experience a period of accelerated time, allowing me to move a little bit faster, have a little bit more time to consider my actions, than I would normally. The potion would also now be 50% more effective across the board, better healing, better durability, better duration, everything. I smiled. It was much better than the boon I remembered from the game. X. 2000, May 10th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The next morning found me in front of Acacia Elementary School, one of many in Phoenix. I'd only been attending the school for the past month after physical therapy, but it was already the bane of my existence. Take care, honey, Mom said as she held me tight. I'll be fine, Mom, I reassured her as I did each morning. If you need anything, I'll talk to Mrs. Owens. I promise. Okay, have a nice day. As she drove off, I snapped my walking stick to full length and tapped my way through the entrance. I wanted to take out my thermos and drink the Oracle's elixir, but I couldn't. One of the things Ms. Youngston, the local PR head, and I agreed on was that I had to be visibly blind in my civilian identity. I could pretend well enough as I tapped my way through the halls, but all it would take would be a single sip of the tongue or a casual dodge around a corner I shouldn't have been able to perceive to out myself. Unacceptable. It was far too difficult to describe a world without colors or shapes, or even to hold a conversation without giving in to visual cues and body language. Better that I just didn't have any of these to accidentally trip up on at all. Mom threw a fit, but was talked down with a clear report on survival statistics for outed capes. While the unwritten rules were a thing, they weren't as well cemented as they would be a decade from now. Hell, it was only this past February when the brigade stormed Marquis in his own house. They unmasked as New Wave only a week later. Right now was the height of their Cape accountability movement and Sarah Pelham was America's supermom. No chance. No risks. So, blind I would be. It wasn't long before someone bumped into me in the crowd. Hey, watch I his voice cut off suddenly, that's how I knew he must have gotten a good look at my face. Oh, sorry. It's cool, I said placatingly. I turned to face the speaker and gave him a light poke. It happens, yet? No worries. Why yet? Even a month later, I still unnerved the kids a great deal. It didn't help that Behemoth attacked Lion days before my irregular start. Did that have anything to do with my appearance here? No. Did that stop the rumors? Also no. Humans were curious creatures and I could already distinguish at least 4 separate rumors about how I got my scar. The one that said that I was rescued by Alexandria during the Behemoth attack before being resettled here was the closest. No hero, wrong endbringer, but close enough. I made my way down to the far end of the hall and entered the first classroom. Hello, Mrs. Owens, I shouted cheerily. I'm here for class. This is the wrong class, Mr. Kim, said a tired voice. I'll see about finding the right class then, Mr. Rivera, I winked. I had it on good authority that winking through the scar and glass eyes made me look rather unsettling. His class chortled at our usual byplay. Mr. Rivera was bar none the most beloved teacher. I had no clue what he looked like, but from what the principal told me, he wore a different colored tie for each day of the week and hadn't deviated from his wardrobe choice in the last 15 years. He was the right mix of quirky and firm that made him both relatable to kids and a respected authority figure. Meeting him on the daily like this also helped me sculpt my in-school persona. In an effort to seem more approachable, another of Ms. Youngston's suggestions, I decided to model myself after Toph from Avatar, a constant barrage of sarcasm, snark, and tactless blind jokes to keep people from focusing on my scar. Refuge in audacity. Mr. Rivera was an excellent person to practice banter with. I gave the class a jaunty grin and moved to the room directly to the right. Good morning, Andy. Have you had your fun with Mr. Rivera? Mrs. Owens said. She was the special needs teacher and had a smile you could hear. I heard she recently got married and moved to Phoenix 2 years ago. She still had that new car smell, a palpable aura of naive optimism before the reality of the American education system crushed her dreams to dust. Yup, I said, popping the pea. Gave the class an eyeful. Good, take a seat. Lessons began. Braille first, then recess, followed by math. By lunch, I was thoroughly done with this. I could only feign interest for so long, and though the lessons on Braille helped, math was aggravating to say the least. The less said about nature studies the better. Do you want to have lunch in the cafeteria or in here? Mrs. Owens asked us. The class only had 8 kids, each of us with unique disabilities. It was district policy to promote socialization without forcing the issue, so Mrs. Owens allowed us to eat in class instead of going out into the cafeteria like the rest of the kids. Most of us remained, but myself and 2 other kids got up. I want to eat outside, Mrs. Owens, Sarah Baxter, a girl with a mousy voice, said. I had no idea why she was in this class, truth be told. She didn't have any obvious disabilities that I could discern, nor did she have trouble speaking or socializing, so I could only assume her problem was developmental. It could be as simple as severe dyslexia for all I knew. Of course you can, sweetie. You 3 stick together, okay? Yes, Mrs. Owens, the 3 of us chorused. Pierce Lovelace stuttered a little. He didn't speak well, but he was a good kid. For whatever reason, he insisted on meeting new people daily. It was honestly encouraging to see such an upbeat kid. Do you want me to hold your hand, Andy? Sarah said, tugging gently on my sleeve. I thought about refusing. There was still a big part of me that was too prideful to accept help from an 8-year-old girl, my current appearance be damned. I hammered that part of me into the depths of my mind and smiled. Yes, thank you, Sarah. I spent much of lunch trying to parse out what Pierce said, with Sarah chattering on about whatever most recently caught her fancy. Perhaps it was a bit patronizing of me, but I relegated most of it to background noise as I tried to figure out my cape career going forward. My own debut with Ward's Team 1 was put on hold indefinitely until the PRT could figure out what to do with me. Hell, my costume wasn't even fleshed out yet. This left me in the curious position of being a tinker with near carte blanche, but with neither a lab nor an identity in the cape world. I considered myself lucky. How many people got to fully build an identity for themselves and had the benefit of maturity and future knowledge? It all start today. Call 1.5. 2000, May 10th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. After school, Agent Morrison, David/Ranchero's father, picked me up and drove me home. Mom was out working and this was but one of the accommodations the PRT made for us. How are things, Andy? He asked with a friendly nod. As soon as I closed the car door, I pulled out my thermos and drank a mouthful of the elixir. Good, I said as my world expanded around me. Boring, but nothing to complain about. Boring is good. You'll see. Kids always want to punch bad guys, but a quiet day is the best kind. David's like that, too. But I said boring was fine, I thought, rolling my eyes a little. Agent Morrison took his shtick as a Cape Dad very seriously and did his best to advise his son whenever possible. It seemed as though I'd gotten rolled into that without my knowing. We stopped by my apartment to pick up a box of 12 potions, 4 each of Wrath, Iron, and the standard health potion, and then promptly headed to the PRT. Ward's Team 1, along with Protectorate Team 1, operated from PRT HQ in downtown Phoenix. The building was an 8-story affair of concrete and glass, with a separate parking lot and garage for emergency vehicles. There were 2 other such buildings, but being the main administrative building and host to the director, this one was the largest. I was led through a side door placed discreetly in an out-of-the-way corner of the parking lot. Redbird explained to me that the parking lot was swept for cameras and other surveillance equipment twice a day at random times, much like the other accessible sections of HQ. From there, I took a small underground pathway to the main building, where I switched into costume and headed to the labs. My current costume was just a white lab coat and tinted safety goggles that barely obscured my face. A thermos filled with Oracle's elixir was kept in a deep pocket. I was pretty sure the researchers all knew who I was by this point, but polite fiction had to be maintained. I met Dr. Sanchez, the lead researcher in charge of power testing in Lab 1C. I say lab, but it was more of a gym with some extra monitoring equipment on top of the standard treadmills and dumbbells. Dr. Sanchez, chief scientist and head of power testing, was a wiry thin man with a wispy brown beard. He was balding and some salt and pepper had started to settle above his ears. He wore a typical lab coat not unlike my own and a lanyard around his neck that proclaimed his identity. I'm pretty sure my own costume was just a spare they had lying around. Hello, Rubedu, he said with a genial smile. I heard you have something for us today. Hello, doctor, I said, bowing slightly. I made 3 new types of potions last night and wanted to test them out. Excellent, tell me about them. He gestured to an aide who took the potions from me and set them on a nearby workbench. They're labeled. One heals things. Another makes you stronger but also angry, lack of impulse control. The third one makes your skin like steel and a little bit bigger too. Health potion. Elixir of Wrath. Elixir of Iron, the aide read out. Did you name them? The names just came to me. I think they're powers related, I said honestly. A tad fanciful, but the names fit with your own so it's fine, Dr. Sanchez waved him off. Let's start with this health potion of yours. What exactly can it heal? How does it work? I focused and reached out for the well of mana within. Instead of letting it well to the surface, I dove down, trying to remember exactly why I followed the steps that I did. 1 SEC, trying to think, I muttered. The knowledge of a Rune-Terran alchemist filled my mind, or rather, the knowledge of countless Rune-Terran alchemists. At its core, the health potion was a homebrew remedy with regional variants across all of Runeterra. Most were made of mana-rich herbs, but others could use blood of animals or ground bones and minerals. It was why the potion had no specific name like Elixir of Wrath. Last night, the World Rune had acted as a filter, allowing me to pick out the best recipe of the bunch, and transmuted it from the ingredients I'd used. Now, I tapped into the alchemical knowledge of the sages of Ionia to answer. They contain energy, mana, and release it into the drinker's bloodstream. The mana is attuned to life and promotes natural regeneration. That's not terribly helpful. Sorry, doctor. No, you're not the first tinker to give vague or hard to understand explanations. He patted my head like a grandfather and I suppressed the urge to slap his hand away. Even Hero has a hard time explaining how his wonderful creations work. Tell me, do you know what kinds of injuries your potion can heal? I nodded enthusiastically, still playing at being a child. Yet. It can stop blood loss and close wounds, I said excitedly, but it won't regenerate vital organs or limbs. It also won't magically set bones or anything, so broken bones need to be aligned correctly before you drink one. Oh, and it also doesn't do much against poisons. I mean, it can give you a bit more time, but it won't destroy the poisons or toxins in your bloodstream. I see, that's a surprisingly detailed response. So what now? What now turned out to be practical testing. They brought in a lab rat and put it to sleep with anesthesia before making a small incision in its hindquarters. They then slid the tray with the rat on it over to me. I couldn't help but think I'd freak out if I were actually 8. Then again, maybe they're relying on the fact that capes psychologically need to see their powers in use, I mused. Now, Rubedu, Dr. Sanchez said, how much of your potion would you say is required to heal a person? The potions aren't any more dangerous than water, I responded. If the injury is not serious, they should take mouthfuls until the wound closes. If it is serious, just take the full bottle. However, drinking more than one bottle will not improve the rate of regeneration. There are limits to pushing the human body. Oh, and the regeneration effect lasts for 1 minute. You can drink another bottle when the minute's up. Excellent, now how much would you feed this rat to close the wound? I took a pipette from one workstation and poured the potion onto the rat's wound 1 drop at a time. It's not an exact science and drinking more isn't going to hurt the rat, so it doesn't matter beyond trying to save the potion. After just 3 drops, the wound began to close visibly. The tray was taken from me and placed under a microscope so Dr. Sanchez could get an in-depth look. Blood coagulates in under 2 seconds, he recited, the aide jotting notes. Dried platelets are being pushed out by regenerating tissue. 6 seconds. Wound is fully closed in 10. I even see hair starting to grow back on bare skin. He turned to me with a wide smile on his face. You should be proud of yourself, Rubedu. This could save a lot of lives. We still need to check for potential side effects, doctor, the aide reminded him. My potions don't have side effects I don't know about, I huffed. I knew it was procedure, but a part of me, maybe a bleed over from the Ionian sage I'd ripped the recipe from, felt slighted by his skepticism. Then again, it's possible to be allergic to the herbs. Can a brand new potion in a world without said herbs cause allergic reactions in the first place? We still need to check, Rubedu, the old doctor chided gently. Now, what did you make this out of? A mana crystal and a nutrition shake. Any nutrition shake with a full complement of vitamins, minerals, and proteins required for daily living will do. Amazing. After that, we moved on to testing the 2 elixirs, starting with the elixir of iron. After a brief stint with a different lab rat, the eggheads agreed that I, being the tinker in question, should be able to drink it without detrimental side effects. Standing next to the exercise equipment, I drained the bottle as quickly as I could and felt the changes settle in. My 4'2" height shot up 10 inches to 5 feet even. I bulked up a bit too so I didn't look like a reed. A gunmetal sheen briefly covered me before dissipating. Then I felt something unexpected happen. Mana flowed through my body, enhancing the effects of the elixir of iron. Time warp tonic had activated, and with it, my height shot up another 5 inches and I knew I was much tougher than the potion could normally make me, 50% tougher. That is a rather dramatic change. My potions are more effective when I drink them. I don't know why, they just are, I shrugged, lying through my teeth. But normally, the elixir of iron should make you approximately 20% larger and give your skin the strength of steel. Is it permanent? Nope, sorry, doctor. I tried to take a step and stumbled a little, unused to my height. Observation, rapid changes in height can be a bit disorienting, I said. This potion will last for 1 hour for everyone else and an extra half hour for me. The same was true of the Oracle's elixir. I fucking love Time Warp Tonic. A 50% boost to the beneficial effect of all potions was a massive amplifier, in both scope and durability. Though I was so much earlier than canon, I couldn't fully suppress my mistrust of the PRT. I didn't really have a choice, being both already outed and a cripple, but that didn't mean I'd happily give up all my secrets, just enough to be useful. I decided to keep the chrono acceleration granted by the Time Warp Tonic a secret. From there, they had Agent Morrison test out the elixirs. The durability granted by the elixir of iron was tested bit by bit until we did confirm that he was fully bulletproof to small arms fire. The elixir of wrath saw him deadlift a full 1,000 pounds, which was all they had on hand at this particular lab. He did explain that he felt drunk almost, a tangible loss of inhibition in a way that he considered dangerous in a combat situation. He was soon ushered off into a secluded room to wait out the effect. I wanted to drink one myself, but the doctor decided that having a drunk, berserk preteen capable of lifting a small car sounded like a terrible idea. After power testing, I had a meeting with Ms. Janet Youngston, head of public relations. She was a mousy woman with short, blonde hair worn in a pixie cut and green eyes that seemed to peer into my soul. Or at least, treat me like an interesting dress-up doll. It was eerie. Her office was similarly unsettling. It reminded me of how I imagined Perion's Fanon dollhouse would look like, a forest of mannequins with dozens of unfinished costumes and prototype masks in a nauseating sea of colors. In one corner was a large worktable with sketchbooks full of costume designs and loose scraps of fabric littering the surface. "Hello, Ms. Youngston," I said politely as I tried to navigate the maze of mannequins. "Hello, Rubedu," she said. She then did a double take as she got a look at me. "Weren't you shorter? Elixir of iron. It makes me bigger and gives me a brute rating. Hey, that's going to be a challenge to work with. Do your clothes increase in size with you?" I took off my lab coat to reveal a shirt that was now uncomfortably tight. No it does not. Yes, a challenge. Have you put any thought into the designs I showed you last week? I grimaced. The designs weren't bad, but she was insistent on making me the mascot of Ward's Team 1. And I suddenly empathize with Missy so damn much. On the plus side, she was really trying to play up the alchemy and magic angle. On the downside, more than one sketch had me holding a wand. Glitter-dusted star included. I had standards, damn it. I flipped through the pictures on my Ward's issue phone. And wasn't that a trip? A fully functional smartphone in 2000. It made me snort a little. The scraps of technological knowledge that could be gleaned from tinkers had advanced Earthbet to be a bit further along than I remembered in my last life. It was a pity that this same availability of supernatural techno-savants would breed reliance, and with reliance, stagnation. I expected Earth Olaf to catch up and surpass Earthbet in the next 5 years. 10 at most, not that I was supposed to know any of that. Here, I nudged one picture towards Ms. Youngston. The picture was a mannequin wearing stylized priest robes colored red and white. Over that, Ms. Youngston had draped a medieval traveler's cloak, hood and all. A regular domino mask covered the eyes but little else. See this? I think this is the best of the bunch. I just don't like the mask. Give me a fully covering mask, like a hockey mask, but completely plain. She quirked an eyebrow. Why this one? I thought you'd definitely go for the Crimson Knight look. The Crimson Knight, as she called it, was a bizarre mix of protective sports gear and riot police equipment, all wrapped up in a medieval aesthetic. Angular lines and metallic paint of burnished burgundy made the whole get-up look like some legendary hero. It wasn't for me. Nah, too combative. I'm a tinker, one whose specialization seems to lie in weird pseudo-magic, kinda but not science alchemy. If I'm in a fight, something's gone terribly wrong. I mean, even worse than any other ward being in a fight. True. So you like the robes? You don't think they'd be too hot? This is Phoenix after all. That's a good point. I'm not sure anymore. I do like the aesthetic though. Okay, let's start from the top. We need something that covers your eyes. Andy Kim is blind, but Rubedo is not. Right, I nodded. It helps with the unwritten rules. Yes, separation of identities is good. Beyond that, what is it about the robes that you like? I shrugged. I wasn't sure either. I don't know, they remind me of a priest. Are you religious? Kind of. My dad used to visit my grandparents' graves every anniversary of their deaths, but that was more of a cultural thing than a religious thing. The practice started as a matter of ancestral worship with Buddhist influence but is done in Korea more as a sign of respect than any fear of ghosts or the afterlife or anything. I thought about the church I used to attend in my past life. Yet, not touching that. Fascinating, but back to the robes. Is it because they look serene? Dignified. Yeah, dignified. Like someone you should respect. Figures a child wants respect, Ms. Youngston muttered, too quiet for me to fully catch. Excellent, Rubedu. I can work with that. I figure I'll be inside making potions most of the time or do PR tours, so it's okay to be hot outside, I think. Anything else? Elixir of iron, I reminded her. I would like clothes that can fit me even when I'm bigger. How much bigger do you get? 30% height and width. The robes would be better with the potion than a tight costume or armor. You're right, that would work. I'll have a full mock-up for you in 2 days, Rubedu. We'll see how you feel about it all once you have it on. Call 1.6. 2000, May 10th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I didn't see the problem with Ms. Youngston or the PR department as a whole. Their stated mission was to integrate capes into society. Public relations was always going to play a major part in that. Once I put aside the knee-jerk response of bitching against the establishment ingrained in me by both Canon and Fanon, she was honestly fairly reasonable. She listened to most of my wants, got rid of the more ridiculous outfits, and gave me a choice between 4 or 5 that the director had pre-approved. Maybe the wands were just to soften me up for the least shitty option, I mused. Would I have preferred to have my own image? Of course. But this wasn't nearly as bad as I'd been led to believe. It helped that I had an image-friendly power, unlike Her Majesty the Queen of Escalation. After my meeting with the head of PR, I had some free time to kill, so I headed back to the wards section. I was surprised to find only Stingray, Penelope. She sat in front of 3 computer screens that doubled as our console. She was in costume, with a large pair of headphones and mic over her mask. Seeing me, she waved me over with a happy smile. She tapped something on the mic and faced me. Mute button. Hey, Rubedu, how's it going? Not bad, just got out of a meeting with PR. I yanked a chair over and sat next to her. Where's everyone else? Raquel's got gymnastics practice. Dave and Jazz are on patrol right now. She gestured to one of the monitors, where I could see the pair walking down a street in downtown. Jazz was in her stage magician outfit and signing autographs while Dave twirled his lasso for the crowd. Call them Ranchero and Hat Trick while on console though. Not everyone in the PRT knows who we are, so it's just good OPSEC. OPSEC is short for Operational Security. I nodded indulgently. Right. What exactly do you do on console? She passed me a spare set of headphones and unmuted herself. Stingray back online. I have Rubedu with me, Agent Carter. Mind explaining what we do on console? Sure, Stingray. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Rubedu, came a warm female voice. Console is what we call General Overwatch and Communications Management. Every wards and Protectorate HQ has one of these desks you're sitting in. These desks patch you through to the PRT console, where agents like me can teach you some of the operational protocols. Do you understand so far? I smiled. In a city that wasn't Brockton, it made sense for wards console to be a training module more than anything. Makes sense. So what should I know? Let's start with the projected patrol routes. Stingray. Yes, Agent Carter, the blonde said dutifully. She hit some keys on the keyboard and brought up a map of the city. See this? The bright blue line is Ranchero and Hat Trick's patrol routes. The muted blue lines are Protectorate patrol routes. I saw several blue dots moving along their respective lines. How long does a patrol take? It depends, Rubedu. Wards only patrol for 2 or 3 hours at most, so we get much shorter routes. The Protectorate can have much longer routes. Why are the routes so close together? I asked, though I could guess. Of the 4 active routes, 2, the one Ranchero was leading in a Protectorate route, were almost neck and neck, just 4 streets over. Wards are not meant to get into active engagements, Agent Carter said over the mic. A Protectorate patrol is always nearby just in case something goes wrong or you require additional assistance. How often does that happen? Not very, Stingray said. And when it does happen, it's almost always not combat related. For example, the other day, Bandit and I had to go find someone's lost dog, so we had to deviate from the route a little while Royale and Hot Flash did double duty with our patrol for a bit. The rest of their impromptu lesson was surprisingly informative, covering everything from first aid protocols to what we should do if confronted by villains. Really, that last one boiled down to disengage, retreat, and dial for backup, but it was helpful nonetheless. I was a little surprised to hear that wards were allowed to handle non-violent crimes like purse snatching. I'd figured that the PRT would order us to avoid any and all scenarios that had the potential to escalate to violence. Glad we're not being treated completely with bubble wrap. From what Stingray and Agent Carter told me, most wards' activities fell into 3 categories: community outreach, standard patrols for street-level misdemeanors, and emergency rescue work. I decided then and there that I would focus on the latter. Along with Raquel, I was likely the best suited for rescue work. As if summoned by thought, the mask-on buzzer rang and Penelope turned to greet Raquel as she skipped into the room. "Hi, Penny." "Hi, Andy." She wore an infectious smile. Coupled with her fuzzy costume, she looked almost as young as me. "In costume, bandit," Penelope admonished. "And don't call me Penny." She ignored our captain and gave her a hug. But Penny works so well. In an instant, my ears felt the cool air in the room. She was wearing my headset. "Hi, Hat Trick." "Hi, Ranchero." She babbled into the mic. "At least she remembers to use codenames over the mic," Penelope grumbled. Raquel frowned and pulled the headphones from her head. "Meanies." I shot Penelope a questioning look. "She got scolded by PRT console for chattering on patrol," she explained. "Meanies," the shorter girl pouted. "Meanies," I nodded with her. "Want to check out my lab? They should have some of it set up already." It was funny how she did a full 180. "Is that ready?" "Mostly. I was promised an industrial-grade centrifuge and electrolysis machine so I can separate chemicals, but those are taking a while to arrive." "Oh, POO. Your lab just looks like my school's chemistry lab." "Well, yeah. I mean, alchemy." "Nah, no thanks. Suit yourself. If any of you need me, I'll be in my room." I spent the rest of my time with the wards in meditation, churning out monocrystals as quickly as I could. Something about my actions yesterday allowed me to reinforce my connection to the World Rune. Absent other evidence, I had to assume it was because I finally got off my ass and made some new things. Did that mean the World Rune had a conscience? Was a shard masquerading as a World Rune and using my memories to fill in the gaps? I was certain it wasn't the latter, but aside from my own conviction, I had no real proof. Still, if my power wanted to be used, I'd use it. As I worked, I thought about my specialization. Runeterra. What could I make? Hell, what did I want to make? Off the cuff, Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger was the greatest mind on Runeterra, its very own Tony Stark. He industrialized magic by pioneering the field known as techmeturgy, founded Piltover, and taught some of the greatest scientists in Runeterran history, including Victor and Jace. As I pondered the revered inventor, ideas flooded my mind. Most he'd made himself, many he did not. A wrenchbit to help around my lab. A multi-story techmeturgical T-Rex, I'm sorry, T-Hex, because why the fuck not? Jace's mercury cannon. Victor's third arm. Camille's eyes. Blitzcrank's. Blitzcrank. I paused. I can make myself eyes. That threw me for a loop. Did I want to be known as a biotinker? The profession did not inspire the same kind of terror it would in the future. Bonesaw, Riley at the moment, was an infant somewhere out there. Ellisbug wouldn't happen for another 7 or 8 months. Blasto wasn't even active yet. I could become a biotinker, I realized. I could, theoretically, be known as the first biotinker and set the standard for how they're treated. I scrapped that idea almost as soon as I thought it. It wasn't worth it. I didn't think I could build a strong enough reputation before 2001, before Ring's trigger. One day, I promised myself, when I became fully independent of the Protectorate and powerful enough to stand on my own, I would make myself a pair of eyes. They would be such bullshit that Satoru Gojo and Ataki Uchiha would cry with envy. What else can I make? Even sticking to the alchemical theme, the twin cities of Piltover and Zon had much to offer me. Singed had created Warwick, slowly pumping him full of regenerative potions and chimeric DNA even as he was vivisected over the course of months. The memories of the harrowing procedures almost knocked me from my meditation, but I pressed on. The Mad Chemist's works, despite his revolting lack of ethics, had many, many uses. That was more than could be said of Mundo. Shimmer. Singed invented Shimmer, a drug that can make super soldiers, substitute for healing potions, and be burned for fuel. He, and eventually, most of Zon, used the damn thing for so much that it was hard to find chemtech in Zon that wasn't compatible with the stuff. Putting aside what he became, Singed originally developed the drug as another healing potion, back when he was still sane. Zack, the Zonomorphous combatant, could be said to be an alchemical creation, albeit accidental. Victor's hex core was another such example. Echo's zero drive was fueled by a fuel source of his own design, one with an unusual affinity for time magic. There is so much more, but I moved on, turning my gaze to the rest of Runeterra. Hextech wasn't everything. In fact, the most powerful things on Runeterra were not Hextech creations. Someone, somewhere, had to make Leona's shield, Kale's swords, and Nasu's scepter after all. Thoughts of how I might enchant the same flooded my head and left me with a splitting headache. A sense of solemn admonishment filled me from within as my connection sputtered. Okay, nowhere near strong enough to build one of those. Maybe when I have a stronger connection to the World Rune. Even putting aside some of the most powerful relics of Runeterra, there were a great deal of materials and items that were referenced by the various champions. Ash's bow was made of something called true ice, an incredibly powerful conduit for ice magic that could not be broken by any conventional force nor melted by any mortal fire. It was also utterly impractical. I could make a shard the size of a guitar pick using a fist-sized snowball, and 100 mana crystals. Not only was that prohibitively expensive, I literally couldn't forge anything from it. It was what I like to call the vibranium paradox. If it could withstand any force, how did Howard Stark shape Cap's shield? Add to that an absolute immunity to mundane forms of heat and I had a material that was effectively unforgeable even if I were to gather enough to make something. My thoughts then turned south to Demacia, a new mana crystal forming in my hand. Jarvan had that fancy extending lance, but I didn't need a weapon right now, nor could I wield such a ridiculous thing. Someone had to have forged Shyvana's gauntlets, but I discarded the possibility for the same reason. I was masquerading as an alchemical tinker. While not all of alchemy was about potions, it wasn't about forging legendary weapons either. I was more interested in building a foundation for myself, a list of materials. Petri site. I thought happily. The World Rune pulsed in what I could only assume was approval. Even for Runeterra, Petri site was unique. At their most basic, Petri site trees were trees mutated by the chaotic magic of the Rune Wars. They took on traits similar to stone, hence the name, and absorbed ambient mana to grow. This ability to absorb mana also made them magical dampeners, calming the land and providing stability to the ecosystems of Western Valoran. Refugees fleeing the Rune Wars would eventually settle around these forests, founding the Kingdom of Demacia. Ancient Demacians would go on to mix powdered petricite with ash and lime to create an elegant white substance they uncreatively called petricite. This magic-suppressing material was as hard as stone and used in fortifications and buildings. When mixed with steel into an alloy, it could even be used to arm the fabled dauntless vanguard. Ground up, it could make the petricite elixirs favored by the mage seekers. But, will petricite work with powers? I have mana, but do other capes? I wondered. Either shards pull their dimensional hijinks using mana and channel their powers via the Corona Potentia, or they don't, and I'll end up creating my own kryptonite. That'd be fucking embarrassing. Call 1.7. 2000, May 15th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. 5 days after I submitted the 2 elixirs and health potion for testing, I got called into the director's office. Despite being a building of only middling height, her office managed to get a decent view overlooking the Gamage Memorial Auditorium in the Tempe section of the Phoenix metropolitan area. The interior of the office was well furnished, with comfortable furniture, posters of the local protectorate, a map of Phoenix, and Director Lyon's diplomas. A flag of the Phoenix Suns basketball team hung in one corner as the lone splash of non-work-related color. I sat in my brand spanking new costume, fresh from the sewing machine and approved only a few days before. I wore a large, red domino mask that covered the upper half of my face snugly and contoured itself to imply a different facial structure. The eye holes were tinted so it was impossible to see my glass eyes. As far as the public knew, Rubeto wasn't blind. The robes were done in 2 layers. The thin and airy inner layer was an unfortunately eye-searing yellow instead of the dull white or black I'd wanted originally. According to Ms. Youngston, the PRT wanted to avoid implying a religiosity that did not exist by wearing too much white. The sleeves were long, but easily pinned with a notch on the elbows if I wanted to roll them back for work. They also came with pockets like a monk's robe so I could hide my phone, wallet, or other knick-knack inside. Thankfully, most of the inner robes were covered by the outer, which draped itself like a traveler's overcoat. The fabric was thicker, with a visible mesh pattern that I was told would reflect sunlight and provide some protection if worst came to worst. The coat was a dull red, with a thick hood that looked like it could be worn to completely shroud the face in shadow. It couldn't, the hood was literally sewn tight to the back of my coat. Ms. Youngston had again put her foot down, saying that heroes who showed their faces appeared more approachable. On the plus side, that did make my costume much more breathable. The ensemble was completed with burgundy boots that were mostly hidden by my robes and a thick, leather belt that went around my midriff. The belt was lined with a multitude of slots for glass vials and a thermos filled with Oracle's elixir stylized to look like a medieval water skin. A pair of sturdy leather gloves were hooked onto a belt loop to complete the image of a hard-working hero. My personal sigil was stitched over my heart and both shoulders. It was an octagonal patch depicting a stylized potion bottle in white with a red R inside over a black background with yellow borders. When I first saw it, I couldn't stop myself from making a Team Rocket joke, not that anyone else got the reference. All told, even though I had no intention of keeping the persona, I had to admit that the PRT did good work. It looked professional, wasn't difficult to move in, and got my aesthetic across. As a ward, that was probably the best I could expect of them. Thank you for being punctual, Rubetu, Director Lyons said. Director Amelia Lyons was a tall woman in her 40s with red hair and brown eyes. She looked like she'd let herself go a bit, but had been very athletic in her youth. I gave her a polite bow in greeting. Afternoon, Director. What's this about? I wanted to let you know that your debut will be this Saturday on the 20th and to see you in your full costume. I did a little twirl. Well, how is it? Do I look like a proper wizard? Or maybe a candle, she said with a faint smile. That's me, Rubetu the Wonder Candle. Don't tempt me. I'm sure I could get Ms. Youngston to make some Rubetu brown scented candles. Or, here's an idea, you could be truly ironic and make some Rubetu brown sunglasses, I shot back with a cheeky grin. I got a small snort from her, so I counted that a win. Actually, could you? I want to wear my own branded sunglasses to school. I can just say I'm wearing them because I don't like people staring at my scar. I'll think about it. Now, although you're a part of the wards, we're not entirely comfortable putting you on patrols quite yet. I figured. Even if I can temporarily gain a thinker power, it's just that, temporary. It's a pretty big risk, so I always knew I'd probably be kept inside to tinker and only brought out for publicity stunts. Not necessarily. While we don't feel comfortable letting you patrol, we think you could do a lot of good with your potions. How would you like to make rounds at hospitals? I shrugged. That's fine, but I'd prefer to tinker. And like I said, publicity stunts. You could just as easily have a PRT agent carry a crate of health potions over and distribute them out in the trauma ward. My presence is more about aesthetics than any actual expertise on my end. And, you're okay with that? Director Lyons asked cautiously. Should I not be? I think I'm being sensible. No, that's great. I thought you'd want something more exciting. No doubt because the para-human conflict drive has already been heavily documented, I mused knowingly. Well, I don't. I know what I'm good at and fighting isn't one of them. Even if I could do well enough by drinking both elixirs, I'd rather give them to Stingray so she can punch people for me. I'm glad you understand. Now, about your lab. Yes. The centrifuge and electrolysis machines will arrive by the 19th. If we bought you an industrial mixer, do you think you could mass produce your potions? She had a hungry glint in her eye that almost scared me with its intensity. And, honestly, I understood. In more than 2 decades since Sion's appearance, I was one of less than 50 capes capable of healing. In 22 years. Sure, it was impossible to get a proper census of all capes in the US, never mind the world, but that there were so few healing capes on record amplified my worth a great deal. Any PRT branch that hosted me would by default rise in prestige, especially since I could temporarily grant powers as well as heal. In a world without panacea, even a relatively minor healing power like my potion was a godsend. I happily took her dreams and crushed them to dust. No. It takes a lot of concentration for me to make a monocrystal, so even if you get me enough ingredients, I'd still hit a bottleneck. 20 or so bottles of various kinds is probably my soft limit, I said. I also want to experiment with things on my own, so I'd need to put aside some crystals for that as well. Well, we'll at least make sure you never run out of the more mundane ingredients. I heard what she was saying loud and clear. I was their heel slave and they'd milk me for everything I had. It worked out for me, so I didn't complain. I expected I'd be able to channel more mana and create more potent mana crystals as my connection to the World Rune improved, but I didn't mention that. The rest of the meeting passed quickly with some questions on her end about what I might need for my lab and how I was faring in school. X. 2000, May 20th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The reveal of a new ward was always a bit of a spectacle. Ms. Youngston started a PR campaign the moment my signature was on the contract. Talking heads had been trying to guess everything from my exact power set to my favorite food for weeks. This meant that my debut was a long-anticipated event that had been curated since before I myself first knew anything about it. The minor press conference was set to be held at the Scottsdale Fashion Square, the largest mall in the Phoenix metro area. The interior had a climate-controlled lobby with a glass ceiling where a stage had been set up for our use. Even the location was intentional. We could have rented out the Gamage Auditorium, but Ms. Youngston said that would send the image of a hero who was separated from the people, a stage production rather than the genuine article. I did my best to not point out the irony in that statement. A second venue that was considered was a local middle school, but that too was scrapped. Though the unwritten rules were more or less established, hinting at my identity by implying I attended a certain school was a big no-no, especially since that wasn't my school. Holding my debut at the mall would both make the event accessible to the public and make me seem more approachable and childlike. She'd called it youthful candor, whatever the hell that meant. It didn't hurt that a major hospital was so close to the mall. Honestly, I thought, suppressing a sneeze as some lady powdered my nose, I think she's just happy to have a ward that doesn't zone off to La La Land the moment she starts talking about the nuances of her job. There, all done, the lady powdering my face chirped. She looked like an intern of some sort, no older than her mid-20s. You look positively dashing, Rubetu. Thanks, Miss Noda, I said, grateful for the precognition granted by the Oracle's elixir. I didn't need to look down to read her name tag. I appreciate it. How much time until we're on? She checked her watch. 8 minutes, Han. Sit tight. Do you remember everything? Yes, I do. When I walk up, I should shake Director Lion's hand, then Royale's, then Stingray's, and then read the lines on the podium. Then I should bow and sit down next to Stingray. Good, you'll do great. I waited behind the stage for another 7 minutes. The owner of the mall, some fat cat named Mr. Briggs, wrapped up whatever attempt he was making at kissing ass and Director Lyons took the mic. I was almost ready to zone out when she raised her voice slightly. Without further ado, please welcome Rubedu to the Ward's family. She said to polite applause. Miss Noda gave me a gentle push. I thanked the Celestials for the Oracle's elixir again as camera lights flashed with every step I took. Oh, the benefits of being blind, I chuckled and did my best to give the crowd a winning smile. I'm pretty sure I just ended up looking a little constipated. Still, I did as I was bid and shook hands with each of my superiors. Royale, the leader of Protectorate Team 1 and nominally my ultimate superior in the Protectorate, was an interesting character. I'd met him briefly when I first signed on to be a ward, but he'd seemed impatient and rather detached at the time. Now, he was all smiles. He was a handsome man with black hair, hazel eyes, and teeth so straight and shiny that he could have starred in an Oral-B commercial. He wore a domino mask that I thought was dangerously thin, doing the bare minimum to nod towards the unwritten rules. He wore a metallic breastplate paired with a detachable cape of royal blue. The cape had a white fur trim emblazoned with the golden crown that was his symbol. Hell, he even wore a crown on his head. Welcome aboard, kid, officially, he said in a deep, rich baritone. Thank you, sir, I replied, no reason to antagonize the man, even if I thought the crown was pretty tacky. Stingray had a far more laid-back response. She gave me a small, genuine smile and ruffled my hair, setting the crowd to laughter at my exaggerated umbrage. I stepped onto a small stool that had been prepped for me so I could see the podium. That earned me another few chuckles. The speech itself was mercifully short. Hello, everyone, my name is Rubedu, I began. I am the newest ward of Wards Team 1 under Ward's leader Stingray and Protectorate leader Royale. I have the honor of being the youngest ward, not just in Phoenix, but also in the entire Southwest. I made a show of holding up the paper to read, then promptly threw it away to some surprised gasps. This too was something Ms. Youngston planned for my persona when she found out about my precognition. Yeah, I'm not reading that. Sorry, let me be candid for a few minutes, I said, still reading the script lying on the floor. I'm young. I could be as great as Hero, but that wouldn't change my age. Can you imagine someone like me fighting villains? Would you let your children fight people who can throw around cars or shoot lightning from their hands? Of course not. The truth is, I may be a ward, but I can't be called a hero. Not yet. I'm incredibly fortunate that my powers complement my age. I'm a tinker, just like Hero, Arms Master, and Gyroscope. Unlike them though, I can't make mechanical wonders. I can't make a teleporter or a hovercar or a giant laser. I lied through my teeth and held up a glass vial filled with crimson liquid. Instead, I can make these. I am the first alchemical tinker and this is a health potion. It can stabilize and close wounds, replenish blood cells, and accelerate cellular mitosis. I'm fortunate, because I won't be on the front line. Instead, my patrol is in the hospitals and emergency clinics, where I'll be working with doctors and paramedics to save lives. The truth? The truth is that I'm not a hero. I don't deserve to be called that, not yet, I said, looking into the camera. I'm just a kid who got lucky. But I will be. One day, Rubedo will be a name you remember alongside Hero and Arms Master and Gyroscope as a tinker worth respecting. And I am honored to start that journey serving the people of Phoenix. Speech recited, I walked over and sat down next to Stingray, releasing a breath I didn't know I was holding. I shuddered a little. The crowd was silent, that kind of brutal honesty taking them from left field, especially coming from a child. Then, a single applause started in cascade. You did great, she encouraged, better than my own debut. Thanks, I said honestly, maybe the first truly honest thing I'd said on stage. That whole stunt was an attempt to kickstart my cape persona. According to the PRT, I had a wallflower power, one that wouldn't stand out because they were intent on keeping me out of conflicts. That meant that for me to be a noticeable public presence, I had to supplement my power with sheer force of personality, something normally impossible to expect of a child still in elementary school. Instead of being a meek healer who the PRT was keeping back from the front lines, I would be a fiercely independent, determined young man dedicated to filling some very large shoes. It was why Director Lyons allowed the little bit of scripted rebellion, a bit of youthful candor. I shrugged. Anything to sell more merch, I guess. That was unexpected, Director Lyons said, though not unwelcome. Thank you, Rubedu, for that sincerity. We will now open ourselves to questions. She pointed at a young woman in a sharp pantsuit. Melissa Hawthorne, Phoenix Gazette. Rubetu, can you go more in depth about your powers? The mic was passed back to me so I didn't have to get up again. Of course, Miss Hawthorne, I said with a polite smile. As I said before, I am a tinker. My power seems to take inspiration from alchemy, hence the name. For now, I can create potions that promote healing or grant temporary effects. To be completely honest, I am still exploring the limits of my powers, so you'll know more even as I do. Carter McCullough, the Arizona Republic. If you don't know your power's limits, how can you be sure that there are no side effects to drinking your potion? Director Lyons fielded that one. As you know, Rubetu's presence in the wards was a highly anticipated affair. In fact, he joined the wards months ago, but we felt that any para-human made medicine deserved the utmost scrutiny. That is why his debut was such a long time coming. We have thoroughly tested his potions and feel that all side effects are manageable or minuscule. It was a lie. I'd only shown her the potion last week and the eggheads had rushed through testing as much as they could, but it sure sounded nice. So there are side effects. All pharmaceuticals have side effects. For example, because Rubetu's potion accelerates cellular mitosis, it is not recommended that current or at-risk cancer patients take the potion. The potion is for physical wounds only, not diseases. That said, I assure you that the doctors have been briefed and any patient prescribed one of Rubetu's potions will be able to take them safely. The next journalist could barely be called that, more of a gossip columnist than anything. Kyle Stuckey, Cape Colors. Rubetu, you said your power seems to be based on alchemy. Any chance you can turn lead into gold? I shot the director a grateful smile for the deflection. Not that I'm aware. If I could, I'd be a hero in Hawaii, I joked to polite laughter. What does your name mean? Some other journalist asked. Their names started to blend together. My name is a reference to alchemy. Medieval alchemists believed that the alchemical process could be described in 3 stages. Nigredu, the blackness, represented the impure and unrefined state of matter. Albedo, the whiteness, represented the purification process. Rubetu, the redness, was the final stage and the perfection of matter, whether that be to gold or a panacea. That is my namesake. It's also why my costume is mostly red. That's very interesting. Do you have an interest in medieval alchemy? No, or at least, nothing specific. I have an interest in mythology as a whole. What's your favorite story? I thought about it and decided to answer honestly. Surprisingly, my favorite myth isn't European, despite my Cape name. It's the story of the Jade Rabbit. Once, the Emperor of Heaven decided to walk among the earth disguised as a poor traveler. He sat in the forest and was hungry. 3 animals came to help him, the fox, the monkey, and the rabbit. The fox, thinking that this starving man needed it more, stole a chicken from a nearby farmer. The monkey knocked down fruit from the branches. But the rabbit saw that he could neither hunt nor gather. So, he threw himself into the fire. The self-sacrifice touched the emperor's heart and he revealed himself, taking the rabbit out of the fire and blessing him with the title of the Jade Rabbit. He gave him a home on the moon and tasked him with the creation of the elixir of life. That is how the Moon Bunny came to be. The rest of the debut went off without a hitch. I couldn't be certain, but I thought I'd managed to build a reputation for myself as a serious, determined, and well-spoken cape who could be expected to act with a maturity beyond his years. That maturity bit was important considering I'd have doctors taking cues from me in the future. As I walked away, I couldn't help but think that Vista would have been jealous of me. Instead of downplaying my maturity as Director Piggott had, Director Lyons was going out of her way to point it out. Interlude 1.7.5, Amelia Lyons. 2000, May 20th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Some days just weren't worth getting up for. Then again, there were days like this that made my life a little brighter. Rubetu, Andy, was an extraordinary child. Price, my dear brother, used to say back when we were kids, no matter how good you are, there's always an Asian somewhere in the world that does it better. Was it racist to think that? Probably. Racially insensitive it may be, but interacting with my newest ward made me think of that little nugget of wisdom. By all rights, he should be a traumatized, closed-off wreck with 0 to minimal communication skills. Hell, he shouldn't even speak goddamn English. A handful of months was nowhere near the time needed to develop fluency, especially not to the degree of eloquence he so casually displayed, and especially not while learning Braille and grieving for his dead father. And yet, I'd just watched him debut with a performance that wouldn't have been amiss coming from actors thrice his age. Could a tinker also be a social thinker? Did powers grant supernatural maturity in young children? I didn't know, but I knew for a fact that more than one researcher in my employ wanted to make Rubetu the subject of a paper. Even putting his prodigious maturity and intelligence aside, he was a godsend for the Phoenix PRT. The truth was, This branch wasn't the most well-funded branch out there. The entire Southwest could use a bit more federal love, really. Being relatively sparsely populated and sandwiched next to 2 districts overseen by Alexandria and Eidolon meant federal auditors assumed we could handle it. Backup was only a quick hop away, how bad could it be? Idiots, I scoffed. I tried to shelter the wards, and thankfully, I had 2 full protectorate teams to help, but Arizona and New Mexico were dangerous places to be a cape. The southwestern United States have always had a problem with gangs, both homebrew and from down south. The entire area is practically a revolving door in which drugs, arms, and men cycle back and forth. Alexandria? Eidolon? They were rocks, massive boulders dropped into an ever-flowing river that diverted the water around them. No one wanted to fuck with them, so the gangs, cartels, and other ne'er-do-wells inevitably looked for greener pastures. My pastures? No, being sandwiched between 2 demigods wasn't a good thing, I'd found. Rubeto was my ticket. Healing? Brute powers in a bottle? Hysterical strength? His lab was only now being installed and I already had people clamoring for my newest ward's attention. What more could he make in the next 10 years as my ward? Hours later, I was reminded that the world didn't like seeing me happy. I was dragged away from dinner to an emergency briefing called by Levi Silva, one of my 2 deputy directors. I was the last to arrive. As I sat, I took stock of the room. To my left was Royale, that arrogant prick. He was competent and dedicated, that I didn't doubt, but he was also condescending and dismissive of anything that wasn't either his image or a major cape. He had his thick, blue cape folded over one shoulder as he lounged carelessly in his chair. To his left was Oathkeeper, leader of Protectorate Team 2, in her mock samurai armor. It was scaled, with lamellar wood coated in black varnish. The threading and accents were done in green, giving her a distinguished but menacing look. The outfit characterized her well. She was a distinct contrast to her fellow team leader, a disciplined warrior compared with the irreverent king. Her monstrous Notaki, far heavier than even a great sword had any business being, leaned against the table. To my right was Deputy Director Caleb Irish, the second of my 2 deputies. He was a balding man with a permanent deep tan that settled somewhere between healthy bronze and lobster red. He hadn't started his career in the PRT. Once upon a time, he was a park ranger. When he retired to become a desk jockey, the national office decided he'd be a good liaison between me and the National Parks Service. As such, he managed the northern section of the Phoenix metropolitan area and handled many rescue and disaster response requests on my behalf. Not very knowledgeable about capes, but very useful to have around nonetheless. Up front was the man who called the meeting, Levi Silva. He was a hard man, short, but with noticeable muscles that stretched out his office shirt. He kept his hair in a close military crop and did not deviate in the least from the professional dress code. He too did not begin his career with the PRT. He was once a military enlistee. When his service ended, he joined the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, where he rose up the local branch dealing with trafficking attempts from South American cartels. Because of his experience, I'd handed off much of the southern districts to him. Apologies if I'm late, I said as I pulled out a notepad and pen. You're just in time, Director, Silva nodded and pushed something on the laptop in front of him, bringing up a series of slides. We're all busy people, so I'll jump right into things. As of 1400 yesterday, Halloween is dead. He did not raise his voice or slam the table, but the words echoed with tangible gravitas. Halloween. Peckerwood's Halloween? Royale asked. He leaned forward with interest. How the fuck did he die? We don't know the details, only that Dos Caras now has his face. He flipped the slide, showing photos of a cadaver dressed in white robes. Whatever he looked like in life, his face had been completely flayed off. How sure are we that that's him? I asked. Positive. I've had forensics go over the body twice already. They're sure. The Peckerwoods are going through a succession crisis. It won't be long before they reorganize and start a gang war against the Southside Mesas. Projected time frame. A few days at most. I sighed. And today was going great, too. Lovely. What are the Mesas doing? 2 hours ago, 4 of my squads responded to various firefights, arson, and other violent crimes against suspected Peckerwood holdings. Arrested members have SSM tattoos, so the Mesas are fully on the move. And the Crips? La Torcha has been completely silent. Who cares about the skank? Royale scoffed. She's just leading around whatever's left after Lexi ripped them a new one and kicked them out of Cali. As distasteful as he is, Oathkeeper glared at her peer, he's not wrong. The West Side Crips were almost wiped to the last after they tried to contest Alexandria and the Los Angeles Protectorate. They shouldn't have any force worth mentioning. You'd think so, but no. They're still the most numerous gang in terms of unpowered members, I pointed out. Last I checked, most capes aren't bulletproof. That sounds like someone else's problem. Must you be so callous, Royale? They're your men. And I draw fire so they keep breathing, yet. Enough, I snapped. La Torcha is silent while SSM and the Peckerwoods are going to war. Do we know who's going to be leading the Peckerwoods? Silva shrugged. If I had to guess? Freeform. He's the most charismatic. I'm sure Bull Rush or Gatling would make a play if they had the support, but they have bigger things to worry about at the moment. So, what's our play? What we always do, I smiled sardonically, keep the city from burning down. Show me a heat map. Silva brought up a map covering all known gang territories, crypts spread all over, Peckerwoods around Chandler and Gilbert, and Southside Mesa in Mesa and spreading to Tempe. Our first priority is to keep those Caras in check. Agreed, Oathkeeper nodded. He's a mad dog who makes up for his lack of numbers with brutality. With Halloween's power, he just got even deadlier. Do we know what face he's replaced? Irish asked. His face had gone a little pale at the image of Halloween's corpse, still not fully used to the brutality of our local gang leader. He can only have 2 of them at a time, right? We don't know. For all we know, he decided that Halloween wasn't worth keeping, Silva grunted. For now, we should assume he's got 3 until we can verify which one he threw away, La Llorona, Condor, and Halloween. Che, Royale clicked his tongue in annoyance. All cowardly powers. Widespread depression, silent flight, and invisibility. This does mean we can't send you in, Royale, I said. Oathkeeper, you'll be taking point in Tempe with your team. Royale will remain north. I might reassign some members of Team 1 to Team 2 for the duration of this crisis. What? Director, I can take those Caras. I'm sure you could, I placated the idiot's bruised ego. But we need you to keep La Torcha in check. She's got the most men and I'm sure she'll try making a claim when her rivals are weak. You'll be there to put a stop to that. He grumbled but settled down. Oathkeeper said nothing, but I could practically tan myself off the raw smug radiating from her. And the wards? I turned back to Silva. What about them? We have 3 wards teams. 13 capes. Can we really afford to keep them benched? We're not putting them against those Caras, I growled out. They're children. Maybe so, Director, but there are several who are ready to graduate to the Protectorate. Stingray? Ranchero? Diamondback? Wild Shot? They're all good kids and they could be a lot of help. Exactly. Kids. I'm not ready to explain to their parents why they're coming home in a box. This was why I hated military types. Silva wasn't the worst I'd seen, but he tended to see the capes as assets first and people second. Hold on, Director, Irish said. He often played mediator between the 2 of us. I started my career 15 years ago as a para-human researcher. Silva as an enlisted soldier. As the one with neither the knowledge of capes nor experience with organized crime, Irish usually had little expertise to contribute to these meetings, but his outside perspective struck a happy medium between me and Silva. He reminded Silva that morality wasn't something to shrug off and me that sometimes, hard decisions had to be made. Maybe we can come to a compromise. Now, I don't feel comfortable putting the wards up against hardened gangbangers, but that doesn't mean they don't have anything to contribute here. What if we expanded their patrols in the central Phoenix area? You know, let them take a bit more off the Protectorate's shoulders so the adults can head to the outskirts. Tier it by age maybe. Royale shrugged. Hey, I've been saying the kids need more experience punching faces and less smiling for the cameras. We would need to mix the wards team roster. Stingray and Ranchero work well together, but Wild Shot's rivalry with Diamondback is getting troublesome, Oathkeeper pointed out. She'd always been the more invested in the wards compared to Royale. I recommend Diamondback be paired with Stingray so he has some ranged support. Ranchero with Wild Shot for the same. We fell into deep discussion about patrols, placements, and the best way to present this to both parents and the general public. Eventually, we came to the 800-pound elephant in the room. What about Rubedu? Irish asked. He's the only underage tinker we've got, but he might really be able to make a difference. I don't know much about sting ops, but I can't imagine a dozen officers with those fancy iron elixirs would be useless. Yeah, kid's a gold mine, Silva agreed. We're using him, right? I nodded reluctantly. I'd set his weekly potions quota to only 24 potions. I knew he could make more, but I wanted him to have time to himself. Our problems shouldn't burden an 8-year-old. Still, given the gang war on the horizon, I couldn't justify not using such a vital power. I'll have him increase his potions production, I told them. Anything else you wanted to talk about, Silva? No, this is good. This gives us a plan moving forward. Good. Let's clear out. Author's note. The 3 major gangs mentioned in this story are actual gangs that were or are active in the Phoenix metropolitan area. The O here is that para-humans have integrated and usurped long-standing gangs. Not entirely happy with this setup chapter, but met. Arc 2 will begin Monday. Also, this will be a bit of a slow war. Anyone expecting the anarchy of the Kuda's rampage is going to be disappointed. Even though a single powerful cape can gather henchmen and even keep territory, that cape must then run a business, importing resources, refining products, distributing to sellers, and of course, protecting these assets. Superpowers can help you with the latter, but not the others, most of the time. And so, established gangs like the Crips provided the experience, connections, and manpower that would-be warlords lacked. I will say one more thing, do not call anyone a peckerwood or woodpecker in real life. It is a racial slur similar to cracker aimed at rural, white men. The slur is most often heard in the South. The Peckerwoods are a series of white supremacist prison gangs that chose to embrace the slur. Though both the Peckerwoods here and the canonical empire are white supremacists, they have very different operational styles. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.1. 2000, May 22, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I sat in my brand spankin' new lab at our headquarters, spinning on a swivel chair. The lab was large, far too big to have just been empty space lying around. As I understood it, the space had been meant to be an underground garage and storage space. The PRT had recently purchased the lot next door to create a discreet entrance and so did not need this one for its original purpose. Everything I'd ordered and been approved for had arrived and been installed by PRT technicians while I was at my debut conference. To one end was an industrial centrifuge, powerful enough to separate DNA strands and handle volumes that I couldn't possibly hope to fully utilize at my current connection to the World Rune. Next to it stood an electrolysis machine in case I needed to separate chemical solutions without relying on kinetic energy. On a wall running adjacent to that was a cabinet full of beakers, potion vials, Bunsen burners, scales, microscopes, and other smaller lab equipment. On the opposite wall was a computer, as high-tech as I could expect to have in 2000. Alongside it was a printer. It was monitored, they made no secret of it, but that was fine for my purposes. On the bottom, beneath one of the supply cabinets, was an oven that could heat things to over 2200 degrees Fahrenheit, much like a professional kiln. Near that was a fridge that could store liquid nitrogen. There was still plenty of space for whatever else I might need in the future. They really went overboard, hey? I thought ruefully. It was amazing what sort of budget I could get once it was confirmed that I could manufacture powers. Right, I clapped, time to get to work. My agreement with the PRT was simple, I would make them a set number of potions per week and they would procure any materials I desired. If ever I wanted something that wasn't for tinkering, I would need it garnished from my wages. This did mean I'd have to disclose every recipe I used, but that was fine. It wasn't as though I was planning on building a Hextech Anivia or anything. Yet. Although, I might have to accelerate my timetable if the gang war gets out of hand, I thought. I didn't know everything. Really, I only knew as much as the local news talked about. Director Lyons was annoyingly insistent about keeping the wards sheltered, especially the youngest one. Understandable, but incredibly inconvenient. All I knew was that my quota had risen from 24 to 42 potions per week. 24 of them were to be health potions alongside 12 elixirs of iron and 6 elixirs of wrath. I sighed and got to work. The first thing I did was drop glass cleaner fluid into the centrifuge to isolate active chemicals. I wanted to see if it was possible to make a concentrated dose of Oracle's elixir. An hour and a half of pericognition wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it was a little annoying having to keep my tinkering on a schedule. The worst part about my elixir limitation was that I could only carry so much fluid on my person at a time. It wasn't as though I had a pocket dimension of my own. I'm going to make the PRT the largest sponsor of Windex in the state, aren't I? The thought made me chuckle. Next came the health potions requested by the local emergency room. That was honestly a bit of a doozy. No, not the order. The order itself was small, just a batch of 24. I had enough monocrystals stockpiled from my months of inactivity that I could easily fill it. The order was so small because I was effectively pioneering the field of para-human pharmacology. My drugs were effectively in the clinical trials phase. The PRT might be willing to rely on them in an emergency, but it was a different story for civilian distribution. No, the problem came from the NEP 5. The infamous law was passed by Congress in 1998 and was derisively nicknamed the Elite Bill by vocal critics for having spawned the formation of the largest crime syndicate in the United States. On paper, it was a bill designed to curb para-human involvement in the market, making it illegal for any Cape or Cape team to own a controlling share in a corporation. It also made the sale of Cape products, the phrase used to encompass more than just tinker tech, illegal should that product have the potential to upset the existing market or establish a monopoly. I'd read it when it was first mentioned to me and the wording was disgustingly broad, to the point that I could only assume that it was intentional on the part of Cauldron. It intentionally left disturbing the market up for interpretation to the local PRT director and federal inspectors, leaving them a nice, legal precedent to browbeat rogues into submission. I scoffed. No wonder Uppermost fucked right off and started a mob. Director Lyons mentioned it to me because my potions potentially fell in violation of that law. If I provided them for free, not that I would, there was real concern that my potions could cut into profits in the medical industry. We both found the consideration of lives as profits revolting, but nonetheless, even the director was forced to tread carefully. In the end, this meant that my potions would be made in small batches, perfectly fine with me as it'd give me time to tinker on other projects, and the PRT would charge local hospitals a price that had yet to be negotiated for each bottle. That's the US for you, I scoffed. Even charity is needlessly complicated. With focused meditation, I could generate a monocrystal every 10 minutes or so. Most nights, I meditated for roughly an hour and a half to net myself 9 each day. The production rate had risen a little from my previous limit when I deepened my connection to the World Rune and got Time Warp Tonic. I'd been building up a reserve of monocrystals since long before this lab was ready, so I was ready to mass produce, at least for a while. I'd even kept a solid store of crystals in my room at home, both to hide my true production rate and to hopefully start an independent project of my own. Hello, I was brought out of my ponderings by Raquel's sing-song voice. She had her giant, fuzzy hood down, revealing a shock of auburn hair and large, mischievous, doe-like eyes. What's up, Andy? Her nose immediately scrunched up in disapproval. This place looks exactly like my school lab. Maybe because it is a lab. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but I was expecting something, cooler. Sorry, my lead Cauldron and pickled frog eyes haven't arrived in the mail yet, I replied sardonically. Boo. I demand Cauldrons. She slapped her hand on the table. For a girl who hates her costume, you sure like acting childish. Only when it's fun. Besides, I hate looking like I'm in my pajamas getting ready to be tucked into bed. I don't mind a little childishness. And, I'm 5 years older than you. Aren't Koreans supposed to respect their elders? She sniffed haughtily. I laughed and pat her head. Not when they're legal midgets. She slapped my hand away with a surly glare. I'm not a midget. I'm still growing. Sure, I'm sorry, Nuna, how could I be so disrespectful? Nuna. Korean word for older sister used by younger boys. It can be used by any two people when the girl is older than the boy though. Yes, ha. That's right, I'm your Nuna now. I smiled and made a show of banging my head against the table. I regret this already. So, make anything cool. Getting ready to make some elixirs of iron. Ooh, I read the brief on that. It makes your skin metal, right? Right, and makes you a little taller. I grinned teasingly. Sorry, not permanent. She elbowed me in the ribs, making me wince. The girl had some bony elbows. Jerk. Sorry, too much snark. If it makes you feel better, I'm going to try and talk the director into giving all wards the elixir of iron as an emergency provision. Just in case someone decides to chuck a car at you. Awesome. Thanks, Andy, Raquel squealed and gave me a tight hug. You're welcome. She was skipping her way out of my lab when I called out. Raquel. Yes. I'd like my paperweight back please. It's in your pocket. Ah. She fumbled with the small snow globe. It had a generic Asian tiled house inside, with little flecks of white that could be swirled around to mimic snowstorms. Mom got it for me. I'm sorry. I thought it looked pretty and didn't even notice. It's fine. Now that I know to be on the lookout, I can tell when an object around me teleports to your pockets. Hey. Say, Andy? Rubedu? Buddy ol pal. Yes. Do you think you could give me a dose of your pink juice? Maybe if I had the same awareness you do, I would notice when my power popped off and I could give it back on my own. It takes a lot of practice to get used to the extra sense, And it almost gave the scientist who tested it out a seizure. It got pretty bad. Damn. Don't worry, I said comfortingly. I might have something that can regulate your powers for you. Promise. Promise. X. 2000, June 5th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I sat around at recess mulling over the past 2 weeks. It wasn't as though I could join in a game of kickball or anything. On my lap was a book in braille so I could pretend to be reading. When I first debuted, Rubedo was the talk of the city, or at least, the talk of the school. It wasn't often that a new ward joined up, especially not one as young as me. Now, only 2 weeks later, I was old news. I didn't patrol or punch bad guys so children didn't take an interest in me. Sure, I was a model ward, saving lives without putting my own in jeopardy, but that just meant I was boring. Coupled with the urgency of flaring gang violence, my name got swept up to the wayside rather quickly. I wasn't complaining, the past 2 weeks went as smoothly as I could expect. When I wasn't filling the weekly potions quota, plus a bit extra since I had nothing else in my pipeline, I was taught various things a ward ought to know. At the top of that list was console training along with other PRT procedures and regulations. After that, I was ushered into a room where one of Ms. Youngston's PR interns taught me how to smile, laugh, and generally be expressive in front of the cameras while wearing a mask that completely hid the upper half of my face. Those were the lessons I hated most. On one hand, I understood fully where they were coming from. What else would they do with an 8-year-old besides make him the team mascot? On the other, the lessons did not come naturally to me and I could understand why child actors felt the need to lash out. At least one good thing came of them though. When I became noticeably less cooperative, the intern tried to bribe me with candy. I instead asked for lessons in first aid, something I could use to make a tangible difference. I now had those every Tuesday and Friday, just one more lesson to add to my workload. What are you thinking about? I turned towards the voice. Oh, sorry, it's Mrs. Owens, sweetheart, my teacher said. No problem, Mrs. Owens. Should I come inside? No, you still have a few more minutes of recess. You just looked like you weren't really reading. Caught out, I pressed the braille book closed. Yeah, just thinking. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Okay, Andy, but if you want to talk, you can tell me anything, she promised reassuringly. I think you've been doing an amazing job, picking up English so quickly. It's not an easy language to learn. Especially if you're blind, she didn't say. Thank you, I have a lot of great teachers. Flatterer. Is the gentleman who drives you from school one of them? Who? Mr. Morrison. I asked, panicking a little. Yes, he seemed like a nice man. Is he a neighbor? The few seconds gave me enough time to blurt out the PRT-approved response. He's a family friend. David, his son, is in high school and babysits me sometimes. Oh, that's sweet. What do you do together? We play music, I said, digging deep up my own ass. I tried to change the topic. Say, Mrs. Owens? Did you know Mom is a musician? Oh? Really? That's great. To her credit, she sounded genuinely excited. If I lacked the mind of an adult, I doubt I'd have been able to notice her digging for information. What kind of instrument does she play? She was classically trained in piano and violin. Grandpa and Grandma were rich so she got to study abroad in Germany. That's wonderful. Do you like classical music, Andy? No, I'm more into jazz. I like how much improvisation there is in things like the saxophone. You can play the saxophone. I didn't need the Oracle's elixir to know she had an eyebrow raised. No, but I like to listen. Maybe I'll try one day. Oh. Well, I'm sure you'll make a wonderful musician, she said, patting my head. I suppressed the urge to slap her hand away and counted it as a win. Distraction successful. X. My teacher asked about you, I said as I hopped into Agent Morrison's car. Oh? What did she say? I buckled my seatbelt and picked out a bottle of elixir I kept in back. Nothing big, but she was digging into my family's situation. Asked if you were my neighbor, so I told her that David babysits me sometimes and you're a family friend. Good, great job sticking to cover, Andy. Yeah, well, I told her I wanted to learn to play the saxophone. Ugh. I feel so stupid. Hey, it's not impossible. Why'd you say that anyway? Mom's a musician. It was the first excuse that popped into my head, I huffed. Don't worry, you did good. It's our job to make sure that the questions don't get too intrusive. Who exactly knows I'm a ward anyway? At school. Yeah. The principal. And? The principal. Seriously? No one else? What if there's an emergency? You tell me, he said with a sly grin. This was one of the things you should have learned already. The principal will call me into her office. When we're alone, she'll tell me that my uncle has passed away and that I'm being pulled from school. You or another agent will meet me out front in as normal an appearance as possible, I said by rote. This was in one of the procedural handbooks. If a different agent, they will include the words home, hope, and safe in their greeting to confirm their identity. After this, they will take me towards HQ, where I can dress as Rubedu and await dispatch. Damn, kid, he whistled. I didn't think you'd have that memorized. This still doesn't explain why none of the other teachers know. It does. We're not taking any chances with your identity. I suppose having a few more teachers know to help coordinate could be helpful, but it's not worthwhile. A single contact is enough for one ward. It might be different if there were a number of wards in the school, but there's just you. Yay for being the youngest. Why? Did you want to tell your teacher? No, absolutely not. I just felt a little uncomfortable with the digging. She means well I think, but she's showing a lot of personal attention towards me because I'm the only blind kid in class and a man who is obviously not my father is picking me up from school. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I'll have a chat with Director Lyons. We'll work something out to get her to stop. X. I huffed and puffed as I cleared my first mile. A little over 12 minutes. It wasn't slow per se, but it definitely wasn't anything to write home about, especially given my flagging endurance. Dead average, but dead average for an 8-year-old would leave me dead for real. Off, David, ranchero at the moment, said, motioning me from the treadmill. He had the same easygoing smile on his face, but there was a deeper undercurrent of tiredness even as he jogged on the machine next to me. Cool down, I staggered out. He rolled his eyes and pushed some buttons, slowing the pace way down. 5 minutes. It's not good to go full hog like that every day. I nodded and gave him a thumbs up. 2 minutes into my cooldown, I could feel Yasmin, hat trick, enter the gym. She popped her skateboard into an ollie and stashed her entire outfit into her cap with one fluid motion, replacing her outfit with workout clothes and a bandana. She made a beeline towards Ranchero and me. 12 minutes? Damn, brat, you slow, hat trick teased, leaning in to see my time and ruffling my hair. She immediately recoiled. Ugh, you're sweaty. I rolled my eyes but kept jogging. This is what hard work looks like. Try it sometime. Ooh, midget's got fangs. Keep it up and I'll turn you into a frog. Pfft, yeah right. Double toil and trouble. Fire burn and cauldron bubble. What, you a bruja now, muchacho? Alchemist, I corrected. Where did you learn Macbeth? Ranchero cut in incredulously. Little dude's got class. Wait, can you actually turn me into a frog? No. As if to prove that the World Rune did in fact had a mind of its own, it decided that now was the best time to nudge forward an idea, a very purple idea. My vision faded into a psychedelic aurora of colors and tastes. Laughter, the sort filled with unbridled joy and all-consuming wonder, resounded in my ears. Colors became tastes and sounds became smells before the world twisted back into place. I was brought out of my daze by Ranchero snapping his fingers. Hello? Off the treadmill, Rubedu. Don't work out too hard at your age. Yeah, sorry. I turned to Hat Trick. Sorry, no frogs. How do you feel about squirrels? Wait, was that a tinker fugue? No, that wasn't. Those are much worse, more like full-on trances than just daydreaming like that. I guess you gave me an idea. So you can turn me into a squirrel? She asked, her brow nearly meeting her hairline. Your powers are weird. No, I can't turn you into a squirrel. Or any other creature. It was a joke, but you did give me an idea, so thanks. I snatched a towel I'd set aside and headed to the showers. Where are you off to? Shower, I called back. Then to fill out a few procurement forms. I couldn't enchant myself some pixie dust, or whatever the hell Lulu used to turn people into squirrels, but it was yet another good reminder that I should be looking outward, at more than just the Twin Cities. Yes. Polymorph isn't the only way to shut someone down. Antebellum 2.2. 2000, June 5, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Before I could get to my lab, I was stopped by Redbird. Every time I met him, I was surprised by just how far he towered over me. The man had to be nearly 7 feet tall, or maybe he just looked that tall since I barely hit 4'2". Hey, Rubedu, he called tiredly. How's it going? Pretty good, Redbird, I replied with a polite bow. I just got off a run. I'm still really slow, but I'll get there. I know you will, he said in his way that was both indulging yet not patronizing. I still didn't know his name, too much of a security risk to just let a bunch of kids know protectorate identities, but he had an easy grin about him. How about you, Redbird? How are things? He knew what I was really asking. Things aren't too bad out there, Rubedu. Your potions have already saved lives from what I've heard. Team 1 set up out north so we're a bit far from the battles breaking out. Is that a good thing? I asked with a raised brow. You don't look like the kind of man who likes sitting around. I don't, he let out an aggressive sigh. If I had my way, I'd be up there supporting Oathkeeper. But yet, it's a good thing. Royale's a terrible matchup for Dos Caras, but me and Echo? We could help. That we haven't been reassigned to Oathkeeper means things aren't desperate enough to start mixing teams around. That's a good thing. He seemed to be telling himself that as much as he was talking to me. But you let us worry about the gangs. You've got a meeting with the boss. Director Lyons or Royale? Director Lyons. I didn't miss the slight scowl on his face at the mention of his team leader. Go on up. Will do. Thanks. I bowed. None of that. We're colleagues now, my little friend. Powers are all expressions of the spirit and it doesn't do your spirit any good to be so wound up all the time. I nodded agreeably. Sure, thank you, Redbird. The man walked off, leaving me contemplative. It was certainly an interesting take on powers. With so few people understanding the mechanics in this world, he was hardly the first to claim some spiritual or mystical origin. Hell, he might even be right. In canon, there was Haven, the team centered around Christianity. I found out during my readings that they were actually the second iteration of a similar attempt called the Stars of Bethlehem. And of course, there were whispers of religious extremists who worshipped the Endbringers. The Fallen weren't quite an organized institution yet, but I knew they would be soon enough. That was just in America. China saw the rebirth of esoteric martial arts and Taoism while warrior sages claiming Buddhist enlightenment wandered Tibet and Nepal, fighting the Chinese Union Imperial in the name of political and religious freedom. I unfortunately knew how that contest would end. There were dozens of capes named after Greek, Egyptian, or Roman gods in the Mediterranean and the Near Middle East, who knew how many believed they were avatars or descendants or whatever. And in much of rural Africa? Tribal ancestral and shamanistic worship had always held strong. I couldn't imagine that declining now that shamans might literally have superpowers. I wonder what Redbird really believes, I mused as I knocked on the director's office. Is he religious or just spiritual? Does that make him more or less conflict-prone? Come in, Rubedu, Director Lyons said. I pushed the door open and bowed. Hello, Director, I said. How did you know? Besides that I called for you? There is a camera with a view of the hall I can tap into. Take a seat, and try not to drip over my chair too much. Yes, ma'am. I just got out of the shower. I tied my towel loosely around my neck. I can see that. How are you liking things so far? I see the necessity of console and PR training, but find them tedious, I said honestly. I appreciate physical conditioning and the first aid course as I feel more tangible improvements. So you've said, but you do need those lessons anyway. I understand. Do you know why you're here? No, ma'am. I was going to put in some procurement orders to try and make something new, but I don't think you read minds. That'd make my life a lot easier, but no, she said with a wry smile. To put it simply, people aren't happy with your health potions. In my defense, ma'am, I did give them a detailed list of what they can and cannot fix. You did, and that's not why. You see, there is a law called the NEP 5 and it makes para-human involvement in markets difficult. I mentioned it to you before. I nodded. I'm familiar with the law, Director. You are? Yes, I read up on it when you last mentioned it. It's sometimes mockingly called the Elite Bill. I was under the impression that since I am a federal employee, under 18, and producing medicines, it doesn't apply to me. Surely there are some exceptions in place. She sighed and ran a hand down her face. In a perfect world, it wouldn't. Most are grateful, but there is a vocal minority who are trying to claim that your potions will disturb the market. Of course. Fucking Earth bet, I thought, rolling my eyes. Is it the pharmaceutical companies or hospitals who are upset with me? Both. As you know, we work with the Banner University Medical Center, the largest hospital in Phoenix. We chose them because they happen to have one of the better organized and staffed emergency rooms. However, other hospitals in the area are claiming that your potions represent an unfair advantage, as are pharmaceutical companies. That is disgusting. I agree, and I suspect they'll be shot down by any federal judge, but it will go to court. I processed that for a moment. Wait, I'm being sued. No, we are. A civil suit has been filed against the Phoenix PRT. I made literally less than 100 bottles. I raged. It's not about what you've made. They're afraid of what you represent. I shook my head. I'm not a PR whiz or anything, but this would kill their reputation. Suing a ward with medical tech because the potions decrease the number of patients they can charge? And this in the middle of a gang war. It would, but that's not important. And the gangs have been surprisingly subdued since SSM's initial strike. They've filed a court order, and until this is resolved, you cannot produce potions for use by hospitals, and that could take months. If I had to guess, they're doing this because they intend to rearrange their business in the meantime. Restructure so things like emergency bandages, anesthetics, and other products used in trauma centers take up less of their product pipelines. Either that, or the executives are taking the chance to jump ship off the stock. It's a bit above your head, but it's possible to make a company nosedive while still reaping a profit. They're buying time. But do they know that I can't mass produce these potions? I can't possibly affect an entire section of the medical field, can I? Probably not at the pace you're going, the director said. But they don't know that. Tinkers like Hero can only produce enough tech for themselves, maybe a few more people. You seem to be able to manufacture enough potions for dozens. Given how new you are, they're betting that your production rate will rise significantly if left unchecked. Idiots. So what happens now? Now? We blast them over their PR suicide and make them pay for every second of this mess. The NEP 5 has to have exceptions, right? I tried again. It can't be completely blank. No, it does not. At least, none that apply to you specifically. It was only passed recently after all. There are too many kinks to be worked out. There are some thinkers who are employed by the Federal Reserve, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and similar to monitor the markets, and they are exceptions to the no influencing the market rule for obvious reasons. The joy of being the first medical tinker. Indeed. They don't expect to win, not in the long term. This is the kind of case that catches national attention, and eventually, it will head to a big enough court that Congress will take notice and add addendums to the law. But they don't need to win, just buy time. What happens to me then? Will I be expected to show up to court? No, you will not. This is a job for our lawyers and PR department. As for you. Director Lyons dug into a cabinet and pulled out several sheets of paper. Well, you did say you wanted procurement forms. You'll still be making those potions, you understand? Yes, ma'am. Even if we can't distribute to hospitals, they can still be used by our own, right? Good. Now, what else did you need? I'm already here, so I may as well, I shrugged. I have 4 requests, but they might be tricky. Go on. Night phlox flowers. They're also called night candies sometimes. Any strain will do, but they're native to South Africa. Africa. You want flowers? From Africa? She shook her head in exasperation. You're quickly turning out to be the most troublesome of my wards. Apologies, Director. If it makes you feel better, I'm sure they can be found in local stores. Native isn't the same as exclusive after all. No, it's fine, but I'm going to need to know what could possibly justify that. I need a bunch to make something called shimmer. Which is? I winced. Don't freak out. That's not encouraging to hear. Okay, so shimmer by itself is a very powerful regenerative draft, as effective as a health potion, but it works differently, so the two effects can stack. It can even give someone superhuman abilities for a short time, strength, speed, the whole package, while the potion is still in their system. That sounds wonderful. So what's the downside? It makes you mentally unstable. Rubedu, she said warningly. You will not make narcotics with your tinkering budget. Ehehe, brand new sentence. Rubedu. Hear me out, ma'am. If you overdose, yeah, it'll make you bonkers, but that's basically true of every drug. In smaller doses, it can supplement the health potion I have now, even regenerating limbs if administered in controlled doses over a long time. Hell, if you stick to just a drop or two, it even double as a painkiller. I'll consider it. She said flatly, taking all but 3 of the procurement forms away. I'm willing to give you a lot of freedom, but a psychoactive drug is going to be an automatic no without a lot of oversight. This might change when you are fully a member of the Protectorate, but as a ward, I just can't authorize something like that. I sighed. It wasn't unexpected. Okay, but the others. Tell me about the others. We'll fill these forms out together. Just in case. How do you feel about Black Widow and Cobra Venom? The deadpan stare could make even the kindred nervous. No. You haven't even let me finish. I whined. I'm 8. I'm allowed to whine. Against my better judgment, what do you need highly toxic poisons for? Actually, a poison and a venom are very different, and aptly I saw the tired look on her face and decided that caution was the better part of valor. Okay, fine. I want the venom so I can refine them into extremely potent versions of themselves. 2 women, as enchanting as they were terrifying, came to mind. I wouldn't be able to manufacture vile moss poison, that thing was practically a god, but the venom of a mere spiderling? The noxious mist used by Cassiopeia? Those shouldn't be too far outside my abilities. The incredulous look on her face was priceless. You want to make something even deadlier than Black Widow venom. And you think I'd let you? You didn't let me finish. I want to make a super deadly venom because I can then refine that into a universal anti-venom. You know, a venom that attacks all the impurities inside the body instead of the body itself. It'd be another easy way for me to contribute without leaving my lab. That does sound useful. I'll have to think about it. And the last thing you need. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. Or addictive. Or hard to get. It's less than 2 hours drive. But you saved it for last because. I may or may not need to cut down a national forest, I rambled out. One more time, Rubedu. I need trees. The species doesn't matter, but the age does. I need fossilized trees and the best way for me to find them is to take them from the Petrified Forest National Park. It's like 2 hours away but, you know, National Park. I don't have the authority to cut down a national forest for you, she said dryly. I know. Could you kick it up the chain? Maybe have Director Costa Brown bring it up as a possibility. Believe it or not, I don't have tea with the head of the PRT every week. What do you even want with that stuff? And how is a fossilized tree different from any other tree? Or rock for that matter? It just is, I huffed out, a little annoyed myself. This meeting was taking far longer than either of us expected. And I think I can use it to make petricite. Yeah, that's what I'm calling it. Basically, it is something that absorbs ambient energy and I think that it can be used to make handcuffs that can keep people from using powers. I thought you were a potions tinker. Alchemy, I corrected, which is a lot more than just fancy drugs. And besides, it's not like handcuffs are mechanically complex or anything. The handcuffs would seal away all external expressions of powers like fire breath or something, but someone whose powers are internal or isolated to just their bodies would be fine like brutes or people with flight. Although, I should be able to make a petricite elixir that seals all powers as long as it's in their system. How sure are you that this will work? I shrugged. Maybe, 70%? It might react differently with different powers. I was taking a big risk asking for this, but I decided that the gamble was worth it. In the end, it came down to one question: does a shard's dimensional fuckery have any basis in magic? What convinced me was the impossibility of powers like shapers. An archive of biological knowledge was one thing, but spatial manipulation did not in itself account for such radical changes in biology, not unless Amy wasn't really fixing biology as much as replacing cells with parallel dimension counterparts. And she wasn't. That much, I was certain of. Ergo, shards must be able to use mana even if they themselves lack an ability to quantify or perceive it. If they weren't using mana consciously, I had a hypothesis that they were somehow drawing mana from their host, however limited that may be. After all, I knew for a fact that souls existed. What little I knew of the origin of Runeterra's universe and the nature of the soul supported my hypothesis. It wasn't a guarantee, but it was enough for me to take a shot at it. I'll see what I can do, the director said. I should be able to get you a small branch or something. Deputy Director Irish might have a better idea of how to go about this, he used to be a ranger. Yeah, that'd be great, Director. Thank you very much. Good, that'll be all, Rubetu. As I stood to leave, she called me back. Rubetu, one last thing. I've approved each ward and protectorate to carry 1 elixir of iron and a health potion for emergencies. Thank you, ma'am. X. That night, my thoughts wandered to the Illuminati of Earthbet, Cauldron. What would the Bouquet lady herself want from me? Did me getting sued have anything to do with her path? Was I even a visible variable on the path? Or did the World Rune protect me in any way? That last one, I knew was false. The World Rune was inspiration, an idea made manifest. It wouldn't protect me from anything unless I made something that could. That left the question, how would Contessa react to this case and how could I influence her? No, that very notion was arrogant. Still. It may be laughable to think about, an 8-year-old manipulating Contessa, but she wasn't omniscient, nor was she a mind reader. She didn't know about a variable until it became relevant to the path, and only knew about that variable inasmuch as it was relevant to the path. In fact, until quite recently, she probably didn't even know I existed and would have been briefed only when Alexandria mentioned a medical tinker. I finished up my meditations for the night and set down the mana crystal in a box in the closet. Not very secure, but having an actual safe in a low-class apartment like mine would stand out. Right now, I could comfortably say that I was a Cauldron asset. They wouldn't throw me away until 2005 at minimum, when Riley became Bonesaw. Even then, I'd definitely be much more mentally stable. There were medical capes, but few with my versatility or ability to stockpile treatments, certainly none able to grant powers. Assuming the patron saintess of dandy hats doesn't actively want me dead, how can I leverage this? How can I make sure she protects me, unwittingly or not? The answer was simple: I needed to be so goddamn valuable as to be irreplaceable. Cauldron's goals were threefold: first, kill Scion with minimal casualties. Second, in support of the first, preserve as many powerful capes as possible for the final fight. Third, establish a foundation for a post-Scion world. Brockton Bay was their experiment towards the latter, a petri dish exploring the effects of cape feudalism. If I wanted to be irreplaceable, I needed to be someone with tech that could help them in one of their goals. The first would be impossible unless I could gain the help of a celestial. Visions of the Starforger threatened to scorch my eyes, but I pushed them down. The third was too nebulous and impossible to quantify from outside their organization. The second though. Could I become irreplaceable using healing tech and petricite? How many capes survival would I have to ensure for Contessa's path to decide I'm more valuable to them alive and in good health? That made me pause. Wait, is this why I'm being sued? I wouldn't have this train of thought if I didn't think I'd caught their attention. I wouldn't have thought that, at least not this soon, if I hadn't received a lawsuit sure to make national news. Okay, let's assume Contessa is using the lawsuit. Why? To refine and restrict the NEP5? No, she doesn't actually care about it. Or if she does, it's too nuanced for me to tell without path to victory on my side. She surely could have written any exceptions into the law as she damn well pleased when it was first being drafted. To make me produce powers in a bottle exclusively? Maybe, but then that means she intends to make sure the PRT loses this case, forcing me to deviate from health potions to something else. Why weaken her own puppet organization? To make me famous in my own right? Possible. That would tie me closer to the PRT, right? Or maybe, she wants the PRT to gain more influence by winning this case. Simultaneously, she's trying to nudge me towards powers creation by using this case in a burgeoning gang war. Did Phoenix just become a petri dish for my own not cauldron vials? At the very least, she can't make the gang war flare up too violently, or I might get caught into the thick of things instead of staying on the sidelines and remaining her potions mule. Right. I threw myself down onto my bed, possibilities upon possibilities swirling in my mind like a Frljordian blizzard. It was impossible to predict Contessa. I probably understood path to victory better than she herself did. At the very least, I had insights she lacked. Even so, I could conceive of any number of ways the next few weeks could go, and the best thing I could think of was to simply be the best damn ward I could be. Fuck thinkers, I mumbled as I allowed sleep to take me. Author's note. Wow, that conversation really dragged on longer than I expected. So much setup. That's the trouble with the Hat Lady, not you, Kate. You can't play around her unless you're a blind spot or she willingly shuts off her powers. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.3. 2000, June 6, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I sat in the ward's common room sofa with my books spread out on the coffee table. I had two sets of textbooks, one in Braille and one in plain English. I took the Braille books to school but relied on the Oracle's elixir to breeze through my homework. With the wards being my after-school program, I kept my English textbooks here in HQ. I heard the masks on buzzer go off. I reached into my pocket, but relaxed. Behind the door, through a haze of pink mist, I could see Yasmin tapping her foot impatiently. "What's up, short stack?" she said as she marched in. Even in her civilian guise, Jazz liked to wear a heavily customized baseball cap with a flat bill. Hip or chic or something like that. She dropped her backpack next to the table. "You doing homework?" "Yup." "Need some help?" "Nope." "Mind if I join you?" I waved to the seat across from me. "Be my guest." "How was school?" she snorted. "You sound like me, Pappy." "Good man." "Still, really, how was your day?" "Fuck Mr. Wilson, that's all I'll say." "Fuck Mr. Wilson," I said in solemn solidarity. "Fuck Mr. Wilson," she repeated. We stared at each other for 2 seconds before chuckling. "How about you, shorty?" "Miserable." "Ever try to pretend to be blind?" "Because that's what school is like for me. Without the Oracle's elixir, I'm stuck tapping away with a stick. Doesn't help that there's a fucking gang war going on in the background that I'm not allowed to help with." "Shit, yeah, that sucks. They can't homeschool you." She put a comforting hand on my shoulder. "And dude, relax. Even I'm not doing a whole lot. I've been riding along with paramedics, but the real fighting? Yeah, no way in hell is Director Lyons letting me get anywhere near that. Trust me, you've saved lives." "I know," I sighed. "I'm just frustrated. I know why, but that doesn't mean I like it. Life sucks." "Amen." We fell into companionable silence as we tried to knock out our homework before the others arrived. Jazz was a bit of a paradoxical character, I found. She typically dressed like a skater, though I heard she was a fan of costume design in general and liked to cosplay as other capes on occasion. She was definitely at the teenage rebellion stage, especially regarding teachers, but also tried to give off the image of a chill big sister to me by doing things like letting me swear. I quickly wrapped up my homework and opened up my phone to browse the burgeoning internet. "You're done already?" "Yup. I miss elementary school. I've been working at this longer than you." "Still sucks." A while later, the buzzer sounded again, revealing Penelope and David. The two walked in holding hands and I noticed Jazz look wistfully towards the older boy. "Nope, not dealing with another Vistagallant situation," I promised myself. "I didn't see anything." "Fuck that." "Hey, David, Penelope," I called. It's weird how you can know we're here without even turning around, David said. He winced at his girlfriend's probing elbow. What he means to say is, hey, Andy, hope you had a good day. Penelope made her way to the kitchenette to pour herself some water. And I think that's cool. Yeah, that's what I meant. No offense. None taken. I either have supervision or none at all. It's honestly pretty weird for me too. Soon enough, the buzzer rang for the third and final time, letting in Raquel, still dressed in her leotard from gymnastics. Hey everyone, she chirped. ¿Qué pasa? Hey, Raquel, Penelope greeted her back. The older girl gave her a once-over then frowned. Oh no, what's wrong? Raquel started to pat herself down. I could be wrong, but I don't think you've ever been a big fan of Eidolon, she pointed out, gesturing to the emerald green water bottle Raquel had attached to her backpack. It was shaped like the hero, with his billowing cape twisted into a handle and the hood attaching a cap to the hero's head. She frowned and unclipped the bottle. No, I mean, he's cool and all, but this definitely isn't mine. I'll return it tomorrow, she said with a sigh. I know who it belongs to. It's okay, chica, Jazz said. It just makes our days interesting, you know? Keeps us on our toes. My friends shouldn't have to be on guard around me, she sulked, good mood ruined. We're not, our leader assured her. But friends should look out for each other. I clapped my hands. On that note, good news. Yet? You finally figured out girls don't have cooties. Shut up, Jazz. What's the good news? David said, leaning back. Anyone mind if I turn on the TV? Like a little background noise. Penny led the shorter girl to the sofas and sat between Raquel and David. Sure, why not? What's up, Andy? I was talking to the director the other day and I got permission to give you all an elixir of iron. You know, a holdout power in a bottle for emergencies. I've already made one each for the Protectorate and some of the field officers, so it's your turn. Seriously? Sweet. It's the one that makes you a brute, right? Yeah, it'll make you about 20% larger and turn your skin into steel. You'll also gain a bit of extra physical strength to make sure you can run and support your own weight and whatnot. I placed 4 bottles on the coffee table. They were made of plexiglass, non-reactive and durable without being heavy. The silver liquid swirling inside looked like liquid mercury. Go ahead and take one each. Keep them in your lockers and take them when you go out on patrol. Thank you, we appreciate this. I've read reports about the cost of Tinker Tech and... She let out a low whistle. Yeah, for real, little dude, David smiled. Now I can be a brute without a herd of bulls. Last resort only, his girlfriend scolded. I know. I'm just saying. I'm gonna add this to my foobar hat, Yasmin said as she whipped out a military helmet. She promptly stuffed the potion inside the helmet and stuffed the helmet back inside her cap. At my questioning glance, she shrugged and shot me a devious smirk. Hat is pretty flexible. Bandanas count. So do helmets. Really, it's headwear. This one came from a retired Navy SEAL who gave his stuff to military surplus. It doesn't make me any more athletic, but it does make me an expert in everything a SEAL should know. Throw in the potion and... Ah, damn. Your power's a lot more versatile than I thought. Most capes have something like that, Raquel added. One of the bottles teleported across the room to appear in her hand. We usually have a few holdout abilities or some unique aspect of our powers we keep for a rainy day. What's yours? I couldn't help but ask. Your power is just moving things, right? I don't have one. If I do, I haven't thought of it yet. It's a part of why I'm a rescue cape. Even when I graduate to the Protectorate, I don't think that'll change. Right, anyway, I just wanted to get the elixirs out to you guys before I hold myself up in my lab. Before I go, any updates about the gangs? I asked the elder wards. The two had been patrolling with 2 older wards from the other teams, Wildshot and Diamondback. David and Penelope glanced meaningfully at each other. Not much, David said. It's died down a bunch in the last 2 weeks. I looked at Yasmin. From the look on her face, even she wasn't buying it. Yeah, pull the other one, I scoffed. We're young, not stupid. I've been on patrol with Diamondback and Dave's not wrong, Penelope said. We've responded to some cases of arson, but I've only dealt with a single violent crime in 2 weeks. I'm sure a part of it is that the Protectorate leaves us the safe routes, but still. It's been remarkably quiet. Same for me with Wildshot, David added. We broke up 2 street fights, but one of them was just a pair of drunks, no affiliation at all. That's good, right? Raquel said tentatively. I sure hope so, Raquel. I poured the last of this week's quota into its vial and leaned back in my chair. The dehydrator rang just in time, making me smile with hope. Pulling out the tray, I poked the goopy pink puddle. Not long enough, I muttered and shoved the tray back in. Let's see if another overnight will dry it out completely. This was my pet project, my first attempt at something original. If I could make magic potions, there was nothing to say I couldn't make magic pills. After all, pills were just medicine in powder form. I was hoping that if I could dehydrate the oracle's elixir completely, I could scrape it off, grind it down into a fine powder, and then stuff it inside a gelatin casing. The pills would be both easier to carry and less likely to break or spill in a fight. It would also make long-term storage more viable. The vials weren't overly large or anything, but they quickly added up. If this worked, I planned to make all my potions into pill form so my teammates could pop them like tic-tacs. It'd take a while longer though. I'd already ruined a tray when my first dehydrated mess stuck to the tray and couldn't be scraped off at all. This time, I'd layered a sheet of rice paper underneath so I could just remove the rice paper and grind it up alongside the dried elixir. X. 2000, June 7th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The day after found me at my first official PR event, discounting my debut of course. I was once again left impressed by how much thought went into planning an event like this. It was Wednesday and even that was chosen with the goal in mind. It was a fact that most PR events were held during the weekend so as to draw as big a crowd as possible. My first event was midweek specifically so that wouldn't happen. Following my debut and the news that I was being sued, I'd quickly built a reputation as a serious, determined boy who just wanted to make potions and help people and wasn't afraid to go against my bosses. I looked genuine in other words, and that meant attending obviously scripted events should be done in moderation. Did Contessa plan the lawsuit so it'd help my image? I wondered. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. There was no use in trying to guess at her special brand of bullshit. Even if she did, it was certain to bite me in the ass if I dove down that rabbit hole. So what was my first event? How could they make a cape's appearance look real if I wasn't allowed to be at the hospital? Simple. They planned a play date. Ready to go, guys. Stingray called. Joy. I could see Hat Trick rolling her eyes even through her mask. Ranchero grinned and put an arm around both girls. Cheer up, Hats. It's free food on the boss dime. The five of us started walking down the street towards El Jefe's, a popular Mexican restaurant 7 blocks away from HQ. It was chosen because it was conceivably within walking distance, popular, and was the least disagreeable choice among the team. Basically, Ms. Youngston approached Stingray and told her to treat ourselves and make it look natural, humanize the heroes. I suspected she wanted to make me a known quantity for the coming smear campaigns. Of course, this wasn't just about me. This was also Ms. Youngston's way of taking the elder wards away from the more conflict-prone patrol routes, at least for a night. Yeah, Hat Trick, I thought you liked Tex-Mex. I like mi abuela's food, not what gringos call Mexican food. Don't mind her, Sting. She's a food snob, Masked Bandit sniffed. Her abuela does make amazing tamales though. I'm not a food snob. You just have no respect for your heritage, chica. I do too. So what if I mix ketchup with my hot sauce? Blasphemy, that's what. Ladies, can't we all get along? Ranchero tried to play peacekeeper. Isn't one burrito as good as another? Both girls turned to him, judgment in their eyes. Absolutely not, they echoed each other. Maybe us white kids should stay out of this, our illustrious leader said with a laugh. I tuned out their friendly bickering in favor of looking over the people. We were just walking down the street and people still insisted on snapping pictures. With the Oracle's elixir active, I was aware of absolutely everything around me, every eye, every camera, and every pointed finger. It was an unnerving feeling. During my debut, I was largely sheltered from it through the knowledge that it was a stage. The stares were expected then. Here, I was in the wild and I'd be lying if I said the attention wasn't getting to me a little. Relax, tune it out, Stingray said. She'd stalled so she could walk in step with me. It's always weird for the first time. Oracles, I explained. I see everything and I can't not see everything. Ouch. Yeah, that sounds bad. Just then, I noticed, felt as much as saw, a Foamland in Masked Bandit's kangaroo-like pouch. I gave her onesie costume a small tug. Pocket. Phone. Oh, thanks. She beamed at me and fished the expensive-looking phone out of her pocket. She held it in the air. Hello. Anyone? Does this belong to anyone? The way she waved that phone in the air drew all the attention to herself. She even nailed the apologetic smile and skipped over to the person who'd lost the phone. The Masked Bandit strikes again, someone in the crowd whispered. Seriously, she's adorable. Yeah, I can't be mad at that. The person she'd taken the phone from, a college student it looked like, smiled as he shook her fuzzy paw gloves. No worries, Bandit. Thank you, and I'm really sorry, she said again, bowing at the waist. As she skipped back, she shot me a knowing wink. Did she do that on purpose? I whispered to Stingray. Maybe? Once you get past the cutesy act she puts on for PR, she's surprisingly perceptive. She probably didn't want you to feel too singled out because you're the new ward. The rest of our trip to Elgiefs went without incident. It was clear from the reactions of the public that Masked Bandit was bar none the crowd favorite. Ranchero, Stingray, and Hat-Trick all had their fans, especially when Ranchero decided to summon a hard light bull and ride it for a block, but the sheer enthusiasm, feigned or not, on her part made her overwhelmingly popular. People seemed to take it as a badge of pride to have something stolen by her. We were seated in the corner booth and a waitress came by with 5 glasses of water and menus. I frowned as I looked down at the cheap coloring book. La fiesta esta ahora. It read. A cheeseburger with a smiley face burned onto the bun stared up at me. There was a little maze in the shape of a sombrero on the next page. Let me see that menu when you're done, Hats, I said, shoving the coloring book away with disgust. Someone spent a lot of time designing that. I could hear the mirth just dripping from her tone. Ranchero slid his menu over to me. Here, Rubetu. I know what I want already. They have a great chimichanga and I'm feeling the queso dip today. I nodded in thanks as a little girl came over to take a picture with Masked Bandit. You sure are popular, I said as I browsed the menu. Jealous. She replied teasingly. The raccoon hood really made her mischievous side stand out. You'll get your share of fans soon enough. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hat-Trick's really popular with the performing arts crowds, I have my whole cowboy shtick, and Stingray's actually competed in exhibition matches for boxing and stuff. Ranchero said. We all have a niche. PR's pretty devious like that. Not looking forward to having a fanbase honestly. It seems like it'd be troublesome. Should we be talking about PR like this though? This is still technically a PR function. It's fine. This booth is far enough away to avoid being overheard. It's why we always eat at this spot, Stingray chimed in. Alright then, what's good here? Ooh. Can I order for him? Bandit, Stingray chided tiredly. Not everyone likes spicy food. But Lomurt is tradition, she whined. She's right you know, Ranchero said with a shit-eating grin. What is it? I asked. I don't see it on the menu. Secret menu. Habanero and Sonora Arcana pepper blended into a mole sauce poured over 2 enchiladas stuffed with spicy, slow-roasted pork. It's actually really good in small doses. Okay, so why is it called the Dead? He shrugged. No idea. It is a lot of habanero though. I'll take it. Yes. Masked Bandit pumped her fist. You like spicy food? I'm Korean, so yes. Oh, right, don't you guys eat spicy cabbages? I nodded. Kimchi. And yes. It's fermented vegetables. Cabbages are the most common, but you can make kimchi out of turnips, cucumbers, and a few other stuff. And it's not always spicy. Ranchero scrunched up his nose. Not gonna lie, fermented cabbage sounds weird. Sauerkraut is basically that. Pickles are fermented cucumbers. A lot of cultures have them, I pointed out. True. Not a fan of pickles either. When my order came, the waitress placed a steaming plate of 2 enchiladas completely smothered in a spicy mole. 3 lumps of pico de gallo, guacamole, and sour cream jutted out like islands in a pool of lava. Seeing how the PRT was paying, I also grabbed myself a glass of horchata, a sweet rice and cinnamon drink. Have you ever had horchata before, Rubetu? Hat-Trick asked. Didn't expect you to know it. Yeah, it's good. It reminds me of a Korean rice drink called sikai. The cinnamon is definitely a nice touch. What did you get? I asked as I put a bite of enchilada in my mouth. It was almost bitter from the unsweetened chocolate and I got a nice hit of spice that coated the tongue. Perfect. Tacos. Carnitas, al pastor, and carne asada. Want one? She gestured to her plate. Sure, trade you a bite of pastor for some enchiladas. Deal. As we traded food, Ranchero grumbled. How do you eat that? It's too spicy. Because you're white, the 2 Latinos and I chorused as one. A moment of ethnic solidarity was had. Sting, they're ganging up on me, he whined with an exaggerated pout. There, cowboy. She rolled her eyes but couldn't fully suppress a smile. Just enjoy your fried affront to cooking. Hey, chimichangas are great. I don't understand how you never gain weight. What can I say? Punching bad guys really works up a sweat. We don't punch bad guys though, I pointed out. We're wards. You don't punch bad guys. The rest of us have all had fights. Not anything crazy dangerous, but we do handle some of the smaller stuff. As we were talking, I felt the oracle's elixir wear off, darkness encroaching at the edges of my senses. I fumbled with the water skin attached to my belt, still not used to the costume, and brought it to my lips. The by now familiar taste flooded my mouth, overwhelming the heat of the mole. A moment later, my world expanded again. Bandit noticed and asked. How often do you need to do that? Hour and a half. My potions last longer when I'm the one using them. Wait, how does that work? Dunno, guess they're tailor-made for me or something, I shrugged. Any of you want dessert? Stingray asked. Now's the time to pig out, you know, while we're not paying for our own dinner. Bandit scrunched her nose in protest. I wish. I'm going to be paying for this tomorrow in gymnastics as it is. Ranchero and I ordered fried ice cream and Hat Trick grabbed a slice of cheesecake. When the food came, Stingray took several bites of her boyfriend's dessert, much to his consternation. Hat Trick rolled her eyes with poorly hidden annoyance and I resolved once again to stay away from that awkward love triangle. I turned my attention back to my own ice cream and cracked the fried exterior with a spoon. I raised it to my lips and took a bite, only to hit solid steel. Thanks, this stuff is pretty good, Bandit said with a cheeky grin. A fried corn chip, dusted with powdered sugar and cinnamon instead of salt, disappeared from my bowl. I thought you didn't want one. I grouched. I'm weak, what can I say? Thief. Brat. Midget. Drug dealer. Trash panda. You didn't. She gasped. The two of us glared at each other for several seconds before we burst into laughter. I took a bite then pushed the bowl in her direction. For a single evening, we forgot about the city at large and became children again. Author's note. I speak very rudimentary Spanish. I had a teacher who insisted on calling himself El Jeef, which is the only reason I know what that means. I figured it'd be a nice, inoffensive name for a Mexican place. And yes, I do mix ketchup with my Tabasco. Fight me. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.4. 2000, June 13th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. About a week later, I leaned back in my lab chair and read over the email Director Lyons sent me. Rubedu. Your power limiting cuffs have been approved. We were both mistaken. According to Deputy Director Irish, the Petrified Forest National Park protects only 20% of all petrified wood in the state. The rest are held by the Navajo Nation and various private entities. A company known as Xanterra procures petrified wood from external sources and sells them in the park's gift shop. Deputy Director Irish has taken it upon himself to contact a company representative and has acquired a 10-pound sample for your use. It is available in your mailbox. If your Petri site works as intended, we'll see about acquiring more. Amelia Lyons, Director of the PRT. 1-603-413-4124. PRT_. I grinned and made a mad dash to my mailbox. Sure enough, nestled in a cardboard box was a piece of fossilized tree. No, it didn't matter what type it was specifically. The petrified wood was surprisingly colorful, a mix of the expected grays along with reds, blues, and even some purple hues mixed in. That's quite the paperweight you got there, David said behind me. I handed it to him for him to examine. Hey, David. It's pretty cool, hey. Yeah, what's with the fancy crystal? It's a piece of fossilized tree. You know, like from the Petrified Forest National Park. And yet, it's a crystal. Fossilized trees turn into quartz, which is why it breaks so cleanly into reflective surfaces like this. Ahoy, and you're getting that in the mail because it's a tinkering ingredient. Magic tree powder. Right. Alright, little dude. You have fun. David walked off, muttering something about wacky tinkers and mad science. I locked the door to my lab and placed the fossil in my hands. I looked in my crystal drawer and found it mostly empty. I'd just finished making some potions after all. Most of my reserves were at home. I sat down on the floor with my legs crossed and waited for my thoughts to quiet. I allowed my breath to still and sank into the now familiar meditation. As always, the comforting warmth of mana welled up from within my soul, a little more eagerly than it had yesterday. Bit by bit, I was growing stronger. Instead of condensing the mana into a crystal, I poured it directly into the fossil. It didn't sink in immediately, almost as though it was resisting my efforts. No, that wasn't quite right. It felt firm yet porous, like a hill of sandstone I had to slowly erode into shape. 1 crystal's worth. Then 2. Then 5. It took me almost a full hour to infuse the fossil with mana and convert it into a Petri site ingot. I made note of the rate of conversion, about 1 mana crystal per 2 pounds of wood. Unlike before, no new memories filled me. Petri site wasn't a material made by man, it was a byproduct of the Rune Wars. Strictly speaking, Petri site trees could grow, much like any other tree, albeit very slowly. By Garen's time, they were seeing a noticeable drop in available trees. I got the impression that if I managed to find a fossilized seed, maybe a prehistoric acorn or pine cone or something, I could turn it into a living petri site seed, introducing a brand new species into the world. I stared at the lump of ash-white wood in my hand. Now what to do with you? I ended up filling out a few more procurement forms for a water jet cutter to shape the petri site, along with a crucible, furnace, drop hammer, lathe, and other things I'd need for my new forge. Oh, and 10 pounds of steel, ash, and lime. Petri site wood wasn't by itself all that useful. It was hard, but brittle, and stone wasn't exactly great for armor. On its own, petri site could be used to build walls and fortifications, but even those would be relatively weak compared to plain old brick. It needed to be powdered and mixed into other materials to make the walls that surrounded Demacia and armor that the dauntless vanguard used. Bet they thought an alchemical tinker would be relatively cheap to provide for, I thought, amused. X. 2000, June 14th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The day after saw me taking a break from my lab. The whole team was gathered in an underground testing facility with a representative of the Eggheads. Really, it was just an old parking space that had yet to be remodeled by the time the PRT moved in. They took one look at the empty lot, shrugged, and decided to let the capes have it. Hello everyone, my name is Dr. William Marshall and I am the head physician here. I was told that you were here to get accustomed to the elixir of iron. The man was tall and broad, not at all like one would expect of a stereotypical doctor or scientist. He was built like a brick shithouse with some extra muscles stapled on top for good measure. A thick but well-groomed beard framed his jawline and a thin scar ran along his right cheek. His brown hair was kept short at the sides, with a few extra inches up top that was gelled into a sleek finish. Yes, sir, I said with a bow. After that, I also have something else I'd like to try. I'd brought my petri site along. I still had no way to carve it in any meaningful way, but I figured that we could at least test how it interacted with cape powers. Good. We'll start with the elixir first before moving on to whatever you've got planned, Rubedu. That way we're not holding up the rest of you. I grinned and handed them out. Bottoms up, everyone. 5 bottles were emptied in rapid succession, grimaces all around. I take it that it's not pleasant. The doctor chuckled. Tastes like rust blended into a smoothie. Chalky and really metallic. Ranchero said, holding back a hurl. Seriously, what's in that? Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies. Besides, it should take effect right about now. Sure enough we started to grow, 20% for them, 30 for me. I grinned and placed a hand on Bandit's head, giving her hood a good tussle. Hat. I'm taller than you now. This is so not fair, she pouted. She was only 3 inches taller than me normally, so after the elixir, I was a tad taller than her. My potions work better for me than for anyone else. Better effects, lasts longer, the whole shebang. Thank you Time Warp Tonic. Nice, so we're super durable now, right? Stingray asked, eyeing her new gunmetal sheen appreciatively. Right. She walked up to a heavy bag attached to a pressure sensor and took a boxer's stance. She bobbed and weaved under imaginary punches before stepping forward to put her weight into a single, textbook perfect jab. The fluid motion from standing to striking caught me off guard. With oracles I could see and feel every motion she took, every contour of her body and costume as she transitioned into her punch. I wasn't expecting that kind of grace from an amateur boxer. I wonder if her power has anything to do with it. I thought. Her power extends the distance of her thrusts and gives them a piercing effect. Does it also subconsciously make her better at thrusting attacks in general? The heavy bag shook with the impact, the chains that held it up rattling. She stepped back and took another stance. Not bad. What was that, Doc? 1822 psi. That's a bit north of a punch from your average heavyweight boxer. How serious were you? Not very. I just wanted to get the hang of it. Bigger me's got 2 left feet. Now for the serious punch. No, wait. Come here and wear some sensors. I want to make sure intense activity won't affect you adversely while on the potion. Yes, sir. After she got kitted out in a myriad of sensory equipment, she faced the heavy bag again. Okay. Powers or no powers? Hard as you can, but no powers. Give me a baseline. Yes, sir. She took a step back. In the next moment, she lunged forward, striking with all her newfound metallic weight. Ha! She shouted as her fist met the bag. A loud bang echoed her voice. 3677 psi. Well above a normal athlete. For the record, a 2000 psi punch would make a normal athlete a boxing legend. This is also quite a bit higher than your unenhanced max at 2125 psi. Awesome. Now with powers. She seemed practically giddy. Yes, but move to the other machine, the doctor said, gesturing to a machine that looked like something out of a punching game. It was padded, but the texture of the surface material seemed to be Kevlar, or maybe some different weave. The target was attached to thick coils of metal shaped like springs, which in turn fed into a machine to better measure the impact. This baby was designed by Percussive, a kinetics tinker out in Boise. It's completely mundane, thank God, but it's more durable than anything we knew how to build beforehand. Sweet. Alright, here I go. As Stingray boxed the air and hopped around, I turned to the others. Is she always this, happy? Haha, yeah, when it comes to boxing anyway, Ranchero spoke fondly. She's definitely the best fighter in the wards, better than a lot of people in the Protectorate, honestly, at least when it comes to pure hand-to-hand. A big part of that is because of how much she loves boxing. Yeah, passion is what carries you far, Hat-Trick said. I think it's a bit much sometimes, but damn. Gotta respect that, you know, Squirt. Hey. So, even if you dress up as a boxer or wear one of those helmets used in karate competitions, you'd lose. No, she said, a little too quickly. Yes, my other two teammates said at the same time. Maybe. She's really good, alright. Respect. Respect, they echoed. Stingray decided that she'd had enough fun shadow boxing and pulled her arms in like a coiled viper. Stingray straight! She shouted. The punch was a bit different. Like before, I could feel her kick off the ground with her back foot and step into a perfect jab. The force of her kick twisted around her hips and her shoulder into her bicep. As her arm snapped forward, she added a twisting motion with her wrist that made her punch curl through the air like a drill. The impact pad didn't stand a chance. The machine behind it was mostly fine, if a bit dinged up. The springs would need to be checked over and the frame looked like it had scrunched up a bit. The pad? The hole was so clean that it looked like someone had taken a laser and carved through it. How was that, Doc? 12,938 psi, Dr. Marshall said with a low whistle. Or, that's as much as the machine was able to clock without breaking. We'd need to bring in specialized tinker tech to measure you fully, but that's for another day. And I see no abnormal changes to your heartbeat, blood pressure, or anything else of note either. I think the elixir is fine to use. Just in case, we'll look at the rest of the team. The rest of their hour was spent in the ring, one by one getting their asses handed to them by the metallized Stingray. The only reason they didn't suffer any broken bones was because they were also similarly metallized. As for me, I simply did some calisthenics and ran a mile as per the doctor's orders. 8 was a bit young to box with someone like her. Using the sensors hooked up to them, the doctor was also able to gauge how much force they could withstand under the influence of the elixirs. When the elixir wore off, we gathered in front of the doctor again. Alright, nothing major's come up. I'm approving an elixir for each of you as a holdout weapon. His face became stern. And I do mean it. The elixir is a weapon. Against a normal person, it may as well be power armor. You're immune to small arms and even Masked Bandit has enough power behind her hits to crush cement. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Are we clear? Yes, sir, we all chorused. I then ran over to the bag I'd brought, the one with the Petri site. I pulled it out of the box, making sure to not touch the rock directly. This here is Petri site, and I think it can inhibit powers. Excuse me. The doctor looked at me skeptically. Are you certain? I wriggled my hand back and forth. Maybe. It's the most mysterious of everything I've made so far for sure. If I'm right, it should prevent any cape touching it from using their powers. Is this the thing that you think might regulate my powers? Masked Bandit asked. Yeah. Anyone want to be first? I got this, Ranchero said, wrapping an arm around Bandit's raccoon onesie and tousling her hood. He touched the pale, white stone. Hey, it just feels like a rock. That's because it is. It's kind of in the name Petri site. So what do I do now? Try to use your power. Call a bull. He furrowed his brows in concentration. Then, an eyebrow rose in curiosity. Hey. I can't. Wait, really? Stingray took the 10-pound rock from her boyfriend and removed a glove. I don't feel any weaker. I was right then, I nodded. I have a hypothesis. Petri site will prevent outward expressions of powers. Projections, shaker effects, lasers, shields, etc. It will not prevent internal changes that have already taken place, not unless you swallow some of it. It can't suppress a brute like Stingray, but projections are fair game. Could I have a sample, Rubedu? There's quite a bit to test. I've put in several procurement forms for a metalworking forge set up in my lab. I don't really have a way to cut this into manageable chunks until my water jet gets approved. I gestured to Masked Bandit. If this works for her, I was thinking I'd take a sliver maybe and carve it into a bracelet or something. Too small and it'll only dampen powers. The raccoon-themed heroine tentatively placed a hand onto the stone. I can't steal Sting's glove. It works. The next second, I was nearly bowled over by the girl. Thank you. You're welcome, I said as I awkwardly patted her back. The whole accidental kleptomania thing must have been bothering her more than she let on. Ward's Team 1 retired back to our common room soon after. I left the chunk of Petri site with the good doctor. He promised to put a bit of pressure on the director to get me what I needed. Author's note. Leave the phone number alone or you're going on the naughty list. It doesn't belong to anyone. Xandura is indeed the name of the company that sells petrified wood in real life. It's also true that the Petrified Forest National Park only holds 20% of all such wood. It just happens to be the most localized concentration thanks to a riverbed. Something sediment. Something geology. Something too smart for me. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Interlude 2.4.5, Heather Suzuki. 2000, June 13, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I allowed myself a tired sigh. Even with the eldest Ward's assistance, trying to keep a lid on a gang war while simultaneously eyeing a third major gang was not easy. People dismissed the West Side Crips. Hell, even Royale, that overpowered arrogant jackass, tended to brush them off as a bunch of has-beens who got beaten senseless by Alexandria. Admittedly, they were. But people conveniently forgot that at one point, the Crips genuinely, unironically looked at a woman who could wrestle Behemoth and thought, yeah, we can win this. They weren't insane, most of them at any rate. They were just that dangerous once upon a time. Alexandria strangled Mortician, but Crypt Keeper, Headsman, and La Torcha were still around. Thank God only La Torcha moved to Phoenix, I thought as I walked through the Phoenix headquarters after yet another late night of patrols and stamping out fires. Somewhere along the way, I headed to the canteen and grabbed myself a vaguely coffee-flavored cup of swill and sat in the corner. But, what if La Torcha calls them in? She's got a crew of 6 capes, but that doesn't mean she can't bring in reinforcements. She wasn't just Mortician's squeeze, she was their tactician. Is she quiet because she's afraid Alexandria will fly east and finish her? Or is she waiting for something? She's got the most mooks after all. I was startled out of my thoughts by a hand on my shoulder. My hand immediately moved to my sword as the storm within threatened to make itself known. Whoa, easy, bushy babe, Janet, my longtime friend from college and head of PR said as she backed away rapidly. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. You were off in your own head again. I told you not to call me that, I growled without any real heat. Janet would do as Janet does, always pushing buttons to see how people ticked. Still mad you didn't let me name you bushy dame, the mousy blonde teased as she sat across from me. Shut up. I know you only included that stupid name so I'd accept Oathkeeper. I barely even speak Japanese for fuck's sake. Maybe not, but no one else needs to know that. And, you understand plenty so you can always make your answers short. You'll look very serious and professional then, which works for you. The understanding is the important part, not the speaking. You're impossible. Besides, she shrugged, the samurai look totally suits you. Much more dignified than my other mock-ups. They love you, you know. Your team, the wards, even the field agents. Almost a decade of service and not one death on your watch. They say it's your personal oath. Well, they're full of shit, I rolled my eyes. You know there is no oath. I'm just lucky. Maybe, but again, the optics matter. I nodded. Optics mattered, but having a rock to stand on mattered more. I was that rock for so many, Janet was mine. I could still remember it like it was yesterday. When I got my powers out in San Francisco, the director there gave me a choice, remain or get assigned elsewhere. I heard my college friend was out here so I moved too. Janet was the island of familiarity I needed to settle, both from my move and, more. I banished the thought in favor of continuing our old spat. One mock-up was an Ultraman gimmick. Another was a sailor uniform, I growled. You know, for the head of PR, you're horribly uncreative. She gasped as a hand flew to her chest. Blasphemy. You're the one who showed me old Ultraman shows. You used to pretend you were the warrior of light or something. In college. I slumped, resigned but involuntarily amused nonetheless. There was no winning with this one. What do you want, Jan? Nothing. I just thought I'd check in on my best friend. Well, I'm fine. You're never fine when you say that. When you're fine, you watch your Ultraman collection while eating whatever insult to food you cooked up. Hey. My cooking's great, I defended. Roast beef, French dip style sandwich. With miso soup instead of OUs. She stared at me flatly. It's way better than it sounds, I said mulishly. Lovely, so your palate is still disgusting. Good to know. I suppressed the urge to slap the mousy midget. She'd die and it'd be awfully inconvenient finding a new bestie. Are you here just to make fun of me? Her mocking smirk softened. I told you, I'm here to check up on you. What's up? Nothing. Patrols are fine. Agent Johnson got shot a few days back but Rubetu's healing potion patched him right up again. Agent Steinhardt had a run-in with Stampede, but another potion was able to stabilize him long enough to drag him to the surgeons. That's good, right? So what's the problem? Wonderboy stuff really works. The problem, I sighed, is that they're too quiet. A few days to plan? Sure, we expected that. Civil war among the Peckerwoods? Predictable. But weeks? Villains aren't this easygoing. It's not just the Crips. Both the SSM and Peckerwood Capes have stuck to small-scale fights, most of them without powers. And, that's bad. It just makes me nervous. We've had a lot more street fights, drive-by shootings, arsons, even a few homicides here and there, but almost nothing from the Capes themselves. Jan, the Peckerwoods gang leader died. They're supposed to show how macho they are and how they're not to be fucked with by escalating, not keeping their heads down. Hey, she said, placing a hand on mine from across the table. Don't think too hard. You know you have a habit of worrying too much. Maybe we should just accept the gift horse without taking it to the dentist. I can't do that, not when there are lives riding on my judgment, I thought glumly. The storm within pressed against me, a dull rumble reminding me that it's always on the horizon. Still, I did my best to give her a comforting squeeze back. Thanks, January. X. 2000, June 14th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I should have called a dentist, I thought sardonically, thinking back to the conversation yesterday. Calavera and 4 Southside Mesa grunts had been in the process of setting fire to Sunshine Auto Wash, a suspected Peckerwood front. Already, the building was on fire from an ignited propane tank and Bull Rush, a Peckerwood cape, lay strewn about the lot like a macabre postmodern art piece. Bits of him were charred black and the smell of offal made me want to gag but I held it in. Gyroscope and I had responded with 6 PRT agents, though only myself and 3 agents had elixirs of iron in our pockets. Seeing the high-ranked blaster, we immediately drank our elixirs while the others fell back a ways and took up flanking positions. Despite their usefulness, not everyone had access to the potions yet. Rubetu's production rate couldn't keep up with demand and there was a not unreasonable fear that some might go missing if we were careless. Gyroscope backed off even further, taking to the air on his hoverpack and alighting on a stoplight. He pushed something on his wrist and the capsules attached to his costume whirred to life, taking to the air like a swarm of hornets. He was a reliable partner, a tinker who specialized in his namesake. With incredibly advanced gyroscopes that balanced things in multiple higher dimensions, he made drones that could be deployed with any number of cumbersome gadgets stored in folded space. The rest of his tech was comparatively mundane, but when a drone smaller than a baseball could carry a shield of reinforced metal more commonly found on armored vehicles, mundane served just fine. I dashed towards her as I saw a dozen skulls the size of basketballs merge into one the size of a dumpster. Surrender, Cal. I didn't even get to finish the obligatory greeting before she chucked her blazing skull at me. I wasn't upset. If anything, this was cathartic. The Capes had been dancing around each other for weeks now and there was a sense of liberation at finally letting the storm out. Oathkeeper, Janet called me, the stalwart warrior in the eye of the storm. Come what may, I would stand tall, a sword to protect. I would face the storm in the name of duty and justice. All utter bullshit. The public saw the miniature hurricane that surrounded me and liked to imagine that it was my tightly controlled wrath, righteous anger at all the wrongs in this city. Me? It was every moment of anxiety and stress, every thought of paranoia and fear that I couldn't put to words finally roaring out into the world. This was how I distressed. The winds that had built up for weeks now sought freedom and they could not be denied. The storm became my shroud, launching me forward with all the fury of a tornado. It surrounded my Notaki, and holy shit was learning kendo just for the costume a pain in the ass. Even years later, I was an adept, but not a master by any stretch, not that I usually needed to be. My sword met Calavera's attack. Practically anyone else would have been consumed in an explosion that could blow entire houses to rubble. Me? The storm roared and met the challenge, a chorus of 4 winds blasting the explosion aside in a textbook parry as though condensed fire and force was no more threatening than a bamboo shina. I charged on through, my projected arc set to meet the arsonist's face with the pommel of my Notaki. Bullets from the 4 SSM soldiers ricocheted off of my wind armor, doing jack all. I saw one go down and the rest scatter after my own men returned fire. Live rounds, keeping perps alive wasn't worth risking my own men, not when they started lethal. She danced behind a tree. It turned to so much kindling before my sword fully touched it, the raging winds more than enough to rip it apart. I let the wind around my sword uncoil. It ruptured the very air around us as it did everything else, arcing out in a horizontal strike that could cleave train cars in half. She dropped to the ground and rolled, letting the attack fly harmlessly above her, but she wasn't immune to the sonic boom like I was. She let out a shriek of pain she couldn't hear even as she retaliated. My storm gone for the moment, I had to block Calavera's retaliatory fireball with my scabbard. It exploded into wooden shrapnel, the impact throwing the two of us apart. I skid along the ground as I willed the storm anew. It built up slowly, the wind picking up around me and lightening my footsteps but providing less defense than it had before. My opponent didn't let that go to waste, launching dozens of skulls after me. The explosion that destroyed my scabbard also marked me in their sights. Every skull homed in on me, becoming a guided missile to anything that had been struck by them before. I ducked one and cut apart a second, letting myself be carried away by wind and force. I didn't have to defend myself for long. Gyroscope's drones did a flyover, 9 of them carrying oversized metal plates that wouldn't be out of place on an M1 Abrams. His specialization allowed them to balance and orient perfectly, each forming a shield wall in front of me like my own portable Roman legion. I took the moment to flip through the air, landing behind a large delivery truck, right between 2 SSM gangbangers. "Que mierda!" they yelled. I rolled my eyes and flexed, allowing the gale to pick them up and bodily throw them from cover. A flaming skull that had been following me struck one, diverting all other skulls in the near vicinity. A series of smaller explosions and screams followed. I felt a pang of guilt at that. He definitely wouldn't survive his boss attention. Later, Heather, I scolded myself. "You're Oathkeeper. Act like it." With that, the storm howled full force and I encircled it around my sword once more. Calavera hadn't been idle. She called up every fireball she had, combining each skull like before. But before we could clash, a barrage of gunfire finished off the second SSM soldier I'd thrown out of cover. The 3 elixir-fed agents turned on a dime to defend their unpowered comrades, but one was too slow and a flanking agent took a bullet. Another unpowered agent rushed to drag him off the lot and behind our armored van. We both turned to a group of 8 men and 2 women marching towards us, 2 capes at their helm. The Peckerwoods had apparently decided to stop hiding, showing up in force. This wasn't all of them, but it was half their capes and probably a quarter of their grunts. Lockjaw and Stampede, I thought. I recognized them from an earlier briefing. Halloween's death had resulted in quite a bit of internal chaos from what little the PRT could glean. It surprised me to see the 2 willing to work with one another. "Boss." Gyroscope's voice came over the comms. "What's our plan?" "Get the injured out of there," I shouted. I landed between the capes and my men, a whirlwind shoving them apart. I grunted into the mic. "SSM inbound. None I can find." Lockjaw was already transformed. He was a changer who turned into a rock monster with an excessively large jaw. 2 protruding tusks extended from his lower jaw, pointing upwards and outwards like wicked daggers. He knelt and took a large bite of the asphalt. It audibly crunched and molded into a cannonball. Stampede, a cocksure man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dipped into a mocking bow. "Oathkeeper." Gyroscope. "I'm glad the heroes were so quick to defend the right sort," he said, "but I'm quite sure me and the boys have got things handled. Do you mind?" I hated how handsome he looked in his pressed, wine-red shirt with bullhorns encircling his shoulders. Despite having a straightforward power, he made it work through raw eloquence and charisma. Hell, even Janet thought he'd make a good hero, if he wasn't a fucking scumbag. "You're insane if you think we're leaving without Calavera," I bit back. "We could let them fight it out." James Leeson, the PRT agent on console, spoke up. He'd remained silent during combat, but chose to chime in now. "If we withdraw, they'd just wipe themselves out. Calavera's strong, but I don't think she can beat both at the same time." "Absolutely not," I answered them both. "Leaving is permission, telling the gangs that we're letting them escalate their little war without government involvement. That's not how things work, Agent. Leaving would mean condoning whatever happened here. It would mean a return to the Protectorate capes sitting on our asses as gang leaders did whatever the fuck they wanted with my city. It'd mean bottling the storm again, always at the ready but with no outlet to vent. I couldn't stand the stifling pressure again. I wouldn't. I adjusted the storm-clad sword in my hands. "Gyroscope, contain the Peckerwoods for a bit. I'm going to take out Calavera." "Yes, boss," came the reply. The 3 powered agents made ready, my answer to Stampede obvious. The man shrugged as if he had no care in the world. Pity. I thought Japs were smarter than Spics. Lockjaw took that as the signal to fire on one of my agents, the ball of asphalt launching with the force of a cannonball. The agent, an Agent Tyson if I remembered right, grunted in pain as the makeshift cannonball punched straight through the bulletproof riot shield and dented his steel-like arm. The tough son of a bitch swallowed the pain and rushed forward anyway with his police baton. On the enlarged agent, it looked more like a toy cricket bat, but the peckerwoods scattered anyway, well accustomed to the dangers of an irate brute. The rest of my men provided support as gyroscope's drones descended to corral the new arrivals. Calavera, with her one remaining unpowered soldier, had been backing off, mayhem caused, mission accomplished. I couldn't let her get away, so I leapt like a bat out of hell and let the storm carry me towards her. She'd been combining skulls by the second while we talked, and the biggest fireball of the evening launched towards my face. I had no choice but to focus the storm into my sword, uncoiling in a violent display of destruction. The air cracked and ruptured in a furious spiral. It wasn't enough. She was a Blaster 7, someone with enough power to mimic tactical missiles given enough time. We'd stupidly given her that time. The explosion ripped through my lamellar armor, shattering plates and punching me with the force of a warhead. I made a note to thank Rubedo even as I was launched backwards. My sword dispersed much of the blast, but even the residual was enough to leave massive scorch marks on concrete and liquefy the asphalt. Her final SSM soldier fared no better. She'd shoved him out of the way in a token attempt to protect him, but that was too little too late. Being closer to Calavera than me, he took the explosion as it was, a torrential downpour of fire and force. Calavera herself was launched in a beautiful arc, her costume smoking. She rolled and I saw her arm bent the wrong way. She shrieked something in Spanish, probably not for polite company. I mourned the Manton limit, that arbitrary bullshit had allowed her to survive her own explosion, only injuring her arm as she collided with the ground. My own downward strike had been deflected by Calavera's flaming skull, tearing a massive gouge through the parking lot but missing her with the direct edge. With the storm building again, I was forced to dodge her explosions even as she made a fighting retreat. Gyroscope's drones fell around me into a defensive formation, giving me time to take stock of the situation. I saw two blooming clouds of tear gas, probably fired by the last remaining unpowered agent. 4 men were disabled, left retching on the ground. Lockjaw was immune to gas-based attacks while in his rock monster form, and Stampede had simply run out of the gas with ease. Stampede charged, that cocky smirk still on his face, and ran over one of the agents. The elixir was not enough. Steel skin sounds great, but against a brute known for running through vault doors, it meant little. The villain had enough sense of mind to not rip his opponent in half, and for that, I promised to not shove a tornado up his ass. Even so, the agent whose name I couldn't remember was blasted back with a sickening snap. Steel skin did not mean bones couldn't break. Agent Tyson, that crazy bastard, had made his way into the cloud of tear gas and was hammering away at the men, utterly ignoring the snot running down his own face. That'd probably get him a disciplinary hearing in the future, but I had bigger concerns at the moment. Gyroscope, take out the rest, I barked into my comms. Yes, boss, he said. His drones rammed into the 6 remaining Peckerwood soldiers, bowling them over even as they tried to take pot shots on the steel-skinned agents. I turned to check on my last powered agent and swore. Lockjaw had given up on ranged combat and leapt straight at the 7-feet-tall man. The villain's jaws unhinged with an ominous crack and pointed tusks closed on the agent's right shoulder. His jaws were so large that they covered a good portion of the upper torso. I heard the whine of tortured metal and the scream of the dying man. I'd never had a man die under my command. I knew I wasn't some miracle worker, just very lucky. Still, I saw red and Calavera became a distant afterthought. The whines surged around me in response. Street signs and lights tore themselves from rest. Trees were uprooted and flung about. I screamed and the storm screamed with me. Lockjaw. I sprinted forward and swung at the beast made of stone. It was crude, a heavy baseball swing rather than the refined and precise cut of kendo. In the moment, I wouldn't have had it any other way. The gale that blew from my sword was a wild, untamed thing. It would have cleaved him in half, had Stampede not dashed out between us. I knew Stampede's power to be one that ignored kinetic force while he was running. It was a deceptively simple power that made him all but unstoppable while in motion, one that made him insufferably arrogant. Now, I admit my partner is a tad crude, but there's no need for raised voices, Oathkeeper, he drawled. The storm had died down, but I was in no mood to hear him and rushed forward anyway. I heard Gyroscope and Agent Leeson say something, but I was beyond listening. He ran towards me and aimed a backhand at my helmet, but I stamped the ground and a rush of wind carried me out of reach. I cut downward, but he managed to lunge forward, removing most of my momentum and letting his power counter the rest. My sword skidded off his shoulder as though there was some barrier even as he ran by me. We traded blows until I was too slow on the dodge and he bowled me over. It was only the cloak of wind that pushed me out of the way of his descending foot. The gale carried me backwards, skidding along the ground until I could roll to my knees, using my sword to balance me. Where are you going, Oathkeeper? A Jap belongs beneath my feet, he taunted. Breathe, Oathkeeper, Agent Leeson spoke, finally piercing my red haze. Don't let him get to you. I slowly got to my feet as the 6 Peckerwood grunts flanked their powered officers. I breathed in deeply and let it out in a controlled exhale, feeling the storm breathe with me. It did not quell. Instead, it gained momentum with every breath like a bellow feeding the fire. I had no sheath, but held my sword in a textbook Yatu stance. Not a master, with my power, I didn't need to be. Enough. Surrender, Stampede. I won't ask again. Below hearing range, I whispered into my comms. Targeting Lockjaw. Handle Stampede. He grinned and began to charge. The world fell away and only Lockjaw and Stampede remained. The shroud flared behind me and I felt like an angel was at my back. Cut once. Cut clean, my sensei had told me. Notaki had no business being this fast, but neither did I. My sword came up in a horizontal draw, parrying Stampede's run with the pommel. I felt the storm disperse a little, but it was enough to redirect his momentum into Gyroscope's drones. The look of realization when he figured out that he wasn't the target would be one I'd cherish. In the next blink, I was in front of Lockjaw. A stone body was great for defense, not so for quick reaction. In the same stroke I used to parry Stampede, I cut Lockjaw across the chest. The sonic boom from my storm's release shattered his stone body, sending him flying. He crashed into the burning auto wash and did not emerge again. Agent Tyson had turned to the mooks. Even 6-on-1, the elixir was an overwhelming advantage in the hands of a trained combatant. With no cape support of their own, they went down in short order. I drew my sword and aimed it cleanly at Stampede. Now, I believe this is the part where I accept your surrender. Before I could do anything else to make good on my threat, I screamed as I felt jagged teeth close on my legs. Screams from my men confirmed the same, leaving only Gyroscope. Looking down, I saw steel jaws, with curved teeth that went straight through my armor. I turned and faced the new arrivals. Bear trap, I bit out. Sorry to cut in like this, Chica, the lanky black man said with a carefree shrug. He was leaning next to a car that had pulled up. If I had my way, I'd let you castrate the fucking cracker, but boss lady's rules. Her words, my command. Next to him, Lawless, Bone Maiden, and Parade stepped out. Law Torch's cribs. What's Torch's game? I tried. I didn't expect a real answer, but was surprised to see truly clueless shrugs from them all. Bone Maiden spoke. Who knows? Seriously? She just told us to come bail out the trailer trash. They're gone now by the way, so our job's done. Show up, make sure the capes live to fight another day, then get out. Easy money. I glanced around and sure enough, the grunts were still on the ground but both SSM and Peckerwood capes had made themselves scarce. Shit, I swore. Ta-ta, she waved as they got back into their car and left. That was when the cops and news crew arrived. Minutes later, the area was cordoned off and Gyroscope and I stood pretty for the cameras. He lent me his hand while I used my Notaki to balance subtly. Best not to draw attention to my mangled ankles. I tried not to wince too obviously as I recited some bullshit fed to me through my comms. All the while, only one thought ran through my mind. Just what the hell was Law Torch's game? Author's note. I've decided to mark my interludes as X.Y.5 rather than X.A because I might include these in the middle of my arcs again. I'm doing this primarily to show that what Andy sees of Cape life is the sugar-coated version. Things are happening behind the scenes and our 8-year-old MC has a very limited perspective on things. Oathkeeper's definitely got a conflict drive. Hers isn't about aggression or battle lust. Instead, it's from anxiety and stress, bottled up until she lashes out in a tantrum that literally blows people away. The need to do something. Hope I portrayed that right. Yes, calling someone a Jap is usually a slur, though it depends on the location. In the US, Jap was used as short for Japanese during the World War II internment camps and so developed a negative connotation. However, in other parts of the world, for example Singapore, a Japanese person might just be called a Jap with less malice. Spic should be obvious. Don't call Hispanic people that. Also note that this is before the advent of Dragon's containment foam. Lacking an option between tasers, rubber bullets, and anything stronger, they default to plain old lead in a firefight. They're effectively using a mix of riot and SWAT gear. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.5. 2000, June 14, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I'd cleaned up after testing and grabbed a bite to go with Agent Morrison and David before returning home. After a quick shower and an hour of meditation, I set the 6th mana crystal down on a basket and turned on the news. It'd been 3 weeks since Dos Caras killed off Halloween and I had no more clue about the brewing war than any other plebeian on the street. The news, as doctored as it undoubtedly was still the best way for me to hear anything. With a frustrated sigh, I took a drink from my Oracle stockpile and settled down for the late-night report. And with us, we have our field correspondent, Laura Henderson, to talk about the ongoing spat of gang violence, Jack Thomas, one of the anchors for ABC News, said. To you, Laura. The camera switched over to a pretty blonde with a little too much makeup over her face. Behind her were 3 police cruisers surrounding 2 car wrecks and an ambulance. EMTs, cops, and 2 Protectorate heroes had secured the scene. Thanks, Jack. We're standing on the corner of South Greenfield Road and East Main Street where Sunshine Auto Wash, a suspected front for the Peckerwoods, was hit by an arson attack just minutes ago. Notorious villains Calavera, Stampede, and Lockjaw were seen in heavy combat resulting in the deaths of 6 gang members and 1 PRT officer. Thanks to the combined efforts of Oathkeeper, Gyroscope, and 6 agents, 8 gang members were taken into custody. This marks the 4th arson in just 3 weeks. Bull Rush, another member of the Peckerwoods, was pronounced dead on site by the EMTs, bringing the total death toll to a staggering 78 people. Thankfully, no civilians were caught up in this latest attack. The curly blonde turned towards the statuesque woman in samurai armor. Oathkeeper, a word, please. The black-clad warrior's expression was hidden by her half-mask, but the irritation was practically palpable. Mark my words, gang members or not, white supremacists or not, this was a tragedy. They didn't die for some noble cause or to protect their own. She pointed angrily at a street lamp that looked rather dented. See that? They died for that. One meaningless street corner. Everyone they loved. Everything that mattered to them. Gone for that. One lamp. This was a tragedy. Gyroscope and I. The Protectorate. We will do all in our power to end this. This I swear, she promised, the very picture of a resolute warrior ready to march. Now excuse me, I have work to do. Even the plucky reporter seemed subdued after that. Thank you, Oathkeeper, for those stirring words. With the death of Bull Rush, the Peckerwoods have been reduced to just 4 capes. We can only hope that this means we'll soon see an end to the violence. Back to you, Jack. I leaned into my mom's side as she wrapped a tired arm around my shoulders. You don't need to worry about things like this, my son. I'm sure the heroes have it handled. If only you knew, I thought, but couldn't bring myself to pop that bubble of optimism. They do, I said instead. Oathkeeper's strong, one of the strongest in the state. You're not going out there? A question as much as a statement. No, I'm not. I'm just making potions for everyone else. Good. Even as we sat there, I couldn't help but feel like the silence was the quiet before the storm. Is it already time to stop being the alchemist? 2000, June 15th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I finally figured out why dehydrating the Oracle's elixir into pills didn't work. I needed mana crystals. To be more specific, I needed an extra mana crystal for each potion because something got lost in the dehydration process. Somewhere along the line, the mana that made up the elixir evaporated into the air along with the water and I needed another crystal to stabilize the substance into powder. Or maybe not. Even I wasn't entirely sure about the why. In any case, 2 crystals in exchange for a far more compact and durable product was, selectively worthwhile. It wasn't worth it, not for the Oracle's elixir anyway. I moved on to the elixir of iron and health potions. Those would benefit from being miniaturized, but since I was the only one who drank oracles, blowing another crystal on each one was unnecessary. After a productive day at the lab, I was at home, thinking about what I wanted to do with my stockpile of 53 crystals. It had dipped a bit when I was forced to build up a stockpile of elixirs of iron and health potions, but I'd restocked my reserves during the past few days of meditations. The question was, what did I want to do with so many? I had no intention of taking them into the PRT. Hell, they didn't even know I had these. As far as Director Lyons knew, I was pushing myself ragged in the lab to churn out a quantity of potions exceeding my standard output. The director was busy with a civil suit and playing politics. The PRT liaisons were busy managing a suddenly far more active wards team. The Protectorate heroes were busy trying to clamp down on the gang war before it could escalate. This was my chance to build with minimal oversight, to make something that wasn't strictly alchemical, something with a little more oomph. As if that idea was all I'd been waiting for, the World Rune leapt like an eager puppy into my focus, shoving ideas upon ideas into the forefront of my mind. Most of them were ideas I'd considered and discarded for one reason or another: too expensive, too obvious, too dangerous, too reliant on another piece of tech, not impactful enough. One of the best things I could make was a hex core, the very same implanted into Victor like Tony Stark's arc reactor. It was the foundation of virtually everything else in Victor's arsenal, though it didn't start that way. The transhuman genius made it in several iterations, starting with Blitzcrank. He hadn't intended to make a sentient golem, only to make something that could help clear debris after an accident in Zon. The golem grew beyond he'd ever expected. Years later, when he abandoned Piltover in favor of his glorious evolution, he remembered the sentient golem and made something that could learn along with him. The hex core wasn't just a battery, but it wasn't entirely honest to call it an AI either. It wasn't sentient, not truly. It could learn, but it was designed specifically to integrate with Victor himself, and he wasn't insane enough to have another personality piloting his body. The modern miracle could be used to channel incredible amounts of mana to do anything from power cybernetics, fire lasers, calibrate gravitational fields, generate magnetic force fields, or even create ionic storms comparable to any natural tornado, all the while refining its own processes to be more efficient and streamlined. And yet, for all its promises, I cast it aside. It was one of the greatest, most versatile creations I could make at the moment, but it was too reliant on me building something else to pair with it. I needed a standalone invention, one that could help me protect myself while being discreet. I wanted a holdout weapon. I opened up my notebook, one I kept specifically for the purpose. It was written in Korean, with sketches and doodles along the edges. This notebook contained many of the ideas I'd considered, the less destructive ones at any rate. I browsed the book with some amusement. The very first thing I scribbled in these pages was not from Piltover or Zon surprisingly enough. It was from Ionia, Yin the Virtuoso to be specific. Who knew the man was such an inventive mechanic? For example, the man built his own mass accelerator to work with Whisper, his pistol. I found it funny that such a powerful weapon came from outside the Twin Cities, but moved on. Too expensive. Too conspicuous. I had no intention of replacing my arm or grafting a mass accelerator to my shoulder blade. For one, it wouldn't grow with me. I eventually settled on the weapon I'd been agonizing over for weeks, Senna's relic pistol, as wielded by Lucian. I was honest enough to admit that I had no idea how to dual wield, or shoot a gun of any sort for that matter, but in my current age, learning to shoot a single pistol was far easier than picking up a melee weapon or mastering two pistols simultaneously. Lucian, I was not. The relic pistol wasn't the only gun in Runeterra, or the only pistol for that matter. Sarah Fortune used twin pistols called Shock and Awe. Gangplank had one, and Samira's gunblade was infamous. I still chose the relic gun. Sure, there were no undead to fight, but Lucian's pistols had two advantages over more conventional weapons. First, they used no ammo, and no bullets meant they would be more likely to be seen as props rather than the incredibly potent weapons I knew them to be. Second, like every other relic weapon used by the Sentinels, they were fueled by the sheer righteousness of the wielder, the light of their soul made manifest. There was a world rune in my soul, a light brighter than any. If there was one thing I knew I'd never run out of, it was mana. Thus decided, I began to plan. X. 2000, June 22nd, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Things moved rather quickly after my Petri site was confirmed to work on external expressions of powers. It was amazing how much money the PRT was willing to throw around when they felt motivated. Or maybe, they'd always had this money and hardware prepped and were using the trial to push me towards creating power suppressors. I wasn't discounting Contessa-induced fuckery. Regardless of how it happened, I got a forge installed into my lab. Some of it was used, donated from a local agricultural university, but that was fine as long as they were all in working order. After a rather extensive safety lesson from a local smith, mostly to put the minds of adults at ease and cross the T's for bureaucracy's sake, I was ready to begin. I let the World Rune guide me as I ground the block into powder through a series of steps. First, I put it into a large bag and shoved the bag beneath a drop hammer until I had petrified wood that resembled coarse gravel. Then, the bag was emptied into a shatterbox, a machine that uses vibrations, friction, and constant pressure to grind stone to powder. Equal parts lime and ash were added in to mix evenly. Several hours later, I had a bag of powdered Petri site, as fine as beach sand and ready to be mixed into an alloy. Seeing how I wouldn't be sticking around long enough to melt any steel plates, I called it an early night. X. As I was being driven home by Agent Morrison, I thought about just what I'd need for my holdout weapon. To start, I'd need the unique stone used to form each relic weapon. The stone had to come from the Blessed Isles, bathed in light magic. Am I going to have to travel to a holy site and open a quarry there? I wondered. I don't think the Pope would be happy with me. Does the Vatican even exist on Bet? No, there's got to be a better way. What exactly is it about the stones of the Blessed Isles was it that made them so special to the Sentinels? I delved deeper into the well in my soul. My connection to Runeterra deepened as I searched for the answers. It was only far in the distant past that I found the truth, a magic spring. There was a literal well of life at the center of the Blessed Isles, the same well that first captured Makai's attention and the same well that birthed the hallowed mist. The well's water had nourished the isles, filling them with life and magic and drawing nature spirits from all over to dwell within its shores. Makai may have discovered the water of life, but it was the Vistani people, nomadic, vulpine travelers from Ionia, who pioneered its use. Ari's distant cousins were especially sensitive to magic, even among the Vastaya. They explored the uses of memory magic as a form of energy and eventually discovered how to combine it with the sacred water to power golems that protected Helia, the capital of the Blessed Isles. It was at this point that I took a metaphorical step back to admire the sheer ingenuity of that. The Vistani were so gifted with magic that they made ace out of their own memories to create semi-independent golems, a feat that would only be replicated by Victor in the creation of Blitzcrank a full millennium later. Mad respect, pity they didn't last. Thinking about the ruination filled me with melancholy, but I did get what I wanted. The isles themselves weren't special, the well on the other hand. Holy water. Yeah, I can do that. X. 2000, June 23, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The following day was Friday, which meant yet another infuriating day of pretending to be blind in a building full of children I couldn't relate to. The only upside to my obvious disfigurement was that I made people nervous and no one wanted much to do with me. Even in my special education class, there was a palpable distance between us. I told myself I was fine with that, and the adult part of me was, but a different, 8-year-old part rebelled at the constant isolation. Still, this school day wasn't as bad as the others. It was the end of the year and it showed. The entire elementary school was gathered inside the auditorium to watch a public safety presentation delivered by two very familiar heroines. I couldn't quite suppress a shit-eating grin as I listened to Hat Trick and Stingray act sweet and cheery for us snot-nosed ankle-biters. Mostly Hat Trick. This would bother her for the rest of the day for sure. My only regret was that I had no oracles to see the show properly. And remember, stick together, follow only adults you trust, and be safe, Hat Trick said, sounding a bit stilted. Right, thank you for having us, everyone. Stingray finished. She had that peppy tone she used whenever she was talking to the public. I didn't have to see to know she had her pearly whites displayed into a wide, encouraging smile. She really was perfect for PR stunts like this, tall, pretty, well-spoken, and with a cool, up-front power. It was no wonder she'd be sent to reassure the public. The principal took the mic from the two wards. Yes, thank you, Stingray, Hat Trick. Can we get a round of applause for the two heroines? The auditorium filled with enthusiastic clapping. Now, I think we have time for a few questions about the wards. Anyone? Yes, Mr. Silva. A teacher took a portable mic to one of the older students, a fifth grader I'd heard of during recess as being a bit aggressive. He wasn't a bully, but he was a little pushy with the younger kids and insisted on being Royale or Eidolon during their games of Cape Tag. He spoke up somewhere to my left. Hello, Stingray, he said, uncharacteristically nervous now that he was talking to a real heroine. Have you met Eidolon before? No, afraid not. He's a very busy man. But you know, of all the heroes I've met, my favorite is Mouse Protector. She's not the strongest hero, but she makes people laugh and sometimes, that's worth its weight in gold. Another question, different student. Why do you shout Stingray straight, whenever you punch bad guys? I could practically feel Hat Trick rolling her eyes. Why not? Stingray responded. It makes people smile, right? Help me think up a super move for the rest of my team and post it on okay. I grinned and raised my walking stick into the air. Soon enough, I felt a teacher put the mic in my outstretched hand after a light scolding. I stood and grinned. Hi, I'm Andy. I've never seen heroes before, I said, waggling my eyebrows. I was told it looked unsettling. Mind if I ask you a question? Sure, Andy, go ahead, Hat Trick said, a tad forced. Where's Rubedu? How come I've never heard of him going on patrols? Is it because he's a scaredy cat? Mom says I shouldn't do drugs. Does this make Rubedu a bad hero? I couldn't quite manage to suppress my shit-eating grin. You Hat Trick began, but stopped when Stingray placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Rubedu is a respected member of the wards, Stingray said, her tone wooden. He does not join us in patrols because his power is unsuited for combat, but he has expressed his wishes to be more involved. His medicines will save many lives and I am proud to call him my friend and teammate, even if he can be a little difficult. What's he like? Someone else, a girl a ways behind me, asked. He's a brat, Hat Trick said bluntly. Him and Masked Bandit love to bicker, but they're good kids. X. I felt the hit coming the moment I stepped into the ward's common room but let it land. You're such a little shit, Hat Trick growled. Whatever do you mean? I said, rubbing the back of my head. Foe's talking about Rubedu the drug dealer now. Are you happy? Very. Never been smugger. Is that a word? It is now. Stingray shot me her big sister's frown of disapproval and passed me a cookie from the fridge. Well, I hope you've had your fun, because you have remedial PR lessons today. And every day for a week. I let out an exaggerated whine. I have important sciencing to do. Should have thought of that before you called yourself a drug dealer, kiddo. That was hilarious though, Ranchero laughed. He then saw his girlfriend's glower and gulped. I mean, that was irresponsible and very unheroic, and maybe a little funny. But definitely irresponsible. Whole chi, masked bandit cracked an imaginary whip. The last half of the cookie in my hand disappeared into hers. Thanks for the cookie, Rube. You're welcome, I said dryly. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go get chewed out by Ms. Youngston. Maybe I can get my tinkering done before I have to head home. I didn't get much done. I severely underestimated just how miffed Ms. Youngston would be with me. Disappointed, apparently, because I was supposed to be the chosen one. Or, at the very least, the easy-to-milk PR cash cow. I gave her team more work to do, so that meant she'd be giving me more work to do. Circle of life. Bureaucracy. Same difference. She eventually decided to use me being a drug dealer as evidence for how the ongoing lawsuit has damaged my reputation. I didn't plan that, but damn. Had to admit, she was good. Nonetheless, not much wasn't nothing, and I was able to upgrade my team's elixirs of iron with pills of the same. I also got to make drafts of Senna's relic pistol and portion out the ingredients needed for my petri site alloy. Author's note. I feel like I'm going to get questions about the death toll, so I'll talk about it here. Let's start with the obvious. Brockton Bay is not normal. Their gang violence stemming from Bakuda's madness and the Empire getting outed represent exceptional circumstances. Bakuda and Oni Lee were uniquely suited to mass destruction. The Empire had an enormous advantage in both powered and unpowered manpower alongside major heavy hitters like Purity and Hook Wolf. That kind of violence typically doesn't happen, in Worm and in the real world. For reference, the LA race riots of 1992, one of the most notorious riots in US history, resulted in the deaths of 64 people over the course of 6 days. And that was when seemingly the entire city blew up and out-of-towners were driving in to protect businesses. 43 in 3 weeks isn't an unreasonable death toll for a conflict between two local gangs, powers or no powers. I'm also going to get a lot of questions about Arcane, so I'll preempt them here. Arcane is not canon to Runeterra Prime. The Victor of Arcane is very different from Victor the Champion. He and Jace did work together in both timelines, but they had very different relationships. And yet, the lore behind the Hex core is that it is self-adapting. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.6. 2000, June 24, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I was always an early riser in both lives. When my family moved to California in my past life, my dad looked for any jobs he could find with his limited English. That turned out to be construction work from the crack of dawn to sunset. My mom made me and my sister wake up at 6 in the morning each day so we could have breakfast with my dad before he had to head out to work. Family should eat together, she'd said. Despite being a single mother, my mom was in a much better place than my old parent thanks to the benevolence of the PRT. She may have refused any stipends, saying they were for me when I got older, but that didn't mean the PRT had done nothing about our situation. Every weekend, she had English classes at a local community college, with tuition mysteriously waived. That meant Saturdays found both me and Mom up and early, sharing a breakfast of rice, fried eggs, and kimchi. A glass of neon pink sat on the table. Where are you headed today, son? I'm going to the PRT as soon as Agent Morrison can pick me up, Mom, I told her. They need me there. She looked at me with a proud smile that warmed my chest. Don't work too hard. You don't have to worry. I enjoy this, I promise. Besides, the more I make, the safer my friends will be. She cleared the table as I took a morning shower. Half an hour later, Agent Morrison picked me up just in time for Mom to see me off before she too went off to class. Thank you for taking care of my son, my mom said in her broken English. She bowed deep, in the same way she used to bow to my tutors in Korea. Ah, shucks, ma'am. Don't bow. It's my job. Thank you for picking me up anyway, Agent Morrison, I added, bowing with her out of courtesy. I'm sure you'd rather be doing something else. We got into the car with a final wave. You know, son, David's dad began in his old country drawl. You're supposed to be watching children's cartoons and eating cereal and sludge that's more sugar than milk, not going off to work. I shrugged. What can I say, Agent Morrison? Tinkering is my hobby. Maybe, but it shouldn't be your only hobby, ya hear? Yes, sir. I listen to jazz. Oh, right, you still trying to learn music like your mama? Yes, sir, I lied. I knew a bit of piano from my past and I could sing without being completely off-key, but I didn't exactly have an instrument to practice with here. Mom says I should start learning notes and pitches, then work on learning to read sheet music. Ha, like studying, eh? You got enough of that fancy pink juice for that? Yes, sir. The potions last longer when I drink them. He nodded and focused back on the road. My apartment, located in the hilariously unimaginatively named Phoenix Heights neighborhood, was not quite in the downtown area, but close enough that it received regular visits from hero patrols. At only 15 blocks from HQ, it was only a few minutes' drive. I sat through my mandated remedial PR sessions and was in my lab after snagging a ham and cheese sandwich from the PRT cafeteria to go station for lunch. I then made full use of the alarm system built into my lab to multitask. Now that the PRT knew my potions could be condensed into pills, each final output would require 2 monocrystals rather than 1. I'd thought about not mentioning it for a while in order to further build my crystal reserves, but in the end, I scrapped the notion. It wasn't worth making a fuss over, especially since the dehydration process was such an uninvolved process on my part. After loading the dehydrators for the next 12 hours, I picked out the bricks of high-carbon steel they'd provided and melted them down in the furnace provided. While I waited for those to melt, I sketched out a simple design of an amulet for Raquel alongside knuckle dusters that could be inserted into Stingray's gloves. Hopefully, she wouldn't need them, but Petricite knuckles couldn't hurt. Technically, I could just give Bandit a little lump of Petricite and call it a day, but that wouldn't do. She'd have to be holding that lump constantly if she wanted to suppress her power. My idea was to make a 2-sided amulet, one face made of regular steel and one with a petricite-infused alloy. The amulet would then be attached at 2 ends to a rotating joint and chain so she could wear it as a necklace. She could then flip the coin whenever to forcibly shut down her power in her civilian life. I hoped that this would let her get out more. We were the only friends she had thanks to being homeschooled because of her power and it wasn't healthy. The furnace was uncomfortably warm at over 2,700 degrees. I gingerly took out each vat of metal, only a pound each so I wouldn't strain myself and spill it on accident, and stirred in the 10 bags of Petricite. After loading another, much smaller crucible with steel, set aside so as to not make Petricite alloy, I returned to my sketchbook. By the time evening rolled around, I had 2 flat discs of metal, one the characteristic sheen of carbon steel and the other an ivory white. Tomorrow, I'd forge them together into a single disc, stencil on a design, and slap a chain onto it. Next to those were 2 sets of knuckles, made in several disjointed pieces that could be inserted into the padding of Stingray's gloves. I had to take her measurements from the spare costume she kept on base, but I thought I got it right. They weren't just so she could punch harder. Pieces of Petricite could be made to protrude from her palms and fingertips. They'd come into contact with her opponent and allow her to shut down their powers at close range. I also intended to make something for Ranchero and Hat Trick, but they were difficult for different reasons. Ranchero didn't rely on any weapons, nor did he have trouble controlling his power. For lack of anything better, I set aside a few pounds of the alloy so I could hammer them into plates. I'd sew them into his shirt later. Even if they saw no offensive use, they would insulate him from cape powers. As for Hat Trick, she had the opposite problem, she was too good at using anything, depending on her headwear for the day. I considered a baton or spear as she liked to use her riot police gear or knight's helm, but decided to get her input. It wasn't entirely altruistic. The last thing I did was take 3 pounds worth of the miracle alloy and shape it using the drop hammer until I had an even, rectangular block with a single protrusion at one end, vaguely gun-shaped L. I smuggled that back home with me and left the designs for my teammates' gear strewn about the lab. By leaving the lab intentionally sloppy, with future designs clearly on display, I hoped to ensure that the bit I was taking for my own use wouldn't be missed. 2000, June 25, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I ate an early breakfast with Mom on Sunday morning and bid her goodbye for the day. I was wearing a thick pair of shades to hide my scar along with a wide-brim sun hat, shorts, and t-shirt. In my pocket, I held both an elixir of iron, elixir of wrath, and several oracle's elixirs in pill form. Most people wouldn't pick on a blind kid, but I refused to not have any options in an emergency. My backpack held several empty bottles. Rather than call Agent Morrison to head to HQ, I stepped outside and tapped my way to the stairs. I wasn't supposed to know how to read the numbers. "Hello, dear," Mrs. Clarkson called. She was an elderly black grandmother who lived 4 doors down. "Do you need help getting down the stairs?" I bowed. "That's okay, ma'am. I don't need any help." "Nonsense, young man. I'm going down anyway to water the flowers. Come on, take my hand." She grabbed my sleeve with surprising strength. I sighed internally and allowed her to lead me down. There was just no arguing with grandmothers. Mrs. Clarkson lived alone, retired from her work as a chef some years ago. She was friendly, though a little too mothering in my opinion. She had a son who visited often named Sean, a tall man who worked as an electrician. Mom was scared of him, though perhaps scared wasn't the right word. Nervous? Wary? Suspicious? I could only hope that her behavior was dismissed as the shyness of an immigrant lacking basic language skills. It was fucked up, honestly. In both my lives, my Korean parents were some of the most racist people I'd ever met. The worst part was that there wasn't even any actual malice behind it, just a nervousness stemming from being an immigrant from a homogeneous culture. No matter where it came from, they were very quick to stereotype. I'd thought it was funny when I was much younger than I was now. Spiritually, I mean. Now, I could only try to befriend the man as much as possible. Exposure therapy was a thing, right? When I got to the ground floor, I bowed, thanked her again, and made my way towards the nearest Catholic church. That turned out to be the Immaculate Heart of Mary. There, I was greeted by a priest. Father Morales? I asked. Yes, who are you, young man? I'd done my research the night before. The Heart of Mary was a mid-sized church catering to the Spanish-speaking population. Father Manuel Morales was the head priest here and liked to greet his congregation by name. My name is Andy and well, I gestured to my eyes with my walking stick. I know I'm a little early, but do you mind if I come inside to pray before the altar? Of course, my son. God has a place for all his lambs. And with that, I was in. He showed me to the altar and let me be as I sank to my knees. I surreptitiously swallowed a single mouthful of oracles and allowed my vision to bloom outward. While the father prepared for his sermon, I feigned prayer. Was it sacrilegious, what I was doing? I wasn't sure if the God existed anymore, but I used to be very religious because of my previous mother. Still, I couldn't deny that the supernatural was a verifiable existence, one I couldn't ignore. Should I pray to you, Abba? Or does my soul belong to another? Bard? Or lion? Another aspect perhaps? Would Kale hear me and grant me justice? Would Tarek give me his protection? Can Atrus make me brave? Or maybe, it is the kindred who claim my soul now. I did die after all. I blinked away tears. My mother in this life wasn't religious, so this was the first time I'd stepped inside a place of worship. There was something weighty in the air, an almost palpable feeling of reverence and history. Sitting there at the altar of the God I used to worship, I couldn't fully suppress the feeling that I'd been lost to another. A heavy melancholy filled me. Was it divinely inspired? Or merely the sorrow of a man who'd lost his identity? Perhaps one day I'll find my answer. I had come planning to meditate while feigning prayer for lack of anything else to do, but the hour passed quickly and soon, I'd taken a seat at the corner of the furthest pew, listening to the father's sermon. When the sermon ended, I remained in my seat and ignored any attempts to welcome me into the flock by the local parishioners. At last, everyone but the priest left and I tapped my way to the altar. I soon caught his eye. Andy, my son, what troubles you? What makes a man? I asked him. Is it the God he worships? Or his history? You have deep thoughts for someone so young. I've been told, Father. I believe the answer is up to the individual. But there is one thing I know, seek and you will find. Matthew? Ask and it shall be given, right? Indeed. That is not to say that all answers are given to us immediately, but the first step of any journey is to begin at all. I nodded. In a way, they were empty platitudes, meaningless nuggets of wisdom. And yet, hearing his words made me feel a little better. Thank you, Father. I opened up my bag and showed him the empty containers. Father, would it be much trouble if I took some holy water home? No, of course not. I'd be happy to bless some water for you. Just some from the stoop should be fine. It is never a burden to pray over a child, my son. I bowed. Thank you, Father. Author's note. Most Catholic churches have stoops, little basins, or fountains where priests can wash their hands for sacraments. This holy water, sometimes even on a spigot, can be taken for free by the churchgoers. It's encouraged that you donate, but it isn't always required. If you were curious, holy water isn't chemically special. It's just regular water prayed over by a priest, with a dash of salt for purification purposes. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.7. 2000, June 25, Phoenix, AZ, USA. After storing the holy water in my room, I called for pickup and headed to the lab for the afternoon. I was finished by 4. I ended up with roughly 25 pounds of Petri-site alloy separated into 10 bricks, ready to be machined into handcuffs or whatever else the director had in mind. One of them was a little lighter than the others, the one I'd used to make the amulet, glove inserts and armor plates for my teammates. I'd probably be scolded for making them without approval, but I couldn't be bothered to care. Stingray had a close run-in with Gatling of the Peckerwoods the other day and a bit of power negation wouldn't have gone amiss. Besides, the more I accidentally used up in my excitement, the more difficult it would be to notice some of my stock was missing. Each brick had taken another monocrystal to ensure the Petri-site was fully merged with the steel, but the result was a material that was heavily absorbent to magic and esoteric powers. It was the very same steel used to craft the armor of the fabled Dauntless Vanguard. Such an armor would be too heavy for me, but I promised I'd make myself a set one day. I loaded them all onto a small cart and dropped them off with Dr. Sanchez, head of power testing. The write-up for this was sizable, but I was let go within the hour. That night, I dropped my teammates' new gear into their owners' lockers and settled into my first full, unsupervised shift on console. Ranchero, Wild Shot, this is Rubedu on console, I spoke into the mic as I topped myself off on oracles. This is Agent Carter on console for the PRT. Glad to have you, Rubedu. Howdy, partner, Ranchero's voice sounded through the headset in an even thicker accent than his father's. I knew he played up the cowboy theme in costume, even going as far as to wave around a lasso he barely had any idea how to use, but the fake accent always got a chuckle out of me. Hey, good to meet the littlest ward. Wild Shot of Ward's Team 3. I could see on Ranchero's camera a sandy-haired young man with a similar motif to Ranchero. He wore a red bandana over his nose alongside a large 10-gallon hat. At his side were twin repeating crossbows. Anachronistic, but probably more PR-friendly than actual revolvers. Short patrol tonight, Ranchero said, more upbeat than in his civilian guise. With a spin of his lasso, he summoned a golden bull. 10 seconds later, another joined it. Let's run wild. Your puns are bad and you should feel bad. Bah, this is why you're single, wild. No sense of humor. Right, Rubedu? No comment. Children, Agent Carter said tiredly. Focus. The wards mounted the bulls and began their patrol. Their route would start from the Tempe Police Department HQ just south of Salt River. From there, they wanted to circle Arizona State University, take the roundabout to Tempe St. Luke's Hospital, then finally head north again to cross Salt River back into Phoenix for pickup. If all went well, it was a 4-hour walk, 2.5 by bull assuming they didn't stop for anything. The two wards trotted along on their golden bulls for 10 minutes, signing autographs, taking pictures, and generally making sure they were seen. Contrary to my original estimation, in 10 minutes, they crossed less than 2 blocks and I had a newfound appreciation for Taylor's hatred for such patrols. I'd zoned out for a bit thinking about my new pistol when Wild Shot's mic came live. Console, I'm hearing yelling, he said. South, 3 blocks away. Permission to investigate. Ranchero had already turned his bulls in that direction. Granted, but be careful. You have your potions. Yes, ma'am. Pills, ma'am, Ranchero said. I made sure Wild Shot got both the healing and brute ones. Good. Ranchero, call out a few more bulls until you feel you have a high enough brute rating. Wild Shot behind. Intel only. Yes, ma'am, the two wards echoed. I glanced at the city map and found the nearest protectorate patrol. Cloud Street and Bunyan are 8 blocks away. 2 minutes ETA. Should I call them? Negative, Rubedu. We'll reach out if things escalate. Yes, ma'am. Ranchero took point, swinging his lasso every 10 seconds until he had a small wedge of 6 bulls. Each bull he summoned provided him a higher brute rating so long as they lived, but with diminishing returns. During testing, I'd heard he summoned 40 for a brute 7 rating. Impressive, if it didn't take north of 6 minutes to accomplish. Under normal conditions, he typically never called more than 8. There were only so many Angus bulls he could cram onto a street before they got in each other's ways. I watched on Ranchero's body cam as the two reached the scene. 11 men faced each other, 4 to 7. They were clearly divided along ethnic lines, which meant one side was Peckerwood for sure. I couldn't see much else in the twilight, my pericognition limited through video, but Wild Shot wasn't similarly hampered. 4 Hispanics, 7 whites, he spoke crisply. I see gang signs on both sides. PW and SSM. Won't be long till someone sees us. Ranchero isn't exactly subtle. Don't blame me for being fabulous. Ranchero, Agent Carter snapped. Business now. Yes, ma'am, he coughed. Should I surround them? Hold position. Wild Shot, are they armed and how? No guns in sight, but I can see a few bulges that might be pistols. I wouldn't discount smaller weapons too, ma'am. Rubedu, are the police aware of the problem? I checked the local dispatch for the street names. No, ma'am. Let them know. No capes, not our problem. But ma'am, Wild Shot cried. We're here to keep people safe and arrest villains. Any of them draw? No ma'am, the ranged hero sighed sulkily. Just insults and slurs. If we go in now, there's a good chance our presence will escalate things into violence. Hold position and try to make your bulls inconspicuous, Ranchero. Pull back a bit if you need to. Ranchero maneuvered his bulls until they were out of the gang members' line of sight. 2 bulls were hidden flush against a bus while the others ducked behind a corner. It said much about Earthbet that only a handful of people glanced twice, choosing to make themselves scarce from the potential cape fight. We watched for a minute before twin gunshots pierced the night. A revving noise filled the air. "Ma'am, Sawtooth inbound!" Wild Shot shouted. Before the wards could react, a giant of a man fell from the sky like a meteor in between the gangbangers. He wore a leather jacket with SSM embossed onto the back, a white wife beater, and ragged jeans. His only nod to a formal costume was the burlap sack he wore over his head with holes cut out for eyes. He shouted something I couldn't understand in Spanish before swinging his trademark chainsaw shotgun in a wide arc. It was an abomination of a weapon, a sword with 2 shotgun barrels stapled to either side of the motorized blade. It was suggested that he was a ballistics tinker purely based on how he could fire the shotguns without breaking the chainsaw. Even so, the demented blade ripped through the first of the peckerwoods and a nearby fire hydrant, sending blood spraying through the air. I was shaken out of my stupor by Agent Carter's shouting. "Rubetu, EDA on cops." 4 minutes, ma'am, I snapped back. "Ma'am," Ranchero said urgently. "Go, prioritize civilians, bulls first." Wild Shot rear. "I'll call Protectorate Console." "Yes, ma'am." The two shouted as Ranchero ushered his projections into a stampede. Everything devolved into chaos as the thundering of hooves filled the air. I saw all but 2 peckerwoods scatter. One was the one who had been sawn in half, but the other was shrinking. In the blink of an eye, a full-grown Komodo dragon lunged towards the SSM cape with deceptive speed. "Pinchy puto!" Sawtooth shouted, loud enough for Ranchero's mic to catch. I rolled my eyes at one of the few curses I understood in Spanish. Still, his reaction time was better than his language and he managed to shove the sleeve of his left arm into the lizard's mouth. Miraculously, the leather held. "Must be armored," I mused as I checked on the Protectorate patrol. Cloudstreak and Bunyan were 11 blocks away and gaining, one much faster than the other. "Good. Streak must be a mover." Sawtooth said something else before aiming his twin barrels at the ground. With a deafening bang, he sailed through the air, his jacket torn from his opponent's jaws. The giant of a man took aim with unexpected precision, firing twice into the Komodo's body. Its toxic saliva sputtered as its torso erupted in gore. That was as far as they got before Ranchero's stampede arrived. He had time to call a 7th. 3 bulls charged shoulder to shoulder, forcing the gangbangers to scatter. 2 more circled around the intersection on either side, keeping them from simply running away. 1 bull nicked an SSM member with its horn, the force alone enough to knock him on his ass with a torn bicep. His pistol clattered to the floor. 2 more gunshots filled the air, but the hard light bulls ignored the bullets completely. I glanced at the Protectorate response timer. 1 minute till Cloudstreak, I said. Bunyan shouldn't be far behind. The Komodo dragon changed again while we weren't paying attention. He rapidly gained mass until a full-blown T-Rex stood roaring into the night sky. Wild Shot let loose with his repeating crossbows, but both shots were ignored. He winced as he ducked behind cover to avoid a gunshot. "Tranks aren't working," he growled over the mic. "Freeform's changing too fast for the drugs to take hold." "Focus on the grunts," Agent Carter ordered. "Ranchero, stand back and crowd Sawtooth. See if you can keep him busy." "Yes, ma'am," they barked out as they rushed to follow the senior officer. The Peckerwoods, seeing the massive T-Rex on their side, regrouped behind a van and began firing at anything that moved. One of the SSM grunts went down clutching his thigh. Before they could finish off the other 3, a golden bull rammed straight into the van, cratering its side and tilting it precariously onto 2 wheels. That was enough for the 5 of them to scatter again. One of the Peckerwoods was running past a stop sign. 2 crossbow bolts fired with pinpoint precision landed through the notched holes of the street sign and into his arm. He was out moments later. "Got M marked," Wild Shot said. I glanced over to his body cam. He was still crouched behind a car. Rather than rise to take aim, he fired both repeaters into the air, emptying the magazines in the span of 6 seconds. I had to switch to Ranchero's camera to see what happened. Each bolt swerved in the air, homing in like demented hornets to separate targets. 6 shots, 6 hits, each on a major vein. I let out a low whistle. "Damn, that's impressive." "Thanks, kid. Enough patting yourselves on the back. Move the gangbangers out of the Cape fight," Agent Carter barked. "Yes, ma'am." Ranchero scrambled. With no need to secure the perimeter any longer, he had 6 bulls charge Sawtooth and Freeform, forcing them to disengage. Each bull didn't last long on its own, but that was enough for him to start moving the gang members. I saw both villains put their fight on hold to slaughter the bulls. Wild Shot tried to distract them by throwing a rock into their eyes, but Sawtooth shot his out of the air and Freeform ignored it completely. The size difference between a T-Rex and an Angus bull was so large that the bulls could only gore Freeform's shins at best. The wounds closed practically as soon as they were made, even as the tyrant lizard's jaws closed on each projection. Sawtooth blended his way through one bull and dodged the horns of another, only to get clipped by the third. He swore and fiddled with something on the shotgun before firing into the ground, launching himself skyward again. He landed atop a car and took aim at Ranchero from mere feet away. "Ranchero, Sawtooth," I yelled. I felt utterly out of my depth just watching this. Ranchero summoned another projection as the shotgun roared. The latest golden bull died the moment it was called. I thought for a moment I'd lose a teammate so soon. Before he could take aim again, Cloud Streak descended on a stream of billowing white clouds. 4 fist-sized hunks of hail launched towards Sawtooth, forcing him to fire on them instead of Ranchero. Cloud Streak herself was a woman clad in a form-fitting white costume with blue clouds providing tasteful accents. Her domino mask did nothing to hide her disdain for the peckerwood cape. "Ranchero, wild shot," her voice echoed through the speakers with a faint Jamaican accent. "Withdraw. We'll take it from here." A whirling chainsaw blade, attached only to the hilt by a rappelling wire, lashed towards the heroine, only for a thick cloud of white to shroud her like a shield. The blade roared but found no purchase, and for a moment, I wondered what her clouds were actually made of. Were they just cloud-shaped dimension fuckery, or did shards physically alter clouds to be denser than metal? Sawtooth turned around and fired behind him, thrusting himself forward and catching the rebounding blade into its slot with expert skill. He swung overhand, this time at the seams of the forming clouds, and they parted before they could fully solidify. Cloud Streak launched herself back with a curse. Freeform was nowhere to be found. "Go!" she barked out. Ranchero ran back, but called a bull to assist her as he retreated. Seconds later, the ground shook with yet another airborne cape. Bunyan had arrived. He was a tall man with a busy, red beard dressed like a lumberjack in jeans and flannel. Sticking on brand, he hefted a giant axe almost as tall as he was with one hand. Standing from the cratered asphalt, he glowered at the SSM cape. "Now would be a good time to surrender," he growled as he held his axe aloft. It wasn't my imagination. The lumberjack cape was rapidly growing taller, gaining entire feet in seconds as though he'd been drugged by Lulu. Sawtooth shrugged and said something else I didn't understand in Spanish before twisting something on his ridiculous chain-sword shotgun. Its teeth spun even faster, creating visible heat shimmers in the evening light. "Ranchero, wild shot, pull back. This is as far as we go." "You two did well," came Agent Carter's voice through the comms. "Ma'am, if we stay, we could provide support," Wild Shot tried. "Negative. Pull back. SSM capes are too willing to kill." While the two wards were arguing with Console, I saw Bunyan lunge forward with his axe. He launched himself with enough force to crater concrete. He shrank as he flew through the air, gaining speed and concentrating force due to his newly decreased mass. His axe blade met Sawtooth's in a shower of sparks, forcing the two apart. Cloud Streak wasted no time releasing more clouds from her hands, covering the world around them like a veil. It created an arena of sorts, forcing Wild Shot and Ranchero out of the fight while locking the two Protectorate capes in with the villain. "Pull back and look for civilian casualties," Agent Carter said. I doubted there would be any. It wasn't as though people couldn't sense a confrontation coming from a setup like that. Still, keeping civilians safe was an excuse the wards could swallow rather than let the adults handle this, so they said nothing and got to work securing the perimeter. It was then that the cops finally arrived. "Guess cops being late is a multiversal truism," I snorted. It was over in minutes. The gang members were rounded up. Sawtooth, lacking mobility in the cloud cover, could do little against a high-end brute like Bunyan. When the clouds dispersed, it was to Cloud Streak sauntering confidently with her partner slinging an unconscious villain over one shoulder. "Where's Freeform?" I asked. "He was a T-Rex then. I think I lost him sometime when Cloud Streak arrived." "Yeah, he does that," Ranchero said with a frustrated sigh. "He can turn into any living thing he's ever touched, so guy's slipperier than an eel." "How the hell's he a T-Rex then?" "Museum," 3 voices echoed. "We'll get him next time," Agent Carter said. "He's dangerous, but doesn't go out of his way to target civilians. He's less of a priority than SSM right now." "Hey," I thought. "The white supremacists follow the rules. Wouldn't be the first time, I guess." X. 2000, June 26, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I of course saw last night's escapades blasted over the Monday morning news. Wards heroically kept civilians from harm. Protectorate heroes Cloud Streak and Bunyan arrived in time to arrest 9 gangbangers and 1 cape with multiple homicide charges under his belt. The dead Peckerwood member didn't even get a mention. I ignored it all in favor of something far more vital: breakfast. Doenjang jjigae, Korean version of miso stew, was a staple in both lives. Tofu, mushrooms, clams, squash, onions, scallions, and potatoes gave the dish a deep, hearty flavor that warmed the soul. Funky fermented smell aside, it was a favorite of mine that reminded me of home. "What are they saying?" my mother asked as she picked out some kimchi. "A powered gang member was arrested last night," I said. "Were the wards involved?" "Yes," I answered truthfully. Don't worry, they were two of the oldest and they were there only long enough to make sure civilians didn't get hurt. Kids shouldn't be involved at all. What about you? I was in the office, didn't even leave. Good. Yuzong, I don't want you to fight. I sipped some broth and tofu. I know, Mom. I'm just working on something for my team. Are you going in again today? I shook my head. No, the contract is 30 hours per week. Just because it's summer break doesn't mean I need to spend all my time at the office. That's good. You should be a child. Do you want to go to the park? You have work, Mom. I'm just going to do some homework, read a book, listen to music, maybe meditate a little. I promise. Okay, son. I worry about you. I love you too, Mom. I wasn't entirely truthful. I intended to stay home, but the moment Mom left the house, I brought out my 3 pounds of petricite alloy and bottles of holy water. I started by converting each bottle into the water of life found in the deepest fountain of Helia. Or at least, my best approximation of it. Runeterra followed the same general rule as most fantasy settings, age meant power. And the water of life? It was old. It predated Helia and much like true ice, I would need 100 mana crystals for a single thimbleful. The stuff Mackay saw when he was first born on the Blessed Isles was far from practical at the moment, but that didn't mean my quest was a lost cause. The ruination had corrupted the sacred well. Though the relic weapons held a portion of the water's holy power, it was just that, the cinder of what it once was. By the time the first sentinels got their hands on the stones of Helia, the pool had been diluted by the countless undead and corrupted nature spirits into something much more manageable. This I could do. It was unsurprisingly more expensive than a regular healing potion, at 5 mana crystals per bottle. Considering the sizable stockpile under my bed, that wasn't much of an issue. Then came the part I wasn't sure about. I soaked the petricite alloy in a pool of the water of life while flooding both with mana crystals. The goal was to infuse the concepts of life and light into the metal. Strictly speaking, I was treading new ground. Petricite trees as a species were born of the Rune Wars and native to Western Valoran, not the Blessed Isles. The Blessed Isles, before the ruination, predated the Rune Wars by centuries. And yet, I had reason to believe that petricite alloy would be a worthy substitute for the stones quarried there. Petricite wasn't just a magic dampener after all, it, being a plant, absorbed mana and used it to grow like any other form of energy. That was why the White Forests had so little mana, because the trees hogged it all. My hope was that with the naturally absorbent properties of the magical wood, I would be able to infuse brand new concepts into the metal, creating a relic weapon despite the lack of the Blessed Isles. 40. It took 40 goddamn crystals and 4 hours of constant focus before the World Rune pulsed with satisfaction. Shit, there goes my stockpile, I grouched. Still, I couldn't suppress my glee. It was hardly Avarosa's bow, but damn. The alloy itself had been trimmed and reshaped by the sacred water and transmuted by the World Rune into something else. Instead of the metallic sheen it held before, it now looked to be made of a pristine, white marble that glowed dimly with a light from within. Its body had also been slimmed down, as though tailored for younger hands. I knew that even as I aged, the grip would not fail me. The grip of the gun had taken inspiration from Lucian's twin pistols. Rather than stone, it had instead doubled down on the metallic sheen, transmuting into a magic absorbent metal that looked like it was made of wrought iron. It was shaped like a bat's wing. It coiled around the stone, though it lacked the S inscribed on the side for Lucian's wife. If I didn't know any better, I'd call it a glorified prop. Perfect. I reached out and held it in my hands, feeling the weight of my new pistol. Even at just 3 pounds, I found it hard to steady with one hand and knew it'd be a long while before I crafted a second. Sometimes, being a kid sucked. I allowed the World Rune to jump to the surface and fuel the pistol. The inner light brightened in answer and I knew that I could fire this thing as quickly as I could think the thought, the beauty of a soul-fueled weapon. Now, how do I test this thing? Author's note. Repeating crossbows are not like automatic weapons. They don't rapid fire. It really just means you can pull a lever, or a trigger, to load the next bolt and draw. Wild shots are 2 one-handed repeaters carrying tranq darts instead of steel bolts. Because they're one-handed, they only store 5 bolts each. Gee, the gang leader with virtually limitless shape-shifting escaped, can't possibly be a bad thing. I can't be the only Korean that eats jjigae for breakfast, right? Lucian has 2 relic pistols, but they look distinct if you care to look. One has an L carved on it, the other an S for his wife, Senna. Her pistol looks sleeker and the grip flares near where the hammer would normally be. The grip's also edged at the other end almost like a bat's wing. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.8. 2000, June 26, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Phoenix was not Brockton Bay. It did not have a convenient boat graveyard where all the local capes went to test their powers or beat their breasts in shows of force before scouting competition and recruits alike. In fact, its overall economy had increased as a result of Leviathan's appearance. Phoenix was a hub for the aerospace industry, military and civilian alike, manufacturing everything from helicopters to electronic circuits and navigational components. With land and sea very much in jeopardy, people invested heavily into aerial transportation. Companies like Boeing and Northrop adjusted significant portions of their production lines into designing more efficient cargo planes. It was also a hub for medical devices and pharmaceutical companies, which may have explained that farce of a lawsuit. I had no intention of letting the PRT know what I made, so using their firing range was right out. There wasn't an easy way for me to test out my new relic pistol. The single downside to the weapon was that it literally glowed in the dark after all. Still, I did my best to find somewhere secluded and easily overlooked. I snuck out near midnight with a crude mask and sunglasses along with Dad's old military dress coat. It was one of the few things Mom kept of him and I hated having to use it as a disguise, but I had nothing else. I obscured the Korean flag and any identifying insignias with masking tape. It made me look like an idiot, but that was better than being seen as dangerous or tracked back home because I wore a foreign military medal. Several blocks away from my house was Encanto Park. It was one of, if not the biggest park in the city, with its own mini island and an amusement park in the middle. The amusement park had train rides, carnival games, and other small things to keep the kids busy while parents shot the breeze. The park, being a public space, didn't officially close until 11 and I was worried that the security guard would not have dozed off yet. Instead, I set my sights next door to the Encanto golf course. It was a full 18-hole course with a driving range and practice green. It also closed at 6, meaning the whole area was deserted. After all, who'd bother stealing from a golfing green? The lights near the driving range were on to deter entrants, but I wasn't interested in the expensive golfing equipment. I made my way around to the furthest hole and climbed the fence. I mentally cordoned off my target range in a section of the course isolated by a miniature grove. It was as close to a lone I'd get in the middle of a city like Phoenix. I took my place at the edge of the grove, legs spread shoulder width apart for stability. With my right hand holding the pistol and left hand supporting the wrist, I took aim at a tree about 30 feet away and fired. There was no easy description. The recoil was somehow both physical and spiritual. My soul lurched. A burst of mana was drawn from the well and fed directly into the gun's grip. From there, it pulsed a brilliant blue before, with the pull of an imagined trigger, it launched into the tree. My hands jerked a little from a recoil I wasn't expecting. Light shouldn't have mass like that, right? I tossed any expectations of being able to dual wield out the window. I could tell that aiming properly in the middle of a fight would be a challenge even while bracing with both hands. The gun wasn't exceptionally heavy or anything, but I was a pint-sized little snot at the moment. One day, I promised myself. I walked up to the tree and saw the damage. There was no neat bullet hole, but I did see a small indent along with some scorched bark. I felt that if I put in more mana, I'd get a bigger blast. I took my position again and shot a few more blasts of mana at different quantities. The biggest burst made a sizable dent into a tree, enough so that I had to move for fear of breaking the trunk altogether with repeated rounds. It also came with a large recoil, enough to make me stumble back and fling my hands above my head. After that, I stuck to minor mana bullets and focused on trying to fire as many of them as I could without dropping my accuracy too much. I was no Lucian, but 1 per second seemed like a respectable amount. It was like a mental muscle, one I needed focus to use. To close off the night, I found a different tree and decided to emulate one of the Purifier's signature techniques. I delved deep into the World Rune and drew out memories of his practices with Senna. It was an interesting experience. The memories I found weren't at all like my own. I could remember my mother's smile, the jjiki I had for breakfast, the designs on the back of my spoon, and more. With Lucian's memories, individual details like Senna's hair ornaments or the way she laughed and mocked him teasingly were vague, like mist in the breeze. The style, each movement and focus as he channeled mana into his pistols, those were as crisp as the winter wind. This time, I didn't just allow the mana to flow, I pulled. The drain was palpable, I could feel the mana travel through my spine and my arms to pool into the relic pistol. There, instead of releasing, I held it and condensed it, shaping it into a nearly solid mass. I took a deep breath and released on the exhale. This time, when I fired, the kickback tossed my arms over my head. The result was not a single shining bullet, but a beam of light that ripped a neat hole straight through the tree. I could smell the burning wood from where I was standing. I stared dumbstruck but moved when I heard the wood creak and begin to fall on itself. Nope, not sticking around. I spent the rest of the night firing bullets of varying intensities. I used the bare minimum amount of mana to practice my aim and fired stronger shots into the earth. I wanted to see if it was possible to tire myself. The answer was yes. By the time I snuck back home and crawled into bed, there was a soul-deep exhaustion. The World Rune was as bright as ever, but my body didn't take well to channeling mana constantly. It was just one more thing to practice. That night, I was once again brought to the altar that housed the World Rune. The 9 orbited the 3 keystones, with one I knew to be time warp tonic lit. I felt the same pull as before and knew that I was about to ignite a second star. It was by now a familiar scene, but rather than contempt, it bred in me a greater sense of gravitas. My connection to the World Rune was widening and my very soul trembled with anticipation. I stepped onto the altar and a star came to me eagerly, shining with a light that warmed my soul. Azure flames covered my right hand and when they faded, 3 runic tattoos in the shape of stylized bullets decorated the back. Memories, instructions, and knowledge flooded my brain, settling into the very core of my identity as though they'd always been mine. Minion dematerializer, I whispered. In-game, the player got 3 items that could instantly vaporize a minion. Good for farming early on when a champion's damage didn't scale. Good for getting gold. Good for removing the enemy's cover so you could land your skill shots. Wouldn't it be funny if I could just zap away an Endbringer? I laughed to myself. But no, if I channeled that kind of mana through my squishy human body, I'd go the way of Tyrus in the blink of an eye. Just as the chrono acceleration provided by Time Warp Tonic came with the hard limitation of having to drink a potion first, Minion Dematerializer came with its own limitations. To start, I'd gain a bullet every 24 hours. I could hold up to 3, 1 per rune. Once activated, I could channel the mana stored in a tattoo for 3 seconds before releasing a beam of highly concentrated mana with a pre-coded spell. It would dematerialize anything it hit first regardless of physical makeup, transmuting the target into raw mana and dissipating it harmlessly into the atmosphere. The final limitation was based on mass. It could transmute anything with a comparable mass to myself, a restraint necessitated by my own body's ability. On the plus side, anyone missing a me-sized sphere of matter is probably going to die regardless of what happens to the rest of them. I'd built myself a holdout weapon and received the most aggressive of the minor runes in response. Was the World Rune adapting itself to my desires? With that mildly concerning thought, I allowed myself to leave my mindscape, emerging to a new day. 2000, June 28, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I spent nearly all of yesterday in meditation. I woke up, had breakfast with Mom, saw her off to work, then meditated for 3 hours at home until lunch. After lunch, I called in an absence from the wards, telling them that I meditate more effectively at home. It was partially true even, but mostly to hide how my crystal generation rate had increased yet again. It wasn't much, barely a minute shaved off my time, but an extra crystal was nonetheless an extra potion. More importantly, normal powers didn't improve like mine did barring a second trigger. Best to keep that little tidbit on the down low. So I spent all day after lunch meditating too, until Mom came back and she forced me to do something childish, that being watching Disney movies with her. For the record, the Korean translation of The Lion King left much to be desired. 9 hours. 9 non-stop hours of meditation got me 53 mana crystals. By my estimate, it should have been a bit higher than 60, but I found my focus flagging if I didn't take frequent breaks. I stored most of them in the old box under my bed and set 20 of them aside to take to the wards. I didn't know what I wanted to make for myself next, but the next egg never hurt. The day after saw me at Wards HQ with only Raquel for company. I'd received an email from the director telling me she appreciated my concern for my teammates, but that all changes to costume design must go through official channels. She'd then confiscated the majority of my Petri site for further testing and fabrication into handcuffs and the like. Bitch move, but bureaucracy was a bitch, so that wasn't unexpected. Even so, my little theft hadn't gone noticed, and that was the main purpose. Almost as important, I got belated permission to give Raquel her amulet since that wouldn't change her costume in any way, so that was what I was doing at the moment. Hey, Bandit, I called. I was in my civvies while she was in full regalia. How was your PR tour? Horrible. She pouted. Ms. Youngston made me hand out raccoon-themed ice cream to kindergartners. I couldn't suppress my snickers. Sucks. Shut up. I'm not the baby anymore. Why aren't you doing this? I'm currently being sued, remember? I asked dryly. Can't exactly give out potions at hospitals. Besides, my costume doesn't make me look like a stuffed animal. She flopped down onto the sofa with a frustrated whine. I just want to do something meaningful. Is that so much to ask? Sting and Ranch are off on grown-up patrols. Hat Trick is on ride alongs wearing a surgical hat. Even you're making super important potions and stuff. I ran a hand gently through her hair. You matter, Bandit, I spoke softly. It might not seem like it, but you do. The cheery act you put on in public, even if it's all a lie, really does mean something to people. There's a reason you're the most popular ward, you know? And for the record, I wouldn't want to be Trick right now. Paramedics see some shit. What good is being popular if I can't help anyone? Isn't that what heroes do? Save lives? Well, I haven't been doing a whole lot of that. Didn't you ride along as a first responder to that arson attack the other day? Saw that on the news. I heard you pulled someone from the fire. 1. Still more than me, I said honestly. I'm told my potions help, but I've yet to personally see any of that. I just wish I could do more, she said, almost at a whisper. Me too, I admitted quietly. Me too. We sat there in companionable silence before I remembered my original reason for talking to her. I have something for you. I took out the necklace and presented it to her. It was a simple affair, a chain with a circular coin in the middle, one side white and the other a metallic grey. She eyed the necklace then looked back to me thoughtfully before her expression settled on a mischievous smile. "Aw, that's sweet, Andy," she cooed, "but you're a little young for girls." "Fine, if you don't want your Petri site amulet, then who am I to force you?" I said with a voice as dry as the Grand Canyon. I made to pull away. No, I'll be good," she whined. She tried to blink the amulet from my hands, but it clattered to the floor. All she received was the chain itself. I looked at the amulet. "And now we know it works. You can't blink away the Petri site alloy, can you? Yet, now can I please have the magic doodad?" "Doodad? Lulu would love you," I grumbled, but tossed her the amulet nonetheless. "Who? A cheerful midget. Now, one side of the coin is made of regular steel so you can rest that against your skin. When you want to shut your power off, all you need to do is flip it so the Petri site is what touches you directly." "Thanks, easy enough to understand." "Yet, made it idiot-proof for my favorite trash panda," I smirked. "Jerk," she replied with her tongue sticking out. "Maybe, but I'm the best jerk. X." After a bit of friendly back and forth, Raquel took her turn on console while I holed myself up in my lab. Not all of the Petri site had been taken, enough remained so that I could work on an elixir to negate innate powers. Brutes, movers, changers, and thinkers generally weren't affected by Petri site coming in contact with their skin, so I'd suppress their powers in the same way the mage seekers did to Silas, poison. My first attempt at a Petri site elixir was a failure, not because it wasn't strong enough, but because it was too potent. As it turned out, eating powdered rock tree did terrible things to your digestive tract, even in drinkable form. Thankfully, I didn't have to find out the hard way. The World Rune informed me that what I'd made would clog the pipes so to speak and cause intestinal failure. I remedied this by mixing the new solution with a health potion at a ratio of 3:1. This would allow the potion to pass more smoothly through the body, the health potion's beneficial effects fixing minor inconveniences on the way through. The result was a potion that would prevent the activation of all powers. However, it still wouldn't reverse any changes. For example, Crawler would not be able to adapt to any stimulus while the elixir was in his body, but nor would the monster turn back into a man. Author's note. The laser he gets when he tries to condense the mana in the gun is Lucian's piercing light. I bet some of you forgot the rune page. He got minion dematerializer. Andy made a gun, so he gets some bullets. Never quite understood why the dematerializer was a part of the inspiration rune page, but shrugs blame Riot. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Antebellum 2.9. 2000, June 29, Phoenix, AZ, USA. My summer homework was finished in mere hours and with nothing left to do, I spent much of the day in meditation again. I wasn't blind, figuratively, I mean. I knew the PRT hid things from us younger wards and though I couldn't be sure to what extent, I had my suspicions. Events were escalating and my potions were being used up as fast as I could make them. Coupled with the fact that Redbird and Echo, another member of Protectorate Team 1, had been reassigned to Oathkeeper's command and the things I'd heard implied some worrying times for the city. I did at least manage to find out what happened to the Petri site they took. Most of it was machined into handcuffs, but a few slivers were ground down into caps for bullets. They wouldn't work. I could have told them that if they bothered to ask, but of course they didn't. They saw a magic metal and figured they could do whatever they wanted. At its core, Petri site wasn't a mana dampener, though I often referred to it that way. It was a mana absorber, a sink. There were ways to draw out the mana stored in Petri site, that was how Galio could move, but it also meant there was only so much mana a nugget of Petri site could absorb at a time before it became ineffective. Like with any energy sink, if you introduced too much energy into the material faster than its maximum rate of absorption, it'd explode like a pipe bursting during a flood. And with no one but me able to measure mana, they had no surefire way of knowing how to best use the material. Raquel's amulet would passively discharge the stored mana harmlessly into the atmosphere. That was the whole point of me reinforcing it with mana in the forging process, but if she intentionally tried to activate her power constantly, she would eventually overwhelm the material. It then failed to inhibit her for a while until its mana reserves emptied again. Accidental, infrequent surges of her power, it could handle, but constant use? That was too much for a single nugget the size of a quarter. Which made the tiny caps placed over bullets absolutely worthless. They might inhibit a cape's power for all of a second or two, but getting shot tended to do that anyway. If one good thing came of this mess, it was that I got begrudging permission to machine my own petri site. Eventually, the PRT would learn that Tinkertech shouldn't be fiddled with by normal humans with few sparing exceptions, and I supposed I was just another data point on the way to that lesson. In the future, they'd give me a list of things they wanted it to do and I'd machine up the appropriate designs for them. Easier for everyone and less of a waste. That, and I got to smirk smugly at the director while explaining this a few days back. That was also important. My at-home meditation sessions were productive, but I couldn't just do that all day. At the moment, I was staring at another wonder of creation, one I'd completely overlooked in my rush to make the relic pistol, the water of life. Kind of. More specifically, the corrupted water of life that was a pale reflection of the original well found by Mackay. I only had 2 bottles worth left, but I figured I could use them to make something valuable. Let's see, the water of life comes from Helia and is inherently infused with mana aligned to life, nature, and light. Mackay found it first. Then more nature spirits came along. Then the Vasani people used it to build autonomous golems, using it to draw out their own memories. It was sacred in a way few things on Runeterra truly were, a force for creation and a conduit for raw, distilled experience that remained utterly pure until the ruination. Surely an alchemist could make much of such a magically charged ingredient. The World Rune pulsed in my soul as it leveraged options into my focus, a true healing potion, one that could restore my eyes without the addictive properties of the shimmer or the curse of Vilemaw. Hell, Vilemaw himself, the so-called spider god worshipped by Elise, was in fact a product of the well. During the ruination, Vilemaw was a nature spirit who became corrupted and drank of the water of life, gaining his godlike power. His water-infused venom was what Elise drank to gain her limited form of immortality, and if I was willing to shell out, I could skip the middleman and take a sip from the genuine article. That was the problem, shelling out. The 2 flawed bottles in my hands wouldn't be enough. Typically, age equated to power on Runeterra, and if I wanted the pure water of life as Mackay first found it, enough to heal and empower myself, I'd need enough mana crystals to fill a truck. Much like a weapon made of true ice or one of Ornn's masterworks, the water of life was beyond me. What else? I probed my soul, delving deeper. What else can I do with this? More relic weapons came to the surface, a shield of light that could banish the shadows and reveal all lies. A relic cannon of black and white that could wield the black mist as sure as it could wield the light of the soul. A crossbow so large that it better suited a ballista attached to a cart than a single wielder. No, I dismissed them all. I don't need another weapon. If this thing can't give me my eyes now, can I restore it somehow? Charge it. A different memory surfaced, one that I initially thought had nothing to do with Helia. It was a mana crystal encased in a blue, teardrop-shaped gem. The prodigal explorer would find it in a Shuriman tomb. The tear of the goddess, I thought reverently. In-game, it was the staple item of many rapid-fire casters because it allowed the wielder to permanently increase their mana reserves with every spell used, eventually capping out and becoming material for an even better item. If that was all it could do, I'd have no need for it. The World Rune was a limitless well after all. Why seek more mana when the little I could access already taxed me so? But it was so much more than that. It was an anchor, a bridge between the physical and spiritual. When Ezreal reached the tier, it was being used as the anchor of a seal used to keep the void from bleeding over into Runeterra. Kaisa, who had been investigating the tomb for this exact seal, joined him and the 2 pushed back the void together. After that, the tier was brought back to Piltover, where it remained at the university for research purposes. Even I didn't know exactly where the tier came from, the World Rune was silent on the matter, only that it was not truly the relic of a celestial. Does it even matter? The tier is at least partially sacred. It's greatly attuned to protection. It can store incredible amounts of mana. Even better, it could ultimately be used as the core for a powerful artifact, not quite a masterwork to the Forge Lord's standard, but near enough to be considered a national treasure by any kingdom. Combined with the World Rune's ability to transmute materials for me. Can I make this? I didn't even notice my hands move. Before I knew it, I had my last 2 bottles emptied into a bowl along with the sum total of the mana crystals I'd made today, 28 all told. I'd probably get an earful about responsibility and slacking off when I showed up at the PRT with no crystals, but that was acceptable. On the surface, the process felt superficially similar to making a relic pistol, a whole lot of transmutation and focused meditation, but there were some noteworthy differences. Unlike the Petri site, the water of life had much of the concepts and attunements inherent to the tier of the goddess. Life, light, a bridge between the physical and spiritual, a reservoir of magic. Perhaps it was this metaphysical similarity, Or perhaps it was simply because I'd done something comparable before, but the transmutation came easier. The 28 crystals merged themselves into one even as the water gathered and coagulated. At the end of 2 hours, I had a single, beautiful gem bluer than any sapphire. It was a little bigger than my thumb and along the tail end of the tear was a hole, perfect for a thin chain to tie it around my neck. If I needed any proof that the World Rune would indulge my intent, this minor adjustment was it. I quickly found a chain and hooked it around my neck. The chain itself was a spare, one I'd gotten just in case the size didn't match on Rack's pendant. The moment I put it on, I felt my mana surge. The sensation was impossible to put to words. My magic was always there, the World Rune was quite literally grafted to my soul after all. But now it felt closer to the surface. I didn't need extra mana, but in making the tear and infusing my own intent into the creation process, I'd inadvertently made my first magical focus. Wearing it also reminded me of something else that happened in-game, the wearer could deal a little extra damage against minions. It was a way to make farming a little easier, a tiny nod on the part of the developers to make sure the player didn't fall too far behind early game. The tear was a bridge between the spiritual and physical. I now had a far more literal understanding of what that meant. Simply having it on my person would attune my body to mana, slowly increasing my physical body's ability to process magic. It was a glacial process, but I'd eventually become superhuman as my body adapted to the increased metaphysical weight hanging from my neck. When I'd finally gotten the full use from this item, I could turn it into something else. It's an item that evolves with me. I grinned. It's perfect. X. 2000, June 30th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I'd discovered a tangential benefit to having the tear. It let me hide how efficient my mana crystal generating meditations had become. I stopped meditating at HQ because I was afraid my crystal generation rate would be monitored, making it all the more difficult for me to store up stockpiles for myself. Now, I could simply produce one every 10 minutes and sink the excess mana into my greedy little necklace. I hadn't planned it that way, but it did give me a bit more freedom. I was fortunate in that most of my tinkering could be automated. I still needed to produce the appropriate amount of crystals, enchant items, etc., but I could leave the machining to computer programs and pre-made casts. I had more free time on my hands than many tinkers, but I found that it was a curse as well as a blessing. After ensuring that all my dehydrators, casts, and furnaces were running, I was ushered off to the Scottsdale Fashion Square, the mall where I'd held my debut. The PRT was insistent on keeping up morale and wanted me to sign my very first merchandise. So, that's what I did for 3 hours. I shook hands, smiled, and pretended I gave a damn about Rubeto brand lunchboxes and whatnot while there was a gang war going on. On the upside, Director Lyons had indeed commissioned some Rubeto brand sunglasses which I found deliciously ironic. Following the PR event, I changed back into my civvies. I was decked out almost entirely in PRT merch, from a Redbird brown t-shirt and ranchero jeans to my own sunglasses. I spent a rare afternoon with my mom. She fussed over me like only a mother could. We had lunch, got a haircut and some new clothes she promised made me look dashing, and visited the local music store for some jazz CDs for me and a new metronome for her. All told, the interruption represented a startling bit of normalcy in my otherwise Cape-centric life, one I suspect Mom planned days in advance. I heard the central fountain gargling in the background. Mom let go of my hand and replaced hers with my collapsible walking stick. She pushed me gently onto a bench. I'm going to go use the restroom. Stay here a while, okay? She said. I nodded agreeably. Okay, Mom. I'll be right here. I heard her walking off into the distance and turned inwards to meditate. It wasn't like I could check my phone or anything. I didn't get to sink much into the tear. I hadn't sat there longer than 3 minutes when I heard someone come up. Hey, are those the new hero glasses? Said a boy I'd never heard before. He sounded like he was a few years older than me, not old enough to have his balls drop, but not my age either. 2 more footsteps accompanied him. I mentally sighed and turned to face him. Yeah, Rubetos. Do you like them? They're cool, but he doesn't show up much. Mom says that's cause he's in big trouble. Maybe, but these glasses are pretty comfortable. Can I see? Said another voice. Seeing no harm in it, I took them off and held them out to that other boy. Sure. Whoa, what happened to your eyes? I gestured to my walking stick. I'm blind, I explained patiently. I got hurt, see. I felt someone take the walking stick from me. Please give that back. I needed to go anywhere. Hey, look, I'm Oathkeeper, a third voice said. I sighed. I'd already drank 3 servings of oracles during my work as a ward and hadn't bothered to bring any extra with me. Agent Morrison had a few, but he'd driven off already. Mom had an extra in her handbag, but she'd taken that with her. I lamented my carelessness even as I held out my hand. Hey, give that back, I said as firmly as my 8-year-old body would allow. No, this is my sword, the child said stubbornly. Judging by the whooshing noises he kept making, he was probably acting out some of her sword draws. I used to do the same, I thought bemusedly. Not quite the same, but I used to take Mom's umbrella and pretend it was a lance back in my old life. Still annoying as fuck though. I stood and made a lunge for where I thought the sword would be. I knew Oathkeeper liked her Iato, so I reached near waist level expecting a horizontal swing. I'd guessed right. My forearm collided with the pole and a slight sting shot up my arm. I grabbed it and yanked firmly, but the older boy held on. Enough. I'd like my walking stick back now. Nua, he yanked back. I winced at how much effort it took me to simply hold on to the stick and couldn't help the realization that I had a long way to go to compete with trained normal, never mind brutes and combat thinkers. We'll give the stick back if I can keep your glasses, the second voice said slyly, the one who'd asked to see them. You don't even need them. I almost lost it at that. Cover or not, playing the blind kid wasn't fun. In school, I was known as a vulnerable student and the teachers were extra watchful around me. I didn't have that protection here. It wasn't as though I could take my emergency pills and slap the little shits around via iron either, no matter how tempting that was. The worst part of all this was that I couldn't tell if there was any actual malice or they were just kids too stupid to know better. No, they're both mine, so give them back. The original boy to approach me said something, but I couldn't hear him over some girl screeching. The weight on the other end of the stick suddenly fell away. Leave him alone, she growled. She sounded like she'd be around our age and had a vaguely Asian accent. It wasn't thick enough that I could place her country, but it was there nonetheless. Hey, you kicked him. Yeah, so? Fuck are you going to do about it? That was as far as they got because an adult finally decided to intervene now that there was actual violence. Hey! He shouted. I could hear heavy footsteps coming our way and I pictured an overweight, middle-aged man with a receding hairline and puffing cheeks. What's going on here? She kicked him. The three were readily yelling. She kicked my baby, a shrill woman cried. Get her out of here. For fuck's sake, I thought. You mean the mom was watching nearby? Talk about shit parenting. I was sorely tempted to hit her, consequences be damned. Instead, I yelled. Excuse me. When I felt eyes on me, I gestured generally to the middle-aged man. Are you the mall security, sir? Yeah, can't you see the bat? He cut himself off, only now noticing my eyes and the walking stick in my hand. I smiled beatifically. No, sir. I can't see your badge. I was sitting here waiting for my mom. She's in the restroom by the way. Three boys came and took my sunglasses and walking stick. I think they were pretending the stick was Oathkeeper's sword. I asked them to give it back, but they wouldn't. Then some girl came and helped me. I don't know if she kicked him or not, but she's helping me. You. No, the mall cop cut off the overprotective mom. He tried to cover up his faux pas the way most people do, by being seen to be doing something. You get those three kids out of there and give me those sunglasses back, he snapped. They each get a warning on their record. You hear me? Miracle of miracles, an adult doing his job on Earth bet, I drawled in my head. Still, I got up and tucked the walking stick under my arm before bowing respectfully to him. Thank you, sir. Sure, kid. Here are your sunglasses. I turned to the girl. Thank you too. My name's Andy, what's yours? Alice. I couldn't see, but I could hear the smile in her voice. And that was how I met one Alice Nohara, daughter of Super Tiger Mom Sheeter and major Type A personality herself. When Mom arrived, she and Alice's mom got to talking. Before us kids knew what was happening, she and Sheeter were gossiping like old friends. Sheeter and her husband, Kenji, owned a small izakaya called Izakaya Nohara not far from our own apartment. Alice had apparently recognized me from school, though I couldn't say the same for obvious reasons. She was a year above me and hadn't found a reason to hang out with someone younger during recess. Mom thanked her profusely. When the adults got to talking about hobbies and talents, Reed, subtly bragging about how awesome their kids were, Sheeter expressed how she'd like Alice to pick up an instrument to broaden her horizons and stand out for college applications. I couldn't suppress a roll of my eyes, but that went thankfully unnoticed. Mom talked about her own musical career and offered to tutor Alice in the violin. She'd become a regular voice in my life from that point. Author's note. Vilma's lore is O. His true origins are completely unknown. We only know that he is a spider god who lives in the Shadow Isles, one of the few living things there, is worshipped by Elise, and granted her a form of immortality that lasts so long as she drinks his venom. I figured it'd be an interesting bit of flavor text to say he's a nature spirit corrupted by the ruination who made his cave over the old well of life. The faded text that Marcus sees near his cave in Strand by Silken Strand are the ruins of the sacred well. The mall scene is admittedly very cliché, but I wanted a try at handling childishness for childishness' sake. I think this FIC is a bit too mature at times, not in content, but definitely in how Andy approaches matters. He can't help it, but there's an inexplicable charm in kids being kids that I like. Or maybe, this scene is more important than you'd think? Now, this is the conclusion of the second arc. An interlude will follow. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Interlude 2.9.5, Kevin Rivers. 2000, June 30th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I did my best work in coffee shops and libraries. Ironic, I know. It certainly wasn't where people expected the lieutenant of the biggest, baddest gang in town to do his business, but that was the point. I didn't need some shitty tough guy wannabe cholo who couldn't rub two brain cells together looking over my shoulder and only a fucking retard kept paperwork inside meth labs. No, a quiet table at the local coffee shop at the mall served just fine, thank you. I smoothed my pressed grey shirt and took a sip of my drink, barista's recommendation, before shooting said girl a playful wink and a nod. She blushed the color of her ginger hair and I considered asking her out for a night on the town. Who knew? If I liked her, I might not even show her to the boys after I was through. I grinned as I responded to a message from one of my unpowered officers. He was exactly the kind of underling I like to have, competent, but with plenty of strings I could pull. He wasn't good in a fight, short dude with a gut like Fat Albert, but that wasn't the point. He had a nice, disarming smile and a boisterous, cheery laugh that no one could stay mad at. The fat little bowling ball knew every goddamn cop this side of Phoenix. Guys like these were the useful ones, the sort that could do more than swing a tire iron or pull a trigger. Ever since me and the rest of the Crips let Stampede and Lockjaw get away from Oathkeeper, things had really been coming together. La Torcha's plan was slow, but this was how it had to be if we didn't want to invite the flying brick into our backyard. Some of our soldiers didn't get that, too much fire in their blood, but that was fine, people went missing all the time. We, meaning Tequila and I, got in with the Peckerwoods for that little cameo the other night. Tequila was a Filipina who was raised Catholic by her strict granny. Fell away, a bit like me. She was another one that was impossible to dislike, a short, curvy party girl who knew how to flaunt it. Sex on legs, Parade kept calling her. She was a pretty face and a nice pair of tits for the Peckers to stare at while I did the actual negotiating. I took a sip of my drink and let out a silent snort. Racist fuckers thought they were so smart, playing the spick and the nigger against each other, never mind that Tequila wasn't Latina. Didn't matter, we had to let them keep thinking that. Tequila shook her ass and sucked a few dicks while I promised a few soldiers here and there, organized the occasional breakout. 2 weeks later, between the two of us, we knew every white trash worth mentioning, every single weapons stash, and every donut-stained pig they had on dial. We got what we wanted in the end. Crips always got what we wanted. Torcha always got what she wanted, more unpowered violence. More tension. Regular contact with that oily bastard freeform. Pretty sure Tequila was his squeeze now. Perfect. Shit for her, she's gay for Torcha, but perfect for the plan. I was disturbed from my thoughts by a commotion outside. I glared through the window at some fat redneck huffing and puffing towards a bunch of kids. His face was a glistening red and the mall security jacket wasn't doing the Pillsbury Doughboy any favors. Sure clung to that shit like a Letterman though. Wants to quit. Wants to punch his boss. Wants to slap the kids. Figures, I snorted. The law kept him down. Society. Decency. Morality. Pretty words for the same thing, chains. They were laws, rules that people were bound by. And me? I was lawless, the man who heard all the desires people had. As ironic as it was that the keeper of the law wanted to punt a few kids, he wasn't the one who caught my interest. No, it was the blind boy standing by the fountain. And he was blind. Even from inside the store, I could see the line of angry scar tissue streaking through his eyes. He faked it well enough. If I couldn't hear his wants, I'd have thought he was a normal Asian boy. Can a chink be a chink without eyes? I'd have to ask Tequila that, maybe when she didn't have a knife on her. Wants to hit the other boys. Wants to shoot them. HOH. Little boy thinks he's a little man, I snorted with laughter. People had the strangest desires in the confines of their own hearts. They wouldn't voice them aloud, not even to themselves, but I heard them all. Most weren't so extreme, especially at that age, but that only made him worth looking at more closely. Wants to break free of authority. Wants to fix his eyes. Wants to drink. The last two whispers made me pause. I drained my cup and closed my laptop before leaving the cafe to go closer. Fix his eyes, Wants to make something to fix his eyes so he never has to deal with annoying children again. I did my best work in libraries and coffee shops. After all, half the job of being a thinker was being in the best place for opportunities to land in your lap. I left, the cute, ginger barista utterly forgotten in favor of my new lucky break. X. 2000, July 1st, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Contrary to popular opinion, we Crips did not have our main base above a restaurant or behind a laundromat. Nor did we buy out a motel. No, we did the other cliché thing, we started a moving company and bought some normal office space. Clichés were clichés for a reason though. Being in the supply chain and logistics industries meant we could have a large lot to separate our building from our neighbors. It meant we could have a lot of vans and that people could come and go without drawing attention from any nosy fuckers. It meant having a legitimate business, one that didn't need too much overhead or license inspections beyond the CDL. I walked into the Red Sands Moving Company headquarters, whistling a jaunty tune. I found the rest of the executives in the second-floor lounge. None of us were in costume, not that many of us bothered with much, but that was how La Torcha liked it. No powers or masks in the building. Deniability. La Torcha, Veronica, lounged like a queen on a sofa against the wall, her business skirt wrinkled from her posture. She was the president of Red Sands and dressed the part during the day. I couldn't remember the last time she ever went out at night. To her left was Tequila, Camille, a Filipina who thought she was Mexican. She was cuddled into Veronica's side like a limpet. Or maybe a cat marking her territory. If Trashy Chic had a model, she'd be it. She wore a strapless tube top that showed off her tits and midriff and a pair of ripped jeans with one leg completely missing. If she'd heard of a bra, I didn't know it. I saw her hands twitch towards the boss curves and decided for the 1000th time to not touch the shit show that was Cam's personal life. Thinker I may be, but there were limits to even my meddling. To her left was Brent, also known as Parade. I knew he'd already checked out of the meeting. If he could focus on anything but Camille's nips, I'd take it as divine providence and become a monk. He was the youngest of us at 17 and dressed in whatever he could find from the military surplus store. Pathetic little shit couldn't even hit on her, but he had no problem mastering women who shared her features. The funny thing was that she was about as gay as could be, she had eyes for the boss and no one else. The boss just tried to keep the punk out of the way. Jamal, Bear Trap, sat with Nisha, Bone Maiden, on the far couch. Jamal handled shipping schedules and logistics for the company's more legitimate operations, so I worked with him frequently to smuggle this or that. He was a violent fucker who liked to make his toys saw off their own legs, but he knew how to keep his hobbies to his off hours. A professional, I could respect that. The chubby fucker wore the Red Sands polo shirt, with the trucker hat with our company logo tossed onto the coffee table. Nisha acted as Veronica's secretary and the face of business. Put her in a middle school PTA meeting and you wouldn't be able to tell her apart from any other middle-aged soccer mom. She was pale, lanky, and blonde with a few acne scars here and there. Not ugly, but she sure as hell wasn't a looker either. In other words, a face perfect for being our forgettable secretary. She was as checked out as Brent, but on her phone instead of ogling anyone. As one of our heaviest hitters, she got a lot of leeway for shit like that. Even I had no idea how she ended up with the Crips, but it wasn't my business either. Of the other executives, I found her and Jamal the easiest to work with. Kevin, what's up? Camille cheered with an angelic smile even as her eyes gave me the once-over. She wasn't checking me out, she was looking for my hidden pistol and knives. Wasn't much of a fighter, but it was that duplicity that made the bitch so damn dangerous. I could feel her aura tugging at my focus already, her attention subconsciously making the influence worse. My gaze flickered down for a moment but I steeled myself and met her eyes. She nodded subtly, then shot Brent a long-suffering glare that even I only barely noticed. Wants to strip for Veronica. Wants to fuck her. Wants to make Brent watch so he knows how out of his fucking league she is. Wants to scoop out his eyes and feed them to him. I rolled my eyes. I knew. She knew I knew. Sometimes, being a thinker sucks sweaty balls. Not much, fake Shola, I greeted as I took my seat to the boss right. I ignored the middle finger she flipped my way and took no small pleasure in seeing that once again, I was the sharpest dressed fucker in the room with a wine-red collared shirt and tan slacks. I set my spotless loafers onto the coffee table so Brent could stare at my feet and wish he could fill these shoes. It was rare for all six of us to meet like this, most of us were busy with our own affairs. Good, everyone's here so let's get this meeting over and done with, Veronica said, never one to mince words. The boss looked around the room and met each of our eyes. We're ready. There will be several prison breaks held on the 4th of July. Jamal's been smuggling in the gear over the last 2 months. Cam's going to stir up the Peckerwoods. The plan is to start a citywide war, force the attention off us. How sure are we that this won't bring Alexandria out east? Nisha tried. I thought that was why we were sitting quiet. It's a balancing game, but that's life, no? Tell me, Nisha, how many of our boys are held in Phoenix? Not many. They're mostly The puzzled look on her face bled away into a wicked grin. They're mostly locals. Mesa. Peckers. Exactly. She spread out her arms. This is a business, ladies and gentlemen. What happens when you flood the market with low-skilled workers? A bloodbath, I finished for her. The Peckers have been getting pushed back because Phoenix has 2 whole protectorate teams. Even if the Peewees don't get involved, that's a lot to deal with on top of the SSM. And Kara's? That mad dog is going to light the fuse just to watch this city burn. With a bit of help, Phoenix blows up. Yes, that's right. Jamal's organized the breakouts. Nisha's kept eyes off us. You and Cam's got inroads into the Peckerwoods. When shit hits the fan, I want you to hit them hard while making it look like the Mesas did it. Brent will tag along with Cam and take control of Freeform. They bleed each other out and we get our hands on a high-level changer, Jamal nodded. I can dig it. We're not keeping the racist fuckers long-term though, right? Of course not, Jamal. We're going to swallow them whole then shoot the fuckers we don't like. We can deal with the SSM after that. I found Veronica in her office after the blessedly short meeting. It was one of the upsides of being in the wrong side of the law. High-level meetings like that one ended rather quickly because none of us had the power to tell Veronica no or quibble about the plan. She decided the plan, with some occasional input from me. Everyone else shut up and trailed along. Veronica Camacho looked at me over a pair of reading glasses. She was going over the papers, a deceptively mundane hobby if I didn't know for a fact she was scoping out the best places to bomb in a few days. With how the crazy bitch thought, we basically had 2 thinkers in our little crew. Yes, Kevin. We might need to change the plan, I said honestly, best to rip the band-aid off now. I got some new intel for you, boss. And you didn't tell me earlier because I found out yesterday entirely by coincidence and spent the day following up on it. It's legit. When she spoke, I tried to pretend I didn't have cold sweat running down my spine. I saw what she could do and had no intention of being on the business end of things. Fine, you wouldn't do me like that. Tell me. I found Rubedu. The new ward. You're smarter than this, Kevin. We don't touch wards. It's never worth the effort. Even if he's a tinker fuck yet. I shot back. You know he makes those potions, right? Who doesn't? Getting sued at 8 over healing tech. She snorted. And they say I'm the monster. Those potions could be good for our boys, but they're not worth it by themselves. Yeah, well, those aren't all he can make. Remember the steel skins? That was what the Peckerwoods had started calling the PRT goons with brute powers. They certainly hadn't gone unnoticed. She caught on quickly. You think he makes powers in a bottle? He's not an alchemy tinker, he's a powers tinker. Positive. I tapped the side of my head. I heard him. He's chafing, doesn't think the wards can use him right but can't leave the lab set up. He's got so many ideas too. So many wants. And you know what? I think we could provide. I told her what else I'd found. It honestly didn't take much, though even I had to admit there was some luck involved. I followed up on a few contacts after leaving the mall. One of my moles in the police passed along something a PRT buddy had told him, something about some magic metal that could shut down powers. Yes, I was lucky indeed, so lucky that it almost felt like a trap. I'd dismissed the idea. Who the fuck would greenlight using a ward as bait? Sure as hell wasn't Lions. I had a list of blind kids in local elementary schools by the end of the day. Wards typically lived near HQ for obvious reasons, and the blind kid was at the mall, so I was able to triangulate his neighborhood using those 3 data points, Phoenix Heights. It wasn't too well off, single mother and all, but safe enough. Perfect, as it meant no one would expect the Crips to move. I spent last night and this morning listening in on all the things dear little Andy wouldn't or couldn't make because the law bound him. It was quite the list. When I finished, she leaned back with a satisfied nod. Yes, you did well, Kevin. I can see why you didn't bring this up with everyone. A ward is a bit dicey, but what's life without risks? So, new plan. Yes. Prison breaks still happen. We still inside a massive war. Then a blind boy goes missing. I'm thinking of getting Kim to pay the kid a visit. I nodded. Fair. We can't kill the mom or that'll break her hold on him. Exactly. Nice and quiet. Does he do anything out of the house? Won't matter much. His mom works 2 jobs. Pity. I can respect a woman with some hustle. We take him in the chaos. Get him under chem and no one needs to know. Alright, boss. But, playing devil's advocate here. Do we need the kid right now? It's not like he's going anywhere, right? We could take him after we take over Phoenix. She thought about it. She had this habit of tapping her pen when she focused. No, that wouldn't work. Kidnapping award is big news, Kev. If we establish ourselves, make sure we're the only gang worth knowing in Phoenix, and then go for award? No, that's how we get that flying bitch on our asses. But if a ward goes missing in his civilian identity, an accident maybe. Security and anonymity. Got it. We're going to need something to throw them off. Freeform, she said simply. We were never going to keep the racist Puto for long. He's too slippery. I felt a grin spread over my face. Yeah, I hear you, boss. Lovely. Do me a favor and call in Camille. And Brent too. I have a plan. I walked away from her office with an easy grin. Plans changed all the time, usually for the worse. I was happy to see fate pull some strings for me for a change. Author's note. I don't think it needs to be said, but Kevin Rivers' views are not my own. Lawless power is simple, he can hear the desires of anyone he can see, closer the target, the louder and more detailed the whispers, but with one caveat. The target must have no intention of acting on them in the immediate. Weird power, dead useful though. La Torcha thinks Alexandria has it out for her. She doesn't. The only reason Becky even remembers her is because she's physically incapable of forgetting. Alexandria has no interest in the Phoenix Crypts. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Charmed 3.1. 2000, July 2nd, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I'd hoped that making the tier of the goddess would have gotten me what I needed to ignite a third star in the World Rune, but it wasn't enough. Perhaps I needed to make a finished product, though that notion was already flawed seeing how I'd had access to the Petri site elixir for days now. Or perhaps, this was the World Rune's way of telling me that there was more to build with the corrupted water of life. Maybe it wasn't satisfied with just the tier. I wondered. I woke up at 6 in the morning and meditated for an hour, not to replenish my crystal stockpile, though I should do that too, but to sink all my gathered mana into the tier of the goddess hanging from my neck. It had become my new routine in the past few days. The whole point of the tier was to slowly increase my body's tolerance for channeling mana. Basically, I wanted to sculpt my body in the same way someone from Runeterra could. I got up and went through my stretches, everything I could remember being practiced by Lee Sin's acolytes. I didn't know exactly what my fighting style would be when I fully matured, but I figured being flexible enough to make contortionists jealous would only help in the future. The forms were difficult for this young body. I was left sweating buckets after a single cycle through the basic forms. There was a pressure inside of me, a feeling that I wasn't doing this quite right even though I was, as far as I could tell from the hazy memories. Not having a master is going to slow me down so much, I grumbled. I emerged from my room and took a shower before greeting my mom with a hug. Back in my old life, my Korean parents weren't huggers. They showed love by kicking my ass, not letting me watch The Simpsons, demanding I get straight A's. This time around, Mom was definitely a hugger and the reason why depressed me a bit. I saw her off to her ESL class. Then, nearing 10 in the morning, I decided that I wasn't done with the water of life and went back to the Immaculate Heart of Mary. X. It was 1 in the afternoon when I made my way back home, a quart of holy water in my backpack. Mass was both similar and different to many of the sermons I'd attended as a Baptist in the past. I'd stuck around for a bit after the service. Churches always left me feeling somewhat introspective, even if I didn't always agree with the message. I took a sip of oracles the moment I got home and turned on my laptop. I found an email waiting for me addressed to all wards. Phoenix wards. Large-scale prison breaks have been reported all across the Phoenix metropolitan area and its surroundings at roughly 11:30 a.m. this morning. The coordination and methods used in these instances indicate a high likelihood of para-human involvement. You are hereby ordered to remain alert. There is no declared emergency at this time, but you may be required to act in a greater capacity for the good of the community according to the Critical Response Clause of the Ward's Charter. Regards. Levi Silva, Deputy Director of the PRT. 1-602-555-0112. PRT_. I let out a frustrated sigh and ran my fingers through my hair. Well, that's ominous. And yet they've told me virtually nothing. How typically of the PRT. I opened up several local news sites and began to search for more information. As it turns out, there were quite a few prisons in the Phoenix area. Including all the city jails run by the municipal authorities and the private jails of questionable repute, there were well over a dozen. It didn't take me long to find out what was going on. Even in the early days of the internet, word traveled fast. To say the city was blowing up would only be a slight exaggeration, and I feared not for much longer. According to one blogger who lived near Arizona State Prison, there was a large explosion near the gates. I managed to corroborate the information with 4 other entries. One of them even had a shaky video of the explosion. It didn't take a genius to extrapolate, somehow, they'd managed to coordinate a simultaneous attack on every local prison to devastating effect. Or, close enough that the detail was a matter of semantics. Question was, who were they? Shit, I summed up in a word. I fixed myself a bowl of leftover myeokguk, a type of Korean seaweed soup, and ate a light lunch before giving Agent Morrison a call. He picked up on the second ring. Rubedu? He asked, his old country drawl sounding a bit worn out. Sir, are the wards being called in? He sighed. Told him this wasn't a good idea. I caught him muttering under his breath. No, no, you are not being called in. I heard about the bombs. Is it like that everywhere? You're not going to let up, are you, kid? Probably not. Fine. Yes. Over a dozen complexes were hit, causing massive breakouts. Someone smuggled the inmates' weapons and the mayors asked for reinforcements from the state. How is this not our problem? It's not our problem until there is a clear case of para-human involvement, he said sternly. Rubedu, son, I know you want to help. The best thing you can do now is to make more of them potions. I sighed. Yes, sir. I gave the other wards a call as well. Stingray and Ranchero were unusually high-strung, already tired from their patrols. Hat-trick was no better. Playing ride along on an ambulance had to be no less exhausting than patrols expecting combat. I let out yet another sigh and settled down to make as many monocrystals as possible. My mom came home a few hours later and we talked about our day. I told her about my new favorite jazz band. It was heavy on the sax and drums, just perfect to vibe with while meditating. I started singing and listening to jazz as a hobby for two reasons. First, I wanted to relieve mom's worries that I was spending too much time on my Cape life. Second, I wanted this hobby to be something a blind child could enjoy so I'd have something to talk about when talking to my peers or teachers at school. I had no true talent for music, not like my mom, but I was a passable singer and I was slowly learning to match pitch mostly successfully. I had to admit, I was happy with myself. Musical talent was something I'd lacked in my past life as well, ever since I ran out crying from my piano hagwon when I was my current age. It felt almost like I was fulfilling a long-lost ambition, however minor. The doorbell rang at 4 in the afternoon. I glanced outside using the Oracle's precognition and smiled. Standing at our door was one Alice Nohara in jeans and a white t-shirt with Royale and Oathkeeper's faces halved and spliced together. It looked cool, honestly. I would have appreciated it more if I didn't keep hearing so many negative stories about the monarch-themed hero. Alice is here, Mom. Right. You have all your hero things put away. Of course. Your room clean? Yes, Mother, I drawled. Are you rolling your eyes at me? She said in that tone all sons know. Sure, I was mentally in my 30s, but it never failed to send a chill down my back. Fear the slipper for it brings pain. No, Mother, I replied dutifully. This Hi-Ha would never dream of such a disrespectful thing. She flicked my ear. That's what I thought. Now open the door and let her in, won't you? Yes, Mother. I made a show of grumpily walking to the door. When I got there, I flung it open, arms spread wide for a hug. What do, Scooby-Doo? Hi, I'm here for. What? My Oracle's elixir had not worn off yet and confusion on her face was positively delicious. She was a cute kid, with the expected dark brown eyes of someone with Japanese ancestry, but her hair was a bit lighter than I thought it'd be. Does she have some Caucasian in her? I wondered before mentally shaking my head. It didn't matter. I made a note to pretend to be fully blind in her presence. I felt Mom's knuckles on my head. Alice, welcome, welcome, she said in a thick accent, all smiles. Ignore my son. He blind and stupid. Right, hello, Mrs. Kim, she said, bowing towards my mom. She held out a small shopping bag labeled with the Izakaya Nohara logo, a cute snail with a green and blue striped shell. Mom asked me to give you this. It's mochi. Oh, very nice. Thank you, thank you. I shook my head in amusement. I didn't know what I was expecting, but her Asian mom hospitality instincts were kicking in hard. I'll leave you two to the violin lesson, I said as I excused myself. Before I go, Alice, want something to drink? Water? Soda? Mom says I can't have any soda, she said, nose scrunched. Have soda, Mom said, grinning. Sheejer don't know, don't hurt. Lovely example you're setting, Mom, I muttered under my breath. I grabbed a can of Coke for my new friend anyway. How did you know where the fridge is? Alice asked curiously. I know my own house, I said simply. Stub your toes on the same table enough times and you figure it out sooner or later. I closed the door to my room and spent the next 2 hours in a mini meditation session trying to drown out the music lesson. Alice was horrible. To be strictly fair, I was being rather harsh on a 9-year-old, but that didn't mean I didn't reach for my headphones. X. 2000, July 3, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I walked into the ward's common room on Monday and decked myself out in full Rubedu regalia. With all the monocrystals I'd been making over the weekend, I was able to easily knock out the increased weekly quota. Strictly speaking, I wasn't supposed to work on the weekends outside of sanctioned PR events, but I doubted they'd make a fuss of it given the circumstances. I spent that morning machining out 4 additional Petricite handcuffs and mixed a single Petricite elixir. The elixir was confirmed to work, first tested on Sawtooth, the SSM tinker captured by Cloudstreak and Bunyan. There was an ongoing study into the psychological impact of denying a tinker their fugue, and the results ranged from not pretty to possibly worse than solitary confinement. The sample Petricite they'd taken hadn't decreased his urges in any way, but the elixir did. Keeping Sawtooth in a manageable, fugue-less state had become one of many things added to my to-do list. He got 1 a week. Once consumed, the elixir disseminated the microscopic granules of Petricite through his bloodstream, the process aided by the health potion used to craft the elixir. The Petricite could eventually be filtered out by the liver, but 7 days was already an immense boon. Around 2 in the afternoon, I piled everything I made, 31 health potions, 8 elixirs of iron, 4 Petricite cuffs, and the single Petricite elixir, onto a small cart and began pushing them out into the hallway. I made my way to the research department on the first floor and knocked. "Dr. Sanchez," I called. "I have the week's potions and a few other things." The egghead-in-chief opened the door to his office with a welcoming grin. His wispy, brown beard had been combed into something vaguely resembling order, a tidy point rather than the smoke-like mess it usually was. "Ah, excellent, Rubedu. You're right on time as always," he said. He was the one who handled the distribution of my potions, and was also the one who helped me test them when I first began making them. "Go ahead and put them over by the corner. How've you been, young man?" "I've been well, doctor. It's getting a little crazy out there, hey?" Yes it is, and I'm afraid it'll get much worse before it gets better," he said gravely. That's what I liked about the good doctor. He didn't mince words. Maybe it was the mask that allowed people to disassociate the 8-year-old from the hero, but regardless of the reason, I found that he was one of the adults most willing to fill me in. "How so?" "The prisons are empty, so the worst has already happened, right?" "Yes, that's one way of looking at it. But now, the gangs have their unpowered members back. Thankfully, we've managed to hold on to Sawtooth." "Well, fuck," I swore under my breath. Not loud enough if the warning look he gave me was any indication. "Now, was that all? I'm afraid I'm a bit rushed today." "Yes, doctor. You have a good one." I bid him goodbye with a polite bow and headed towards the canteen for a late lunch. The Phoenix PRT canteen was a mysterious beast. On one hand, it reminded me of my old life's high school cafeteria, with a buffet-style row of counters on one end that served sandwiches made to order and a juice bar with added coffee machines. Hell, there were even some obvious cliques that translated over. The researchers sat in one group, the field agents in another. Strip away the quasi-military paint job and you'd have the nerds and jocks. On the other hand, there was a sense of solemnity in the atmosphere, a pressure that definitely wasn't there in high school. It was the air of people who knew shit had hit the fan. I grabbed myself a pre-made roast beef sandwich and sat across from a 14-year-old boy named Pound Town. He was a part of Ward's Team 3 led by Wildshot. The older boy was massive, standing at an impressive 6'2". He towered over me even while seated. He was dressed in a grey muscle shirt, with a metal and ceramic breastplate. He wore no pauldrons, showing off some massive muscles. On his head was a stereotypically fictional Viking helmet, unwieldy horns and all. 2 gauntlets with exaggerated spikes on the knuckles, rubber, not metal, were laid out next to his lunch tray. "Hey, Pound Town, how's it going?" I greeted. It wasn't too often that I saw anyone from the other ward's teams, but I saw no reason to be distant. He shot me a surprisingly gentle smile that was at odds with his aggressive costume. "Not too bad, all things considered. You, Rubedu? Just got through delivering a batch of potions. What's new on the grapevine?" That was another good reason to talk to the others. They generally kept abreast of the PRT rumor mill better than I did, purely by stint of not being cooped up in a lab most of the time. Pound Town was an especially good one to know for the purpose. He had an unexpectedly mild-mannered, talkative personality and often volunteered for PR tours of elementary schools, daring kids to work together to wrestle him. How he ended up with such a ridiculous name escaped me. He tore open a bag of chips, sour cream and onion, and took a handful. "Yeah, funny you should mention it, but I heard from some of the PRT troopers that Royale's in hot water." "Oh. You know about Loud Crowd?" I nodded tentatively. It was a bar and grill with only one claim to fame. It was a well-known gang hotspot ever since the Crips took over the place. It, and its general neighborhood, was one of the places I was briefed on to avoid even in my civilian identity, as though I could go anywhere as Andy Kim. Crips Bar. Yet. Royale, 9 lives, and Hot Flash apparently hit the joint after getting a warrant through. The place is torched. Anyone hurt? I asked. This rang some bells for me. Royale was a dick. Impulsive, too, but he wasn't stupid. You didn't become a protectorate team leader without more than 2 brain cells to rub together. He shook his head. None of ours. The bar's ashes now though because La Torcha herself showed up to defend it. I heard those 3 got reamed by the directors. I'd hope so. Why? What do you have against Royale? Nothing personal, I snorted. I chewed as I thought about the situation. The more I thought, the weirder it sounded. He's strong, but I don't think he was thinking that through. Think about it. How many gang hangouts and safe houses do we know about? Probably more than they're telling us wards, but less than we'd like. Right. If so many unpowered mooks broke out of prison yesterday, the cops would naturally try to follow up on where they went, right? He hummed assent as he took another bite of his sandwich, a turkey, bacon club. Well, one of the few places we knew about just burned to the ground because Royale got impatient. Now, it just got a lot harder. Plainclothes officers could have been sent to try and get an idea of gang movements and stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Explains why the directors weren't happy. Bet the cops weren't either. I nodded. Yet. I guess he got twitchy from sitting around while Oathkeeper took point on the gang war thing. I doubted that was all, but I could hardly say so. Pound Town took a sip of his sweet tea. Really, it was more sugar with a side of tea. It's not all bad, Rubedu. I hear they caught Bear Trap out of it so the Crips are down a cape. At least there's that, I agreed. We shot the breeze for a bit longer before I told him I had to go do more work in my lab. Still, I couldn't suppress the feeling that things were about to get worse. Too much was happening. I'd managed to stay on the sidelines so far, for both good and ill, but I worried that I wouldn't get that luxury for much longer. Author's note. Anyone else's parents thought The Simpsons was too violent or adult-themed to watch as children. I can't be the only one, right? The Hagwon story is actually true. A Hagwon is an extracurricular school, an academy that a lot of Korean students go to. I started a piano Hagwon when I was about Andy's age, a bit younger actually. Except, I'm visually impaired, so I couldn't read sheet music. I had to lean so far forward to read the notes that I did this weird T-Rex claw thing while playing. I got so frustrated that I ran out crying in less than a week. And that, boys and girls, is how Fabled Web's dreams of being a musician died. Remember. When in doubt, it's always Aziz's plot. Or Contessa. Or Andy's paranoid. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Charmed 3.2. 2000, July 3, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I returned to the common room after my discussion with Pound Town. A part of me felt bad for the older ward. Not because of his name or costume, there wasn't anything egregiously wrong with the Viking theme, even if the historically inaccurate horns were a bit over the top. I felt bad because his power made him a bog-standard brute, and a relatively weak one at that. He was technically a breaker or changer who turned his body into hard, rubber-like foam. In that state, he could absorb and redirect kinetic energy, letting him hit a bit harder than his minor brute rating would imply. The problem was that he couldn't remain in that form for long, nor was the durability high enough to keep up with stronger brutes. A mover could always run and pick his battles. A blaster had range. A master had proxies. But when a brute wasn't strong enough, a part of me also envied him in a way. He was a simple man who liked making kids smile and had a simple power. No one expected much of him, not even himself. There was no great expectation that he would change the medical field or kill Sion as I knew I one day must. He could live his life as a hero to children, never even entertaining the possibility of having to compromise his morals for the greater good. My musings about my colleague ended as I stepped into the common room. I saw Hat Trick on console. It was a rare enough sight these past few weeks. As our resident jack of all trades, she was always busy and console seemed like a waste of her talents. She waved me over. Yo. What's up, Chico? She said with an easygoing smile, but I could see the slight bags under her eyes. Hey, Hat Trick, I greeted. Odd to see you on console these days. She slumped and let out a small sigh. Yeah, I'm taking a break. Even I need one of those every now and then. You deserve it, I said reassuringly, but wasn't Bandit supposed to be on? She got reassigned, temporarily, I mean. There was this big fire in Prescott National Forest and the rangers and firefighters wanted her flying with them for a bit. She's the best at rescuing estopido campers and whatnot, you know. I nodded. Yeah, I could see that. It was more than just that. Masked Bandit's power was simple in theory, but had a wide variety of applications. She could easily move tree trunks and other detritus towards herself, creating fire breaks in minutes. She could even be flown roughly to the center of the fire, where she could draw in burning wood into a focused location. She must be pretty popular with the rangers, hey. You have no idea. She's an honorary ranger already. Has the badge and everything. She even got invited to their annual dinner last year. Then a worrying thought occurred to me. Say, doesn't it seem a little convenient that a forest fire ignites within days of a mass prison break? She mulled it over before laughing. Chico, you're seeing shadows that aren't there. Wildfire season's May to July around here. It's honestly a surprise that it hasn't happened earlier this year. She did the same thing last year, too. Besides, who'd start a forest fire just to pull away a ward? Yeah, maybe you're right. She shrugged helplessly. You know how it is. When it rains, it pours. X. 2000, July 4th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. As many had predicted, the tenuous peace in our sunny city didn't last. Both gangs must have felt greatly emboldened by their recent swell in numbers, because 6 separate raids were documented last night alone. 21 people died in a single night, not all of them gang soldiers. 2 buildings burned to the ground and a few more suffered significant fire and water damage. With firefighters already pressed to contain the wildfire minutes from the Phoenix metro area, the city had no choice but to rely on volunteers, most nowhere near as experienced as the professionals. It didn't sound like a lot. In the grand scheme of things, it meant almost nothing. 21 people seemed almost laughable compared to what an Endbringer could do, never mind Scion. And yet, these deaths weren't caused by multidimensional abominations. These were caused by humans, and not even powered humans at that. With fighting breaking out in the streets, it didn't take long for the city mayor to petition the governor for a declared state of emergency. I had it explained to me just what that would mean. Already, there was a curfew enforced by the local law enforcement. Anyone out past 6 could and would be stopped and potentially arrested. Roads to and from the southeast were closed to all but emergency vehicles. It was up to the governor to deploy the National Guard, but I suspected that would happen soon enough. And it didn't even take us Leviathan showing up. Suck it Brockton, I chuckled mirthlessly. The thought that things would deteriorate so far in a decade that nothing less than an Endbringer would qualify as a state of emergency was both morbidly funny and depressing. Did you say something, son? Mom asked as she flipped some bindidiok, a type of Korean mung bean pancake. Hers had a hodgepodge of seafood and kimchi in it. We ate it whenever it rained back in Korea. Here in Phoenix, she made it whenever she was feeling homesick. Nothing, Mom. 20 minutes later, I'd just finished breakfast when I received an email from the director's office, calling the team back to base. I've got to head in, I said. She gave me a hug. Be careful. I'm not even on the front lines. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, you know I always keep a few potions for myself. If something does happen, I'm prepared. X. I found myself alone in the common room minutes after arriving. We had a brief meeting with Stingray and some faceless PRT captain. He introduced himself and everything, but I forgot his name the moment he left my perception field. The meeting, which included a message from the city council, boiled down to, the cops can't handle this alone and it'll take a few days for the National Guard to mobilize. We know unpowered crime isn't in your wheelhouse, but please send CAPE support. We were deputized, I still didn't know if that was the right term, to act in the same capacity as Protectorate heroes for the duration of the conflict. Essentially it just meant we'd keep doing what we were already doing, but with more frequency and permissions. Stingray, Ranchero, Diamondback, and Wild Shot were authorized to engage in combat with unpowered gang members on their own prerogative with minimal oversight and arrest criminals so long as they had video evidence, which was already a must anyway. Actual Protectorate would still focus on caped gang members. Hat-Trick would work with the paramedics again. The big change was that the gear that Director Lyons had confiscated for being unapproved, Stingray's Petricite knuckles and Ranchero's armor plating, were handed back. The PRT was very image conscious, but nothing would ruin their PR-friendly reputation faster than a ward who got killed because they weren't allowed protection they already had access to. That, and Director Lyons seemed mostly like an alright sort. I didn't expect her to be so hung up on bureaucracy as to deny them an advantage and was happy to be proven right. As for me, I was ordered to make as many elixirs of iron as I could for protection, steering me away from the primarily health potion-focused path I was on before. They were no good against even a mid-tier cape, but being highly bullet-resistant went a long way in scenarios like this. So, that's what I did. I got into the office at 9:30 in the morning and spent the entire day making potions out of distilled iron supplements and energy drinks. There was a sense of urgency in my actions now that I knew for a fact that my friends would be out there fighting. More than once, my hand reached down to my lower back, to the relic pistol hidden by my long robes. Not yet, I told myself. I can do more good back here than I can by being another gun. I loathed the feeling that I wasn't contributing enough and threw myself into potions making. It was all the more frustrating because had I not hidden what I could do, I could conceivably be out there fighting with them. Yes, building armor for myself came with its own problems and potions still had more impact overall than one more body in the field, but the need to do something felt like a palpable pressure on my mind. I was only shaken from my self-induced fugue when Agent Morrison came down to get me. Rubedu, squirt, he shook me as I was condensing another mana crystal in my hand. Startled, I turned and hurled the half-formed crystal at him, barely missing his head. The crystal sailed out the door and exploded against the opposite wall. It sounded deafening in the cramped corridor. Please don't do that, Agent Morrison, I said as calmly as I could. Tinkers don't take well to being shaken awake. I didn't have normal fugues, but found myself in a similar boat regardless. Meditation wasn't just clearing my thoughts or breathing deeply for me. It was a literal and metaphysical dive into my soul to draw out the World Rune. It was easy to lose track of my surroundings, oracles or no, and I tended to be jumpy. He let out a low whistle. Geez, kid, that stuff's supposed to explode. I nodded. The mana crystal was just that, a crystal. It needed a specific structure to retain solid form, otherwise, it tended to disperse into the atmosphere. Violently. If it's half-formed, yes. Otherwise, it's stable. How can I help you? You're going home, Agent Morrison said in his best dad voice. I looked up at the digital clock on my desk. 8. It's not that late, I argued. It is for you. Your mom called already. I can still make more potions. Nope. I'm betting you didn't have lunch either. I did, I whined, pointing to my trash bin, immaculate save for 2 granola wrappers and an empty bag of chips. See? That ain't lunch, he drawled flatly. He then grabbed me by my knot-a hood and yanked me to my feet. Come on, kid. I know you're worried about your friends, I appreciate it, especially seeing how one's my son and all, but you can't burn yourself out like this. I was interrupted by my own body betraying me. A tired yawn forced itself from my throat. No. I'm taking you home. I'm already going to get chewed out by your mother. She needs to speak English for that, I grumbled. Don't give me none of that lip, son, he warned. Lord knows I get enough from David. I was waging a war on 2 fronts and knew I couldn't keep arguing with Agent Morrison in my own body. I trudged along behind him as he led me to the lockers so I could change into my civvies. Even with the enhancements offered by the tear of the goddess, this body simply lacked the stamina I was used to as an adult. As expected, Mom chewed me out and hit me upside the head with a wooden spoon. She'd cooked up a small feast for me from worry despite her own tiredness. I apologized for worrying her, ate a delicious meal of grilled Korean mackerel and gurunjae jjim, took a quick shower, then retired to my room for the night. But I couldn't sleep. Briefly energized from the dinner and a hot shower, I pulled up a pillow and sat down to meditate once again. They could pull me from my lab, but they couldn't keep me from preparing for the day ahead. Every mana crystal was a potion that could stop bullets or heal a lethal wound. Time lost its meaning in short order as my breathing became deeper and I sank into the depths of that mystical well in my soul. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with my young body and I fell asleep at 3 in the morning, still leaning against the wall in a vague semblance of meditation. 2000, July 5, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I woke up to the sound of my alarm with a hell of a crick in my back. Young or not, humans weren't meant to sleep sitting down. I did my best to at least pretend to be alert, a cold shower helped with that, and shared a quick breakfast of leftovers with Mom before seeing her off to work. Luckily, anyone who could afford a housekeeper was also likely to live in more affluent, safer neighborhoods. Mom was in minimal danger. Afterwards, I fought through my exhaustion and forced myself to do my stretches and forms, entering a sort of moving meditation while I dumped mana into the tear. The motions were barely remembered, hazy like a long-forgotten dream. They weren't from any particular style, though the Shojin, Wuju, and King Cao orders as well as various military knighthoods and similar all practiced a form of calisthenics. After all, general fitness, balance, and flexibility were always boons, regardless of the specific martial art. As I progressed through the motions, I felt myself become more alert. It wasn't noticeably supernatural, there wasn't a mystical shroud of blue aura empowering me or anything, nor was I any stronger or faster. The best way I could describe it was that I had more oomph to my actions, like a man walking with purpose and determination, an energy derived from intent instead of some supernatural force. I came down from my workout high and knew that it'd be a long while before I could do anything even the most amateurish acolyte could manage. After my morning exercise, I gave Agent Morrison a call. He was a few minutes late to pick me up. Hello? Rubedu. He answered on the 5th ring. Good morning, sir. I'm calling because you're a little late picking me up. Is everything alright? Not a problem. I had someone else to pick up this morning as well. She's an independent consultant who specializes in crisis management for the PRT. You'll love her. Don't worry about your identity, she's signed so many NDAs that I'm pretty sure even she's lost track. I wasn't fully comfortable with meeting someone new before I'd put on my mask, but if a senior liaison like Agent Morrison said it was fine, it probably was. She likely knew my identity from dossiers anyway. Great, when should I expect you? You sure you wouldn't like the day off, kid? A gang war's no place for little heroes like you. I need to do this, sir. Besides, even if I stay home, there's only so much music I can listen to before I go stir crazy. I'd end up tinkering anyway, I assured him. Fine, kid. Have it your way. We'll be there in a few minutes, so do you mind waiting out by the curb? No problem, sir. Thank you as always. I'll see you then. I hung up and grabbed my relic pistol along with the 26 mana crystals I'd made last night. Looking at them reminded me how tired I was, but I powered through. I tucked the pistol in my backpack and saw the quart of holy water I'd received from Father Manuel. I hadn't had a chance to do more with the material, but I was hoping to get more time later. I didn't want to keep him waiting, so I shrugged and left it there alongside my bottle of oracles. 3 minutes later, I was out on the curb waiting for Agent Morrison and the new consultant. I saw them before they arrived. Agent Morrison looked as he always did, though his tie was a bit crooked. I guess I'm not the only one tired, I thought. What really caught my attention was the vision of beauty sitting in the back. She wore a classy, charcoal grey pantsuit with a white shirt that hugged her generous curves. Her outfit was perfectly pressed, with not a crease out of place. The only thing that broke her professional appearance was a thin, blue choker around her neck. She was short, a foot taller than me, though no one would mistake her for a little girl. She had flawless caramel skin and wavy brown hair held in a ponytail. Twin bangs framed a perfectly heart-shaped face with large, almond eyes and pouty lips that seemed both innocent and playful. I opened the door and bowed to her respectfully. Hello ma'am, I began. I'm told you know who I am. Yes, she said. She had an almost magically charming voice, sultry yet soothing all at once. Rubetu, right? It's a pleasure to meet another one of the wards. Another, ma'am? I asked curiously. She wouldn't be the first to travel around different PRT offices as needed. I knew that in canon, Dr. Jessica Yamada did something similar, doing her best to put band-aids on the psyches of broken heroes. I travel often and have met quite a few of them, though I hope you'll forgive me if I don't say just who. Rules, you understand? She winked. Of course. I wouldn't want you telling anyone else about me, I said back. What does a crisis management specialist do? Well, cutie, I travel around and tell people how to do their jobs. Every branch is a bit different, so my job is a bit different depending on where I am. When things get messy, I show up and do my best to make things better. It means I can deal with troopers, wards, protectorate, or even the local police force. There isn't any uniformly consistent thing I do. And please, she smiled beatifically, call me Camille. Author's note. Well then. How much do you trust Agent Morrison? Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Charmed 3.3. 2000, July 5, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Truth be told, Camille was very close to my image of an ideal woman. In the past, I probably would have shot my shot and made a fool of myself trying to impress her only to get pathetically rejected after buying her a drink or something. She was beautiful, charming, well-spoken, and had a career that made for an interesting life. I felt no small regret that I was stuck in the body of an 8-year-old. We cruised along slowly and surprisingly, it was Camille who struck up a conversation with me. So, Andy, tell me about yourself. I hear you've made some big ripples for such a little guy, she smiled teasingly. I chuckled bashfully. I just made a few potions. It's not my fault some bigwigs decided I'd be cutting into their bottom line. Ha, you mean fat cats are greedy? What else is new? Yeah, I should have expected that. Still, there's plenty to do around here without throwing hospital visits into the mix. With the way the city's been blowing up, it feels like the world's going to catch fire. Already did up north, I hear, she said wryly. You know what they say. Bad things come in threes. Yeah. Masked Bandit, another ward, is up there right now helping out by making fire breaks and stuff. I had an idea. Hat-Trick had brushed my suspicions off as paranoid, but perhaps the crisis management consultant would think differently. Say, Do you think there's any connection between the prison breaks and the wildfire in Prescott National Forest? What do you mean? I hear it's fire season in Phoenix. It is, but the timing seems a bit too convenient. She scrunched her nose and thought, and I couldn't help but think the expression looked good on her. Maybe, but it's unlikely. From what I know about La Torcha, Dos Caras, and Freeform, it's none of their modus operandi. There's no reason to dismiss the possibility though. I'll look into it, she promised. I nodded. Talking to her was comforting. She felt like a very charming person, and those big, expressive eyes made me want to trust her. Andy? You okay, cutie? She shook my shoulder gently. I didn't realize I hadn't stopped nodding. Yeah, I said, rubbing my eyes. I opened my bag to show her the dozens of blue crystals inside. I guess I'm a bit tired. I didn't get much sleep last night. I tried to make as many mana crystals as I could. I feel like I need to be doing something, you know. I do, believe it or not. I think I can understand that. But that doesn't mean you should work yourself to the bone like that, she admonished gently. She sounded so caring, so concerned. Say, Vincent. Yes, Camille. Agent Morrison spoke up from the driver's seat. I didn't know his first name was Vincent. I chuckled to myself. It didn't seem to suit him. I thought it'd be John or Sam or something more cowboyish. Vincent made me think of my cousin Vinny from New York. I have that noon meeting, right? The one with Deputy Director Silva and the squad captains? Nothing else before? No, I don't think so. You wanna play hooky? How old are you, Camille? She thumped his backrest with a kick. Hey. I'm still in my 20s. Besides, I think Andy can use some time off. Been tellin' him that. Kid could use a break. I started to argue, but Camille placed a single dainty finger on my lips. Hush, Andy. I know burnout when I see it, she chided. You've worked so hard to keep people safe. Don't you think you could use a break? I've never had a total stranger care so much for me, I thought. She sounded so warm and genuine. I can't. What if someone gets hurt because I wasn't there? That's not on you. If they get hurt, it's because they were unlucky or careless. You're not responsible for them, she said matter-of-factly. I frowned. I get that, but it's hard to accept sometimes, isn't it? But it's something you have to get used to. Not even Sion can save everyone. Yet, going through my first citywide crisis, I now had an in-depth understanding of what Amy must have felt in canon. The truth was that I didn't care much for the average person. I cared for those close to me, the wards, mom, and perhaps a few PRT troopers and protectorate heroes I'd met in person. I didn't have the iron discipline or gnawing guilt that drove Amy to care for everyone. Even so, even this much felt like a lead weight on my heart. I was older than them. Seeing them go off to fight while I sat around safe in my lab felt wrong. Andy, what are the rest of the wards up to? You said Masked Bandit was up north helping out with the wildfire. Ranchero and Stingray were deputized, so they're handling regular gang members with the cops. Hat-Trick is off doing ride-alongs with the EMTs. Right. They're all safe, she assured me. None of your friends are being asked to duke it out with La Torcha, cutie. They're all equipped with your Tinker Tech, right? They all have potions. Of course they do. And who's going to attack an ambulance? Even gangbangers know to not mess with the people who keep you alive. They're not going to get hurt because you take a little break. Ranchero and Stingray might, I said stubbornly, but my argument was undercut by a suppressed yawn. You're so cute when you worry, she cooed. But EMTs and doctors take breaks too or they burn out. You're a smart boy. You know that, don't you? I yawned. It felt so comfortable. I almost felt drunk. I'd always been a sleepy drunk. Maybe a little is okay. As I drifted off, I felt her pat my head gently. You take a nap. At least until noon, she whispered. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I woke up sprawled on a comfortable sofa, the two-seater more than big enough for my small frame. Before I could fully wake, the smooth, honeyed voice of an angel greeted me. You're awake, Camille? I asked, still bleary-eyed. Yes. It's almost noon. We don't have a lot here, but Vincent and I did pick up a sandwich for lunch. There's one for you in the fridge. We didn't know what you like, so you'll just have to settle for ham and cheese, I'm afraid. Ham and cheese is fine. I fumbled around for a bit. Sorry, can you give me my oracles? It's that water bottle with Hero's logo on it. I can't see anything right now. Oh, right, my bad, Andy. I felt my familiar water bottle nudged into my hand. I drank and the world expanded around me. I sat up and looked around. The three of us were in a large, generic office that doubled as a locker and kitchenette. It had grey, faux wood floors and eggshell white walls with an open window that I could look out of. The office was one of several on the second floor of a warehouse of some sort. A series of walkways and ramps connected them. Down below, crates were stacked neatly atop each other. In the next room over, I found what could only be a rudimentary laboratory. It lacked the industrial-grade tools in my own lab, but it was surprisingly well equipped. The lab contained an electric saw, welding torch, drop hammer, and even its own gas kill. Another room had clearly once been an office like this one, but had been converted into a barrack of sorts, with metal bed frames bolted into the walls and Spartan nightstands. The beds didn't exactly look comfortable, but they'd suffice in a pinch. Off in the distance, at the farthest edges of my range, I could see a few people taking a smoke break. A handful more were loading boxes into trucks while another man seemed to be listening to music in another office. Where is here exactly? Camille smiled and I felt the warm and fuzzy settle in my chest, banishing my unease. We're in a safe house of sorts, she said. The uneasiness immediately returned. At no point was hearing the word safe house a good thing. After you fell asleep, we received notice that HQ has been attacked. I was given orders to rendezvous with other agents after taking you to safety. Agent Morrison continued. I'll be heading out in a little bit to figure out how I can help. Wait, what? Andy, calm down, Camille admonished. This warehouse was bought by the PRT and originally used to belong to a moving company. They had plans to renovate it into an off-site training area for unconventional powers, but they never got around to it thanks to the recent chaos. Instead, bureaucracy happened and it became an overgrown storage shed. Figures, right? No, that's not the problem, Camille. What exactly happened? How come I'm not home? It's nothing to worry about. Please let the experts handle this. Camille, please, I pleaded. If I'm being shipped around, at least tell me what's going on. She sighed. I really shouldn't be telling you this, but fine. There was a bombing in the parking lot. We think the support pillars have been damaged. After that, several more were found in different places so the building was completely evacuated. Bomb squad technicians are combing the building as we speak. After that, we'll need engineers to come in and rate the building's structural integrity. Does that help? She looked me in the eyes, full well expecting me to not understand. It does. But doesn't this mean I should be headed home? The ward's handbook says that, yes. But this is something of an emergency. I've never encountered a situation like this either if I'm honest. How did they get the bombs inside? Her words stuck me. You think there were moles in the PRT? Yes. This means that until we know exactly how this happened, all civilian staff have been sent home and all heroes must act like their identities have been compromised. Right now, the Phoenix PRT has scattered to several different smaller offices. This one just happened to have what we needed for a small lab thanks to the whole was going to be a training site thing. She smiled wryly. I didn't think you'd accept being unable to help in a situation like this. And right now? We could use all the help you can provide. Her words struck me as odd, but I couldn't put my finger on precisely why. I trusted her. Camille seemed like an extremely competent agent and my surroundings confirmed what she told me. Now that I looked closer, each crate had the logo of a company called the Red Sands Moving Company, a yellow sun over red mesas and a truck driving through. Still. Camille, I asked, where are the other wards? This safe house. There are too few people, right? What about Mom? Is she okay? Can I call her? One at a time, Andy, she chided gently. I know you're worried, but everything is fine. No one was seriously hurt in the explosion. We're just being extra cautious. As for your mother, she's okay too. We made sure of that and have a few people keeping tabs on her. I'm sorry that I can't let you call her. We're all pretty much radio silent except for mission critical calls. And the wards. You know where they are. They're off on patrols and ride-alongs. Right now, being on the move might actually be safer than being cooped up in one place. Really, Andy, don't worry about them. Or yourself. We'll take care of you, all right. She leaned forward and locked me in place with deep, expressive eyes. The concern and assurance in her tone made me feel a little guilty, perhaps irrationally so, for asking so many questions. Right. Sorry. I'm panicking a bit. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. She makes sense. Right. I thought. It's hard to think. So much is happening all at once. I didn't voice my thoughts. Thank you for indulging me, Camille, I said instead. So what happens now? No, you're doing great, Andy. I would have expected far worse from any other ward. You're very mature for your age. My chest swelled at her praise. Agent Morrison spoke up. Given the unusual circumstances, Camille and I will work out of this safe house alongside you. We'll be your handlers, of sorts, until things calm down. Look on the upside, Camille said, sending me a genuine smile. You and I will get to know each other real well. It's always nice to make new friends, don't you think? I nodded and felt my face redden a little. It wasn't lust per se, but even in a child's body, there was something uniquely appealing about having the friendship of a beautiful older woman. Her silken voice sounded just about perfect, warm and empathetic with a bit of cheerful mischief. She made perfect sense. She's the crisis management consultant, I thought. If anyone can be trusted in this scenario, it's her. There's no chance that she can be compromised after all, she's not even from here. Mind at ease, I took another look around with the Oracle's elixir. The lab itself contained several large boxes of electronics, ranging from household appliances like toasters and microwaves to office supplies like computers and printers. I even saw some MIDI hardware, the sort used by high-end sound studios. That struck me as a bit strange. I'm an alchemist. Why would there be so many miscellaneous electronics lying around? I wondered. I turned back to my handlers. It makes some sense for tinkers to be put in the same location in an emergency, right? After all, there can't be too many spare labs lying around. Will Gyroscope be joining us? The lab next door, there are a lot of electrical supplies that I don't use. Agent Morrison shook his head. Sorry, Squirt, but no. Gyroscope is off coordinating a counterstrike against the SSM. He's got a bunch of police tailing him, his reconnaissance capabilities are too useful to take him off the field. Okay. I'll get to work right away. My stomach betrayed me, letting out an audible growl. I chuckled bashfully. After lunch. I ate the ham and cheese sandwich in the fridge with gusto, barely tasting it so I could get to work. More than ever, people were counting on my potions. I got to work immediately. Or, as immediately as could be allowed. Camille was somewhat surprised to learn that all I needed for health potions were nutrient shakes, but quickly ordered some of the men loitering outside to get me as much as they could from a nearby Costco. 15 minutes later, I was set. The lab wasn't great, but I'd never been a tools to build more tools type of tinker anyway. I needed some exotic or unusual materials, but I was very low maintenance compared to other tinkers. I'd found early on that if I could distill and concentrate the nutrient shakes a bit by boiling them before turning them into potions, the potions would be a little bit better. They wouldn't suddenly regenerate lost limbs or anything, but they would be slightly faster acting, and an extra few seconds could be life-saving in a firefight. While I waited, I reached for my phone. I figured that even though I wasn't allowed to call anyone, I could still check the local news. I came up empty. I patted myself down even as I gave myself a once-over with the oracles. No phone. No relic pistol either. A chill ran down my back. I turned around to see Camille and Agent Morrison. She smiled that sweet, comforting smile. What's wrong, Andy? I can't find my foe. I trailed off as I noticed something strapped to her lower back. A pistol, though nothing made through conventional means. A quick check revealed that no one around me carried ID cards issued by the PRT either. She must have seen something in my eyes, because her charming smile gained a distinctly harsher edge. She snapped her finger and the man I'd thought was Agent Morrison changed, bulging with grotesque muscle until a Siberian tiger lounged by her side. Freeform, I realized too late. I took a quick glance outside, only to find that more men had gathered. In the next room, the man who'd been listening to music stood and removed his earphones before facing me and giving me a cheery wave. I summed up my present circumstances in a word: shit. Author's note. I realize that chapters where the main character gets duped so thoroughly are unpopular and very hard to read. Honestly, the reason this arc was so hard to write was largely because of this section. That said, I ask that you remember just what information is and is not available to Andy at present. You may know what's going on, but from within the fourth wall, things are far more obscure, especially given the subtlety of Camille's power. Trust is a hell of a drug, no? A MIDI is a musical instrument digital interface, the tech that sound technicians use to modify and remix songs in musical studios. Charmed 3.4. 2000, July 5, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I swear to God, if I ever get out of this, the first thing I'm going to do is figure out how to be omniscient, I grumbled in my head as cold sweat broke over my brow. Ah, Camille cooed. She still looked as charming as ever, but with her allure temporarily shocked out of my system, I couldn't ignore the taunting mockery in her tone if I tried. Is reality finally sinking in, Andy? She took out my relic pistol from her hidden holster and flipped it around in her hand. The pistol itself was deadly, though not that much more so than a mundane equivalent, but that wasn't my concern. My only concern regarding that pistol was how I could get it back. It was almost certainly useless in the hands of another. I breathed deep. If she's hoping for a child's meltdown, she's going to be sorely disappointed, I swore. Instead, I gestured to the tiger staring hungrily at me. Free form. Since when does he work with the Crips? You are Crips, right? I thought he was a clan wannabe. He was. Let's just say he's had a change of heart. And yes, we're the Crips. I didn't expect you to figure it out so soon though. What gave it away? The guy in the other room has a gang tattoo over his heart. So, what's this about? A few potions can't be it, right? I'm worth a lot, but I'm not worth that much. I typically tried not to pay attention to tattoos and piercings, usually had bigger demands on my time, but I wished I'd taken note earlier. Looking around more closely now, the shit I'd gotten myself into was plainly obvious to me. This was the biggest flaw that came with the Oracle's elixir. The information could be present, but if I didn't pay attention to it or know what to look for, it'd get glossed over in the same way normal people ignored the eye color of random people they met on the street. Potions are great, but they're not all you can make, are they? I don't know what you're talking about, I lied. I'm an alchemical tinker, remember? And alchemy is a very broad subject, Camille said simply. A little birdie told us about a magic metal, one that could even lock away powers. I felt a pit in my stomach form as I began to doubt everything I'd heard today. Just how much do they know? Who do they have on the inside? Did the attack even happen? Is Agent Morrison alive? Or was he freeform all along? It was obvious what would happen if I refused to work with them. I could erase both Camille and freeform right this instant, but that still left me trapped in a building with only one shot left. I'd recover my relic pistol, but it wasn't enough. Never mind my own life, I didn't forget how they'd picked me up at my apartment. Mom was in danger. If there was a bright spot in all this, it was that they couldn't hold my supply of Oracle's elixir over my head. They needed me to tinker or I'd be dead weight, so they couldn't deprive me of my vision. I sighed. There was no point in hiding it if they knew that much already. Petri site, I said solemnly. I figured I'd become a big deal because of it, but I didn't think anyone would make a move this soon. It's not as all-powerful as you're making it seem though. Oh? Do tell. It's about as strong as steel, but can seal away external expressions of powers on contact. Too little Petri site and it can still fail. You'd need full-on medieval shackles and even then, it doesn't work on all powers. She laughed. Andy, you really don't know how important even that much is, do you? And the best part of all this is that you're still new. You made this within a few months of your debut. I can't wait to see what you'll manage next, all for us of course. Fine. I know when I'm beat, I growled. For now went unsaid. I gestured to the vat of healing potion I'd been readying. Healing potions. Some Petri site. What else? What exactly do you expect me to make you? The man who'd been lounging in the other room came into our office. I can answer that, he said with a roguish grin. He was handsome, with dreads swept back in a ponytail and a well-groomed beard tapered into a neat point. He didn't bother with a domino mask, but the cocksure way he walked screamed cape. You're a real impressive brat, you know that? So many neat little ideas floating around your head. I pegged him as a thinker from that. Knowing the Crips roster, that made him lawless, assuming they didn't pick up someone else like freeform. Kevin, Camille whined, still beautiful even now. I shook my head to clear my mind of her power. It was like a persistent fog, always rolling in. I could clear away the clouds, but never for long. Even being around her, knowing what a two-faced bitch she was, I wanted to like her. Must you interrupt? Your little skit was coming to an end anyway, dear Tequila. You have no respect for secret identities, do you? She huffed. Next to her, freeform growled low. He shrugged helplessly. It doesn't matter with him anyway. He wasn't trying to unmask anyone before, but he's sure as hell paying attention now. That pink stuff's real powerful if you can handle drinking it. He already figured out who you are. He flipped his phone and started to dial. 4 rings later, a sultry voice rang through the phone. Kevin. Hey, boss lady. Got our new tinker on the line. He's got a fantastic list of inventions just floating around in his head. Just what do you know? I tried. That would be telling, Andy. Not going to monologue? What kind of thinker are you? A smart one. I'd like to think I'm not a cardboard cutout of a Bond villain, he said flippantly. Hello, Andy, La Torcha said from the phone. For a gang leader, she sounded surprisingly amiable. My apologies if Kevin and Camille have been getting on your nerves. I promise they grow on you. Now, let's set everything on the table, As is no doubt clear by now, Kevin's discovered quite a few things about you. We know you're much more than an alchemical tinker and we want you to be one of us. A recruitment attempt? And in exchange you don't shoot me. Well, there's that too I suppose, but I see no reason to be so uncouth. Believe it or not, I don't enjoy harming children. If I were so inclined, I could even pay your mother a visit. You wouldn't want that, would you? La Torcha said, her voice sickeningly sweet. My knuckles turned white at that. Almost as if she sensed my rage, she continued. But don't worry, your mom's fine. Honestly? It's easier to have you work with us than look for every chance to escape. No, no. Your life is the stick, so you can go ahead and take this next bit as the carrot. Camille stood up and sat next to me, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. I hated that I took comfort in it. Think about it, Andy. Rubedu. You got the raw end of the deal. We know all about how constraining the wards have been on you. You can build so much more, but the white hats won't let you, yet? Money. Resources. We're not lacking compared to the local office. You want to build a gun? Great. Armor? Sure. Some kind of power in a bottle? Even better. You can build anything with us. Hell, give it a few years for you to prove your loyalty and we'll even help you build yourself new eyes. I'm promising you freedom, true, unbridled freedom. More than that, we can give you a market. We have connections with everyone worth mentioning in the West Coast. If you want the freedom to build what you want, the power to do what you want, and the money to get there, you need us. She stared at me with large, soulful eyes, and even though I turned my face away, I could see her fine, another weakness of the Oracle's elixir. The offer itself was nothing special, downright predictable even, but it sounded almost irresistible because Camille was the one saying it. Despite it all, she was literally impossible to dislike. She had an undefinable allure that made me crave her approval. I wanted to call her my friend. I wanted to impress her. I wanted her to be happy. And if it meant walking down the road to hell, well. I now knew why Tequila was so hard to capture even with such a flimsy secret identity. Still, now that I was aware of what was happening, I could at least compartmentalize a bit. I ultimately had 3 choices: accept, decline, or fight. Really, that just left the first. If I declined, I couldn't guarantee my mom's safety, nor could I receive materials and information. If I fought, I'd die, and I wouldn't put it past them to kill mom out of spite. There would be time for fighting, but now wasn't it? Kevin, lawless, grinned smugly at me, already aware of my answer. I accept, I said as firmly as I could. No matter what, I had to seem in control of my emotions. It was frankly the only thing I could be in control of at the moment. No, no he doesn't, Lawless crowed. He's thinking of ways to kill us slowly. Now mostly just me. Oh ho, he even knows how to make a vaporization beam. I schooled my expression and tried to empty my thoughts, I had plenty of practice in that regard. Hey, impressive kid. He stopped thinking. Stopped thinking or spoofed your power? Camille asked. Stopped thinking. You know, stopped focusing on anything in particular. Turned his mind into a white void. It's harder than it sounds. He can't really do anything like this, but I can't read him either. I want to see mom, I thought. I saw him twitch a bit. I want to figure out his power. His smirk widened further. He was giving away an awful lot, though I suspected he would have been far more cautious if I didn't look like an 8-year-old. A blind, disarmed 8-year-old. This offer, it scared me. As early as 6 months ago, I might have accepted. Had they been the first to approach me, had Camille been the first to find me, I could see myself joining them full tilt, dedicating my life and the World Rune for her sake, giving her everything just to see her smile. She was just that achingly beautiful, even now. I saw Lawless throw his head back and laugh as he looked between us. I knew this was her power talking and that I was severely compromised. Hell, I was hardly the first to feel this way, but even knowing that could only help so much. It wasn't just her beauty either. How much could I accomplish if I joined them over the PRT? How much closer could I get to defeating Sion? To making the world a better place? To preparing for the disasters I knew were coming? I wanted so very much to make a difference, to be more than I was. Holy shit! Lawless! Torcha called. Holy shit, he repeated. He then started cackling like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Oh, God. Holy shit. You're precious, Andy. Ha 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 ha. For the rest of the class. Camille said impatiently. He wheezed. He wants to kill Sion. What? La Torcha's voice crackled over the line. Seriously, boss lady? I'm not shitting you, I swear. I fucking told you he's not some prissy goody two-shoes. Kid's fucking metal. Oh? My, our little tinker has some big dreams, Camille cooed, pinching my cheek. I had a fair handle on Lawless' power now. He'd been picking up on everything that I wanted, simple enough. My first guess was a more restricted version of Tattletale's power, albeit with a broader range. His power could clearly cover a large area, though I didn't have any idea as to the limit. He'd discovered much about me by spying on me without ever having entered my apartment, which meant he wasn't limited by obstacles like walls. He was probably listening in from the other room, too. I played it off the only way I could think of. I folded my hands across my chest and said, I want to be the greatest tinker ever. I want to prove to everyone that there is no one like me and there never will be. And well, I shrugged, if you want to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And we can help you there. Whatever you want to accomplish, you're going to need freedom, La Torcha was quick to promise. I knew it was bullshit. She knew it was bullshit. But it contained a kernel of truth nonetheless. You want to be the best tinker? Fine, come prove it with us. We won't hold you back like the PRT. And yet, as attractive as her offer was, I could see the bigger picture. My wants and desires aside, the Crips would not help me better the world, not truly. Every advancement I made, they'd use for their own gain. They weren't like the Undersiders, criminals with hearts of gold, or the Travelers, a bunch of kids stranded in an alien world driven by desperate hope. They were murderers, rapists, and drug lords who would happily damn thousands for their own ambitions. I'd read the internal reports summarizing the circumstances that led to them getting massacred by Alexandria. They were stone-cold villains. More than that, joining them right now would mean burning my bridges with the PRT. Skitter had made it abundantly clear where that road led. Half the dumpster fire that was her Cape life could be blamed on her paranoia and stubborn unwillingness to mend bridges or utilize existing resources. Yes, the PRT was corrupt, but she'd so thoroughly poisoned the water that any hope of reconciliation was buried in an avalanche of mutual distrust. And Director Lyons wasn't Director Piggott. I had to keep reminding myself of that. The PRT of now was not the PRT of Brockton Bay. As much shit as the PRT got in canon, most of it admittedly well-deserved, in the here and now, they represented resources I couldn't hope to tap into if I left. In the end, Camille's promise was but empty air, the Crips couldn't hope to equal the PRT and they certainly couldn't match the ones pulling the strings. I accept, I said again. Seeing no point in lying with a thinker in the room, I added, for now. Ha! Lawless barked. The nerve of this brat, tech. Give it time, Andy, Camille cooed, pulling me tighter into a side hug. We're going to be the best of friends. You'll see. We'll talk more later, came La Torcha's voice. For the moment, I want him making as many health potions as possible. Just remember, Andy. The more you help us, the more we'll be willing to help you. When the call ended, most everything I had in my backpack was returned to me. I had to explain just how my creation process worked, but did the best I could to not get into details. I needed the monocrystals to make health potions and the quart of water, they didn't know it was blessed, was deemed harmless. I made a point to not think about anything except obeying La Torcha. I had no doubt that Lawless would be sticking around to keep an ear out for any treacherous thoughts. Author's note. Camille cannot use the relic pistol. There isn't some magic DNA scanner to it. Rather, it's a matter of just what the relic pistol was made from. Verbatim from the wiki, these weapons aren't activated by force or trigger but by the sheer force of righteous will of the user, channeling the light of their soul to push back the darkness. Camille's body is not attuned to mana and so would have a lot of trouble channeling it into the weapon. Even if she could, it's debatable whether or not the weapon would sync with her. How can she use a weapon powered by the soul if she doesn't even know it exists? On another note, conversations with thinkers are really hard to write. Just keep in mind that Lawless can hear desires. For example, he can't gain anything from a thought like the PRT is run by Cauldron. But, if Andy's thought changes to I want to shove a rusty fire iron up Contessa's ass, he would be able to pick up the hostility towards someone named Contessa, but not who she is or why. Charmed 3.5. 2000, July 7, Phoenix, AZ, USA. It had been 2 days since my kidnapping and I'd yet to hear from La Torcha at all. Lawless lived in the warehouse with me, constantly taunting me with that mocking smirk on his face whenever I considered vaporizing him with the minion dematerializer. I wondered at first why he wasn't freaking out over the tattooed weapon, then came to the conclusion that his power wasn't like Tattletale's at all. The scope was just too different. Tattletale would have flipped her shit and done her best to never stay in range of my right hand. Lawless power did not fill in the blanks for him. He could hear my desires, but not what they meant. He knew I wanted to kill him, that was a given, but so long as I didn't think too deeply into specifics, he wouldn't know with what. Either that, or he had to have heard minion dematerializer and assumed it was some weapon I'd yet to build. I was clearly unarmed after all. I tried to keep tabs on everyone who came and went, but that was futile. Too many people entered and left the warehouse. And truth be told, I wasn't sure that all of them were gang members judging by how much raw merchandise got moved around. It wasn't as though every gang member had a Crips tattoo over their heart like Lawless. Camille didn't have one, neither did the mooks she'd been ordering around. This had to be a civilian front for them somewhere, not that that made anything easier. If anything, it just added one more complication to fighting my way out. I considered trying to alert a civilian, but it'd mean putting someone needlessly at risk, and that was assuming I could pick someone that wasn't just a low-key gang member. Or someone that wouldn't panic and get us both killed. That seemed likely. My faith in humanity, especially Earthbet's flavor of humanity, wasn't all that high to start with. Surprisingly, Lawless' order for me wasn't to make them elixirs of iron, or worse. I'd done nothing but meditate and make health potions. I suspected that would change when La Torcha found the time to see me. As infuriating as Lawless could be, the worst was Camille. Tequila. She too was staying with me and represented the honeypot side of my recruitment. She was apparently called that because she was the perfect party girl, that enchanting face you glimpsed at a night out with friends, only to feel closer to her than anyone you came with. I wanted to hate her. I knew intellectually that every time she looked at me with those hungry eyes, I should feel disgusted. I should feel bone-deep loathing. I knew that had she been anyone else, I would have loathed her with every fiber of my being. I knew that she was a terrible person. She even bragged about her funniest kills or the most pathetic way some guys tried to get in my pants. But I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to hate her, and I hated myself for it. Worst of all, I could feel myself growing increasingly attached to her a little bit more each day. I didn't have much time. X. 2000, July 8, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I met La Torcha in person on the morning of the third day. We had our meeting in the same office I'd woken up in. I sat on one side while La Torcha sat on the other. Lawless leaned casually against the wall while Tequila cuddled against her boss like a big cat. I didn't appreciate the pang of jealousy that shot through me at the sight. La Torcha, Veronica Camacho as I'd been introduced, was a tall, busted woman with calculating eyes that made me think she was measuring every last inch of me. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew down to the penny what my kidney was worth and where she could sell it for the best price. The big boss of the Crips hadn't bothered with a costume nor a mask, full well knowing I could see through them. I took the fact that she was willing to meet me in civilian guise as a message of commitment. It said, "We won't let you go. We can't let you go now." Heard. Loud and clear. "I hope these two have been treating you well," La Torcha began. And, unexpectedly, they had. It wasn't just my bias towards Camille talking either. They got me decent food, didn't disturb my meditations, and generally tried to be accommodating without giving away just where I was. Some mook was on call 24/7 to get me the nutrition shakes and glass cleaner I needed to tinker. Just one more part of their campaign to recruit me. They've treated me fine, La Torcha. Although, I'm surprised you've got me working on nothing but health potions, I said guardedly, fishing for information. You thought I'd have you making as many of those steel skin elixirs as possible. She laughed. It was deep and throaty, the laugh of a woman who wore her heart on her sleeve. It didn't suit the calculating glint in her eyes. She flipped her phone to a news article and tossed it to me. It was national news. Someone had leaked my disappearance. Ward missing. PRT inept. Screamed the title. I am no fool. Right now, no one knows where you are. All they know is that their liaison's body was found in a gas station dumpster and that someone took you in the chaos. The moment one of my boys use your steel skin formula, they come down on us like the hammer of God. You won't be making anything the PRT have used in the field. Even these health potions will only be handed out to my most trusted, and only to be consumed immediately. I glared at her. That confirmed it. Agent Morrison was dead. You killed an innocent man for what? A tinker you can't even use. No, don't be silly, Andy. I didn't kill one innocent man. I've killed dozens. More importantly, you're not a waste. You'll be making much more than just potions. This Petri site for one. Pretty sure he can make a lot more than that, Lawless chimed in. I remember him wanting everything. Seriously, he makes that fuckwit Sawtooth look like a monkey playing with a couple sticks and rubber bands. Armor? Weapons? Magic drugs? Bottled powers? Kid's got it all. It's not that easy. In exchange for versatility, my power requires very specific materials, I explained. The more I cooperated now, the more slack I'd be given and the better my chances of escape. For example, see that Petri site you were talking about? It can block powers, true, but it needs to be made of petrified wood. You know, fossils. It's a big part of why I haven't been transferred out of the city even though there aren't any major tinkers in Phoenix to mentor me. The more complex the tinker tech, the more specific my ingredient list gets. It's not that big of a deal, boss. Fossilized wood is for sale in damn near every gift shop if you know where to look, Camille said. I've seen them around. That's true, Cam, but we can't go buy them in bulk. Stuff like that is probably going to either be seized or is being watched very carefully, La Torcha pointed out. One person buying enough for a paperweight? Great. Someone ordering enough to load up a pickup truck? No way. What then? We get him to make us a fancy gun. Sure, I can make you a clockwork gun, I said easily. I thought about Caitlyn's cool sniper rifle. But it'll be just that. A gun. It'll never jam and it'll have pretty great range, but it's a gun at the end of the day. Thing is, there are only so many ways you can make a gun deadly. Sure, exploding bullets sound cool, but they're not any more dangerous than a normal bullet to the head. La Torcha shrugged Camille off her shoulder and leaned forward. Okay then, smart guy. Let's hear it from you. What do you think you can build us to remain in our good graces? And remember, we'll stop being so polite if you can't give us something good. But if you do, well, like I said, I reward my boys well. I mulled it over. It'd be a careful balancing act moving forward. I had to appease them while gathering information and resources to kill them all. Lawless smirking mug wasn't exactly helping matters. It depends on what your aim is. You want my help? Fine, you have it. But what exactly are you working towards? I want to know what you want the crypts to become. We're not too different, you and I. You want to kill Sion to prove you're the best. I want to kill Alexandria because she's a bitch, she began. That's it. That's your big goal? You want something that can kill Alexandria? I asked incredulously. It's not like I didn't understand. Rebecca Costa Brown was a stone-cold bitch in canon. Difficult was putting it mildly. She was a bit of a bitch like Renee Kto and was a bit bloodthirsty. Why are you so surprised? You had to have heard about what brought us here. That bitch killed my husband, you know. Mortician was your husband. What? You didn't read that in the dossier, did you? God forbid the PRT humanize a villain. Believe it or not, Andy, we're people too. We don't all stroke white cats and feed our shark tanks 24 hours a day. We have lives outside of the Vita Loca. Well, sorry to break it to you, but I can't kill Alexandria for you. If I ever get to that point, it won't be in the next decade, I told her. She leaned back and Camille immediately latched onto her side like a limpet again. I couldn't help but think she was as obsessed over La Torcha as her victims were of her. You think that's all I want? You're adorable, Andy. The world isn't black and white and people aren't so one-dimensional. Would I love to see that bitch suffer? Sure. But as they say, the best revenge is a life well lived. No, Andy. I don't want you to kill Alexandria for me. I want you to help me rebuild the crypts, Torcha's crypts. After we take over Phoenix, we're going to go national. With the kind of gear you can make, I don't doubt that we'll be able to forge the connections needed to rival the elite. You're awfully open about your ambitions. Isn't the gang leader supposed to be all cagey and stuff? You'd think so, but no. Not with you. I told you, I want you as one of us. I'm telling you this so you know where I'm coming from. I don't want to hurt your mom. Honestly? I respect a lady with some hustle, you know? Can't be easy being a single mother and an immigrant. My mama was like that too. I don't want to hurt your friends in the wards either. None of them did anything to me so I don't need to start anything with them. We don't need to be enemies, Andy. I nodded slowly, deep in thought. The problem was, she was almost sounding reasonable, like she had more depth to her than some mustache-twirling villain. Then again, this was real life, not a comic strip. Her experiences would shape her in more ways than leaving her with a craving for power and wealth. Oh, she wanted those things, no doubt, but she also wanted prestige, and if she was to be believed, to ruin the strongest brute. It wouldn't work of course. I knew that. Contessa would never allow it and Lawless would be about as useful as a banana slug compared to the lady of snazzy hats. But I could use this. Her ambition wasn't mine, I had nothing personal against Alexandria and I wouldn't until I considered her unredeemable, but that didn't exactly mean I considered her some irreplaceable ally either. To start, you need to get control of this city, right? I began slowly, trying to flush out my thoughts as I put them to words. At some point, you're going to have to kill off SSM and Peckerwood. Or have you absorbed the Peckerwoods yet? We haven't. We can get rid of them as we please, but Freeform is too useful as an independent agent right now. A plan started to form. It was a nebulous thing, a vapor within a wisp within a cloud. I clamped down on it. I couldn't let Lala see. No specifics, not till the iron was hot. Dos caras. What faces does he have right now? Do you know? La Llorona and Halloween. Halloween, makes an orange mist that makes him invisible, I recalled from an old PRT dossier. Anyone he touches skin to skin starts to cackle uncontrollably and becomes his puppet, but only for a few minutes. He led the Peckerwoods. I don't remember La Llorona. Good memory, Camille praised, sending butterflies fluttering around in my stomach. She waved her hand dismissively, La Llorona isn't anyone worth mentioning. She cries a lot and makes other people cry. I couldn't help but think that even her disinterest was captivating. I then immediately shook myself to the amusement of the other capes in the room. A bit more complicated than that, Camille, La Torcha said. She cries and anyone who hears her gets depressed. Suicidally depressed. And what's your plan for that? Karas can also flay people alive on touch, right? That's how he gets new faces? So striker, shaker, master, stranger. There's a reason SSM's been in this fight despite being so outnumbered. Good, we'll make an executive out of you yet. Lawless said. There are two ways to deal with those Karas. 1. You can be immune to his master effects. Or 2. You can shoot him from farther than 2 city blocks away. Either way, you need to be able to see him through Halloween's mist. I think he should make us something to see Karas, boss. Yes, that makes sense. Think you can manage that, Andy? I considered the request. It was unexpected. I would have assumed their first real order would be for a weapon. If not that, an armored car or something, not a utility item. I suspected that this was so they could ease me into crime, an insidiously pleasant road, much like Camille's power. Still, it was easy enough. There were plenty of magics that revealed an invisible foe. The simplest would of course be a control ward, a totem version of my oracle's elixir. I just needed to build the body. The body would house a portion of my mana along with a unique rune sequence, allowing anyone to activate it. Once placed, it would generate a spherical field in which all invisibility would fail. More specifically, it would send out pulses of mana, visibly highlighting everything in an area in eerie red light. I confirmed. Then that's what you'll start with, La Torcha said, ending this discussion. I spent the rest of the morning making health potions. By lunch, some mook or other had dropped off a load of marble and steel along with a chisel, everything I'd said I'd need to start. Making the actual body of the ward was more complicated than expected. In short, enchanting was hard. Predictably, it required the carving of runes. Runic knowledge wasn't itself hard to get, it was one of those things naturally provided by the World Rune, much like the memories of potions recipes. The problem was my inability to enter a true tinker fugue. A newly triggered tinker could pick up a soldering iron and make anything his specialization allowed regardless of experience by entering his bullshit trance. Lacking a fugue meant I didn't get that ability. The World Rune gave me knowledge, but it wasn't puppeting my body so my hands were my own. That was fine for general crafts such as how to work a kill or grind on a lathe, but for things that required exacting detail with a difficult-to-master tool like a chisel? It was hours before I had something I could be proud of. And I was proud of it, no matter the client. The World Rune would not allow for anything short of my best on a project. Each ward was charged with my mana and so could be activated by anyone. When placed, it would reveal all invisible targets within a 50-meter radius, much like my oracle's elixir. However, making it portable did result in a drop in quality, so each ward would function for only 5 minutes before fizzling out. Thus began my life as a crib. Author's note. The reason La Torcha was being so upfront with him, or at least appearing that way, was that she was using Lawless to gauge Andy's intent. If you were to tell an 8-year-old that you planned to murder the greatest hero of your era, that child would naturally object. It'd be normal to want to stop you. But Andy felt none of that. No real desire to defend an idol. La Torcha is taking that as a litmus test of his opinions on the PRT. After all, you can learn a lot about a man by gauging his desires. You can learn just as much if not more by figuring out what he doesn't want. Interlude 3.5.5, David Morrison. 2000, July 5, Phoenix, AZ, USA. The world was ending. At any moment, the floor would open up and the yawning maw of hell would drag me down to where I belonged. The room spun as I desperately tried to focus, to process what Agent Carter was telling me. Dad's body was found in some gas station like a 2-bit druggie. The gas station manager noticed nothing, knew nothing. The security camera was broken, only there to scare casual thieves. We had no leads and a PRT liaison was dead. A ward liaison was dead. Dad was dead. Some time to yourself. Agent Carter's mouth was moving but the world was still spinning. Dad is dead. Ranchero? Ranchero? David. How the fuck was I going to explain this to Josie? Oh fuck. Josie. She's 6 years old. I couldn't do this. It'd been Dad, me, and Josie for as long as she'd been alive. How was I supposed to tell her she'd never see Dad again? I froze as Agent Carter gave me a tight hug. All I could think about was how she'd never broken decorum like this before and how fucked up I must look if this was her response. To be okay. It's going to be okay, she kept murmuring. But it wasn't. Dad was dead. The world spun around me. The floor fell from my feet as the stars came alive. Swirling and spinning and making no sense at all. Dad was my rock. He was the ground I built myself on and now he was gone. I was in the air. The stars reached down to me and all faded to black. When I woke up, it was to the sound of a heart monitor beeping away. White ceiling tiles speckled with black greeted me. Fluorescent lights illuminated the overly sanitized hospital room. "You're up," came Dr. Marshall's voice. Head physician. Former military man who used his experience dealing with unruly soldiers to deal with unruly troopers and heroes. That meant I was still on base. I nursed a killer headache. What was I doing in the infirmary? Then it call came back. I returned from my patrol. I stopped a firefight and arrested 8 gangbangers, might have even saved a few lives. I felt tired, but good, like I was making a difference. Then Agent Carter called me into her office. It was strange because a face-to-face meeting was rare, she usually just worked with us over console. Then, Dad. My heart clenched. "Doc," I rasped. "What happened?" "You heard some troubling news, young man. Then you hit your head," Dr. Marshall said in his usual frank tone. "I recommend taking some time to rest." "No. I know that. Dad. I don't just collapse like that though. I'm not." "You're not, but you did." He placed a firm hand on my shoulder and pushed me down. "Rest up, son. I promise we'll talk about this." I glanced at the clock. "But Josie. We know. We had her picked up from school and brought here. Lovely young lady. She's having a blast getting autographs from Echo and Redbird." "Echo. Redbird. Protectorate Team 1. Temporarily on loan to Protectorate Team 2. They were good people." I let out a sigh of relief and sank into the pillow. I felt tired, more tired than I'd ever felt in my life. Exhaustion settled in my bones like a physical weight, like sediment building against my joints, making every motion a struggle. The last time I'd felt something like this was when Mom died. "Doc." "Yes, son. Can a person trigger twice?" He was silent for a long moment. "Yes, David. Yes, they can. It has been observed that if a para-human receives the same sorts of physical and emotional stimulus that resulted in their original trigger, their power can mutate, removing some of the restrictions they worked under previously." I laid there and piled that information atop the mountain of other things I needed to process. "Shit," I said finally. "Quite." I let out a watery laugh. "Power testing is going to suck so much." I thought I saw his mouth twitch upwards a little. Yes it will." We bantered back and forth, him indulging in more of my bitching than he'd ever had before. It was all a distraction of course, to get my mind focused on anything else but the fact that Dad was dead. I clung to it like a lifeline, desperate for anything to shield me from my own thoughts. 2000, July 7th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I finally told Josie. I insisted. She deserved to hear it from me. Dad was dead and was never coming home. Could a 6-year-old really understand? She wasn't some freaky genius like Rubedu, and she was younger than him besides. Yes. Yes she could. I held her as she bawled and hit me and wailed into my chest. Every cry of abject despair ripped through me, tearing the wound open again. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I whispered, tears rolling down my cheeks. I was the cape. I was the hero. I was the one with powers. I was supposed to save the day and make everything better. But I didn't. I couldn't. Dad was dead. Funny thing about the 5 stages of grief, they're not so much stages as they are stations, like bus stops or subways. I felt like a pinball, my mind bouncing from despair to denial to anger to acceptance and back around again. In my better moments, there was a bit of pride there too. Dad died in the line of duty. He died protecting a child, right? Rubedo was alive somewhere because of Dad, right? I had to believe that he didn't die for nothing. I was pissed. At Dad for dying. At myself for not being there and not being able to help even now. At Rubedo for being so fucking brilliant, becoming a goddamn target. At whoever took him. At the PRT. At myself all over again for being pissed. The shrinks saw me. They encouraged me to talk about my trigger, said talking would help. It wasn't anything new. I'd done it before when I first joined the wards. It had helped. So I talked again, rehashing old ground, tearing open old wounds. I triggered a bit after Josie was born, when Mom died. I blamed her. The eggheads said my trigger was almost getting run over by Uncle Elliot's stud bulls when I was 12, but they're wrong. It's never just one thing. It's never just one thing. When Mom died, Dad moved us back to his family ranch, the ranch Uncle Elliot inherited from Grandpa. It was a stud farm and stud bulls are mean. The idyllic image of black and white spotted cows grazing in a tranquil meadow? Yeah, those are dairy cows. Stud cows compete for mates, claim territory, and will gore everything that even looks at them wrong. I hated them. I hated farm life. I hated waking up with the sun and taking care of smelly animals. I wanted mom back. I wanted home back. And one day, I messed up. I didn't lock up right and the stud bulls got out in the night. I knew they'd wrecked the neighbor's farm so I went out to go get them. I fucked up. I turned a mistake into a fight for my life. I still don't know how I lost half my ear. Maybe a stud bull bit me, God knows those fuckers are mean enough. Maybe I fell and cut something. I fucked up and when I woke up again, golden bulls were driving the herd back into our farm. It was too late. They wrecked a good $90,000 worth of the neighbor's farm and Uncle Elliot lashed me hard for it. Triggers ain't ever just one thing, but mom dying was the start, the catalyst. New home. New life. New worries. New stresses. New sister. Everything came back to mom. I missed mom. Talking. It didn't help much. It was too raw. Dad was still in the morgue, couldn't even bury him yet. When I triggered, Dad was the one who set me straight. He moved us back to the city and started working at the PRT. Being a sheriff before we left probably helped landing that job. He talked to me. He got me help. He made sure I was setting in with the wards nicely. He was my rock, the reason I moved forward each day. And he was dead. X. 2000, July 7th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. There was a melancholic cloud hanging over the ward's common room. Truthfully, Rubeto didn't spend much time in the common room, always cooped up in his lab as he was. His absence wasn't anything new, but there was now a sense of foreboding that came with his empty seat. Whoever took Rubeto had leaked the kidnapping of a ward and it had played merry hell with the morale of the city. In comparison, the death of a PRT agent was almost a footnote, forgotten amidst the drama. Part of me was grateful for it. Dad never liked being the center of attention, but part of me felt like he was being forgotten much too soon. The news of a ward's kidnapping led to some sweeping changes for us. We couldn't be sure just whose information had been leaked and so Director Lyons was working under the assumption that absolutely no one's secret identity was safe. She'd pulled absolutely everyone related to a hero into witness protection, sending them out of the city altogether, likely Tucson. The rest of the wards had been recalled as well. It was likely that the perpetrators wouldn't target another ward for a long while, but no one wanted to take any chances. This left Raquel on base trying and failing to get her homeschool work done. Jazz had on a chef's hat and was baker her way through a small supermarket's worth of flour. I didn't know she was a stress baker. I would have found it funny if things weren't so dire. And as for my lovely girlfriend? She was taking Rubeto's absence especially hard. She considered the team her family, treated Rubeto like a baby brother, so felt that it was her fault somehow, never mind the irrationality of it. Penelope hadn't left her room in days. She combed through every news article, Cape dossier and investigation report in the vain hope of finding a clue that the detectives had missed. I sat on the couch, head in my hands as I tried to figure out how I could help. Not that the PRT would let any of us help at all. Penelope and I were 18 now, protectorate age, but so long as we were legally wards, we were off active duty. I wanted to find Rubeto. What I'd do when I did, I didn't know. Did I want to punch him? Hug him? I wanted to settle things for Josie as fast as I could. I was 18. I could claim guardianship. It'd be hard, but I could do it. Truthfully, not an insignificant part of me wanted to leave, to quit being a hero. My faith in the PRT was shattered. Rubeto was kidnapped from his home. How long would it take before Josie became a target? But I couldn't leave. Leaving meant being an 18-year-old with no job. I could make it work if it was just me, but I had to think of my sister now. There was no way in hell the courts would let me keep her around if I didn't even have a steady income. Ranchero. Agent Carter called over the intercoms. She'd been taking over for Dad's role as ward's liaison lately. Director Lyons would like to speak with you. Please make your way to her office. I got up to obey and allowed a faint glimmer of hope to ignite. Maybe she found something. X. Sit down, David, Director Lyons said as I walked in. She looked older than when I last saw her, the stress of her job carving lines into her brow. She took a long dip of her coffee before letting out a depressed sigh. How are you holding up? White-hot flashes of anger sparked within me. How am I doing? How the hell am I doing? Dad's dead. I yelled. Dad's dead and we don't have a fucking clue who did it. Dav. Don't David me, Director. Unless you're about to tell me who killed Dad so I can rip him apart, we don't have shit to talk about, I snarled. It went on like that for too long. The floodgates were opened. Everything I'd held back spilled out like water from a broken dam and I couldn't stop. Everything that hurt, every grievance I had with the PRT, with the world, just spilled from my mouth in an unceasing wave of word vomit. Until finally, I ran out of breath. I was breathing hard, tears running down my face. I knew she wasn't at fault, not truly. But at the moment, I didn't care. I glared at her heatedly. Right now, she represented everything I found wrong with the world, with this fucked up system that left me in charge of a 6-year-old girl. We stared at each other for a long minute. I'm sorry, she said finally. She seemed to age a decade before my eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry the PRT information network wasn't secure enough. I'm sorry that it was your father who paid the ultimate price. I'm sorry that words won't ever be enough. Director, No, you're right. Words like he died in the line of duty, are just that, pretty words. I can only try to make things easier for you. Not right, that ship sailed. But maybe, I can help. I called you here to talk about what the PRT can do for you moving forward. I want to hear from you. You've always been a mature young man. What can I do for you, David? I want out, I wanted to say. I couldn't though. The past few days had forced me to do a bit of studying and soul searching. A protectorate hero was on the G schedule for federal pay. There was some wiggle room for negotiation, but generally, a new hero entered at GS10. Heroes who'd worked as a ward were a little different though. Our years as wards counted as experience, meaning I'd be allowed to enter at GS12. It was more money than a high school graduate with no college education or work experience could ever hope to make on his own. It was the only way I'd have the kind of income needed to support Josie. I settled for the next best thing. I want a transfer, I said, voice hard. I'm sorry, Director. I didn't mean a lot of what I said, but I just can't trust the PRT here anymore. I need to leave. Understandable. You have every right. You'll graduate into a branch of choice. I take it you have no intention of parting from your sister. No, ma'am. I can't, my voice broke, I can't leave my sister here. Not even with Uncle Elliot and Aunt Mary. She's the only one left. I need to take her out of here. Somewhere safer. She nodded and produced 3 manila folders. I expected as much. I took the initiative to draw up 3 possible stations for you, but I recommend Albuquerque, New Mexico. Director Watson is a good man and runs a tight ship. It's also a city with only a third of our population and nowhere near as many capes. It's safe and I think you'd do well there. He owes me a favor so I don't think there will be a fuss in organizing a transfer. And if there are any political issues, I'm willing to throw my weight around a little. It's the least I can do. When would I leave? You'll graduate with the current batch in a month or so. This should give you the chance to say goodbye. Thank you, Director, I said honestly. I'm just doing my best to look out for one of my own. There are a few more things however. His funeral. The PRT will of course handle everything while working with you and your uncle. He'll be buried with full honors and his life insurance paid out to you in accordance with his will. Thank you, Director, I said again, though now I was swallowing a lump in my throat. There was a sense of permanence to it, talking about Dad's funeral. Still, needs must and I spoke with the Director at length about what Dad would have wanted. When I left her office, I wasn't happy, far from it, but it was with a weight off my shoulders. Author's note. Ugh. I don't write grief very well. I'm also not sure I've portrayed second triggers correctly. For that matter, I'm certain I didn't. Still, we know so little about them and have so few in-text examples that I'm not too shaken up over it. The G schedule is a real thing. A federal employee, whether he is a janitor or a department head, receives compensation according to the G schedule, or the general schedule. It goes from GS1 to GS15, with 15 being the most senior officials. Each numeric level has 10 steps based on seniority, experience, expertise, etc. Also note that the PRT is operating under the assumption that they've been compromised. Whether that's true or not, that isn't how Lawless found Andy of course, but they don't know that. I felt that David's perspective was necessary, even though it added very little in the way of progression. The PRT is doing things, he's just not aware of it. I also wanted to paint a picture of a man who wanted to go off half-cocked, but couldn't because he has someone anchoring him, Josie. Josie is just a narrative tool in that sense. Charmed 3.6. 2000, July 9, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Judging by the digital clock in one end of the room, it was 1 in the morning. I spent all of today, yesterday technically, creating control wards. They were confiscated from me and placed in a storage room on the first floor of the warehouse. I could still see them with the Oracle's elixir, though hiding them from me wasn't the point. The point was to keep them out of my reach just in case it was possible to tinker them into something more problematic. Lawless and Camille had checked in on me regularly. The latter had even asked me what I wanted for dinner and spent time hanging out with me. Honestly, she reminded me of an older girl I used to have a crush on in my past life. It would have been endearing if her plan to consistently expose me to her power wasn't so transparent. And now I was free. Sort of. I shared the barracks with Lawless and 2 other mooks. Camille had another room, with free form as a cat curled up at her feet. She'd had sex with him and did a remarkable job of feigning affection, before rushing to the bathroom to vomit into the toilet after the fact. Every night. It was not my favorite thing to watch. I now knew just how far she was willing to go for La Torche's ambitions. Lawless heard every bit of the cocktail of conflicting desires whirling within me and laughed. I swore every night to kill him, just one more desire I couldn't act on. It only made him laugh harder. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Instead, I'd forced my young body awake for the past several nights to memorize their sleep schedules. I wanted to know just how light a sleeper Lawless was. After all, whispers were only damning if he was awake to hear them. I'd been meditating for hours while lying on my back, the stillness, even breathing, an emptiness of thought good enough to fool my captors. All my gathered mana went into my tear, removing any distinctive light shows. Hearing their soft snores, I finally allowed myself to emerge from within my soul and plan my escape. To start, no matter my violent intentions, I had to admit that the likelihood of fighting my way out of here on my own was slim at best. 3 insta-kill bullets. I could probably steal my gun back, but, then what? I was good enough to not shoot myself, but I was no marksman. The relic pistol wasn't something that'd let me win against multiple gunmen. The only chance of escape I had would be to use the resources they'd need to provide me to make my own solution. That'd be hard enough to do from under Lawless' nose without having to also hide the specifics of how I'd love to murder him with whatever my current project happened to be. No. No matter what, busting my way out like an action movie star was out of the question. Let's see. What do I have available to me? I had a quart of holy water, which they didn't know was special in any way. I knew where my relic pistol was being kept, on Camille's nightstand as a memento. I could reasonably make requests for more potions ingredients. Seeing how pitched combat was out of the question, my thoughts immediately strayed to the most basic of all underhanded weapons, poison. Can I make a poison? I wondered as I allowed the tidal wave that was the World Rune's memories wash over me. I can't hope to shoot everyone with a dart or stab them with a dagger, so it'd also have to be aerosolized. I'd need to be immune to it obviously. It'd have to be fast-acting to give them no time to raise the alarm. Odorless. Colorless too. Do I have anything like that? I dismissed Cassiopeia's noxious fumes. Though highly lethal, they were also an eye-catching purple. There were subtler poisons used by both the Dukuto family and the mythical Black Rose, but none would suffice. The poison won't spread fast enough, I realized. The warehouse is too big. Nor, for that matter, could I think of a ready justification for why I needed 12 quarts of rattlesnake venom, the minimum I estimated I'd need if I wanted to cover the warehouse and the surrounding lot. Poisons used by Singed, Twitch, and Tima faced similar problems. On top of that, I was almost certain that La Torcha was immune to poisons. Her breaker state effectively made her poor gas D-ace, all but invulnerable to physical dangers. I could conceivably catch her by surprise, but that surprise wouldn't be long enough to kill her with poison and it'd certainly end with my own death. There was also a good chance that she would burn away the poison, if it could reach her at all. And freeform. He'd simply change himself into a new body, washing away all poisons before they could incapacitate him. Worst of all? I had no time to devise a safe delivery mechanism and I wasn't immune. No, poisons weren't the way to go here. My thoughts then turned to the simplest method of escape, teleportation. It was only simple on paper though. While the World Rune gave me recipes and ideas, it would require a fully functional hex core and an intricate enchantment, at minimum. And to build that, I'd need a namestone of the Brack Kern, something that obviously didn't exist on Earth bet. It was theoretically possible to fashion one, albeit greatly diminished, but not in any reasonable length of time. This was one of those build tools to build better tools scenarios tinkers often found themselves in and I couldn't afford to sink into this spiral. It'd be nice if they could just sleep forever. My thoughts trailed off as a lightning bolt shot through my mind. It'd been a while since I had such a blatant eureka moment. I could put them to sleep for an extended period of time. It wasn't reliant on the airflow and wouldn't weaken over a large area. It couldn't be avoided nor resisted, not by a human who was completely unaware of the spiritual anyway. They could be in the middle of a fight to the death and it'd still take effect. Best of all, I had holy water already. I was talking about the god willow. Well, kind of. More specifically, I was interested in the dream blossoms nurtured by Lilia in the Garden of Forgetting. I was extremely fortunate in that the dream blossom was in the same boat as the relic stones that made up the weapons of the sentinels. Once, the god willow represented the very heart of the world, the focal point of all life magic in the First Lands. It arguably predated even the likes of Ornn. Once, I burned at the hands of Ivern the Cruel, the very same who would one day come to be known as Ivern the Green Father. And when it fell, the very land wept. Just as the water of life I used was a pale imitation of the well of life originally discovered by Mackay, the dream blossoms were several times removed from the god willow, and very much its lesser for it. The god willow made a seedling. That seedling made the dreaming tree. The dreaming tree lost a branch and that branch flowered into the bashful bloom. In a way, Lilia was Ivern's granddaughter. I couldn't make the god willow, but I could make dream blossoms. Yes. A cup of holy water. Some flowers conceptually tied to dreams. A broad grin split my face. Yes, this was possible. I allowed myself to drift off to sleep, the skeleton of my plan starting to take shape. Oi, wake up, kid. I was shaken awake by Lawless. Take a shower and come out in 6 minutes, he ordered, shoving a cup of elixir into my hand. I dragged my groggy ass into the water and emerged mostly awake. You know what would help? Setting an alarm, I grumbled as I walked into the office that doubled as our living room. A squishy lump impacted my face, my body too lethargic to catch it. Ha, not a morning person, cutie. Came Camille's cheery greeting. Hey. Pick it up cause that's your breakfast. Right. I picked it up. It was a breakfast sandwich from McDonald's. For all that Lawless and Camille loved to hear themselves talk, they were careful, leaving me as few clues as possible to discern my location. For instance, by buying food from places so ubiquitous I could be anywhere, or by intentionally removing packaging labels from local stores before feeding me. I scarfed down the Egg McMuffin and brushed my teeth before returning to stretch in the office. Yes, I was kidnapped. Yes, I wanted to escape. No, that wasn't a good reason to stop my morning practice. If anything, the more I worked out, the less time I'd spend helping my captors. Doing some Karate Kid shit again. Lawless laughed. You imagining beating my ass like a drum, little tinker? I flowed from the kneeling dragon to the swirling cloud, a series of movements meant to harmonize the spirit with the body and center the practitioner. It was a part of the foundational motions taught to every Shojin acolyte. I stepped lightly and brought my hands forward into a grasping claw before my claws turned into 2 middle fingers. Hee, leave him alone, Kev. Let the little guy do his thing. Besides, I'm pretty sure that's not karate. What the hell do you know? You ain't Asian. Filipinos are Asians too, you piece of shit. Sure as hell don't act Asian. And what does an Asian act like? Lawless shrugged and gestured towards me. That. Fuck you, Kevin. That an invitation, sweetheart? Camille made a disgusted face. Ugh, I'd rather replace my tampon with a lit cigar. Bitch PMsing all the time, I thought you already did, he snarked back. I did my best to tune them out. I couldn't spot freeform, which admittedly didn't mean much. He could have been sent away on some mission to win Camille's favor, or he could be that spider in the corner of the room, waiting for me to make my escape attempt. When I made my break for it, I'd have to make sure to kill him first. The bickering between Lawless and Camille was practically a ritual. As much as La Torcha tried to portray the Crips as one big dysfunctional family, they weren't. They worked together well enough, or they'd never be trusted to watch me, but they definitely didn't like each other. The impression I got was that Lawless thought of Camille as little better than a cheap whore, while Camille considered herself La Torcha's real right-hand gal. Eventually, I could put off my tinkering no longer. On the bright side, my skill at engraving runes was progressing rapidly. Having the memories of rune masters certainly helped, and like my martial arts, I was slowly turning distant, hypothetical memory into something more actionable. By the time lunch rolled around, I'd made 4 more control wards, all stored in the same room on the first floor. The 3 of us sat together, eating some bulgogi that Camille had freeform pick up for her. It was manipulative, a blatant attempt to get an 8-year-old boy to associate her with something familiar, something reminiscent of home. It stung that it was working. The bulgogi was subpar, made for the overly sweet American palate. A part of me still loved that she'd thought of me as she ordered lunch. You're not making any more of those wards, Lawless spoke as he polished off the last of his meat. They work. They do. And we got enough. Ain't so many invisible capes that we need a giant stockpile. Next time Dos Caras squares up with us, someone's gonna set a ward and we'll have a sniper on watch. Fuckers gonna pop like a balloon. They only last 5 minutes apiece. See? That's how I know you never traded hands with anyone before. 5 minutes is fucking forever in a fight, midget. Fine. What else am I making? Powers in a bottle. He must have seen something in the way my face paled. Fuck's wrong with that? You got more than that steel skin shit. I do, I admitted hesitantly. He'd obviously heard my internal bitching at some point. There's a reason I don't make it, a reason I didn't make it for the PRT. And it's not because Director Lyons didn't know about it. Did you know I admitted I could give people permanent enhancements? For real. Yeah. We decided we shouldn't touch it. If she sees a bunch of guys running around with identical brute and mover packages and shiny purple veins, she'll know who took me. I told her about Shimmer, that's the formula by the way, but we agreed to scrap the idea because it drives people insane. And I don't mean a little eccentric, I mean full on catch and eat roaches, peel off your own face with your fingernails kind of insane. Look, Lawless. I know you probably heard me thinking something like, I wish I could give myself powers. And you heard right. I wish I could. And I can. It wasn't because the PRT didn't like the idea. It was because I didn't, and still don't, know how to make the Shimmer formula safe. Trust me. Don't touch Shimmer. It's really not worth it. I could have simply not said anything and gone ahead with making Shimmer. It would have given the PRT a heads up as to who had taken me, if Watchdog hadn't figured it out already. But it would also cause wanton destruction across the city while costing La Torcha many of her soldiers. I couldn't afford to alienate the Crips yet. Well fuck. Make me a knife, Andy, Camille interjected. You know, one of them super tinker weapons. I wanted to immediately agree but caught myself. A knife is a knife is a knife. It won't be much more deadly than any other blade just because a tinker made it. I know. She then did something unexpected and placed a pound of fossilized wood on the table. Had a mook order another mook who got some homeless guy to buy it for me yesterday, she said in explanation. I want one of them fancy petri site knives. It'll block powers, right? I looked at the multicolored block of calcium, its red and blue crystalline hues carved into something resembling a howling wolf. My pistol was made with only 3 pounds of petri site alloy. With a pound of pure petri site. Yes. I nodded slowly. This is enough for a blade. She pumped her fist and pulled me into a hug, one I'd no doubt have enjoyed more had I been older. Flushing red, I reluctantly pulled away and did my best to banish the warm and fuzzies. I want a reward, I said, stuttering. Ha 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 ha, hear that, Tech? Kid wants a reward, Lawless cackled, waggling his eyebrows suggestively at the two of us. Camille's face went through a myriad of emotions in rapid succession. Surprise. Amusement. Revulsion. Hate. Her expressions shot conflicting feelings through me. And not like that. I want a tea set. Oh, thank fucking God, she sighed with relief. A tea set. Kind of. More than that. The whole thing, really. One of those traditional Korean tea sets. Teapot. Cups. Jasmine and chamomile. Incense burner, press and mold. White ash bedding. Powdered sandalwood incense. The whole shebang. What the hell? Most kids ask for a video game. Trust me, the tea set is more expensive, I said simply. Besides, we all have our hobbies. Mine is martial arts, listening to jazz music, and tea. If you're so hellbent on making me a gangster, I'm going to be one with style. I'm not buying you a full tea set, Andy. Where would I even find one of those? Probably in Chinatown. It doesn't need to be authentically Korean, just made in that style. I wouldn't know the difference, but I do know my teas though. I want jasmine, chamomile, and sandalwood incense. She looked at Lawless with an arched brow. The thinker shrugged with an amused smirk on his face. He really does want them. Tea bags ain't good enough apparently. Wants the pressed flower kind. Gook's got class. I flipped him off. Fuck you too. Oh, and a pound of good knife steel. The better the steel you get me, the better your knife will be. In fact, if you get me the wood as well, I can make a proper handle too. If you have a picture of your ideal style and length, it'd help to have that too. Fuck. You know what? Fine. You have a deal, Andy. I'll get you your tea set. Just write it all down. Good, now what else can you build? Lawless said, leaning forward. Shit don't need to be a weapon, just has to be useful. I shrugged, not wanting to volunteer anything too powerful. More health potions. Nah, the 2 dozen you made are enough for now. Try again. I looked through the wall and over my temporary lab. I couldn't deny that a part of me was drawn to all the tools and materials I hadn't used yet. The problem was, anything I built would be taken from me immediately to ensure that I couldn't use it against them. I didn't want to empower the Crips. The least I could do was make something that wouldn't hurt anyone directly. An EMP, an electromagnetic pulse that shorts out electronics in an area, I said. I wanted to use it to make my great escape. Lawless smirked. He's fucking adorable. He wants to use the EMP on us. Knock out the electronics and sneak away in the chaos. Andy, can't you see we want to be your friends? She cooed. You may as well stop trying to find a way out. Everyone becomes my friend eventually. Pretty sure Lawless isn't, I snarked back. Yes, because I don't want him to be, she scrunched her nose cutely. He's an asshole. She starts with her power on me, I put 2 between her eyes. She's smarter than that, the thinker said. After a moment, he added. You know what? Sure, kid. Build your EMP machine, but no, I'll be listening even more closely. I can just take it away the moment it's done. And if you do activate it, well, let's hope you're faster than you look. Author's note. Camille isn't gay, at least conventionally. Her entire sense of identity is focused on Veronica. The inspiration for their dynamic was a more fucked up version of the relationship between Emerald Sistray and Cinderfall in RWBY. Camille doesn't want a knife, not really. It'd be great to have, but it's hardly going to change her life with the way she operates. What she wants is to slowly get him used to the idea of following her orders. She wants to eventually control his pipeline, what he can and can't build, while simultaneously getting him used to the idea of making lethal weapons, starting with the simplest weapon she could think of. Charmed 3.7. 2000, July 12, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Honestly, I thought she'd ask for something smaller and leaner, a stiletto maybe. She wasn't the sort to actually get into a frontal fight with anyone, so I expected her to want something she could hide in a discreet pocket, maybe even a ring with a collapsible blade she could drag over someone's throat when they weren't paying attention. Instead, she asked for something with far more substance. I suspected that this overlarge kitchen knife would either be a gift for her dear Veronica or a way to arm Freeform further. Or perhaps a bribe for someone else. Who knew with her? Regardless, I finished the knife in 2 days, though it looked more like a short sword than a knife in my diminutive hands. It was as long as my thigh, a tad less than 12 inches, 5 inches of hilt and 7 of blade. It was a sleek, double-edged thing made for thrusting, with a nice, sturdy spine that did not fold. The hilt was wrapped walnut and colored with a smoky, dark lacquer that contrasted nicely with the almost pearlescent white petricite alloy. All told, it was a beautiful piece, both functional and elegant. Leave it to inspiration to make sure I give it my all. And true to her word, Camille had delivered on her side of the deal. The very evening I gave her the knife, she gave me an extremely pricey tea set, the sort used in Shinto and Buddhist tea ceremonies. It was the single most expensive thing I'd ever owned in either of my lives, not counting my car or similar major purchase. Just the tea set, cups and pot, cost over $700, with the incense burner and complimentary supplies adding up to an additional $400. For a boy who'd been born to immigrant parents in both lives, $1,100 was an absolutely staggering price tag for some leisure items. This is the kind of money a Crip exec can throw around, she said with her characteristic seductive smile. You could have this kind of luxury too, she implied. It was early in the morning, hours before daybreak. I took a sip of the Oracle's elixir on my nightstand and made sure Lawless was still asleep before I shuffled out of bed and got to work. It wasn't the expensive teacups I was interested in. Rather, it was the chamomile. It was no coincidence that I'd asked for it, buried as one of many requests addressing my personal cravings. Fun fact, chamomile was a type of daisy, but that wasn't important by its lonesome. Good chamomile was characterized by its mild flavor and fragrance, and only the flower heads were used to brew the tea. The tea was most commonly known for being a home remedy for insomnia. A flower associated with a good night's sleep. A flower associated with good dreams. Perfect. In the main office, I gently cupped a handful of dried flowers and poured mana into them, focusing earnestly on my need. A hauntingly beautiful blue light shone from the flowers as they were remade into something different, something that didn't exist on this world. A set of 6 half-bloomed buds sat where the chamomile daisies were moments ago. The dream blossoms were flowers with 5 large petals, blue on the inside and royal purple on the exterior. They were creations of magic and spirit as much as standard matter and seemed to glow with an inner light, thankfully not too bright in the darkness. I took a whiff of the flowers. Their smell was impossible to describe, a fragrance that reminded me of tranquil nights and childhood bedtime stories. It reminded me of my father in my past life, who decorated the ceiling of my childhood room with glow-in-the-dark stars because I was afraid of the dark. But there was danger there too, a hint of bitterness and something briny. It smelled of the ocean and I was briefly taken back to Busan. Salt on my tongue. Shouting. Feeling so small as I sank, paralyzed by the cold. White-hot pain in my eyes. I reeled back as though struck. Too much was definitely a bad thing. It was a warning, like ominous storm clouds in the distance. Nightmares were dreams too. I stood and immediately staggered a bit, feeling drowsy. I frowned. It was as I thought, just as I wasn't automatically immune to any poisons I could make, I wasn't immune to the dream blossom's effects either. Still, this was a solid proof of concept. I could control this, my first foray into the higher magics of the First Lands. I spent as much time as I dared pouring mana into the dream blossoms, then pressed the flowers inside my pillowcase until they lied flat and hidden. Lilia cultivated them, but they also naturally nourished themselves off of the dreams of mortals. It was what had gotten Lilia so fascinated with humanity in the first place. By leaving them inside my pillow, I was both hiding them and giving them the chance to absorb my own dreams. Soon, the blossoms would bloom in full and I'd be able to make my escape. I went to sleep and found myself within the temple of my soul once more. The rune of inspiration swirled before me, 3 keystones surrounded by 9 lesser runes in an ever-expanding orbit. It took my breath away, every time like the first time. I was familiar by now. I knew what had happened, the dream blossoms had been enough to propel my progress. It wasn't too much of a surprise. One of the lesser runes ignited after I built my relic pistol, but I hadn't received anything from making the Petri site elixir, the tear of the goddess, or the control wards. I was very close anyway. With eager hands trembling, I stepped towards the altar and beckoned a star down. I'd never been happier to receive one of these before. Every one of them was unique in their own way, each a fragment of eternity, but there was an undeniable urgency that accompanied this one. Help, it promised. More and more, I was realizing that the World Rune had a mind of its own. Hextech Flash Traption. I recognized the rune with ease. I looked down as power filled me. Heat coursed through my body and condensed itself onto my hand, forming yet another tattoo just behind the 3 bullets of the minion dematerializer. It looked like a swirl of energy overlaid atop some complex gear. No, not energy, I realized, a portal. As the power settled, its properties engraved themselves in my soul and I knew that nothing in existence could separate it from me. Once per day, I could overcharge this fragment of the World Rune, allowing me to channel for 3 seconds then teleport to anywhere within my field of perception. I got the sense that this could improve, if only I could grasp a complete understanding of the magics that govern space and time. The obvious solution would be to simply increase my range of perception. Can I make binoculars for the oracles? I wondered to myself. I shook my head. That was stupid. But, maybe not. What were Master Yi's goggles if not over-large binoculars? The 7 lenses of insight, they were called. They were unique, crafted by none less than the revered inventor who was so impressed by the Blade Master's martial prowess that he gave them to him as a gift. They were synchronized to Yi's own magical resonance and could change their settings through thoughts alone. That certainly gave me some ideas. I laughed. I laughed and had I been anywhere else but the confines of my own soul, would no doubt have been committed to an asylum. Here I was racking my brain for a way out and one possible avenue dropped into my lap. I hadn't truly counted on it either, the growth of my personal power thanks to the World Rune seemed so very unreliable. But maybe, I said aloud, unreliable is the way to go. Lawless can't hear anything if I don't know what I want either. I could leave right now. Rouse myself, pack up what I could, then teleport away. 50 meters, or 164 feet wasn't a great distance, but it could be a good head start, right? They were all asleep anyway. Then, like an icy deluge, reality reasserted itself into my life. No, I denied myself. Flash was not a quiet spell, nor a lightless one. Half the warehouse would be looking for me the moment I left. At the end of the day, I still had no idea where I was. Even if I left, if Red Sands was located on the outskirts of town, I'd have to travel far on my stubby little legs to reach home, assuming I could figure out where that was. I could try to arm myself. I knew Camille kept the Petri site dagger and relic pistol in her nightstand, but trying to sneak into her room like that without the aid of the blossoms might get me caught. And if I went to a cop? I knew for a fact that Lawless had cops on retainer, he certainly bragged about it enough. Phoenix wasn't Brockton Bay, but it wasn't exactly the safest city in the world either. I had no idea who could be trusted. There was a good chance that the first cop I met wouldn't be corrupt, but by putting myself into the system, I'd alert my pursuers of my location sooner than not. There were even odds of me having an accident as the PRT picking me up. Worse, that would be plenty of time for them to take my mother hostage. The same went for the PRT, but for different reasons. There could be moles, but, maybe not. My best bet would be to steal a phone and try to contact them, hoping that they could reach me before I was discovered, if they were in any position to come at all. Did the bombings happen or was it one more lie? They would have reorganized with reinforcements from other departments by now, right? Did Mom get scooped up into protective custody? Or did she fall between the cracks amidst the chaos? The appalling truth was that right now, I had no idea how solvent the local PRT was and the uncertainty weighed on me like heavy chains. They need to die, I realized. I had similar thoughts during the day of course. When Lawless not so subtly threatened my mother. When he dropped racial slurs at me or told me about all the fun he'd had with this or that woman. When Camille hurled into the toilet after a night convincing freeform. But this was an epiphany. It wasn't a moment of passion or some dark thoughts sprouted in irritation. No. They needed to die because my circumstances would not change without their deaths. My physical escape would get me away from Camille, but it would put them on high alert and force them to retaliate in a way I found unacceptable. I knew their faces and names. If I wasn't theirs, I couldn't be allowed to live, La Torcha made that abundantly clear. A wave of nausea filled me at the thought of harming Camille. It told me how deeply she'd already wormed herself into my head. I hardened my heart and decided on the only course I had left, the only course there could be since my kidnapping. So be it, I resolved myself. There needs to be a precedent for the unwritten rules, right? Fine. Let's set a goddamn precedent. X. The past few days had seen me make some progress on the EMP generator. It was Blitzcrank's, scaled down to be roughly the size of a basketball and only slightly south of 20 pounds, light compared to the behemoth that was the Great Steam Golem. Blitzcrank didn't pop up in Zon out of nothing, he was made by Victor when the mad scientist was mostly sane. Victor had wanted to eliminate human error from dangerous jobs like sump diving, construction, and mining. When there was a massive chemical spill in Zon, he created Blitzcrank to rescue and protect Zon's denizens. If he hadn't, if his intentions had been to conquer or destroy rather than to save and defend, I suspected I would have had a much harder time isolating and adapting Blitzcrank's generator design into something completely non-lethal and human-friendly. Still, this was my first foray into Hextech, that mysterious and at times utterly paradoxical branch of science which sought to quantify and industrialize magic. It wasn't easy. Like any creation of Victor, I needed a hex core. Or, an early-gen prototype of one that didn't require a Brackern's namestone. The real hex core that was embedded in Victor's staff was a fully functioning artificial intelligence in its own right, capable of adapting and streamlining its systems on its own prerogative to better assist its master. That was how Victor could use a single power source to power everything from an electromagnetic force field to a gravity field, thermal laser, and even a fully unrestrained mana storm, that could be remote-controlled somehow because genius and sociopath were often synonyms. Blitzcrank's version was nowhere near that adaptable, but that was fine. I didn't need it to be. I just needed it to power a static discharge. It took some carefully worded maneuvering, but I got everything I needed to build one from 2 car batteries and 10 mana crystals. Or technically, 6 car batteries, 7 portable generators used by campers, and a box of transformers. I had my fair share of failures. No lie, I felt a bit like Tony Stark as I put the finishing touches on my prototype. Hell, it even looked a bit like an arc reactor, cylindrical and glowing with the blue light of mana. I wanted to turn it into a bomb. It wouldn't be too difficult to destabilize. The moment I thought that, the core was taken from my hands. No. No bombs, kid, Lawless said. I wasn't going to. I know. You got it good here. You ain't about to make shit worse for yourself. This an EMP? Ha. No. That's the battery. You spent 3 days, making a battery. He said, face carefully neutral. It's a bit more complicated than that, but sure. You know how a battery loses its capacity over time. He stared at me blankly. Well, it does. That one doesn't. It's clean, light, and will last damn near forever. It also has a high enough capacity to shut down an entire city block. It need to be in an EMP. That one? Yes. And it was even true. I would love to explore the possibilities that a hex core represented, but right now? In their captivity? Not a chance in hell. That thing can do a lot, but it also needs a lot of juice to get started. Kind of like how a boulder rolling down the hill has loads of energy, but you need something strong enough to shove the boulder off that ledge in the first place. I preempted his next question with a carefree shrug. And no, you can't just hook it up to a car battery. It specifically needs to be steam. Don't ask me why, but my tech wants to be a hodgepodge of magic bullshit and steampunk. You made an infinite battery that only responds to steam. Not infinite. Nothing's infinite. Sure, it'll last for decades, maybe even centuries, but it'll still deteriorate eventually. But yes. Steam. He looked at the first-gen hex core for a moment and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. He grabbed me by the arm and started dragging me out of the lab. You know what? I don't give a damn. You can tell me what you need for the rest of this over lunch. Peruvian chicken. Sure, kid. Where does a chink even get a taste for Peruvian chicken? I let the casual racism slide off me like water off a duck's back. It was practically second nature now. What can I say? I'm a cosmopolitan. Author's note. Ugh. Not happy with this, but I think it's a decent attempt at getting Andy to build something more than potions and vague enchanted things. Yup. Hextech Flash Traption. Useful, but very situational, just like the in-game ability. A reminder that Andy was captured on the 5th of July, making this 1 week in captivity. Camille started working on Freeform since Oathkeeper's Interlude, June 14th. She's had a full 4 weeks to work on Freeform, as opposed to just a week with Andy, and she'd been far more physical with the older cape for obvious reasons. Andy isn't magically resistant to her power, she's just taking her sweet time for a number of reasons. Charmed 3.8. 2000, July 13th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. With the most complicated part of the EMP generator finished, I was able to complete the project a day later. The materials weren't expensive or hard to find either. I essentially just needed various bits of piping from an old-school steam boiler in good condition. I stripped down most of it and even fashioned brand new pieces scaled down to fit, but when it was over, I was left with something the size of a basketball. I was proud of it. When you pressed a button, it would use an internal battery supply to flash boil a container of water. The energy and pressure would then catalyze the activation of the prototype hex core, releasing a large amount of mana. An intricate web of wires and transformers would then channel the flood of mana and convert it into electricity, scattering the electricity outward in a dome of static that was completely harmless to organics but would play merry hell on any form of technology. The truth was that electricity did not play nice with open air. Pokemon lied, flying types would shit on electric types because air was one of the best insulators out there. The hex core and internal transformers did not convert mana into electricity perfectly. This wasn't a design flaw, but a matter of necessity. It needed at least some mana to function. In order to keep the static discharge both non-lethal and somehow coherent through air, the device wove mana amidst the electric currents in a way that was frankly impossible to put to words. Hextech was bullshit. As homage to the great golem, I made my new contraption look like Blizzcrank's faceplate, two golden plates that joined together at the center to form the outline of a skull. Two shining eyes finished the look. Taken on its own and without the context of Blizzcrank's body, it actually looked a little like the closed carapace of a beetle. I heard footsteps behind me. La Torcha. I'd felt her coming when she entered the building, her confident gait and pantsuit attire at odds with the disguised gang members who dressed like they did hard labor working for a shipping company. "Is that the EMP generator you promised Lawless?" she asked. "Yes," I nodded. "I'm thinking about naming it the Blitzpack. What do you think?" She took it from me, the bitch. "I think it's mine and I don't care what it's called so long as it works." "What's its range?" "About 200 feet, so approximately the length of a city block. Radius, not diameter. I think I'm going to have this tested outside the city first. We have so many beautiful national parks after all." I snorted. "Aren't they on fire at the moment?" "Not all of them. A fair chunk is desert." "Fine, whatever." I pointed to a knob where Blizzcrank's spine would be. Below that was a switch that could have belonged to a lamp. Because it had. "That holds water, a bottle's worth. You're going to need to refill it whenever you use it. That switch turns it on. The static will fry absolutely everything in the area that relies on electricity, from cars to phones. Use once. Reload. Simple enough. Anything you want from me." She laughed at the look on my face. "You don't have to look so surprised. I told you, I want you on my team and my executives get rewarded." I could see Lawless listening in from the other room, no doubt using the chance to figure out what exactly I can make. Out of sight, out of mind, except he wasn't ever out of my sight. I needed something that wouldn't be considered too risky, but something that could also give me an edge. Tools, I decided. All the tools. Power drills. Electric saws. Voltage testers. The strongest welding torch on the market. Everything an electrician, plumber, carpenter, or construction foreman might have in his truck. I want the best there is. La Torcha made a show of looking around the room at the lab she'd had set up before my arrival. "What's wrong with this?" I shrugged. "Nothing, but I'm going through the tools to build better tools phase. I could probably make a better welding torch for myself out of a car battery and a lighter if I needed to, but why bother when I can source better materials to start with? I give you free rein to ask me for something and you want tools? No games? Food. I told you. My goal is to murder Sion and prove I'm the greatest tinker ever. This is my hobby. Besides, Chem gives me good food anyway." A slow smile spread across her face. "Fine, I can do that." She gave me the side eye. "Don't think you can use any of this to escape. I'll be working out of here for a few days while you make this thing. Then you'll test all its functions and make sure I can't use it to kill any of your minions," I finished for her. Yeah. I got it. The swat I got for my cheek was worth it. I had a pile of handheld power tools on my workbench within the hour. I wasn't just testing La Torcha's willingness to give me potentially dangerous tools, she obviously didn't think I could make anything to escape with while she was on site. And truthfully, she was right. Her power let her turn into fire, phasing through all physical attacks. As far as anyone knew, she was invulnerable. I had my own guesses. I hypothesized that La Torcha's shard was taking her physical body and translocating it into a different dimension and that the energy required to do this produced an exothermic reaction which ignited the air around her, causing everyone to mistake her breaker state as turning into fire. Which meant simply dousing her in water or otherwise depriving her of oxygen wasn't going to work since she wasn't in the world to begin with. Hell, even the blossoms likely wouldn't work in her breaker state. It was why I also guessed that she'd be immune to poison. She'd shown some instinctive phasing ability in the past when she avoided gunfire she couldn't have seen coming. There was a reason she managed to escape LA without Alexandria ramming a fist up her ass. No, my goal was for once completely transparent. I wanted a multi-tool, one that would be with me throughout the years. And since I didn't need to pretend my tinker specialization was strictly alchemy anymore, I saw no reason to limit myself. I'd drawn from Victor, so it was only fair that I drew on his counterpart this time, Jace, the defender of tomorrow. Pretentious and hopelessly optimistic name aside, he was a genius whose work rivaled Victor's. Everyone saw his Mercury hammer as the single greatest thing he'd ever made. That's because people were easily distracted magpies. They saw the flashy, shiny weapon and and awed, but never considered what it took to make such a hilariously impractical thing function in the first place. Not just function, but have all of its parts synergize to create a greater whole than the sum of its parts. Jace's goal in life was to raise the standard of living among Piltovans and Zonites by creating mechanical marvels that could perform anything and everything a job required. Essentially, he made mecha shift weapons from RWBY, but for civilian use. He made a shovel that could shift into a pickaxe for miners. He made a hammer that could double as a laser drill for demolitionists. But that alone wouldn't have made him a legend. Even in Earthbet's fledgling internet, there were dozens of pictures of redneck engineers stapling together random tools in the name of innovation. Hell, there were professional manufacturing companies coming up with tactical shovels that had their heads sharpened into hatchets with telescopic shafts that could house a hidden flashlight and so on. They were all, without exception, utter dogshit. A multi-tool alone wouldn't have made Jace a legend. Rather, it was what he did to get mecha shifting multi-tools to work perfectly that made him a household name. He, alongside Victor, made hex deck capacitors that could seamlessly transition from one function to the next while adapting to different energy sources, switching from mana to electricity to steam and more. Versatility was the name of Jace's game and he was a master. Hell, it would be the inspiration for Victor's own hex core. Take the Mercury hammer for example. Though it was originally made for civilian use, Jace tweaked it into his iconic hammer to fight Victor and reclaim the namestone. The namestones were crystalline containers which housed the life force and memories of the Brack Kern, a race of scorpion-like sentience native to Shurima. Skarner, the crystal vanguard, was the greatest of their number. The namestone was also required for the construction of a truly sentient hex core, which was why I'd called the one in the Blitzpack a prototype. It's funny, I mused, how so many things Piltover and Zon made come back to the crystals of Skarner's people. In a way, they were never inventing anything new using magic, merely reapplying an existing magical resource in a new way. Then again, I suppose that is the soul of innovation in the end. The Mercury hammer was no different in that regard. It used a fragment of a namestone to meet its tremendous energy requirement. Jace had to make his own hex deck capacitors because the ones widely available weren't good enough. But the end product spoke for itself. It was a hammer that could lob electricity on rapid fire, shift into a fully functioning cannon, generate a static field that somehow had kinetic force enough to knock back and electrocute enemies, and enhance the hammer's impact using electromagnetic fields. Defense. Offense. Utility. Range. It had it all. My head slammed into my workbench. I opened one eye and glared at my latest creations. Two rectangular capacitors stared back at me. They were small, the size of a Lego block each. They were also the only things I'd managed to make despite working at this for over 4 hours. "Andy, come have dinner," Camille called in that entrancing way of hers. It was almost familial the way I could see her in the other room pulling out paper plates for pizza. I glared at the evidence of my snail's pace but got up. Paradoxically, I'd found that the easiest way to minimize my contact with Camille and her power was to force myself into interacting with her. She'd seek me out less this way. Even that was getting more difficult by the day. X. 2000, July 14th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I snuck into my lab at 2:30 in the morning. Time was working against me. Not only was Camille's power slowly Pavloving me into being her lapdog, the only way I could tinker without lawless oversight was to do so in the dead of night. But working like this was wreaking havoc on my 8-year-old body. And equally as bad, I needed to sleep more if I wanted to make my blossoms bloom. More meditation. More sleep. More tinkering. More, everything. It was wearing me thin. Still, I powered through. Once the blossoms fully bloomed, I would be able to make my escape. Until then, I needed to make use of every second I had. I pulled my pillowcase inside out, removing the 6 dream blossoms. Every night, as I waited for Lawless to fall asleep, I'd made small handfuls of mana crystals, storing them alongside the blossoms. And every night, as I got up to tinker, I'd move what few I'd managed to make without my trademark blue light show into a box in my lab. So long as I didn't think about wanting to use them and kept myself distracted during the day, I could keep them hidden. Tonight was no different. I snuck into my lab and added the crystals to my hidden stash. 33 in all greeted me. That seemed like a lot, but I reminded myself that my relic pistol had taken 40. Even counting my newly increased pace, I'd need more. Thankfully, tonight's tinkering session could barely be called that. I converted the holy water into the water of life before placing a pair of scissors and 10 mana crystals inside. After that, I used the mana crystals to slowly merge the water and the scissors. As dawn approached, I stuck the bowl of holy water inside an out-of-the-way cabinet and thanked God I didn't necessarily need loud power tools to tinker. Tomorrow, I'd be ready. I finished my multi-tool. It wouldn't exactly be seeing much combat, so I didn't need the overwhelming energy capacity of a Brackkern namestone. Instead, the two capacitors acted sort of like batteries. The primary difference between a capacitor and a battery was that a capacitor kept electrical energy as a charged field while a battery generated electrical energy through chemical reaction. A capacitor could also discharge its electrical field instantly, whereas a battery could take a bit of time. In exchange, a capacitor couldn't usually hold its charge for longer than a day. I wanted to make sure that no one else could use my tech, so I hooked up a transformer to the capacitors. The transformer was tinkered to convert mana to electricity, something I'd figured out how to do while making the Blitz pack. This way, no one could charge the capacitors except me and the multi-tool would quickly run out of power when in someone else's hands. Eventually, I wanted to replace this setup with a full hex core, turning it into a smart tool that could assist me independently, perhaps even making it into a wrenchbit like Dr. Heimerdinger did, but for the moment, this would suffice. The tool itself looked for all the world like a standard wrench, if thicker and heavier than normal with a blockier profile. The teeth could be adjusted, naturally, but would also emit plasma between them to weld anything with ease. It was thicker than the average wrench because I'd made sure it could double as a hammer. Hell, there was even a mana-based scanning array modeled off of the Oracle's elixir and a voltage tester that could tell me the exact metrics of anything the light touched, along with the voltage, amperage, density, and atomic composition. A portion of the shaft had even been replaced by a thick, transparent plastic filled with fluid so it could act as a leveler. Its reverse end contained a power drill, electric saw, miniature compartment to store screws, a fold-out ratcheting box end, and a flashlight, just in case. It wasn't the bullshit plot device that was a Mass Effect Omni tool, but I was reasonably confident that it could do everything I'd need it to even should I be forced from my lab. It was evening when I finished. I very reluctantly demonstrated every function to La Torcha, then only thought about how much I wanted it back as she took it away. I unfolded a taco dorado and slathered on a layer of sour cream and guacamole before sprinkling a layer of ketchup and hot sauce. Rolling the goopy mess, I took a giant bite. Okay, that ain't right, Lawless whined. Which fucking idiot told you you're supposed to put ketchup on tacos? Bandit, I said plainly, shoving him the bird. I missed the peppy short stack. She's bout as Mexican as it gets, so fuck off. Ain't no accounting for good taste. Leave him alone, Kevin, Camille said, sending my heart aflutter. You're not the one who has to eat that. But I do have to watch. What happened to expensive tea and shit? Thought you had class, kid. I do. For tea. And music. And literally nothing else. Now fuck off and let me enjoy my tacos. Shit, been here a week and he's already giving me lip. I ought to smack you for that. You will not, La Torcha said calmly, but there was an audible hint of warning in her tone, like embers smoldering beneath the coals. Leave him to enjoy his dinner as he pleases. Lawless raised his hands in the air in mock surrender. All right, fine. Let the kid have his insult to food. Anyway, he's done with that sonic screwdriver shit, so what else is he gonna make? Something for me, she said as she looked at me with eyes like smoldering embers. No, there were literal embers dancing within them. Eventually, I want you to kit out your fellow executives in tinker tech tailored for their specific powers. You'll start with me, of course. I stared at her flatly. It was about as much rebellion as I dared. And what would complement your powers? You're immune to physical harm because you phase through everything, so armor is useless. I'm pretty sure your breaker state makes you super fast and you can set things you touch on fire. What? You want a gun so you don't have to run people down? Some goggles so you can see infrared? Maybe some kind of knife for heat-proof enemies? For that matter, can you even use tech? Your power generates heat. A lot of it. Wouldn't it just melt anything that isn't custom-made for you? No to the last one. Otherwise, I'd burn off my own costume. As much as men might prefer that, that's not how my power works. I think it was called a Manton limit. Nothing I have on me seems to burn or heat up. I nodded. This was one more support for my theory that her shard was shunting her body, and anything she was carrying, into a separate dimension away from her power's exothermic output. Okay, fair enough. Have you tried firing a gun while in your breaker state? If you can't fire a normal weapon, I don't recommend trying it with Tinker Tech. I can, she confirmed with an uncaring shrug. Who knows how physics works where powers are concerned? Fine. So gun, knife, or goggles? You know, ever since I was a little girl, I've always wanted to fly. Not that I'm complaining, of course, but it'd be nice. I thought about it. Had she chosen a knife, I would have just made another Petri-site dagger. Had she demanded a gun, I would have made her the most inconvenient weapon I could with an incredibly high skill cap, namely Kate's sniper rifle. In contrast, I actually wanted to make the goggles. By drawing on Master Yi's 7 lenses of insight, I wanted to make some progress into figuring out permanent sight for myself, even if it meant giving La Torcha telescopic, infrared, ultraviolet, and X-ray vision. It'd give her some utility, but she wouldn't become any deadlier. Wings. You can't do it. I can. I trailed off. Let me think. Hextech Anavia had wings of course, but I felt like I'd be insulting the goddess if I gave someone like La Torcha her wings, even a shitty, third-rate effigy. No, a regular hoverpack was fine. It wasn't about the specs, it was a pride thing. I'm going to need more generators, maybe a solar battery or dozen exhaust pipes and a few laptops. Oh, and a motorcycle helmet with tinted out lenses. I don't exactly need a helmet. No, but you do need the UI. User interface, I explained at their blank looks. You do want to be able to steer this thing, right? Fair enough, get me a list. Author's note. Did you know that a plasma cutter can output plasma at 45,032 F? Or that the surface of the sun is about 9,940 F? A plasma cutter is about 5 times hotter than the sun. I read that while doing some research for this FIC and it blew my mind. Tacos dorados are sometimes called flautas or taquitos. They're a Mexican dish inspired by American hard-shell tacos. Because no, Mexican tacos are almost always soft-shell. A tortilla is layered thinly with meat on one half before being dropped into oil and deep-fried. The tortilla is folded immediately in the oil, making it a bit crispy but still decently chewy. It's served as is, with cheese, lettuce, and other condiments on the side so each diner can add their own. They're popular in southwestern United States and northern Mexico. I live in the DC area and I'd murder your dog for a good taco. Send help. Charmed 3.9. 2000, July 15, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Veronica, La Torcha, wouldn't be seeing her hoverpack. Or anything else for that matter. It was time. All throughout, my captivity had been one giant exercise in self-control. During the day, I had to be very careful about what I wanted, what I was willing to act on, and what I was willing to sacrifice in the name of buying myself time and materials. I was no Lee Sin, with an unshakable discipline that could channel the dragon of Ionia. I was no Kai Sa, with an iron will that could hold back the void for a decade. I was no Atrus, with an unrelenting resolve to face down gods. Aside from the monocrystals, I gained no supernatural effects from meditation, but the ability to compartmentalize my burgeoning love for Camille and balance it with rational thoughts and the need for subtlety even in my own mind was a testament to my increasing self-discipline. I would have never been able to do this in my past life and I felt a burst of pride at my progress. This last stretch was the single hardest meditation session I'd ever put myself through. I'd waited for so long, prepared and bided my time. I could surely wait 5 more hours, I told myself. That didn't change the restlessness I felt. My skin tingled in anticipation even as I drowned out the nervous energy in a sea of mana and introspection. And still I waited. I didn't know when La Torcha liked to sleep so I had no choice but to stay in meditation longer. I formed crystals in my hands beneath the covers and sank the rest into the tear. Finally, at long last, Lawless went to sleep. I reached out and took a sip of the Oracle's elixir beside my bed as my world expanded around me. Off near the edge of my range, I saw La Torcha getting into bed. Dozing, but not fully asleep yet. I glanced at the clock, 3:20, 2 hours later than usual. There were 8 normal humans I could see around the warehouse in varying states of wakefulness. I could see a few stirring restlessly, but with the time being what it was, this was as good as I'd get. As quietly as I could, I shuffle-tugged my pillow from the pillowcase and carried the entire thing like a makeshift sack filled with monocrystals and dream blossoms. First things first, I had to ensure that the gang members would remain asleep while I worked. To that end, I snuck into the kitchenette and picked out my incense burner before taking it to my lab. Fortunately for me, Lawless and Camille had largely forgotten about my incense burner. After all, what the hell could I make with a fancy clay pot, right? Arrogance was a sin punishable by death. Then, I snuck into the office Lawless worked out of. He always kept the shutters raised so he could shout profanities down at the workers so I lowered them as quietly as I could, plunging the office into darkness. There was a safe beneath the desk, 3 inches of hardened steel. It was where the previous warehouse manager kept his cash and valuables, also where La Torcha locked up my multi-tool. Only she and Lawless knew the password and they figured that with the most versatile tool I had in their control, I wouldn't be able to sneak off to tinker without their oversight, or lash out and hurt someone. The safe itself was a sturdy affair. Even if I had the elixir of wrath, I didn't think I'd be able to break it open, and definitely not without waking the entire warehouse. The lock wasn't really something I knew how to pick either. While there were hundreds of thousands of expert thieves in Runeterra, inspiration didn't automatically mean I'd be able to draw on their memories, not unless I was in the midst of creating something new. I formed my hand into a finger pistol and channeled. The spark of infinity within my soul answered. My right hand glowed as the first of 3 bullets ignited. It was warm, almost uncomfortably so. I felt the World Rune consolidate into my tattoo before lancing out in a beam of azure light. There was an almost cartoonish shwa sound as the hyper-concentrated mana displaced the air and made contact with the safe. Thankfully, the noise wasn't too loud and confined by the office walls. The transmutation spell contained within activated immediately. A single flash of light and I was looking at a neat hole carved into the safe. It was almost artistic how most of the safe, about my weight in steel, had vanished into thin air, converted into mana and dispersed in moments. The cut was so perfect that the edge looked professionally done, as if made intentionally to be some kind of postmodern art sculpture. Inside, my multi-tool and blitzpack sat waiting for me. I fucking love this thing, I chuckled as I glanced at my hand. One of the 3 bullets was dull now. I snuck back into my lab and set my incense burner on the workbench. Normally, working with glazes was a pain. Trying to make any change, however minor, to an already finished ceramic piece was damn near impossible thanks to how rigid it was. After all, glazes were essentially chemically altered glass and ceramics weren't exactly known for malleability. That was where my new multi-tool came in. With a narrow enough nozzle, I could condense the welding torch. Even a normal welding torch was much hotter than high-fire glazed ceramic, but I didn't want to melt the glass. I needed the plasma to be so hot and so concentrated that it would immediately cut through the material like butter. It was possible if I overcharged the capacitors. They'd burn out in short order and I'd need to replace them, but I planned on that anyway. So, Hextech multi-tool in hand, I began to engrave runes into the incense burner. Every finished rune was charged with a mana crystal until I was left with a fully functional sensor, one specifically designed for dream blossoms. Originally, Lilia's sensor was made from the branch of the dreaming tree, but I had none so this bastardized version would have to do. Along with propagating the incense through both physical and spiritual means, the sensor was engraved with runes of protection for the wielder, me. It wouldn't do to knock my own ass out after all, a bit of Lilia's magic bullshitted into my version of the sensor. 6 dream blossoms, fully bloomed over the course of the week, were joined with the sensor in an alchemical ritual that reshaped the vessel. Milky white porcelain was replaced with a deep, rich blue. Jade green carps were replaced with royal purple flowers. A hoop extended from the top so it could be held in hand or hung from a staff. I knew that despite its fragile, elegant appearance, it could easily be used to club a man's skull open and not receive the slightest fracture. I grinned. It was 4:15, but that would be enough time for what I had planned. I channeled mana from within, holding nothing back. Every rune glowed with an azure light, almost indistinguishable from the inlaid flowers. A blue smoke that smelled of midsummer nights and forest floors wafted from the sensor. I knew that so long as I supplied it with mana, it could produce this smoke at will. The dream blossoms were special. The reason I went for these instead of any type of mundane or even magical poison was that these flowers were intrinsically tied to the spirit world. They were dual existences, with a half-step in both the mortal and spiritual worlds. Because of this, walls did not confine their influence. Nor were they impacted by wind, temperature, rain, or anything else that would typically hinder a gaseous attack. As an added plus, they couldn't be resisted by any kind of enhanced biology either. The only way for a human to resist was to reside in an entirely separate space, to not be in the area at all. I watched the smoke that wasn't tea smoke disperse throughout the warehouse and even further out. Everyone I could see fell deep into slumber, their chests rising and falling in steady rhythm. Outside, the guards who had been masquerading as night watchmen slumped in their booths. I had until the break of dawn and the new shift to make my escape. I didn't know exactly when the changing of the guard was, but I decided to assume it was at 5:30 and gave myself a little over an hour. The first thing I did was find a duffel bag and fill it with my creations. Moving to an unused cabinet in my lab, I pulled out the tray full of holy water. Inside was a pair of scissors I'd intended to engrave with runes had I any reason to extend my stay. I tossed the tray but packed the scissors, I could complete this one later. This was one of the main advantages alchemy had over traditional mechanics. Tools in an established lab were more like suggestions than requirements. I loaded the blitzpack and released, causing a complete electronic blackout in a 200-foot radius. It also shorted out my multi-tool, but that was fine, I'd gotten my use out of it. I then slung the EMP generator and wore it like a backpack. In hindsight, the spherical design made carrying it a bit awkward. That was what I got for my tunnel vision insistence on making it look like Blitzcrank, one more thing I'd have to reshape when I had the time. With the multi-tool, blitzpack, and dream blossom sensor in hand, I only had to collect 3 more of my creations, the Petri Sight dagger, my relic pistol that I still needed a name for, and the control wards. I decided to knock out the hardest part of this right away and moved to Camille's room. The room reeked of half-dried semen and sweat. I almost wished I was an actual 8-year-old, at least that way I wouldn't recognize the smell for what it was. Freeform and Camille were sprawled on the bed butt naked, blankets kicked to the floor in the heat of their nighttime activities. I made a beeline for the nightstand drawer where I knew Camille kept my relic pistol and the knife I'd made her. I was taking no chances with the changer, yes. I tucked the pistol and holster in my belt and faced the two lovers. I crawled onto the bed and placed my left hand over Freeform's mouth before unsheathing my dagger and plunging it into his heart. His eyes shot open as he let out an agonized scream. He began to thrash about but could not escape nor change. I could have drawn the blade over his throat, but then the petri site might slip away from contact with his body. This way, his own ribs would help my child body hold the dagger there. I wanted to give him no opportunity to shift away. I didn't know if he could make out my face in the darkness, but I didn't give him long before I let go of the dagger and jammed my finger into his wood, expending my second minion dematerializer directly into his chest cavity. His eyes widened further but he couldn't say a word before 68 pounds worth of flesh and blood vanished into mana. I'd made sure to aim upward, taking his brain and corona with the attack. No corona, no power. His leftover lower torso and legs began to soak blood into the sheets. Hey! I heard Camille slur in her sleep. Babe! Shit, you weren't supposed to be awake, I muttered before I could stop myself. I picked up my dagger and loomed above her. That forced her wide awake. Andy. A single word and I was hers. My name on her lips was the sweetest song I'd ever heard. Her power demanded my attention. It demanded that I focus on her honey-sweet voice and her naked body, never mind that the oracle's elixir meant I already knew what she looked like at all times. I saw the pool of half-dried fluids around her core and smelt the faint stench of vomit and liquor on her lips. Disgusting, but forgivable, the sinister part of me whispered. I saw her expression as she felt the warm, sticky blood from her lover's stray legs and put two and two together. Camille, I breathed out. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to say so much. I wanted to just kill her. I knew it had to be done, but my blade wouldn't move. I backed away, first one step then another. You reawake, she tried as she rose to a seated position. You killed Freeform. You're not going to hurt me, are you? I love you, she said, 3 words I'd happily kill to hear, 3 words I knew people had killed for. No doubt Freeform felt the same, I thought. I knew in my mind what she was doing. It didn't help much. I felt like a sheep being sedated before being lured into the slaughterhouse. You killed him, she continued, eyes wide and facing where she assumed I was standing. You saved me. He hurt me, Andy, and you saved me. You're my little hero, you know that. Another step back. I'm not. You are. Come here. Can you hold me? I knew it was pure manipulation. I knew that my feelings weren't real. It did very little to help when faced with the siren before me. I took a half step forward. I can't hurt her, I thought despairingly, conflicting feelings of love and hate waging war in my heart. I can't. You can. Come here. I turned the dagger away from her. For one moment, the briefest instant, I saw a triumphant smirk flit across her face. Hesitance transformed into resolve, resolve into rage, rage into hate. Hate into action. The dagger dropped. Pain lanced through my leg. I didn't know whether it was the petri site or the pain, but I felt like true ice had been injected into my veins. Clarity restored, the relic pistol rose and I snapped off 3 shots faster than I'd ever fired before, not that that was saying much. One went wide, but another struck her chest. I lucked out with the third, striking her in the base of the neck, cutting off her startled shriek. I felt numb as I watched her lifeless corpse collapse. Firearms practice. One more thing to add to my to-do list, I thought. Thinking of anything else but her cooling corpse helped me shove my mounting despair into a deep hole. Later. I walked over and knelt by her side as her mouth opened to give voice to soundless cries. Did she want to curse me? Tell me how La Torcha would burn me alive? Break me with words as she confessed her eternal love for me? Or perhaps plead for her life one last time? I didn't know, and not knowing hurt. I watched the light fade from her eyes as I whispered, I love you. X. I sat like that for far too long, too emotionally troubled to find it in myself to move. I buried my emotions deep and got up on shaky knees. In comparison to the clusterfuck that was Camille, the rest of my raid through the warehouse was hilariously simple. A quick slash across the throat here. A charged beam of light through the head there. La Torcha got the freeform treatment, a stab through the heart with petri site to disable her power while my final minion dematerializer removed her corona along with any chance for her shard to retaliate. I looted the warehouse of any cash, almost $30,000 in loose bills. Then, I found myself some nondescript clothes, a pair of grey sweatpants and jacket, and used the blood-soaked ones for target practice. Just as the earliest rays of dawn broke over the horizon, I walked out of that warehouse with newfound resolve and a broken heart, a killer of a dozen men before the age of 10. They were waiting for me. Author's note. Not 100% happy with this. Honestly, it's my first time writing an escape scene, though it was very low risk thanks to the Dream Blossom sensor. That's the trouble with league items sometimes. They're honestly game breaking even when I stay away from the OP shit, for the moment. Hopefully I did the Camille scene some justice. The biggest challenge for an author is providing a sense of catharsis, and I don't know that I did that well here. Also, a brief show of how the minion dematerializer works. Anything in its path gets converted to Ramana and dispersed into the air. The safe is that thing, meaning it won't just automatically take a spherical bite out of everything. If it hits a shield for example, the shield will vanish, but the person holding it will still have his hand. I'm going to take some liberties with this and say it ignores most clothing, so he's not just stripping people. It's a shameless narrative fuck you beam. I know that this FIC took a turn for some heavy shit towards the end of this arc. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised by this too. I didn't set out to write something this heavy, I just wanted something fun to distract myself with. Originally, the Inspired Inventor miniseries was how I envisioned this FIC, comedic, with a touch of seriousness. Still, I'm more or less happy with how things turned out, so I won't apologize. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Advertisement. Interlude 3.9.5, Rebecca Costa Brown. 2000, July 9, Phoenix, AZ, USA. I sat ramrod straight before the cameras, the picture of professionalism. I schooled my micro-expressions into a countenance of practiced concern and focused resolve. My dress shirt was perfectly pressed save for a few minor but noticeable creases, an intentional departure from my typically immaculate appearance. A few crow's feet had been added to my makeup as well, giving the appearance of a stern woman weathered by age and worry over the current crisis. All according to the path. The cameras started blinking, telling me that they were rolling. Evening to all, I began. Even those 3 simple words were calculated not to be friendly, but to be clinical, a woman who wasted as few words on aimless pleasantries as possible. There have been many rumors and false allegations coming out of the Phoenix area. I am here to set the record straight. I shuffled the manila folder in front of me. Pointless props, of course. I knew what color the janitor's shoelaces were, never mind such an important briefing. Still, Alexandria knew those things. Rebecca Costa Brown was bound by mortal limits. One more thing to humanize me. I cleared my throat and began again, head bowed in the picture of remorse. It has remained a long-standing mission of the Para-Human Response Team to integrate para-humans into society. We have gone through great lengths to provide para-humans with productive outlets for their powers and have attracted and nurtured a great many promising youths through the WARDS program. In the course of this mission, we have likewise faced a great many number of trials and tribulations. Some were growing pains of a young organization with a noble mission but a lack of experience. Others were less forgivable. And on July 5th, the WARDS program failed utterly and unreservedly. I will not make excuses, nor will I try to hide what has occurred. A ward was kidnapped from his own home. A senior WARDS liaison was murdered. I will not speak further on ongoing investigations, but this much, I believe I must say, we failed. We, the PRT. We, the Protectorate. We, the nation, failed to safeguard one of our own, one who swore to be a hero and entrusted us with his safety. We cannot make things right, but we must try. To that end, I have authorized Watchdog to use every resource available. We are at this time certain that Rubedu is alive and well. Further, Alexandria has been dispatched to lead the investigative efforts from the ground. Rest assured, we will save Rubedu. We will bring his kidnappers to justice. I stood. A brief address, but that was for the best. The cameras stopped rolling and I allowed myself a brief nod at a job well done. I began to walk out, my footsteps echoed by my secretary. You have an appointment to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee in 15, ma'am, she said. Lena, I remembered. A pretty young thing who studied at Georgetown before deciding she wanted to do something domestic instead of pursue international relations. She went on for precisely another 43 seconds and I allowed her to remind me of my commitments. Letting her feel useful cost me nothing after all. Thank you for your help, Lena, I said, awarding her a practiced smile. It looked warmer, a smile I'd practiced for those who were presumably in my confidence and a departure from the stern visage I kept up on camera. She'd be useful one day. She too was a part of the path. X. 2000, July 12, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Take her, I said to Oathkeeper. There is something I want to verify. Yes, ma'am, came her comms. She, Bunyan, and I were striking out against the Southside Mesa and the arsonist called Calavera. Over the past few days, I'd taken the screws to several captured gang members. My ability to act as a living polygraph coupled with the not insignificant detail of being interrogated by the strongest brute in the world let me acquire more information than any mundane detective. I found 6 hideouts, supply depots, and drug labs in short order and organized a series of raids the very next day. The trouble with SSM and many gangs like them was that they were intentionally anarchic and scattered, lacking a single place they can call their stronghold. Dos Caras was in charge, but with only Calavera to assist him in terms of cape muscle, he had no choice but to spread his forces thinner than usual. It made rooting them out difficult, much like a guerrilla insurgency, but it also meant Dos Caras and Calavera were often separated. I took advantage of that and isolated Calavera, pinning her with Oathkeeper's squad, all in the name of getting her another accolade under her belt. We'd decided long ago that she was worth nurturing and she'd soon be supervising her own city. Of course, it wasn't just for Oathkeeper's sake that I veered off. Faith in the Phoenix PRT was at an all-time low. First came a nationally publicized lawsuit against one of their wards. Then said ward got kidnapped from his own home even as the largest gang war in the city's history erupts. We may have arranged for this, but even Contessa agreed that complete collapse of the local PRT would be detrimental to our ultimate mission. So, here I was, bolstering the PRT. Oathkeeper and Bunyan were more than capable of bagging Dos Caras' remaining lieutenant. This minor triumph would be played up in the news as a grand struggle, injecting some badly needed morale back into the local forces. As for me, I did as the path demanded and flew down to a side street, barely more than an alley. There, I found an SSM member doing his best to cover up his tattoos and blend into the scenery. I recognized him, Lucas Parker, one of over 100 death row inmates in the state of Arizona and one of the prisoners freed during the explosions last Sunday. He turned and saw me looming above, cape fluttering behind me. I didn't even let him finish before my hand clamped down over his face like a vice and dragged him from the side street. "Hello, Lucas," I said, tone silky smooth and cordial. He ceased his ineffectual struggles, eyes widening in paralyzing horror. "Yes, Alexandria knows your name." I allowed myself a hint of smug satisfaction at his reaction. Seeing how I went over every major criminal dossier in whichever city I happened to be in, it shouldn't be surprising. My powers were no secret after all. I'd repeatedly gone on record claiming that my favorite part of my powers was my enhanced cognition. And yet, there was always this visceral terror in the eyes of normal criminals when they realized just whose radar they'd managed to find themselves on. It was positively delicious. "Ma'am," came Oathkeeper's unasked question as I dragged Lucas Parker into the PRT van. "This one, I have questions for. Do make sure he gets to headquarters, won't you?" I addressed the squad captain. "Yes, Ma." Before he could finish, I was off. There were more steps to the path. Getting Mr. Parker to squeal was a simple matter. From him, I was able to verify my hunches, giving a visible source for the path and its stepping stones. Death row inmates were kept in a separate wing. Said wing was therefore shielded from the explosions on Sunday. Said inmates could therefore not have escaped without inside help. Far fewer guards and staff had access to this wing, particularly solitary, which Mr. Parker was in until his sudden release. Therefore, we could isolate likely moles in the guards' end, tracing their activities, isolate moles in the local forces. All of this took me a mere half an hour, a feat I'd hand-waved as having been made possible with the assistance of Watchdog. I walked into Calavera's interrogation room and saw her stiffen as she realized just who her interrogator would be. The muscular woman was permitted to keep her purple skull-shaped mask, but her hands were chained to the cold, metal table using one of Rubetu's power-nullifying shackles. Wonderful bit of tech, that. It'd be a marvelous addition to Cauldron's arsenal and I'd already begun the process of acquiring a steady supply of fossilized wood, even from alternate planets if need be. She stared at me mulishly. I scoffed. Her willingness to cooperate was irrelevant. James Lewis. Carter Rice. Teresa Mueller. Stephen Guerra. Louise Strong. Sophia Copeland. Juan Navarro. Juan de la Rosa. Vincent Nguyen. Tyler Isley. Isaac O'Reilly. Owen Rowley. Jamal Johnson. Eunice Steinbrook. Booker Walston. I got up and spoke into the mic. "Detain Rice, Johnson, Steinbrook, and Navarro." "What the foo?" "Thank you for your cooperation, Calavera," I said mockingly as I exited the interrogation room. 2000, July 13, Phoenix, AZ, USA. It was a simple matter to come to the right conclusion with the information I received from the 4 arrested officials. Some were bribed. A particularly important one was blackmailed. SSM did not have the resources to pull off an attack like this, either the breakouts or the kidnapping. Peckerwoods might, but only if they received outside assistance. Gesellschaft's influence did not reach this far, nor did they associate themselves with what they saw as white trash. The Heron clan were struggling financially and wouldn't bother moving out so far west. This left the Crips or an outside party using them as patsies. I also made a note that the Peckerwoods were acting strange, as though they were missing their leader despite Freeform still remaining at large. The Crips kidnapped Rubedu. This conclusion was further supported by in-depth psychoanalytical profiles of all three leaders. Dos Caras was a mad dog. Freeform could be cunning, but only as far as it applied to his own power. He wasn't much of a leader of men. La Torcha though, she was Mortician's strategist and willing to make long-term plans while taking on significant risk in the name of greater ultimate gain. Watchdog was the final avenue of investigation. Not only did they confirm my conclusions, they raised concerns of a master effect at play as extrapolated from Freeform's strange behavior in the presence of Parade. There was also a not insignificant chance, they said, that Tequila had a master power given her name and the connotations it implied. All this was reported to Director Lyons, Deputy Directors Silva and Irish, Oathkeeper, and Royale, along with my intention to stay off the field while I focused on tracking down Rubedu. We have to move cautiously from now on, I said, staring each of them down. Calavera's capture was a great thing, but it in itself doesn't get us any closer to finding Rubedu. I'll be stepping away from the gang war so I can focus on tracking down La Torcha. We know precious few of her hideaways and even back in Los Angeles, she was among the more cunning criminals. We understand, Alexandria, Director Lyons said. Happy hunting. Should we prepare anything for when you do find her, or will you just swoop in and rescue Rubedu on your own? Deputy Director Silva asked. He was a hard man with a constant frown. It rankled him that the Phoenix branch needed outside help, even if that help came from a founder. Prepare a squad or two of your finest, but don't take so many from the field that it's noticeable, I responded. Ultimately, finding him isn't the biggest issue. It's this. I tapped the watchdog report in front of me. A master warning means we need to account for the possibility that Rubedu is now hostile, unwilling, but hostile nonetheless. Trying to extract him could end poorly, even for me. Surely you're immune to whatever he can do. We're still not sure how much petricide it would take to negate Alexandria's powers, if any, Lyons said. And Rubedu. He's more than he seems. It was Deputy Director Irish who spoke this time. As a former forest ranger, he was typically stationed overseeing the national parks near the greater Phoenix area. He'd been called down due to the emergency. How so? He seemed like a good lad from what little I'd seen of him. Remarkably mature and potentially a genius intelligence to go with that maturity. Seemed to have his head on straight. There is no such thing as a stable cape, Silva said, then caught the eyes of the three high-level capes in the room. No offense. None taken, Director, Royale nodded. I know I mess around a lot, but capes. Yeah, being a cape can mess you up. Nothing like that, Lyons continued. Rubedu is fine, at least, fine as far as any therapist can tell. He behaves like he's in his 20s, but he's hardly mentally unsound. I don't have any worries about his personality. It's his tech that concerns me. Back when he first debuted, we had a conversation about what else he might be able to make. I admit part of it was my own curiosity, former egghead and all, but most of it was so I could help organize his lab to his specifications. He told me that he could make anything from incredibly potent poisons and antidotes to something called the Shimmer, a super soldier serum that drives the drinker mad, but is permanent. I allowed the four others to mull this new information over for a bit. Fuck, Royale summed up the general sentiment. Why weren't any of us told about it? Are you saying we could have a horde of insane gangbangers with powers soon? Because I vetoed its creation. It was sent along to the chief director, but otherwise left as a simple footnote. He never made it and openly admitted to having such capability rather than try to sneak one by us. Be that as it may, I broke in before the others started arguing about being left out of the loop. I must now work under the assumption that a hostile Rubedu is capable of potentially bypassing even my defenses to poison me. If he's too far gone. Master victims have been known to commit suicide rather than let themselves be captured. We're going to need a more concrete plan. I might have to call in a few favors, maybe with a teleporter. A teleporter? We do have Masked Bandit for rescue, Irish pointed out. Think she'd be up for it? No, Lyons said. She's just 13. She shouldn't have to deal with the Crips of all people. Worse, she's close to Rubedu. I don't want her to be at ground zero if things go wrong. Quite, I agreed. It'll take a few days to get the one I have in mind, so we'll carry on as usual until then. So more of that hurry up and wait deal, eh? Can't say I missed this from back in my army days, Silva grunted. It is what it is, Oathkeeper said, standing. If you'll excuse me, Directors, Royale, Alexandria, I've got to arrange a few more patrols. At that, the meeting broke. X. 2000, July 15th, Phoenix, AZ, USA. Gemini, a teleporter and duplicator based out of Salt Lake City, arrived last night. He could make a second copy of himself, his mirror. He and his mirror could teleport whatever they touched between themselves, including people. Because of this, he was almost always tapped for rescue operations like this. Gemini's arrival marked the final preparations for what was being called Operation Hot Potato. I allowed myself a quiet chuckle at Deputy Director Silva's ridiculous naming sense. It wouldn't do to let them see Alexandria laugh in public. Watchdog had identified the Red Sands Moving Company as Rubetu's most likely location. Gemini had been dragged into a brief as soon as he arrived and the raid had been scheduled at dawn. All according to the path. The plan itself was simple. 2 squads of the best the PRT had to offer would discreetly encircle the parking lot at 6 in the morning. The isolation that had helped the Crips get established so quickly would only work against them here, allowing the troopers to approach without drawing too much attention from the public. Protectorate Team 2, led by Oathkeeper, would be riding along as backup in order to capture any stragglers. Redbird and Echo, formerly on loan to Team 2, would be returned to Team 1 as they would be needed to raid the Peckerwoods simultaneously. One more feather in the cap of the local protectorate. Once we were in position, Gyroscope would scan for and hopefully find Rubetu using his drones. From there, I would drop in through the ceiling. A drone carrying Gemini's mirror would follow shortly behind. Once Gemini's mirror was through, I would run interference against any local capes and workshop defenses while Gemini made a beeline for Rubetu. As soon as Rubetu was teleported away, I would make my own exit. It was determined that this was the best option to minimize any chance for retaliation. As soon as Gemini's original got his hands on Rubetu, a trooper would feed him his own Petri-site elixir, just in case. And with Gemini's green light, the rest of the backup squads would move in, capturing anyone left inside. Meaningless, utterly meaningless. The entirety of Operation Hot Potato was a facade. Rubetu wasn't in any real danger. La Torcha wasn't hurting him. In a vacuum, her goals were actually far more sinister, an attempt to co-opt a tinker, to grow her organization into a national superpower, and ultimately to orchestrate my death. It wasn't greed that made La Torcha so formidable, it was her ambition. Fortunately, it was also that ambition and a willingness to take things slow, one step at a time, that allowed her to be so easily manipulated by the path. She was the ideal whetstone with which to sharpen the PRT, Protectorate, and Rubetu himself. An electromagnetic pulse spread out from the Red Sands warehouse mere 5 minutes before our arrival, just long enough to disable all other recording devices. The PRT squad slid into the parking lot just late enough to avoid the EMP. We'd be spinning this story on our terms, thank you very much. All according to the path. The squads were gathered around the parking lot. A quick comms check reaffirmed everyone's position and their roles in the plan. And just as I began to tire of this charade, Gyroscope's drone spotted a figure exiting the warehouse. Some idiot squad captain readied his weapons. Perfect. Belay that, I spoke over comms as I hovered 1,000 feet above the ground. That's Rubetu. He's exited on his own. Was the plan leaked, ma'am? No, no one would send the hostage out on his lonesome. I'll approach. Make no hostile movements. Be careful, ma'am. I didn't bother to reply. Instead, I descended slowly, landing lightly 10 feet away from the boy. I noticed him tense as I entered within the range of his pericognition, hand going to a bulge in his pants I immediately identified as a gun of some sort. It told me much about his mentality. Hero would have quite the job ahead of him. We stood there, gauging one another. I'd memorized his picture of course, but there was a certain presence to him now that I was seeing him in person. He had no eyes of course, but if he did, I had no doubt that they would contain the hardened steel of a veteran rather than the fear of a child. Alexandria, he spoke, voice tinged with exhaustion that wasn't entirely from a long night. I made a show of giving him a once-over. He'd changed some time before emerging, but there weren't any extra shoes. Then, I did something that caught everyone off guard. I walked over, knelt, and hugged him in full view of countless personal cameras. Alexandria did not hug. I could practically hear their worldviews shattering as they tried to process this. I gently but firmly kept his hands to his sides, keeping him from going for the dagger at his hip. Comms off, I whispered, your shoes still have blood spots. I felt him stiffen and smiled. All according to the path. Author's note. Can I just say how goddamn hard it is to write Alexandria? I dabbled at it a bit in the Inspired Inventor miniseries, but damn. I think the problem is that we only ever see 3 sides of Alexandria despite being such a looming shadow for Taylor. We see her as she punches Leviathan. We see her as she tries to murder the Undersiders. And we see her brain-dead corpse. Sure, there are other moments, but those are the highlights of her character. She's harsh. She's a bitch. She's strong. Not much to write about as far as personality. We know she's one of the best thinkers in the world, but see very few examples of that aspect of her powers in action. If you feel there are inconsistencies, my go-to excuse will be that this is Alexandria before she became completely jaded with the world. She hasn't completely abandoned things like human interaction or morality yet. Arizona State Prison Complex in Florence, AZ, houses all of the state's death row inmates. Currently, as of March 2022, Arizona has over 100 on death row. Florence is a city southeast of Phoenix and is broadly in the same metropolitan area. Isn't it funny what weird rabbit holes being a writer drags you into? Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Advertisement. Ripples 4.1. 2000, August 19, Washington, D.C., USA. A month. Even with La Torcha dead, it took a full month to clean up the mess in Phoenix. The Crips, or at least her branch, were largely defunct. With Bear Trap captured by Royale, it left just Bone Maiden and Parade as surviving members. And if Camille's gossip was anything to go by, Parade was only tolerated because he was useful. I tried to hold back the bile in my throat as I thought of her mangled corpse. After constant therapy, it was getting easier, if only a little. I didn't see Bone Maiden putting up with Parade for long, she was nowhere near as patient as La Torcha. The fall of the Crips also signaled an end for the Peckerwoods. I killed Freeform and Royale's Team 1 had mopped up the rest in the same day that Alexandria rescued me. By all accounts, it was a quick, one-sided battle in which none of the remaining Peckerwoods were capable of handling Royale's powers. That just left Dos Caras. Yes, he was dangerous, but at this point, I felt he survived almost entirely because bigger fish had bigger plans. The Southside Mesa were mostly done too with Calavera and Sawtooth in custody, but Dos Caras was the kind of high-functioning crazy that could cause problems regardless of companions. Alexandria had flown back to LA shortly after the Red Sands raid. Still, the gang war was being smothered out, an unequivocally good thing. I had no doubt that with the control wards I'd left in Director Lyon's care, he would be captured sooner or later as well. Not quickly or definitively enough to keep other villainous factions from moving in, but I couldn't do anything about that. Fuck. Cauldron. I laughed as I slid into a breathable body stocking meant to prevent pinching. Wasn't it sad? The gang war was an afterthought in the grand scheme of things. 129 people dead over the course of a single week and it was a fucking afterthought. God, I hate Earthbet, I muttered. You say something, Andy? Pyrotechnical asked as he tossed me my bodysuit. I knew for a fact that he was in his early 20s, but he looked older than he should. Pyro was a bulky man of Italian descent with a gut, Mario without the stache. I found it funny that his costume even included blue suspenders and a red hat. Though to be fair, it was a red bomb squad cap with flame patterns. I gave him a smile that wasn't terribly convincing. Nothing. And wasn't that a trip? Pyrotechnical, canonically of Toybox fame, was a recent graduate of the Washington, D.C. Wards program alongside Glossé of the same. The two were the Fire and Ice duo, tag team partners who played up the buddy cop angle while being mentored by Hero. They even went for the ridiculous will they, won't they romance dynamic at the behest of the DC PR department. I could only assume that they left the Protectorate sometime in the future, possibly following this September. Whether that was canonically because of Hero's passing or because they got fed up with the ridiculous bullshit PR put them through was anyone's guess. And by Manthian's sourdough aegis, Hero. I had a single month until Hero would confront the Siberian in New York. I slid the external bodysuit Hero gifted me on over the stocking and swore I'd do my best to save his ass. The world was a quantifiably darker place without the cheery blonde. Okay, well, you're about to step out in front of the nation. Lincoln Monument, too. You nervous? I wasn't, but thanks, you plumber wannabe, I grouched. Hey now, I'll have you know I've been losing weight, he complained. Sure, sure. I looked over my suit once more. It was a neutral cobalt gray, made of some intricate mesh material that looked almost like chainmail in the right light. If I twitched just so, polyhedral patterns would reveal themselves, a unique molecular bonding structure that was visible even extrapolated to the human eye. It was thick enough to not feel like spandex but still breathable. Over my heart was my new emblem, a black turtle shell. According to Hero, the suit was a Tinkertech material he made while studying the way free electrons in the electron sea of tungsten blocks interacted with radiation waves. It was airy, light, temperature regulating, insulating, and resistant to both knives and small arms fire. It would even grow with me to an extent. It cost something like $12,000 and every one of Hero's tinkers got one. Bullshit, pure bullshit, in other words. At my hip was a holster with the relic pistol securely fastened. It fit pretty well with the quasi-Star Trek get-up I had going on, so they didn't take it from me. That it was a murder weapon was a closely guarded secret. I also wore a black domino mask, long enough to cover my scars but thin enough to give a good look of my face. It was more revealing than my old mask, but that too was intentional. I would build over it eventually, but appearing to start from zero sent a good message apparently. Sir, stage in 5, Pyro's communicator chimed. Got it, thanks, Brickhouse. I allowed my mind to wander as someone powdered my face for the cameras. My transfer to DC wasn't the only meaningful outcome of that shitfest. I'd been played. By La Torcha, yes, but also by Cauldron. I always knew I'd be one cobblestone in the path, but it was only in hindsight that I could grasp just how thoroughly I'd been used. A part of my problem was that I was so focused on what Contessa might want with me specifically, that I failed to take into account broader implications. And if I could somehow delude myself into thinking this wasn't all part of Contessa's shenanigans, Alexandria picking me up as I left the warehouse put paid to that. In a way, it was a relief. When I first heard about getting sued, I knew I was national, and therefore a known quantity to Cauldron. I decided then that the best way to not get offed by Contessa was to be useful. I theorized that the path wouldn't allow her to get rid of me so long as I could be valuable, and I was right. By all measures, my detainment at La Torcha's hands was mild, downright pleasant at some points. I'd never been hurt. No one I love got hurt. Camille, as emotionally painful as it was to think about her, was a slow-acting master I could reasonably escape if I put some effort into it. In the end, I'd come out of my kidnapping with a handful of creations I'd never have made had I remained in the wards and a mentorship with Hero. I couldn't deny that I'd grown tremendously from the experience. That was proof that Cauldron didn't want me dead, right? On the other hand, I was livid. Contessa had threatened my mom. Indirectly, sure, but the message was loud and clear. And for what? To see me create without the constraints of the wards? No, it was more than that. I had a month to ponder my place in all this, and as galling as it was to admit, I was a catalyst. Nothing more. My own development was just one desirable outcome among many. Not only was the whole shit show an incredible PR boost for Alexandria, footage of her hugging me and apologizing taken from an officer's personal camera was still making the rounds, it was also reason for the PRT to grab even more authority. Following the Red Sands raid, Watchdog confirmed lawless ability from my extensive debriefs and linked several information leaks to the local police and government. Most of them weren't hostile or corrupt, but simply had predictable patterns and hobbies that could be exploited, like a woman who loved the slots a little too much or a man who loved to drink at one bar religiously. Coupled with the few that Alexandria had already identified, that allowed Costa Brown to push for increased compartmentalization and isolation of PRT assets, reducing PRT cooperation with and reliance on local governments. The argument was that because the PRT could not be held responsible for the cybersecurity measures of local organizations and these organizations had cybersecurity measures of dubious reliability, the PRT should take increased caution to safeguard the identities of their heroes. It all meant the PRT gained more independence and less oversight, never mind that wasn't how Lawless found out about my identity. Petri site, yes. My name, no. But since when did truth matter? Worse, I found out later that my actions were used by Costa Brown to justify a post hoc kill order authorization against La Torcha and the Crips. In order to protect me from legal consequences for decisive actions taken in self-defense during extreme duress, she backdated kill orders and announced that Alexandria and local heroes had done the deed. The on-site teams were sworn to secrecy, all to protect a traumatized ward, of course. I'm sure things like that happened before, but for a ward? From a supposed civilian agency? I helped to set a hell of a precedent. It was power, plain and simple. Even then, I couldn't hate Cauldron entirely. I, however grudgingly, had to admit that there were two good things that came of this. First was the Red Sands standard as acknowledged by the courts in a closed hearing. Second, triggers, that was the explanation I gave for my vastly increased repertoire, were treated with the same kind of leniency as first triggers. It was effectively a form of temporary insanity, and court opinion was a whole lot of complicated legalese that boiled down to, if you make someone trigger, you deserve whatever happens next. I didn't second trigger. I didn't even know if I was capable of it. Contessa had to know that, seeing how trigger events were some of her only blind spots. And yet, it didn't matter. Polite fiction would be maintained on both our parts. Second, I helped cement the unwritten rules. As far as the public knew, Costa Brown had signed off on kill orders against whoever had dared to kidnap a ward. Alexandria had carried out the order with merciless efficiency, sparing absolutely no one, powers or no powers. The message couldn't be clearer if Sion burned it into the surface of the moon. If you break the rules don't protect you. I could only hope a stronger foundation for the unwritten rules would mitigate some needless suffering later on. I was brought back to reality by the announcement of Chief Director Costa Brown. As promised, I've kept my speech short. Now, it is my pleasure and duty to introduce DC's newest ward, Hyun Mu, she said. Even in a celebratory occasion, her tone was rather clipped. I accepted my cue and walked out. The downside of joining such a high-profile department like DC's was that the PR head was far more opinionated and less willing to take my preferences into account. Ms. Youngston back in Phoenix was pretty chill, she'd listened to what I was willing to do and crafted Rubetu's K-phobia around my input. Mr. Powell was the opposite. He was the kind of man who considered any input besides glowing praise as criticism and hated taking shit from his heroes, especially wards. It took a direct order from Costa Brown to get him to leave my costume alone, though she didn't do anything about the ridiculous name. Worse, he was the kind of racially profiling jackass that couldn't quite be called racist. I couldn't wait for Chambers to take over for the asshat. Fanon heresy, but I'd die on that hill. My new name didn't quite fit with the generic sci-fi theme most tinkers had going on, but that was fine. It was a talking point to draw from other subjects I very much didn't want broached. I walked up, shook the chief director's hand, shook heroes, then brick houses, before finally returning to the podium to give my speech. My debut was a mirror of the one I'd had as Rubetu, different people and backdrop, but the vibe was mostly the same. The reflecting pool was beautiful and the journalists were loaded up with softballs. I stood before the podium and took a polite bow, something I'd only done as Rubetu before Redbird, Director Lyons, and other senior members. Hello, people of Washington, D.C., I read from the paper in front of me with a slight accent I definitely didn't have normally. My name is Hyun Mu and I am the newest and youngest ward. Although I am young, I have the privilege of learning from some of the best tinkers in the world like Pyrotechnical, Glossé, Metal Maru, and of course, Hero himself. I will also be supporting the other wards in the field while working under Brickhouse. When my family moved to the United States, many of my neighbors, friends, and teachers reached out to us. They opened their lives and their hearts to make room for us, allowing us to make a home for ourselves in a new country. Their kindness is what inspires me and it is for their sake that I stand here today. My namesake, the Hyun Mu, is the black tortoise of the north. In Korean mythology, he is associated with winter, but also protection and longevity. Ancient Korean warriors would paint black turtles onto shields to receive the blessing of this divine beast. It's a big name to live up to, but I chose it to honor my heritage as well as to symbolize my determination to act as your shield for many years to come. I didn't. I really didn't. I look forward to working with you all, I finished with another deep bow. I allowed myself a visible wince at the cringy speech the moment my head was bowed and they couldn't see my expression. It was a drastic departure from my first debut. Where Rubetu had willfully tossed his speech to the winds for some youthful candor, Hyun Mu was respectful, disciplined, and leaned heavily onto Korean culture. Where Rubetu was ambitious, Hyun Mu was wise beyond his years. Rubetu's name implied alchemy, where Hyun Mu's name was far broader in scope. All intentional. Rubetu was a backline tinker, where Hyun Mu would make himself visible. Soon, we moved on to the expected interview, though not before Director Costa Brown pretended to pick up her phone and made an excuse to be elsewhere. It could be that Alexandria was needed, but it could just as easily be yet another ruse to emphasize her hard-ass image. Deputy Director Byron took over. The first question was eye-rollingly predictable. Mike Waldorf from NPR. Hyun Mu, an overweight man wearing glasses said, "Can you tell us more about your powers?" I received the mic from Deputy Director Byron with a respectful bow before turning to bow to the reporter as well. Of course, Mr. Waldorf. I am a tinker, though I do not yet know my specialization. I am very fortunate and it seems I can build many different things like Hero. I have many ideas and I hope that learning from him will help me discover myself. Lindsay Inslee, the Washingtonian, a pretty young brunette with her hair in a tight bun said next. She smiled at me gently and I knew it'd be a softball. Welcome to the United States, Hyun Mu. Your English is excellent and I'm sure the people of DC are happy to have you. What has been your favorite thing about being in a new country? I love the food. Washington, DC is such an amazing place to try new things. The first week I arrived, I had a different dish every day, from Ethiopian to Thai to Vietnamese. I don't think I will ever get bored of the restaurants here. What's your favorite restaurant? Texas Jack's, I replied, no hesitation. Beef is very hard to raise in large amounts in Korea because of limited land, so I never had a barbecue like that before. Brisket might be my new favorite food. Donald Stewart from the Washington Post, Hyun Mu. I know you said you're still exploring your specialization, but what are you personally interested in? Have you built anything so far? I glanced at Deputy Director Byron. When he gave me a small nod, I pulled the relic pistol from its holster. This is the first thing I made, I lied through my teeth. With a minute infusion of mana, it began to glow. It doesn't have a trigger because I wanted to make sure that only I could use it. I can use it to fire hard light projectiles. Brickhouse had caught on and tapped his foot. A stone target sprouted from the ground, not even 4 inches thick. I got up and carefully took aim, cradling my firing hand in the other for stability. I breathed in, and intentionally missed. Frowning, I took a second shot, this time striking the stone target but leaving it whole. A faint black singe was the only proof that anything had happened at all. Turning and bowing, I apologized. I'm sorry, that wasn't very impressive to see, was it? I have a lot of work to do, both practicing my marksmanship and learning more about my specialization. As for something that I really want to make. I want to fly like Hero. I know turtles don't fly, but I hope the directors will forgive me if this one grows wings. Ugh, that was exhausting, I moaned as I collapsed into a sofa in the ward's common room after a grueling run of questions. Most were predictable nonsense, but keeping up that polite wallflower with a funny accent act was exhausting. I wasn't looking forward to PR events. Thankfully, the room was mostly abandoned save myself and my new leader, Jonathan Rucker, also called Brickhouse. The DC wards were divided into 3 teams, District, Virginia, and Maryland. With Hero being the massive deterrent he was, there honestly wasn't a whole lot for wards to do, giving us weekends off. We probably had the best work-life balance compared to all other wards because despite DC's political importance, it was a relatively small city. Only about 650,000 people lived in Washington, DC compared to the 8.6 million in New York, 4 million in Los Angeles, and 2.3 million in Houston. DC was positively tiny. Even Phoenix dwarfed the city with 1.7 million. Sure, the greater metro area was significantly larger, but that was why we had partitioned teams. Hero was here for the symbolic importance, not because the city warranted such a heavy hitter, which meant the district team got a lot of free time. We did sortie out to relieve the Virginia or Maryland crews, but it wasn't as common for the wards. You did good, Andy, John said. He had shed the brickwork patterned armor he wore over his costume, revealing a blend of what looked like a construction foreman's outfit crossed with a football linebacker's protective gear. At 5'11", my leader was a bulky, tallish man with dark skin and short, curly hair that formed a dense dome around his head. He had a bit of a snub nose from one too many football practices, but was otherwise a decently good-looking dude. If I remembered right, he was actually 18 and would turn 19 in 4 months but had not graduated to the Protectorate in order to obfuscate his identity. He would be attending Howard University in a week. Thanks, John, I replied as I sank deeper into the cushions. Can't say I enjoyed that mess though. Do we have anything else? You have your therapy session at 2 and I think Hero wanted to grab lunch with you before that, but until then, you're free. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem, he grunted as he walked off. Just remember that you're meeting the rest of the team in 2 days. I nodded. It was a long time coming. The circumstances of my transfer meant I was given a lot of time to acclimate, but this debut spelled the end for my isolation. I relaxed and forced myself to take a deep breath. I'd been stuck in Master Stranger containment for a week, during which time I was briefed basically non-stop, forced to tread the same ground over and over again in the hopes that if I were truly compromised, I would accidentally let something slip in my frustration. That, I understood. It was infuriating, but the excessive scrutiny made sense. The thing I hated most was the mandatory therapy sessions. Not even Watchdog clearing me could keep me out of those because like any bureaucracy, they needed to dot their I's and cross their T's. My friends kept me sane through it all. Raquel was as jolly as ever and sniping barbs at Jazz let me endure the federally mandated therapy. Penny, for all her worrying, was always happy to lend an ear. David. Our relationship was complicated. I didn't think he hated me. And that was about as much as I could hope for. Every time he saw me, he saw the reason his dad died. Even if he knew I wasn't at fault, he couldn't fully absolve me of blame, his heart wouldn't let him. Things got a little better towards the end when he figured out that Camille and Freeform were dead at my hands. Avenged Pops, he'd said. I wasn't supposed to, but I told him anyway. He deserved to hear it from me. Still, he found it hard to be in the same room as me and I heard that he requested a transfer out before I'd ever returned. I hoped Albuquerque worked out for him. Author's note. Yup. Arc 4 takes place in Washington, D.C. It's actually the city I know best, seeing how I currently live in the area. It's weird, isn't it, how none of the Triumvirate were stationed in DC in canon despite it being the capital of the country and the Protectorate being a federal agency. I figured Hero being in DC made sense, both for his charisma and for how bullshit powerful he was. Honestly, I was waffling between keeping Andy in the Protectorate and making him go rogue, but I decided that if I played Contessa straight and didn't pull anything out of my ass, I just couldn't justify making Andy go rogue. In the end, I think having Andy apprentice under Hero is both the most likely thing Cauldron would arrange and also the thing that lets Andy grow as a tinker most while placing him in a position to effect change. DC's food scene is low-key really awesome, though they're lacking in good Mexican, for obvious reasons, and their Korean food could be better. Yes, Annandale is K-Town, but it's a huge trek if you can't drive. Worth it, but definitely not a grab a quick bite sorta thing. Andy's relocation and rebranding likely means an end to the Inspired Inventor miniseries. I might work on those for fun, but having divergent timelines is going to make writing more difficult. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.2. 2000, August 20th, Washington, D.C., USA. Inspiration danced before me, its turquoise light bathing me in a comforting glow. I'd stood in this temple countless times before, but never like this. The core of the World Rune was shining brighter than before, almost too bright to see. The 9 sensors that stood around the core seemed like a simple candle in comparison. It was calling me. Why though? I asked. I haven't made anything. Hell, I wasn't even able to finish making Gwen's scissors because there was so much red tape to go through. Was it the debut? Are you trying to tell me to make a fresh start? Or maybe that I'm now fully free of Camille's master effect? Or maybe this is anticipation? I had no idea and I received no answers. Even if the World Rune was conscious in its own way, it wasn't the sort to give me a response. I'd just have to live with the mystery of it all. I shook my head with exasperated fondness and stepped forward. I did what I'd done before and reached out, expecting one of the stars inhabiting the 3 outer rings to descend into my hand. Information in the form of memories and knowledge would fill me, giving me an ability I didn't have before. Or, that was what was supposed to happen. Instead, the outer rings danced out of my way, each star grazing my fingertips and sending a bolt of heat through my body. Just when I was getting impatient, the core ignited brighter than before. It was drawing me into the light, a promise of power I couldn't begin to comprehend. A keystone. I tried. I knew what those were, of course. In-game, they were major runes that granted immense buffs. Players would build entire playstyles around each, and having the wrong runes was a popular excuse for those who just plain sucked at League. Normally, a player could unlock 1 keystone and 3 lesser runes. It seemed that the World Rune before me would work accordingly. Inspiration beckoned me forward with another pulse. First Strike, Glacial Augment, and Unsealed Spellbook if I remember right. Any of them would be game-changing. Do I get to choose? No, I did not. The altar of the temple sported 3 orbs that made up the core, but I couldn't tell the difference between any of them for the life of me. I didn't need to do anything on my own though, because one of the keystones separated itself and rested on my hand. Then my world became pain. Cold fire spread through me as Glacial Augment and I became one. I felt like liquid nitrogen was being injected into my veins, like my body and spirit both were being scalded and scoured raw, taken apart, only to be remade. I was getting an intimate lesson in the augment part of the keystone, and it was as though my entire existence was judged and found wanting. The keystone had taken one look at my body and soul and decided to renovate in the most excruciating way before moving in. It was the single most agonizing thing I'd ever felt in my life, and I was including both nearly drowning to death and having a charged power cable rake across my eyes. It carved mountains, drained oceans, and burned skies, I heard Rise say. Or perhaps I imagined it in the delirium. I didn't know how long I stood there as I got a first-hand experience of the power Rise so feared. Eternity blended into a moment as I screamed myself hoarse. Until finally, the pain came to an end and I could hear myself think again. And with my thoughts came knowledge beyond my own. Supernatural clarity washed over me like the white water of a newly melted stream. As if it wasn't blatantly obvious, a keystone was special. It wasn't just a milestone that marked my progress with 1/3 of a World Rune. It was, as its name implied, just as the keystone of an arch was the wedge at the top that kept it all together by distributing pressure evenly throughout the structure, the keystones were the defining pieces that held a World Rune together. They were inspiration, distilled in a way I couldn't fully grasp. I would one day become a celestial. A piece of the infinite dwelled in me. On some level, I'd known that, of course. I'd known exactly what the World Runes were. I was an out-of-context spectator, and that gave me some information that not even Tiras or Rise had. But it had never hit home quite so clearly before. A piece of infinity was bound to my soul. I didn't even have to do a single thing. So long as I continued to bond with the World Rune, I would one day become immortal. The unobtainable ambition of alchemists and kings, granted to me simply because I existed. Laughter welled up from within at the absurdity. When even that finally petered out, I was left with the space to breathe again and examine the changes to my soul. The keystone could not integrate perfectly in a normal human body. So, it didn't even try. If the vessel was weak, the vessel must be changed. The icy immolation I'd felt was it forcibly changing me, turning me into something that could wield its power, turning me into an Iceborn. I was now kin with Ash, Braum, and others. Becoming an Iceborn didn't magically make me as physically powerful as Braum, nor did it give me the precision and grace of Ash. What it did give me was potential. I knew without testing that I would never again be bothered by the cold. I knew that I had an innate affinity for ice magic, though it manifested most clearly in creation, as did all aspects of inspiration. When I first considered my options, I discovered that making a sliver of true ice the size of a guitar pick would cost me an overwhelming 100 mana crystals. I knew now that this was because my mana wasn't suited for it. With glacial augment, that price was halved to start, and it would decrease further as I became stronger. I could also manipulate ice directly, a discount Pokemon, though barely more than a snowball at the moment. Now that the minion dematerializer was known to the PRT, I needed new aces up my sleeves, and both the Hextech Flash Traption and the Glacial Augment seemed like excellent last resort weapons. Best of all, Glacial Augment didn't have a built-in ammo system. I yawned and turned in my bed. I reached out and slapped the alarm clock on snooze before rolling up into my blankets again. Morning, my son, I heard my mom pour me a cup of Oracle's elixir. She placed it in my hands as I sat up with bleary eyes. I drank and saw the world expand around me. Morning, Mom, I said as I examined the premature lines on her face, lines from worrying about me, the son who was too valuable to be ignored and too weak to stand on his own. One more reason to stop holding myself back. In a lot of ways, I thought that my kidnapping did more damage to my mom than me. This wasn't the first time she watched me sleep. Ever since I got back, she would enter my room to check on me in the middle of the night. She was almost always awake and waiting for me in the morning. She had a compulsive need to know what I was doing at all hours, to know that I was safe. As weird as the feeling of having someone watch me sleep was, I tried not to hold it against her. Moving so near the sea hadn't exactly been a comforting notion. It took her weeks until she finally gave the go-ahead to move us out east, and even then it was only the promise of personal tutelage from the world's greatest tinker that sold it. She was getting better, but it'd likely be a while before she trusted anyone else with my safety again. If I was being honest with myself, I wasn't a fan of the sea either. Just looking out at the horizon made me wonder when the waves would start to rise. I looked at Mom's concerned face. She wasn't even 30 but already had creases from worrying. It made me want to murder them all over again. Wash up and come to breakfast. I made your favorite, she said with a watery smile as she left for the kitchen. Yes, Mom, good morning to you too. After a breakfast of rice and tuna omelets, I set up in the living room and flowed through the stanzas of the second string of kata favored by the Shojin acolytes, something about the dragon of Ionia breathing life into the plains or some such. I'd graduated from the first in the past month, which really only meant that I didn't feel like my ligaments were in open rebellion after the first set. The second was as hard as the first, though I now knew for a fact that what had felt impossible then could be achieved even with my lackluster athleticism. A true master is an eternal student, right, Yi? I rolled my hips as I took a long stride forward, arms swirling in a circle that ended with my palms meeting the hardwood floor. In Lee Sin's hands, this move would have cratered the earth and launched a shockwave that could shatter great trees. Slowly dragging myself with one foot like a serpent, my arms rose back up into the archer stance. Then my back foot followed at the same snail's pace, curving all the way around my body in what would be a textbook horizontal snap kick if it were faster before straightening out again parallel to my torso. All the while, I was trying to channel mana into my limbs. It was a heady experience. Being an iceborn didn't just mean an affinity for snow cones and poro snacks. With an affinity for ice magic came magic in general. Mana flowed more readily, which meant the tear filled more rapidly, which in turn meant my body felt lighter, stronger, faster. I wasn't suddenly Captain America, but I moved with a fluidity and crispness that was found among seasoned martial arts masters in my old life, far beyond what an 8-year-old should be able to accomplish. I'd never thought of myself as graceful before, but that was the only word that came to mind. I slowed to a stop as Mom clapped from the sofa. That was amazing, Yuzong, she said, but became hesitant. Was that? Yeah, I nodded. It was a part of my powers. Some doctor and a Korean translator had explained the concept of second triggers to her. I didn't correct them, of course. I didn't think I even could put words to what I was. A second trigger was the most convenient way for me to handwave my new abilities away. It meant that I was the fascination of every para-human scholar and expert in the world. My second trigger was one more reason I was moved to DC. Johns Hopkins University was one of the best medical universities in the country, and plenty of these so-called experts gathered here. The first week I'd moved here, spent my days almost exclusively in various interviews and lab settings. A second trigger open to being studied was rare, and not one had anything close to the versatility demonstrated by my own. Cauldron likely knew otherwise, but they were happy to keep their mouths shut for their own machinations. As always. Mom. She didn't take it too well. I was no psychologist, but for her, it was one more way in which she failed me. I gave her a hug. I'm going to get strong, Mom, I promised, so strong that no one can ever take me away again. So strong that even Alexandria won't be able to tell me what to do. One of the perks of being forcibly relocated by the federal government, and being incredibly valuable besides, was the free housing. By the whims of the bureaucrats on high, Mom and I were now among the vaunted elite of homeowners. We, like many of the upper middle class, didn't actually live in DC. We lived in the Clarendon neighborhood in Arlington, Virginia, 3 metro stops away from Foggy Bottom, home of both George Washington University and many federal buildings, including the national headquarters of the PRT. Our house was a 2-room affair, 3 counting a small basement. Having only 1 car, the garage doubled as storage space for my materials. I intended to co-opt the basement into a lab. I hadn't had the chance to do much, but by the time I was done, I intended to make this house a goddamn fortress to rival the immortal Bastion. And if the PRT had anything to say about it, fuck them. No more holding back. No more being the backline potion dispenser. In Earthbet, weakness was a sin. I had plans. I did not forget about my promise. I swore that if I ever got out of the mess with the Crips, I'd tinker myself away to flip 2 birds to masters and thinkers. Thinkers. They were complicated. Powerful thinkers could just pull information out of their asses. Their shards would tell them details like asshole spectators spoiling a movie. Tattletale, Contessa, Coil, and even Dinah were all examples of this. Upon reflection, I had to admit that Lawless fell into his camp too, though he was far more limited. Had he been smarter, had he not underestimated me because of my age, had he been more cautious, I would have lost. It grated at me to admit, but I would have been forced to resort to far worse than the Dream Blossom sensor to escape. And had I done that? A loss, no matter how I looked at it. The problem was, I didn't think I could just make myself a blank slate to thinkers, not unless I could directly fuck up their shards. And if I could do that, Scion wouldn't be a problem. If I couldn't interfere with the shard network, the other option would be to make myself incomprehensible. A does not compute error. I wasn't willing to touch the void. I wasn't that desperate yet. There were other options, but not many and none without their price. It would take a while to enact the ones I knew. But masters though? Those were far simpler. All para-human master effects boiled down to 2 schools, body or mind. And in truth, even the latter was just nuanced body manipulation. It'd be more accurate to say that some masters manipulated the nervous and muscle systems of their victims while the rest hijacked control of the emotion centers in their brains. Cherish, Nice Guy, Valifor, and Tequila all fell into this latter category. They either overwhelmed cognitive thought with emotions or suppressed higher thoughts via shard-assisted hypnosis. And that was why I spent the entire day converting my stockpile of holy water into the water of life. The water of life was such a versatile thing. An intrinsic connection to life was great, but I was interested in the more limited uses found by the Vistani, memories. Yes. Gwen's hallowed scissors, as phenomenally versatile a weapon as they would be, were not a priority. They could stay on the back burner for a bit while I figured out the best way to lock my own memories. The Vistani were the key. Author's note. Yes, I'm back. Yes, this does mean you can look forward to a full arc day by day. This is the longest arc I've written yet and will go on for the next 2 weeks. Think of the keystones like major feats. I did say I'd be leveling Andy based on significant milestones and I think DC counts. There's a Korean dish called Jun or Jian. It is a pancake that's more like an omelette. My favorite happens to be tuna and scallions. Eggs and tuna are great together. It's not the most popular dish even for Koreans, but I'll die on that hill. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.3. 2000, August 21, Washington, D.C., USA. Metal Maru, Hero's assistant and longtime colleague, had come to pick me up in his civilian guise. A subtly but fully armed tinker in an equally heavily armored car was far less likely to end up a little square in the papers after all. He picked me up and though Mom showed the traditional hospitality, there was a coldness to her that hadn't been there before. "How are you, Andy?" he asked as I got into the passenger seat. Metal Maru, or Stephen Kajia out of costume, was a tall, lanky man with corded muscle in his early 30s. He had tan skin and sharp eyes. In costume, he had a trademark ponytail. Out of it, the tail was kept in a tight bun beneath a bowler hat. Pretty good. Ready to finally start doing something. They're giving me the rest of my stuff back, right? Yeah, don't worry about that. A month's hiatus has to be good for something, right? We got them through the approval process. They've already been field tested anyway, he chuckled, then realized what he said. Shit, I mean, darn, sorry, kid. I waved him off. Don't worry about it. And you can swear. It's not like I haven't heard it enough. Nah, gotta get in the habit. Big Boss was talking about putting me in charge of awards team and I don't want to set a bad example, you know. I guess. Early congrats then. You looking forward to it? Sure. I mean, people say I'm a kid at heart, and I am, but maybe that's why I shouldn't be put in charge of kids. Maybe. Or maybe, you'll have an easier time relating to us young uns than the other old-timers. Hey, I'm 31. I'm not old yet. And I'm 8. That makes you almost 4 times my age. Che. What happened to respecting your elders, he grumbled. I'm American now. I'm embracing American values. Respect is earned, geezer, I teased. We drove in amiable silence for several minutes before the older tinker broke it. Say, what are you looking forward to building? You mean besides my costume? I asked dryly. Hero may have gifted me a bodysuit, but it was just the foundation. I was expected to build up a kit of my own. I was honestly looking forward to it. Maybe something to work against masters. Ah. Yeah. As the second most senior member of the district protectorate and the head whenever Hero was off on one international crisis or other, he was one of the few fully briefed on my situation. I let the awkward silence drag on for a bit before asking a question of my own. How about you? You've been a tinker for what? A decade? What's the coolest thing you've built? He embraced the subject change like a drowning man hanging onto a rope. Not quite a decade. I was 24 when I triggered, he said with the ease of many years of separation. Most capes didn't refer to their triggers at all if they could help it. You know what my specialization is, right? MMHM. And it was a good one. Not phenomenal, but excellent for support. Metalmaru was a tinker who specialized in metal alloys, creating new ones to perfectly suit any function, often with seemingly supernatural properties. His power also came with an innate understanding of metallurgy and mineralogy. Because he wasn't the best at making weapons or armor to protect himself, he worked as Hero's assistant and had seen several tinkers graduate from the wards already. Well, if I had to pick one, it'd be my multiform shape memory alloy. An SMA is a metal that bends itself back into shape when it's warped, effectively repairing itself. I tinkered up one that can remember multiple shapes depending on the specific frequency of the electric current run through it. That's pretty cool. I know, right? But doesn't something like that mean it's more fragile than regular reinforced steel? I think I read about SMAs somewhere. If they were as sturdy as regular steel, they'd be used for everything. Right, he grinned. That's true, but I'm a tinker. My SMA is stronger than steel and can turn into my armor whenever I need it using my own bioelectricity. I thought about what he said. You stuck armor into your own body so it can react to your nervous system, maybe hormones. Threat response. Yes and no. I didn't graft metal into my bones or something crazy. I'm a metals tinker, not some super surgeon. There's a signal amplifier in my skull though that'll activate like you said if I feel threatened. I had to trade a few favors with Zero Day and Arms Master for that one. That's brilliant. Thanks. It's not exactly power armor and I'm not much stronger with it, but it helps to have for sure. It had its problems, but we mostly worked out the kinks. Anyway, you'll be working on your own collaborations soon. Excited. Don't senior tinkers decide the project? I figured Hero would just tell me who I'm working with and what I'm building for a while. It was what I expected of Cauldron if not Hero himself. Nah, boss man isn't like that. You tell him what you want to work on and he'll try to have your back with Costa Brown so long as you can show that you're working safe. You'll have to negotiate with the other tinkers on your own though. Dino eggs, I blurted out. And sunstone. What? Those are what I need. The PRT said they'd get me what I needed, so here it is. But, why? I reminded myself that Metalmaru didn't know much about my tinkering. My tinkering focuses on making technology or enchanted objects that work with an internal energy source I call mana. I sometimes need unique or rare materials that have conceptual significance. Enchantments. Yes, like magic. Seeing how no one seems to be able to explain how powers work, it's as good a name as any. Seriously, you've been briefed on Petri site, right? Right, all right. I understand. I think. But dinosaur eggs. Not specifically dinosaur eggs, I corrected myself. I need fossilized lizard eggs from any species, but it does need to be a lizard, alongside sunstone, which is Plagioclase feldspar, he said. I'm familiar. Mineralogy is my thing, remember? What do you think you can make with those? The sunstone will be easy to get, but the fossils might be harder. If a museum loans one out to you, I take it you're not going to be giving it back. No, they won't be seeing it again. I want to make something that protects my mind from master effects. You can do that. I wasn't lying in my debut, I said with a shrug. We were over the bridge now. I did my best to quell the butterflies in my stomach, open water still didn't agree with me. I have an incredibly versatile repertoire now. It just might be the only honest thing I said in my debut. Hey. How does it work? Emilo, I said, I think I'll call them emilos. A emilo is a set of two-piece lockets that interlock to form perfect spheres. They can lock away and return memories. So if someone erases memories, you can just reboot like a computer. Yeah, that's a fair way of thinking about it. It also work for rapid shifts in emotion too. Like, if your past until now represents your baseline, the amilo would trigger automatically if you suddenly find yourself suicidal, reminding your brain that you don't normally think this way and therefore breaking the master effect. That's... You just might be the strangest tinker I've ever met. Didn't you make a superconductor metal that functions in absolute zero to work with Glosse's freeze ray? I'm not the only weird one. Yeah, but that at least has some grounding in scientific principles. You're saying a locket and some squiggly lines can make you immune to masters. Not immune, just highly resistant, I corrected. Anyway, is it possible? Can you get me a fossilized egg? For an anti-master effect? Definitely. It's going to need testing before it gets approved, but if it does clear, you'd be doing the world a big favor. I thought of the space pigeon who had yet to descend. I know, Stephen. I know. X. 2000, August 21st, Washington, D.C., USA. I sat at my desk, my tools and creations before me. The Petri site dagger I'd named Sobriety, because fuck Camille, was set off to the side. I wanted to engrave runes into it, but that could come at a later date. The relic pistol was next to it, I wouldn't name it until I had its twin. The Dream Blossom sensor was placed against one wall, a staff of willow holding it up. It was the tech that the PRT was most conflicted about. On one hand, it could end fights instantly. Unless the opponent wasn't human in the first place, like an Endbringer, or kept their body in another dimension, like La Torcha, the smoke wasn't a resistible or avoidable attack. On the other hand, it affected everyone, allies included. Knocking out emergency response personnel and civilians alongside gang members would not end well. At minimum, it was begging for a car crash and multiple fatalities. For a tool with no offensive application, the potential for collateral damage was immense. Nonetheless, it was in the end cleared for use by multiple thinkers and psychologists who examined the after effects on animals then volunteers. On a not unrelated note, I had a bit of a following among the many insomniacs that made up the PRT administration, and Dream Blossom petals were in high demand. The tea brewed from one granted luxuriously good sleep, and rumors of super coffee were making their rounds already. The sensor was the first of my new emergency loadout. Kidwin had his alternator cannon. I had a massive AoE sleep that could force an end to almost any conflict. Call me motherfucking Mist Ogden. The Blitz pack was cracked open in front of me, its innards scattered as I tried to improve on the design I'd made in captivity. With the crypts, I very carefully kept from building my best because I wasn't sure I would ever get them back, better that the crypts had half-assed tech in case I need to deal with them later. But here, I had no such reservations. To start, I wanted to make it so the Blitzpack's prototype hex core could function without steam. Homage to my favorite Yoinkbot or not, it was an unnecessary inconvenience. I instead made it so I could slot mana crystals directly into the back. From there, the raw mana would be directed to the transformers, which would convert it into electricity, letting me activate its EMP function almost at will. I also planned to make an exterior that wasn't spherical, a skull shape made handling difficult. Once I replaced some of the internals with the high-quality materials provided by Metal Maru and Glosse, I expected to decrease both its size and weight. I leisurely sketched out a design for it. If I made the design hemispherical and reinforced the exterior a great deal, I could strap it to my arm like a buckler. It'd go well with the black tortoise image, too. I was short enough that I'd have to strap it to my biceps along with my forearm, but I'd grow into it. I imagined myself with my full loadout. Some nebulous, vaguely Asian armor hiding enough tech to wage a war with the shield in my left hand and the pistol in my right. The dagger that was more like a short sword to me was strapped to my left hip while the sensor hung from my back like an oversized blue lamp. I looked ridiculous. Even in my own head I couldn't make that look good. I really need a way to quick swap between items, I muttered. Yo, newbie, how's it going? Came Pyrotechnical's voice behind me. That was my one minor gripe. We didn't have a separate lab, not normally. The National PRT HQ wasn't a building as much as it was an entire complex. It sat near the Justice and State Department buildings in Foggy Bottom. The lab was a separate building altogether, and although there were smaller rooms dedicated to highly hazardous testing, such as those involving radioactive materials, the main lab was a wide-open floor plan with different stations for different tinkers. I didn't expect Hero's overt extroversion to grate on me in this way, but it proved to be a minor irritation. Not that the floor plan was bad or anything. A series of incredibly advanced force fields and blast shutters could close down a station with ease, and a set of teleporters courtesy of Warp Tech, a former DC tinker who'd been transferred out to Milwaukee of all places, made transporting materials and tools to the right tinker from the loading dock simple. It honestly did promote cooperation and allowed for more senior tinkers to check up on and advise newcomers with ease. Best of all the tools to make better tools were already present in several communal stations. Any tinker could schedule some time on them and maintenance duties went to whoever could do the job, with some like Warp Tech being called in once or twice a year for upkeep. Still, the introvert in me really wanted his own lab. I supposed that was what my basement would be. Turning, I gave Pyro a wan smile. Doing all right. I had a bunch of stuff I wanted from the PRT, so I spent most of the morning filling out procurement forms. You. Pretty good. I wanted to let you know that 100 pounds of fossilized tree came into the loading dock. Should be he. He didn't even get to finish before the teleporter nearest to my station flashed, rolling out a pallet of red, brown, and blue quartz-like crystals. Yup, there it is. Oh, lovely, I said, dry as the Sahara. I can now spend the next few days turning it into petricite. That's the power null stuff, right? Yeah, why? Mind if I get a brick for myself? I rolled my eyes. Ah, and now we're finally at the reason you're here. What, can't visit a junior just cause? Hey, I'm just calling dibs before everyone else. Seriously, there are 7 tinkers here excluding you. Do you know how rare that is? We don't typically work together, too many differences in specializations and egos, but when there's a new wonder material to be had, all bets are off. Thanks for the warning. Metalmaru said something similar. I'll keep the blast doors shut. You might want to. Or at the very least, start thinking about what you want from other tinkers. You know, start bargaining. You said there are too many differences in specializations. How does that work then? I mean, yet. You probably won't be able to incorporate my thermal lance inside of that shield thing you got there, but you might be able to learn a few things from studying the blueprints, you know? Or in the case of Glace and Metalmaru, they might hold their superconductors hostage now that you have something worth trading for. And all else fails, you can take over the IT shift or something. Services are just as good as products, time is money after all. Wait, tinkers get put on IT? I don't actually know any programming languages. He waved his hand a bit. Sometimes? It really depends on the tinker, but that was just an example. Coding is really more 0 days gig. But even if you don't write code as a part of your power, you'd be amazed at how many people will just trust your word for it because you're a tinker, so you must know tech. You can repair microwaves, fridges, toasters. You know, that sort of thing. You'd be amazed at how often the other departments call us to fix their crap. Or want a super microwave or something dumb. Lovely, looking forward to it. Fine, what can you offer me in exchange? I have an old thermal lance. It's a bit obsolete for me, but it's close to the limit of what other tinkers can understand about my specialization. That's the only reason I haven't scrapped it yet actually. I even finished a write-up on it meant to guide newbies through my thought process. Maybe, I said noncommittally. It'd be nice to have, but that's all. I wasn't exactly lacking offensive options myself. Besides, my priority right now was the Amilo. I'm really focused on something else right now. Let's say you owe me, deal. Deal. X. As Pyro predicted, a small horde of tinkers descended upon my station the moment they heard I had the materials for petricite. Eventually, the PRT wanted me to machine out shackles, but for now, they wanted to see what other tinkers would make of the wonder material first. I had to explain repeatedly that petricite normally was about as rigid and uncooperative as marble and that I needed to transmute it into a metal alloy for it to be much use. By the end of the impromptu negotiations, I had a standing invitation from Metalmaru to work on a stronger petricite alloy with him. Seeing how I needed to make my costume and shield, I'd be taking him up on that sooner rather than later. Glace agreed to take a look at my capacitors for the Blitzpack and multi-tool in exchange for 5 pounds of raw petricite. She wanted to see if it was possible to extend its power nullifying properties through a beam the same way she made a laser endothermic. I wasn't holding my breath, but I wished her luck anyway. Pyro, Arms Master, and Blue Song owed me favors for the same. I was mildly surprised at seeing Arms Master, though I shouldn't have been. He was Hero's apprentice after all. He apparently graduated from the wards 2 years ago and was the youngest person here save me. He acted far more grown up than pyrotechnical though. Hero claimed dictator privileges and pre-ordered several pounds for his own use, something about using it to disrupt higher dimensional wave patterns. To be fair, he already made me a bodysuit, he'd earned his share. The only one who wasn't interested was the aforementioned Zero Day, who was busy designing a nationwide cybersecurity network on account of the shit show revolving around yours truly. How effective it'd be, I had no idea. I was no expert, but I knew that human error had a way of bringing down even the greatest firewalls, and there was no real way to eliminate human error from the equation for a project like this. Truly, stupidity was the mightiest force in the universe. Even while I waited for a goddamn dinosaur egg, I was still up to my non-existent eyeballs with work. Author's note. A zero-day vulnerability is a cybersecurity vulnerability for which the developers have no patch or do not know exists. White hat hackers get paid lots of money to discover zero-day vulnerabilities on behalf of their clients. That is the Tinker's namesake. The Helian Sunstones, not to be confused with Earth's Sunstones, are materials made by the Vistani in the Blessed Isles using the hallowed mist, a byproduct of the water of life. They were a tribe of Vastaya capable of manipulating memories and drawing power from memories. These sunstones were used to create golems. Emilo is the name of the Vistani craftsman who made Ari's sunstones. The orb she throws in-game can stop glowing and will turn into a golden ball with flaming designs. These designs separate like puzzle pieces into two halves. As per a fair trade, Ari finds out that Emilo made his tokens from the eggs of ancient lizards, while the Vistani made theirs from sunstone. This is where I'm getting the dinosaur egg and sunstone and water of life requirement for Andy's craftsmanship, along with Emilo's namesake. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.4. 2000, August 21, Washington, D.C., USA. I stood outside the ward's common room and took a deep breath. Ward's introduction, round 2. I was in an interesting position. On one hand, I was a ward under John, Brickhouse. On the other, I was now a part of Hero's Lab, fondly nicknamed the Madhouse. That meant that outside of patrols and PR events, I likely wouldn't be spending much time here. And judging by the looks on their faces as I walked in, they knew it. There wasn't any hostility, but they weren't exactly thrilled to see me either, just a whole lot of ambivalence. Hyun Mew, welcome, Brickhouse said with a smile. He stood in full uniform. Next to him was a green, bipedal deer with 2 pairs of antlers. The stag stood an impressive 6'6" without the antlers. With the antlers, he easily cleared 7'10". It certainly explained why the doors were so wide. I wondered how his neck could support the weight, then shrugged it off as shard fuckery. I recognized this one as the only case 53 in the district wards, Verdure. Verdant. Dear. Creativity was dead and we now danced in its ashes. That was where my knowledge ended. To my leader's other side stood a boy of about 16 of middling height. The only thing noteworthy about him was that he wore long, white robes and hood that obscured everything. The robes had bright golden highlights and a closed eye on the hood, probably to avoid looking like a clan symbol or some Halloween ghost costume. The last ward was a girl who stood an inch taller than the boy in white. She wore a sunshine yellow bodysuit with crimson lightning streaks. By her costume alone, I pegged her as some sort of mover, though electrokinesis was also a possibility. The flash inspiration couldn't have been more obvious if they just wrote out flash on her chest. Hey, I greeted with a friendly smile. There was no reason to make enemies of them. I'm Hyun Mew, nice to meet you all. Didn't you have an accent? Verdure asked. His voice was an odd mix of deep rumbling and the honk chirp of a deer. Also, Verdure. Only in public. Powell. Powell. In that single moment, a connection formed between us. We all shared a commiserating look at the PR head's expense. Anyway, Brickhouse coughed and tapped the boy in white. This is Whiteout. He can white out cameras and recorders. He's not a tinker, but he gets called in for private meetings a whole lot. Sup, Turtle Boy, Whiteout said with a smirk. Sup, Toaster Strudel. What did you call me? Don't talk smack if you can't take it. Ignoring Whiteout's grumbling, Brickhouse continued. And this lovely Missy is Gold Rush. She's really fast and doesn't get tired. She also leaves behind a trail that slows down anyone who enters it. Hello, Hyun Mew. I think the turtle theme is cool. Are you going to make a giant shield to carry around? If I do, it'll have a ram's head on it, I said easily. Hey. Don't worry, it makes perfect sense. Sure. Right. Everyone, Hyun Mew will be working with the other tinkers in the lab most of the time, but he'll also have his share of patrols. That caused Gold Rush's eyes to light up. You work with Hero? How is he? He's great, right? She was in my personal space in the blink of an eye, and the scary part was that I wasn't sure that was her power. Your fangirl is showing, Whiteout drawled. Shut up, Toaster Strudel. Sure, if you can come up with something original. Oh, fuck you. He made 2 finger guns and winked. Is that an invitation, babe? Ugh, you're such a pervert. You say pervert, I say healthy teenager. I sided up to my new leader. Are they? They're always like this, don't stress, he sighed. And yes, Gold Rush really likes Hero. She even wanted a golden bodysuit like Hero's armor, but Powell said it looked too showy. Not that I disagree, but, is Sunshine Yellow any better? I asked incredulously. It's Marigold, she huffed. I rolled my eyes. They didn't leave the best impression. I knew that I was being unfair to them, but I couldn't help but compare them to my old team. Brickhouse seemed to be a mix of Stingray and Ranchero, acting as both the older sibling and mediator to Whiteout and Gold Rush's squabbling. Gold Rush gave off the impression of someone who was a little naive, though perhaps it was too early to judge. Bandit, but without the bubbly cheer. Whiteout was as obnoxious as Hat Trick, but without her versatility. Verdayer, was Verdayer. I had no beef with the antler horse. So, what else did Powell have you do for your public persona? Verdayer asked. The first thing he did was make me do a photo shoot for the National Zoo. Oof, sorry, I winced. Wasn't so bad. I really like animals. Oh, then I guess that's cool. Do animals react to you differently? What, cause I'm a case 53? I nodded. Yeah, sorry if that was rude. Nah, we're good. It's a legitimate question. And yet, herbivores don't see me as a threat because I look like them. Even had a stag try to square up to me during this Thanksgiving shoot I did. Wait, why? Mating season, he laughed. He thought I was trying to poach his girls. Funniest thing to happen to me at the zoo to this day. I laughed with him. For a man with a stag's head, his smiles could be very expressive. That's awesome. Bet the camera crew got a kick out of that. Did you butt heads? Nah, my horns are harder than diamond. Like for real. Metalmaru confirmed it and everything. He has no idea how or what they're made of, but he can't scratch them with anything. If we butted heads, the zoo would be selling venison. Damn, that's pretty awesome. Wait, stags shed their antlers. Sorry, he already checked. I don't shed so you can't have any to tinker with. I clicked my tongue. Tisk. Damn. So yeah, is the PR team making you do anything? Just some suggestions I'm pretty sure aren't really suggestions. Mr. Powell is trying to get me to start a video series teaching either origami or tea ceremonies. I made no secret of my disapproval. Don't like those. It's not that. I'm not even Japanese. Most people won't know the difference so they likely won't care. Yeah, that's what he said too, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Hey, at least that's not so bad, Gold Rush cut in. When he found out I was from Georgia, he wanted me to appear on a cooking show, a Southern belle cooking some classic peach cobbler. It was horrible. I didn't even know how to cook. I still don't. The green stag smiled. I thought you did all right. It tasted pretty good. Thanks, Verd, but you like to eat everything. True. Don't mean I'm lying. Come on, guys, Brickhouse said. Powell's not that bad. He doesn't mean any harm. Maybe not, Whiteout said, but he's super annoying. You don't even have to do anything, Gold Rush complained. I give tours at the International Spy Museum once a week. Do you have any idea how annoying that is? That doesn't sound so bad, I said. I mean, the place is super cool, but once you've seen it all a dozen times it gets pretty dull, you know. Fair enough. I think he's just throwing everything at me to see what I'd be willing to do. Yeah, that's Powell. Try to agree to as little as possible, he'll take a mile if you give him an inch. Noted. Thanks, Whiteout. Yeah. You're also a tinker so that'll work in your favor. It's unfair, he groused. Why? I mean, I think my power's awesome but... It's not that, Gold Rush cut in with a pout. It's because Hero runs the show here. I mean, Director Costa Brown does her thing too, but as far as we capes go? Hero's the boss and he looks out for the tinkers a lot more than us normal capes. It's not like that, Brickhouse placated. It's because tinkers all work together at the madhouse so you see him more often. You'll get more chances to tell him how you're doing than the rest of us. Yeah, he's told Powell to fuck off before, Whiteout said. I mean, not literally, but basically that. What happened there? Nothing much. This was like 3 or 4 years ago when Pyrotechnical and Glossy were still in the Virginia wards. Glossy was the leader back then and Powell wanted them to do a kissing scene for Valentine's Day, my leader added. Hero put a stop to that real quick. They were underage so, that and they don't actually like each other, Gold Rush said. They're friends, Verdayer rumbled. Yeah, but they don't like each other. I sighed. That's good to know. I want to be in charge of my own image as much as possible. I still need to build my armor and that's one less thing to worry about. Right. That's the suit Hero made, right? She asked. Yes. All the tinkers on staff help each other where we can and this was his welcome gift to me. Whiteout rolled his eyes. Tinkers got it good here. So not fair. Our yellow mover gave him the side eye. Jealous much? Yes. I'm man enough to admit it. How much does a bodysuit like that cost? Not a clue, I lied, no sense telling a bunch of kids they couldn't have a fancy new toy. I owe him some unique mets. I can make those so it's not like it was completely free. Whatever. Just don't do laundry on base. Gold Rush is gonna sneak in and sniff it, watch. I wouldn't do that. While the two returned to bickering, Verdayer nodded to him and walked to the kitchen. You want anything, Hyun Mew? I looked around and sighed. You know what? Yeah, sure. What's there to eat? X. 2000, August 22nd, Washington, D.C., USA. I glanced down at the box in front of me, then looked back up at Hero's smiling face. Fast. The man, the myth, the not legend, stood tall at 6'5", though a few inches of that I knew came from the armored boots and helmet. He wore a friendly smile and golden armor over a blue, chain mesh material not dissimilar to my own suit. Surprisingly, his armor wasn't power armor in the traditional sense, it didn't grant him augmented strength or come with a mechanical exoskeleton. Instead, it was a collection of tastefully designed gadgets that came together to form a unified whole. Yet. Rebecca really wanted to see if the anti-master locket could work. She can pull some strings when she needs to. Even if mass production isn't on the table, having it handed out to a few important people would make the whole organization much safer. I looked at the roughly 84 pounds of fossilized wood in one corner of my station. So I noticed. Thank you for this, Hero, I said sincerely. The box contained a sunstone as large as 2 chicken eggs polished to a mirror shine and an oval stone with bumpy, scaled patterns of about the same size. Don't mention it. You're one of my people now. If you need anything, let me or Metal Maru know. And between you and me, he leaned forward as if to share some big secret, Becky has a soft spot for young heroes like you. Don't be intimidated by her, you hear? Got it. It was sometimes hard to remember that the man before me was a part of Cauldron. He was the best of them according to Alexandria, but that wasn't really a bar as much as it was a ditch in the ground. Say, Hero. Yes, Hyun Mew. Can you add holy water to the list of stuff I need? Holy water? Alchemy, remember? I mean, my powers expanded a lot, but things with conceptual importance apparently matter and I'm almost out of my own stock. You can find holy water in any Catholic church. They'll give it out for free, so have some agents pick up a gallon each. I mean, chemically, it's just mild salt water, but the priestly blessing matters to my power for some reason. Hey. Weird. Sure, that's fine. Shouldn't be too hard to get some in bulk. Just don't go around telling everyone your locket can absolve people of their sins or anything. Deal. We shared a light chuckle at that. As he walked away, I turned back to the Petri site I'd been working on. With both Hextech Flash Traption and Glacial Augment, the rate at which I could pull mana had increased a great deal. Before my kidnapping, the PRT was under the impression that I could generate one every 10 minutes or so. In reality, I could do so once every 8 minutes and had used that slight difference in time to create a stockpile of mana crystals for myself. My change into an Iceborne halved that time again. 15 mana crystals per hour didn't seem like a lot, but it meant 75 in a 5-hour meditation session. It was the kind of production rate I'd only dreamed of before. It wasn't long ago that 48 potions per week seemed like a reasonable quota. And yet, I'd only grown busier. Demands on my time grew as fast as my capability. My lab station was everything I'd ever needed back in Phoenix. Seeing how Rubeto was retired as an identity, I couldn't generate potions and distribute them publicly. That just meant I needed to dehydrate them into pills, which meant an extra mana crystal to stabilize them during the process. A massive dehydrator to one side was used for the purpose. Next to it was a smelter I could use to turn petricite into its alloy. And next to that was a furnace alongside a lathe, drop hammer, and some other tools I could use to shape metal. I was fortunate in that much of what I did could be automatic, leaving me time to work on my costume and Amilo tokens. I took one look at the half-finished Blitz pack, more of a Blitz shield now, and shrugged. The Amilos came first. My costume could wait. Author's note. You know, I'm quickly starting to realize that the problem with these Tinker of Fiction style FICS is that there is so much potential. It's like a random person shoving a blank canvas in your face and demanding that you paint a picture. It's hard deciding what to make because there are so many options. What do you want for dinner? Yeah, definitely one of those people. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.5. 2000, August 24th, Washington, D.C., USA. 2 days. The Amilo tokens took 2 days to complete even despite my expanded mana generation rate. The dinosaur egg and sunstone had to be alchemically merged into a sunstone, not to be confused with the earth-bet variety, after which the painstaking process of engraving runes could begin. Each rune needed to be infused with a steady stream of mana during the carving process, meaning I couldn't just pass off the task to an automated machine like I could with petri-site alloys or dehydrated potions. The runes needed to be precise too, a talent I was slowly developing ever since I started work with the control wards. The engraving process did go by a bit faster thanks to my new multi-tool, but it was still a laborious task. But finally, I was done. Before me sat two hemispheres, twin flames that shone a molten gold. The surface seemed to flicker with an inner flame, dancing as it caught the light. Each token was smaller than Ari's, only about the size of half a tennis ball. I slowly put the two pieces together, the tongues of flame interlocking. Protrusions that seemingly had no purpose filled hidden cavities, two perfect reflections that formed a greater whole. Then, a single blue spark danced at one end of the golden orb. That stray spark of mana traced the barely visible seams where the two tokens joined, leaving behind a line of blue flame. It circumnavigated the sphere and ignited every tiny rune carved onto the face until it returned where it started, a corona of fire encircling the orb. The fire spread and covered the surface, molten gold replaced by radiant azure. It was beautiful to watch, utterly breathtaking. I gingerly picked up the blue orb and felt the warmth of mana flowing through me. This was a treasure of the Vistani, Ari's inheritance. I had no ability to draw power from memories, nor could I charm or steal the memories of others. Only the most basic of its functions were available to me. In my lackluster hands, it was just a storage device, but that was enough. Piece by piece, I sank my essence into the globe of light, every memory, my very identity. First went the memories of my past, thoughts of a distant world and a distant life. Then went the memories of this life. Dad. Mom. Leviathan. Phoenix. The crypts. Everything. Third went my knowledge of Worm, of Ward, of Wild Bow who may as well be a prophet in my situation. Secrets that many would kill for were sealed away in my new Emilo, locked away so I couldn't forget until the day there should be the need. The last thoughts to be copied were not really memories, they were feelings. It was the feeling of helplessness I felt as I worked out how to escape from both a thinker and a master. It was the dismay I felt when Alexandria hugged me and I realized I'd been played more than a Bon Jovi song at an 80s high school reunion. It was the regret I felt as I apologized to my mother for being too weak, for making her cry, for leaving her alone. It was the sorrow that made me get on my knees before Agent Morrison's grave. Most of all, it was determination, the same as I bid my friends goodbye and boarded that plane knowing I'd be at the heart of Cauldron's influence. The globe pulsed in my hand when I finished and I knew that I would be the only one capable of drawing these memories out. This Emilo was mine and mine alone, it would answer to no other. It was, in a very real way, a part of my identity now. There was a connection between it and me, a link that bound it to my soul and therefore to the World Rune. Inspiration would keep it inviolable, immutable save in its intended function. Not even I could change that now. It would take in every memory of mine and, should I so choose, I could draw it outward again to trigger something similar to a system reboot. That function was also linked to an automatic trigger, the single most difficult runic matrix I'd carved thus far. If the Emilo sensed a significant deviation between my present emotions and the historical standard, it would flood my brain with the same, forcing me to recall the reason I was the way I was. My resolve. My pain. My triumphs. My failures. My very identity was now my shield. This was my answer to emotional masters. A love me aura wouldn't work if I remembered exactly why I hated them with a passion. Suicidal depression wouldn't take hold if I forced myself to remember the people and things that drove me. And seeing how it was linked to the inspiration, my new floating buddy wouldn't be running out of juice anytime soon. It wasn't perfect. For one, I had to have the Emilo on my person. It could be made to hover and follow me around, but I'd have to carry it in my pocket while in my civilian guise. While I could call it, it could still be separated from me. Second, it worked for any significant deviation in my mental state. It didn't necessarily have to come from a power. That meant that I was cutting off the bell curve on both ends. I could feel joy, but never the delirious kind, grief, but never the soul-crushing kind. Something like this would have required a month of review at least, which was why I didn't really ask for permission or clarify exactly what I was doing. As it was, I was probably going to get chewed out by Hero. If nothing else, I was about to let a therapist retire early. Lastly, it did nothing for masters with a focus on nervous control. Alec, currently Jean-Paul, could fuck me over just as easily as before. Even so, this would have been enough to keep me from getting Pavloved by tequila and that alone was a weight off my mind. I gently set the glowing blue orb down onto my desk to the sound of applause. I didn't notice I'd drawn a crowd. That was quite the light show, Pyro said with a low whistle. Does everything you make glow like that? I looked back to see the entire lab facing me. Are you all really this bored? I asked, a tad miffed. Yes, the man I'd learned was 0 Day spoke flatly but I could spy a slight smirk of the lips. He wore a grey bodysuit like my own, but with a lab coat over it. The lab coat was decked out in green lines tracing a pattern reminiscent of computer chips. On his left breast was his logo, a big fat Z with a lock overlaid onto it. Ah, don't be like that, Hyunmu, our chief said, his smile annoyingly bright. The first time a tinker completes a project in this lab is always a bit of an occasion. Besides, yours is pretty important. You called it the Amilo, right? Right. This lets me reboot my memories, but it's tied to me and I'm not giving it away. Why would you want to make something like that? Pyro asked. Anti-master protocols, I said. I breathed deep. He didn't have the full story. It's been a personal mission of mine to make myself immune to them. And thinkers, I didn't say. Right. How? Arms Master asked, or really, demanded. He wasn't nearly as abrasive as he was in canon, jaded determination hadn't quite set in, but he was nonetheless a very direct person. I tried not to take it personally. How were you able to link it to you? I shrugged. I had no idea how to explain the existence of the soul to someone like Arms Master, so I didn't even bother trying. Instead, I ignited my hand in a soft, blue glow. My energy is very versatile. It's also why I can't really give a Amilo away. So even if you made a few extra, no one else would be able to use them. No. Maybe? Give me a SEC to think. They didn't know how to draw mana from their souls. They couldn't activate anything complicated, but, the core function of the Amilo tokens weren't complex. All the fancy bells and whistles Ari could do weren't relevant. Hell, most of the things I could do weren't relevant either. The tokens just needed to work once, provide a dose of clarity and emotional void for the wearer. I considered it. I could scrap the linkage matrix. No reason to forge a permanent connection if they had no idea how to channel mana along that connection in the first place. It didn't need to hover either. No storing memories because no link existed, but, that would mean it need to be voluntarily activated rather than have an automatic trigger because no history exists to identify deviance in emotional patterns. Theoretically, the runes carved onto the control wards that allowed a person to activate them without mana could be repurposed here. So long as I infused it with some of my own. Maybe, I began, but it wouldn't be easy. The carvings get more complicated because I'm effectively going to have to design a battery containing my internal energy so anyone else can activate it. It also only have enough juice for one shot, a few minutes of clarity to hopefully give someone a fighting chance against a master. I'm going to kick this up the chain to the chief director, Hiro said. He called her by title so we knew it was serious. This is big news if you can cleanse a master effect. She'll want to test that in detail. How? Will we have him mastered in a controlled environment? Arms Master asked. I stiffened at that. I'd kill him before I'd let them try, canon be damned. They'll probably get a low-level master to try their power on someone then have that volunteer use a Amilo to cleanse himself. I'll have the chief director hold off on testing until Hyunmu makes another. Thank you, I said earnestly. I appreciate it, boss. No problem, kid. X. The rest of the day was spent in cooperation with my fellow tinkers. I expected the next few weeks to look similar. Class A took a look at my capacitors for both the multi-tool and blitz shield. They were hextech and so preferred to channel mana over standard electricity, but I learned a lot just by listening to her lectures on the way temperature could affect metals and their conductive properties. I considered asking her for more blueprints so I could learn more about my own glacial augment, but held off. No time. Just one more thing to make a note of for later. After a few hours of that, I had dinner with Metal Maru at the PRT canteen. The food was surprisingly nice, perhaps because the operations director contracted out catering services to local restaurants rather than hire in-house cooks. It did mean we needed to keep our masks on, but that was a small price to pay in exchange for a solid meal. Metal Maru wanted to talk about the incorporation of Petricite into a new supermetal, as promised. We sat in an out-of-the-way table in the corner. Some sort of tech he set down on the table kept away eavesdroppers. Alright Hyunmu, tell me everything you know about the properties of Petricite. Excuse me. You know. Malleability. Conductivity. Melting point. Boiling point. Density. All that good stuff. I looked at him blankly. He'd grabbed himself a chicken sandwich but I'd settled for an instant cup of shin ramen. Sue me, I was feeling nostalgic. I don't know any of that. You. How? It's technically a tree, I said. Malleability is closer to marble than any metal. It's a poor conductor, as are all trees. It burns into charcoal if the fire is hot enough, but probably has a higher combustion point than something like the melting point of copper. Are you telling me or asking me? Telling you? Telling you. Yet. Boiling point is irrelevant. It's denser than water, despite being plant matter, so will sink under normal circumstances. It's lighter than most metals though. Don't you have any specifics? I shook my head. No? I mean. It's a material that absorbs the energy I call mana, an energy that is released in small quantities by para-humans as they use their powers. This disrupts a para-human's power. I thought this was more important. He put his head in his hands. Oh, we have so much work to do. Fine, I huffed. What did you have in mind? Okay, so there is this thing called Graphene and it's got the highest tensile strength in the known universe. I know what Graphene is. Single sheet of carbon molecules. What's that got to do with metals? Everything, he said brightly, eager to talk about his favorite subject. So normally, metals bond to create something called an electron sea. But, when I tinker, I can blend the two electron seas of two separate metals in a way that forms magnetic links between protons and electrons. So you build alloys like Legos. Not quite, but yeah, that's a good description. It means I can position atoms and molecules to form the best structure chemically possible, which in most cases looks remarkably like Graphene. I see. And petricite, being an unknown material, needs testing. He exclaimed. We're going to be working together to discover every last property of the material. And then, we're going to figure out what its atomic structure is so I can incorporate it into a new alloy. Sounds good, I said. Metalmaru was a surprisingly methodical man. I wouldn't have expected that from the motor mouth. But doesn't the perfect alloy depend on what you are trying to use it for? It's not like every supermetal is equally conductive or durable, right? Right, and that gets to the next question, what do you want? I mean, how do you think petricite can be best used? Containment for prisoners, I ticked off on my fingers, maybe body armor for troopers if we can get enough of it, something to relieve thinker headaches in a consumable form, but that's something I'll have to figure out on my own. Really, what I was hoping for from you was a lightweight, protective material I could use to make my armor out of. Oh, and coating for my shield. If I could do that, I should be able to negate most powers, or at least dampen them enough to shrug them off without too much consequence. Is there any reason heroes can't use the same armor? Tinkers can, I agreed, but a blaster like Legend would find that petricite armor interferes with their own power. Yeah, fair enough. He polished off the last of his fries and stood. Alright, let's get to work. We won't be able to do too much today, but we can get started on the basic physical properties. Man, I can't believe you never recorded this. I had other things on my mind, sue me. Author's note. I'm pulling shit out of my ass so much now. The Amilo tokens are mysterious even by Runeterra standards. Literally no one, not even Ari herself, knows exactly what they can do in full because as far as anyone knows Amilo is dead. I'm pulling shit out of my ass based on what Ari can do, but without her drain and charm abilities. The summoner spell cleanse doesn't actually have anything to do with Ari, but I figured the function of the Amilo tokens as I described them was close enough that I could get away with a bastardized version of it. It's funny that narratively, it's called inspiration. And he's branching out. From a metanarrative perspective, it's called an ass bowl. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.6. 2000, August 25, Washington, D.C., USA. I felt better now that I had my Amilo. I kept the glowy tennis ball in my pocket at all times, a safety measure against emotional masters. It was basically my security blanket now. If it ever activated automatically, I'd start dematerializing and ask questions never. I arrived at the lab early in the morning and got through Metalmaru's intensive testing regimen by 10. According to him, it'd take another few hours before he could figure out how to best incorporate petricite into an alloy. Then, he'd need a few more hours to actually craft the metal. Finally, we'd have to undergo all the same tests all over again to make sure that we had what we aimed for in the first place. Seeing how I was no longer any help, I returned to my station and tried to incorporate all the lessons Glosse had taught me about capacitors and temperatures into my blitz shield. Before her extensive instruction, I only vaguely knew that lowering a material's temperature reduced its resistivity and that if you lowered the temperature enough, you could sometimes get a superconductor. There was a surprising amount of nuance that high school physics had glossed over and I was happy to find most of it meshed with the knowledge I'd gleaned from the likes of Jace and Dr. Heimerdinger. Using the materials provided by Glosse and Metalmaru, I was able to make better hex-deck capacitors that stored energy longer. In that sense, removing the prototype hex core was a good idea. Like this, I could have my shield store monocrystals like bullets in a magazine and recharge the capacitors directly as needed. There was one more thing that made me feel really stupid. Proof positive that even having a slice of infinity stuck to my soul didn't make me any more detail-oriented. I'd forgotten the cardinal rule of Tinker Tech, never make something that can be used against you. An omnidirectional EMP that shorted out all tech in a city block could, and would, fuck over anything I built as well. It's not like I lived on Summoner's Rift. Friendly fire was very much on. This wasn't a huge problem at the moment because I didn't have any hex deck besides my multi-tool and I wouldn't be bringing that on patrols, but it would be eventually if I didn't redesign it. I needed a way to either harden my tech against EMPs, or make my EMP more selective, a short-out laser of some sort instead of an omnidirectional wave. Or better yet, both. Hero was off in New York for a meeting with Legend, something about the Butcher causing problems and how they wanted to deal with the inheritance mechanic of his shard, but he wasn't the only expert on wave motion in the lab. The thought of a Butcher Hero hybrid sent shivers down my spine, but I consoled myself with the fact that it wasn't September yet. Shit wouldn't go down until the founders met up with Manton. Putting my future worries aside, I headed to Blusong's station. Blusong was a tall, Nigerian woman in her late 20s who wore her hair in long cornrows that touched her hip. She had a lithe build accentuated by a skin-tight bodysuit, ocean blue with white, wave-patterned highlights, another work of Hero's. The logo on her breast was a cartoonish blue whale and a music note. Her most notable feature was a multi-layered shawl that reminded me of the aurora. It was decked out in so many sensors that she could hear a cricket chirp from a mile away if she so chose. She was like Hero in that she too dealt with wavelengths, though her power seemed to focus almost exclusively on sound and fluid dynamics, hence her name. The woman was much beloved. I heard from Metalmaru's gossip-mongering that she was born in Nigeria. When she triggered, her condition for joining Hero's burgeoning Tinker Collective was that he escort every last person in her village to safety in the United States and provide them a new life. He, in a move counter to everything I'd come to expect of Earthbet, did. Since then, she became the pillar of her community. Technically speaking, more people knew her secret identity than anyone else in the Protectorate, but her shield was the unshakable loyalty her village had towards her. It didn't hurt that she was capable of crafting far-reaching sonars. With the advent of Leviathan, she became the cornerstone in an international warning network. I suspected that Dragon and Arms Master would take pointers from her in their own efforts. Such an important woman wasn't likely to be targeted, not that she was a slouch in a fight herself. Sound could really fuck up a person and her Tinker 8 classification proved it. Resonant frequency wasn't a joke. "Hey, Blusong," I called as I walked into her station. It was immaculate, with countless pieces of equipment kept on neat shelves. Most of it looked like some sort of cross between steampunk and radar systems, possibly a hybrid of her water and sound specializations. Ocean punk, if that was a thing. A large stuffed whale, a gift from her old village, sat in a place of prominence on her writing desk. "Yes, Hyun Mew? How may I help you?" She spoke. Her voice had a thick accent, completely genuine unlike my bullshit PR gimmick. It lent her voice a smooth, sultry quality that I knew Metalmaru appreciated. "Man really talked too much. You're good with wavelengths, right? You could say that." "Well, I was hoping you could help me focus this," I said, holding up the Blitz shield. "When I originally made it, it was supposed to act as a wide-area EMP. But now you've realized that bigger light shows do not make for a more effective hero," she finished for me. At my nod, she smiled. "You are learning, my young friend. That's good. A scalpel is far more versatile than a bomb. I know you mostly do sound, but sound disperses too. Can you help me?" She thought about it, then looked at the 3 pounds of petricite on her desk. I had no idea what she wanted with it, but she did owe me a favor. "I don't know how much help I can be. You will likely have to ask Hero for help once he returns, but I can show you a little bit of what I've been working on. Maybe you'll have a breakthrough by observing." "That's great. Thanks, Blusong. Don't mention it, my friend. This is what I'm here for." She took out a gun as large as her arm. It was long and sleek, with a satellite dish at the end instead of a muzzle. "This is a sonic rifle. It focuses vibrations and launches a wave of high-frequency sound so dense that it can be felt like a physical force. It was the first thing I ever made, so I could never bring myself to tear it apart. Now, listen closely. X. Blusong was a phenomenal teacher. Admittedly, many of the concepts she talked about flew over my head. Multivariable refraction quotient of sound across different dimensions? Yet, no way in hell, just seeing that equation made me want to inject some shimmer and jump off the roof. Even so, what I could understand did give me several ideas. I was inspired. It wasn't that I fully grasped her specialization. Rather, speaking with her jogged memories within the World Rune, giving me a hint as to who and what I should be diving for. She interspersed her lesson with stories from her childhood, including building a special alarm system that released sub-vocalizations that deterred elephants from her village's crops without harming the animals. They were fascinating to hear about, and I could see why she was so widely respected. Soon after, I returned to my own station and put some of my new ideas to paper. What I needed was a focusing lens that could condense Blizzcrank's immense electrical charge into a beam without losing cohesion over long distances in the same way she did with her sound. Or at least, make it so that the damage area was a cone rather than a sphere. What little I could comprehend from her lecture helped. Zeri. I turned to the Rune Terran Pikachu. The spark of Zon had an innate affinity for lightning magic, so much so that she had trouble controlling it in her youth. Every time she so much as giggled, electricity would run wild. As impressive as that was, I wasn't too interested in her personal magic. Rather, it was her weapon I had my non-existent eyes on. Much like Blue Song's, Zeri's story was a story about community, unity, and fellowship amidst hardship and strife. She once waged a one-gal war against the Chem Barons of Zon and made such a nuisance of herself that she forced feuding barons to unite to stamp her out. They almost succeeded and destroyed her neighborhood in retaliation. In response, her family and neighbors banded together to pool their resources and expertise. Her mother built her a rifle, one that could be fueled by her emotions, launching an unending salvo of electricity. And the best part of all this? It was made by civilians. Sure, skilled tradesmen who grew up around Hextech, but still civilians. They weren't genii who would go on to change the course of history, they were just normal people. The rifle wasn't some incredibly advanced tech like Victor's Hex Core or some divine enchantment like Soraka's banana launcher. It was just that, a rifle that focused electricity. I could build it rather cheaply. Yes, talking to other tinkers was an excellent idea. I finished the Blitzshield's internals around 4 in the afternoon. It cost me a working lunch, but that was fine, it wasn't like I had any other obligations. Metalmaru called and told me that a secondary project blew up on him, metaphorically, always needed to clarify in the madhouse, and that he likely wouldn't be done with the Petri site testing until tomorrow. With several hours to kill and both Hero and Metalmaru busy, I dedicated the time to a more personal project. Namely, keeping Hero from starring in the history section. How does one defeat the Siberian? I asked myself, then immediately amended my query. Or really, I don't need to kill Manton, just keeping Hero alive would be enough for me. One option was simply to give him Gwen's scissors. It wouldn't be too much of a hassle to finish them. The Siberian projection ignored any and every physical law at will. It was assault, madcap pre-cannon, on steroids. So, it stood to reason then that a weapon that could impart force that wasn't physical would be able to kill or dispel the Siberian. Gwen's scissors, being spiritual weapons, should lie outside the scope of the shard's power, if not necessarily its understanding. But that only gave Hero the chance to fight back. It didn't mean he'd escape alive. If anything, giving him something like that might make him more aggressive in the name of preventing other casualties. As callous as it was, the rest didn't matter. Eden's version of stilling did. The second option was to somehow guarantee Hero's survival with an immensely powerful defensive item. Sonya's hourglass was practically the go-to item for survivability. And, it might even work. Shards didn't stop time, not really. The theory was complex, but I knew that time stop as a concept was just elaborate dimensional fuckery on their part. This was true of Fair SE, Grey Boy, and Clock Blocker. And I knew for a fact that Clock's time stop versus the Siberian resulted in the cancellation of both powers. Even if the hourglass could be broken by the Siberian, Manton would be forced to remake the projection, giving Hero precious seconds to escape. That did seem like the ideal pick, but I couldn't build it. There wasn't a damn thing on Earth bet with that kind of conceptual weight, and I was loath to try without the commencing stopwatch to start me off. Xylian was a freak of nature and he had no business existing in the first place. I personally chalked it up to the general fuckery of Icathian mages. A nation of idiot savants who looked at the void and said, let's open it. Shouldn't be taken as the norm of anything. And yes, that was coming from the child with a slice of infinity grafted to his soul. So, if I wanted to keep Hero alive without resorting to timey-wimey shenanigans, I would need to remove Hero from the situation completely. Then, I would have to have a healing potion powerful enough to fix any injuries incurred, up to and including bisection, a true elixir of life. There were several ways to teleport someone, but the best, the World Stone and Wayfinder, came from the Sentinels. The World Stone was an enchanted map used by the Sentinels of Light. It was a map of Runeterra which tracked the Black Mist. It, alongside the Wayfinder, allowed a certain rookie Sentinel to teleport his teammates around the world and confront the Black Mist. Cauldron had Doormaker of course, but they didn't use it to save Hero. Why? Was Manton's pseudo-trigger enough to muddle Contessa's sight? If I had to guess, Leviathan's attack a mere day after coupled with Manton's vial clouded her path. It was truly the kind of freak accident I could only expect from Earthbet. I couldn't think of any other reason than that, no way she would have sacrificed Hero unless she had no say in the matter. My own teleporter would be far more limited, but it could work. The World Stone was able to scan all of Runeterra the way it did because of the mana in the air, a far greater application of the principle behind the control wards. But even with the monopore environment of Earthbet, it could still act as an anchor, a beacon for the Wayfinder to latch onto. A Wayfinder that led back to HQ. It'd only lead back to HQ, but it would suffice. The World Stone and Wayfinder would be my priorities moving forward. Then, I'd craft the elixir of life, or as close as I can get with my current abilities. With enough mana, it was possible to elevate the corrupted water of life I had back to its original state, as pure as it was when Mackay first found it. Pair that with the bioengineering knowledge Singed used to create Warwick and it was doable, a potion that could keep hero alive post-bisection. Best of all, everything started with the water of life. It made the refining process a bit tedious, but a simplified procurement pipeline was always best. I put in the order for many more gallons of holy water and got to work. I sat in my private lab, the basement of my new house. It wasn't much. Perhaps I was being a bit hasty calling it a lab. Really, there was a hot plate and kettle with a set of pipes and beakers for distilling potions ingredients, a water dispenser with a 5-gallon tank half full of holy water, and a small collection of boards of a variety of woods for engraving practice. It was basic, but I could get away with it for the most part thanks to the multi-tool. My phone was propped up against a book, the screen revealing Penelope's smiling face. On their end, Jazz had her phone on a call to Albuquerque as well. It was 10 in DC, 8 in Albuquerque, and 7 in Phoenix. This wasn't the first time I spoke with my old teammates. We agreed to keep in touch once a week so Friday evenings became our scheduled time to reconnect. Truthfully, we spent most of this time watching a movie or playing games. None of us were particularly good with emotions and my and David's departure was still raw between us. "Hey, Penny," I greeted. "Are Jazz and Raquel there?" The phone was pointed towards my old leader's smiling face one second, then I was peering up into Raquel's nostril the next. "Yup." "Hey, Andy." "Hey, give my phone back," my old leader complained. "I just wanna say hi." "You have very long nose hairs," I said dryly. "Eeb." The phone fell, only to be snatched up by Penelope. "Just kidding." "Thanks, Andy," she chuckled. "Boo, jerk. I still have no idea how you can see faces through a screen," Jazz remarked from the side somewhere. "I mean, tinkers are bullshit, but come on." "Oh, and Dave's on." "Hey guys," David called. His voice sounded a bit tinny through the disjointed connection. "Hey, David. I'm just more bullshit than other people," I said proudly. "Clearly. So, Chico, what you been up to?" "Que pasa?" Rebranded as Hyun Mu. It's this black turtle thing from Asian mythology. I've been working on something I call the Amilo, something to keep me from getting mastered or kidnapped again. "Ooh. I saw your debut. You had a funny accent and everything," Raquel chirped. "Was that on purpose? Does Andy ever do anything on accident?" Penelope laughed. "I can't imagine that was your idea though." PR. PR, I confirmed. "How about you guys? You do anything special? How's Albuquerque, David?" "I've been busier ever since I got into the Protectorate. New sops. Moving in. Finding a school for Josie. You know. Things are a lot calmer here though. Josie's setting in well, the director even helped me arrange a nanny for her." Even through the line I could hear the exhaustion in his voice. Still, there was palpable relief in his tone. "I'm glad," I said honestly. "If you need anything." "I know, Andy. I know you have my back." "Hey," Raquel cut in, obviously trying to draw us away from heavier topics. "Did you know Jazz got asked out?" "Oi. Oh, right." Penelope crowed with delight. "You know Pound Town, right?" "Yeah, did you give him the shovel talk?" David asked, going along with the change. "Agent Carter might let you borrow her pistol, you know, just as a prop. PSH, please. I can punch holes through a car. I don't need a gun. Besides, he seemed like a sweet boy. Looks all big and tough but a big teddy bear inside." I nodded as I sketched out draft number 8 of the Sunstone Talisman. "Yeah, that's the impression I got from him too. Did you know he volunteers for every PR tour around orphanages and elementary schools? Guy loves kids." "I did know that actually. Anyway, Jazz, you say yes?" "No. I don't know," she admitted. "I mean, he's not a bad guy and he's not ugly or anything, but..." "It's fine," David said. "Dating's complicated enough without a mask between you guys. Take your time." "Thanks, David," she said, perhaps with a bit more than gratitude. For all that had happened, I was glad that at least something had remained consistent. Still wasn't touching that with Wukong's pole. The conversation died for a bit before Penelope picked it back up. "Oh. I got to punch some new villain named Shakedown in the face. He was really surprised when his power stopped working for a second." "Yab. Getting decked with Petricite will do that. You have to keep holding on to him though." "I know. I did, after I fed him his teeth. I'm sensing a lot of unresolved aggression here." "Heh, I remember that. He called her a gym slut," Jazz snorted. She then realized who she was talking to and said lamely, "Ah, that's a not nice word." "I can guess, I said dryly. How about you, Raquel? The current youngest Phoenix ward shrugged. Oh, you know. I've just been hanging out. The wildfire died down so it's been much more relaxed lately. Turned 14, had a birthday party. No big. Oh, right. Happy birthday. August 22nd, right? Sorry I didn't get you anything. Don't worry about it. Say, you joined that fancy Tinker Lab run by Hero, right? Yeah, we call it the Madhouse here. You want his autograph or something? Already have it. He dropped by on his tour of the ward's bases last year. I just wanted to know how it was. A ton of work, I drawled. I picked up my phone and adjusted the camera so it hovered over the sketchpad. I'm still drawing drafts while I'm talking to you guys, see? Ooh, what's that? Is it a badge for something? Kind of. It's a talisman. One-time use only, but it can cleanse someone's mind of any master effects. Jazz let out a whistle. That's going to be huge. Mind sending any of those our way? Dos Caras is still a pain. Although she'd never been ward's leader, Jazz was one of the best informed among all of the wards thanks to the many literal and not so literal hats she wore. Her social circle was wider than anyone else's so she tended to hear more gossip and grasp the broader implications faster than the others. Definitely, I agreed easily. I made a note to send a package of potions as well. Rubeto might have been retired from the public eye, but it wouldn't be strange for the now heavily guarded Tinker to send his old team a care package every now and then. I allowed the conversation to wash over me like gentle waves as I carefully etched the sketch pattern onto plywood for practice. The real deal would be carved into sunstone then alchemically infused with mana, but it was always good to know I could actually do the carving before I ruined something more expensive. The five of us eventually agreed to shelve further talks in favor of a movie. I headed to the living room and turned it on before muting the phone. Just knowing we were watching something together helped. As per rotation, David got to choose and his pick was The Temple of Doom, the first Indiana Jones movie. He wasn't okay, far from it, but I thought he was getting better. That was all I could ask. By the time I needed to turn in for bed, I had a good idea of what the rune work should look like. Author's note. I have no idea how to describe a Nigerian accent. I've heard it a few times, but damn if it's hard to put to text. Hopefully I'm not poking anyone's buttons. The Wayfinder is a weapon built specifically for a rookie sentinel during the Rise of the Sentinels event. Though the rookie is not a playable character, you choose their dialogue. And yet, I agree. The conversation with the old crew was a long time coming. I think that if I were to release multiple arcs simultaneously, people would be able to read through them all at once, but because you are forced to put up with the segmented release, you all felt like there wasn't much closure between them. It's a fair criticism, and one I feel that the fanfiction medium doesn't support well. I can really only keep writing. Just know that just because I dropped a plot threads in Phoenix doesn't mean I've decided to burn them. I'm very much aware that they're there. Ripples 4.7. 2000, August 26, Washington, D.C., USA. Yuzong, it's Saturday, Mom called. Are you still going in? I nodded. Yeah, Mom. I start homeschool on Monday so I won't have as much time to tinker. I want to do as much as I can. Why? Why do you work so hard? Most moms think their sons don't work hard enough, I said wryly. Most moms don't have you for a son. Yuzong. This life. I know. I know it's dangerous. I know that better than anyone. That's why I need to work harder. The more I make, the stronger I become, the safer I'll be. I don't want to be weak ever again. Just, be careful, she finished lamely. I will, I smiled. And besides, this really is what I love doing, Mom. The making. I feel most like myself when I'm creating something new. I understood. Really, I did. And it was because I understood that I couldn't stop. If I stopped, she really might lose me. I was seated next to Metal Maru at his station as he went over the properties of his new favorite alloy. His lecture was a complicated mess full of jargon I didn't fully understand, made more difficult by his rambling tangents, but the gist was that this new petrisite alloy was more durable than any conventional metal yet only slightly heavier than aluminum. It was a dazzling silver, but with a lighter note that leaned towards white. Like every metal, it was a conductor, but I had an idea on how to turn that into an asset rather than a vulnerability. Since petrisite stored magic, I planned to conduct any electricity that hit my shield or armor into a transformer, converting it into mana before fueling it back into the metal to store for later use. I could then release the stored mana and the process would then reverse. All that mana would be converted back into electricity and directed into my shield, electrifying the metal exterior. Blizzcrank's power fist? Yes, please. Now that I had a better grasp of the material, I could finally get to designing my armor. Hero's bodysuit was great, but it wasn't mine. I'd still wear it, it did boast some impressive defensive properties, but it'd be the underlayer. You know what this means, right, Hyunmu? Metalmaru said. What? You get to meet PR again so they can hound you over what your image should be. Crap, I groaned. It's gonna be such a pain. Hey, it won't be too bad. You already know what kind of image they're going for thanks to your debut, so build with that in mind. Go ahead and design the blueprints online, then load it up into the fabricator. I should have the settings coded to work with this stuff by Tuesday at the latest. Shouldn't I wait to build? PR will nitpick and make me remake this stuff anyway, right? He leaned forward and whispered, conspiration ally, between you and me? If you tell them the metal's special tinker tech and hard to make with other demands on both my time and yours. Well, I won't tell them otherwise, he winked. They tend to let tinkers get away with a lot more freedom for our image because at the end of the day, most of us build our own costumes and we can blame it on a fugue. Just about the only thing about my costume that PR had absolute control over was the color scheme. It's not like they can take away something just because it doesn't fit their ideal image. If one of those PR goons tries to take away your armor just for something like that, tell Hero. He'll have their heads for depriving a ward of protection. I'm not saying you can just build what you want, though. Even we have limits. You're supposed to be a cultural warrior who's disciplined and polite and all that jazz. If you make an electric guitar and get a mohawk, Hero's going to bench you regardless. Haha, yeah, fair enough. Thanks. X. My blitz shield was ready. It was 2 feet in diameter and looked like Blizzcrank's faceplate, if said faceplate was painted a lustrous black. The emblem of a turtle shell was stenciled in cobalt grey paint on the forehead. In my tiny hands, it looked like a Spartan's aspies but would one day be much more manageable. The 2 eyes glowed a haunting blue, indicating that its shockwave function was loaded and live. The lightweight alloy meant it weighed only 10 pounds, a big change from the 20-some pounds it used to weigh as a spherical hunk of steel. It wasn't comfortable to wear, but a shield wasn't supposed to be comfortable anyway. With my increased fitness and magical reinforcement, I could swing it about without slowing myself too much or losing balance. By now, my continued exercise and mana infusion made me comparable to athletic teenagers. I carried the shield to the basement after converting a batch of healing potions into pills. The lower levels were in fact more like a tunnel system, with underground pathways connecting to the PRT administration building, emergency bunkers, and wards commons. I used them to get around sometimes. These tunnels also sported several testing areas and gyms designed with capes in mind. Tinkers weren't the only ones who frequented the place, but I managed to snag one of the specialized rooms. The target area contained a host of sensors that measured everything from kinetic force to temperature and electrical current. I called for a target and the automated system obeyed, depositing a metal cutout of a person. Breathing in, I held my shield in front of me and, holding it steady with a bit of magic, pressed the trigger. Blizzcrank's entire face lit up before a flash of light and electricity blinded the area for a moment. An instant later, the light faded as the electric charge dispersed. I walked over to the monitor and read the display. During the adjustment process, I decided to have the range from 200 to 100 feet in order to further minimize chances of collateral damage. Now, the conic blast was tweaked to maximize brightness in exchange for a slightly lower amperage. I pulled out a spare mana crystal and armed the shield before firing again. I repeated the exercise, giving myself a chance to get accustomed to aiming with such a cumbersome weapon. It was a good thing the blast was conic because had I made it as precise as Zeri's rifle, I wouldn't be able to hit anything. After that, I switched off between the shield and relic pistol. I imagined facing an opponent and crouched behind my shield as I fired back. One benefit of the Oracle's elixir was that so long as the target was in range, I could aim just fine regardless of my posture. Then, I mimed a few of the martial arts movements I'd been practicing, flowing from one form to another and focusing on footwork above all else. Burgeoning talent in martial arts or not, I didn't think I was ready to try and make my own gunfu. As Lee Sin liked to say, the center was everything. Everything else could be built upon in due time. By the time I was finished training, I'd reduced the metal target to Swiss cheese. And yet, I was unsatisfied. I took too long switching between weapons and the weight of the shield threw me off a little. I sighed. There was nothing for it but to condition my body rigorously until I could compensate. To the gym it was. X. After my stint in the gym, I grabbed a club sandwich from the communal fridge, then headed back to my station to work while eating. I checked my email and received the notice that another batch of fossilized lizard eggs would arrive tomorrow so I could merge them with mundane sunstones to get the alchemically potent Helion variety. With little else to do, I focused on transmuting fossilized trees into petricite. It was the material that was most in demand, both personally and from the PRT at large. I needed it for my world stone, wayfinder, armor, shackles, and of course, as bribes to curry favor with curious tinkers. With so many uses, I could seemingly never make enough. I was only at it for an hour and a half when I heard heavy footfalls headed for my station. Hyunmu, are you busy? came Arms Master's voice. I cracked an eye open. 2 minutes. The transmutation process wasn't one that should be interrupted. Even were it not dangerous, I found the notion irritating, a quirk of being the host of inspiration. Understood. Credit where it's due, the man stood patiently to the side while I finished with the piece in my hands. When the light faded and the browns and blues warped to white, he spoke again. I would like to incorporate petricite into my halberd and wanted your thoughts on the matter. I nodded. I assumed it'd be something like this. Sure, but you know that it doesn't have any truly valuable properties besides power negation and that it won't negate powers unless in contact with an enemy cape. Yes. I initially wanted to make a blade out of it but realized that it would only be effective if I stabbed every cape I encountered. Such brutality is unbecoming of a hero, so I designed a wire bola that would replace my current grappling hook attachment. Let me see your halberd. He handed it over, a 5 feet long shaft with an extra foot of blade. It was as thick as my wrist and sturdily built. I suspected that even a man as athletic as Arms Master would have trouble wielding it without his armor's assistance. I don't recommend this, I said flatly. I learned quickly that though Arms Master was far from the robot that Fanon portrayed him to be, he considered social niceties to be a pain, something we could both agree on. Anything that saved us time was good. The amount of petricite a cape needs to come in contact with is affected by both the concentration of petricite in the alloy and the surface area of contact. A bola made of the material would not provide enough of either, especially through costumes. Really, the gauntlets I'd made Stingray contained the minimum amount of petricite required to disrupt a cape's powers, and even that was only in short bursts so she could land the knockout punch in the opening provided. What do you recommend? A blade is effective because it comes in contact with the cape's blood. That would have been my first suggestion. Do you know about the elixir? Yes. It was used to suppress a villainous tinker's urge while in captivity. Each elixir was said to work for 1 week. Right. A hypodermic needle would probably be your best bet. How much petricite elixir would be required to disable a cape? No idea. Let me get back to you with the calculations, I said. I fed Sawtooth a small bottle each week, roughly 20 fluid ounces, but that's unlikely to be efficient for you since you have limited space. Their powers only need to be off for a few minutes in the field. I can handle efficiency, he said. Liquids can be easily concentrated. Maybe, but consider incorporating a knockout drug alongside the elixir. The quantity of elixir necessary to negate a cape's power completely is unlikely to fit in a single dart, assuming you want to carry more than 1 dart. Disrupt their power for a few minutes, then knock them out while they have no defense. He smiled. Yes, that sounds like an effective method. I would like a sample of the petricite elixir so I can analyze it to see which drug works best in tandem. That's fine. I'll send it along in a day or 2, I promised. He turned and made to walk away before stopping. Thank you, he remembered. I waved him off and got back to work. The World Stone and Wayfinder were both due soon. They were more urgent than my own costume, though I couldn't explain to anyone precisely why without inviting some uncomfortable conversations. I knew that sometime in September, the founders would confront Manton. I also knew that Leviathan would attack the day after, though the exact dates escaped me. 11th? 19th? It was in the tens for certain. Regardless, I had approximately 3 weeks, give or take a few days. That just meant I'd have to work faster. Both tools of the Sentinel-S were made from the relic stones found in Helia, not unlike the relic pistol on my hip. In total, I estimated that I would need at least 40 pounds of petricite to convert into relic stone. Sighing, I placed an extra order for the unorthodox materials I'd need to make more petricite. At the very least, fossilized wood wasn't very expensive, ranging anywhere from $25 up to $10 per pound at the absolute maximum. And thankfully, holy water was free, though acquiring it was a bit awkward for the non-believer. If I keep using fossilized wood like this, will Cauldron eventually start a mining operation into other Earths for me? Author's note. The PRT building, lab, and wards commons being connected underground isn't unusual. The US Capitol building and separate buildings for House and Senate are all linked in these tunnels. You can take tours of them. There's even a cafeteria under them that reminded me of high school canteens the last time I was there. The mystique and awe I had for senators disappeared real fast after watching them eat chicken nuggets from those cafeteria trays. Intern days. Yeah, did you know that most homeschool parents teach their kids for 2 to 3 hours a day only? Like, shit, wish my school years were that nice. 22.1-254, A. The requirements of this section shall not apply to B. Any child who has obtained a high school diploma or its equivalent, a certificate of completion, or has achieved a passing score on a high school equivalency examination approved by the Board of Education, or who has otherwise complied with compulsory school attendance requirements as set forth in this article. According to the state of Virginia, a homeschooled student can graduate at any time regardless of age, so long as the course administrator signs off on a diploma equivalent document. Ripples 4.8. 2000, August 27, Washington, D.C., USA. I made a bottle of Petricide elixir in my basement last night and left it in Armsmaster's mailbox in the morning. Not 10 minutes later, I received a prompt but scripted thank you email from the overly serious man. On another note, Hero returned late last night. I decided to give him the morning to decompress and spent the time working on my own. I made some sunstone, sketched runic matrices for the world stone, then sketched some designs for my armor when I got tired of that. The matrices were the most complicated piece of rune work I'd ever attempted. The closest comparison I could make was to coding a new program or video game, not that I knew much about either. Each bit of code needed to do something different and in a specific sequence to get the effect I desired. There was the common matrix for mana absorption so the world stone could take in mana from me. Another would release a steady pulse of mana like a beacon atop a lighthouse, allowing the wayfinder to latch on to the specific signature. I also set the foundations for future adjustments by setting aside several more matrices designed to scan a region, interface with nearby ward stones, and take on some of the burden of portal generation from the wayfinder. It was my hope that after the fiasco with Hero was done, I could make a world stone that covered the entire metro area. That way, it could play a more active role in threat response. Finally, I called out the most approachable member of Cauldron for lunch. "Hello, Hero," I greeted him, making sure to bow and seem extremely polite. One benefit of the ridiculous Kfabi PR forced on me was that it was easier to hide my nervousness. My Amilo token hovered merrily by my head. We were both in our costumes, or what passed for one in my case, and out in public. "Thank you for meeting me." He'd insisted on a place called Tonic at Quigley's, a restaurant on G Street that used to be a pharmacy. It was a popular watering hole for George Washington University students and federal employees alike but afforded us some privacy by virtue of being a 3-story restaurant. The university dorms, State Department, Red Cross headquarters, and more were all within 3 blocks, making it an extremely well-situated business. The food was nothing spectacular, but was affordable, tasty, and easily accessible. The armored blonde waved away my greeting with a friendly grin. "None of that, Hyun Mu. I really enjoy meeting my wards. I've been meaning to check in with you anyway but things got a little hectic in New York. Sorry for that, you kids should always be my priority." The trouble was, I knew he was a member of Cauldron. I knew he at least tacitly condoned some horrible things in the name of the greater good. But either this man was schizophrenic or a deceiver on par with LeBlanc because I couldn't for the life of me sense even a shred of duplicity in his greeting. He seemed like a genuine, friendly man who showed sincere concern for a ward who had been through a traumatic experience. Even through the Oracle's elixir, I couldn't spy any difference in expressions, heart rate, breathing, or muscular impulses that might have indicated deceit. I, somewhat hesitantly, was forced to conclude once again that Hero was indeed as nice as he seemed. Alexandria may not have been remembering him with rose-tinted glasses, he truly might be the best of them. "There is nothing to apologize for," I spoke, playing up my accent. I dipped my waist a little, a half-bow that advertised a willingness to sink into a senseless apology spiral that would only leave us both looking like idiots. "Holy shit, that's Hero," I heard the hostess gasp the moment we walked in. She was a rather chubby-looking woman in her 20s, probably a grad student trying to pay the bills. Thankfully, this being a Sunday, there weren't many patrons. I still felt as awkward as a 3-flippered turtle standing around while he gave her an autograph. Then that turned into several waitresses arguing about who'd get to serve us, which led to the manager coming out to see what's going on, only for him to pose for a selfie so he could put the picture up on the wall next to presidents and other notable patrons. Never mind that there were 4 other pictures of Hero already. Then they asked me for autographs too, mostly out of pity. We were seated in a corner booth on the 3rd floor, eventually. "Sorry about that," he said with a sheepish chuckle. "It's been a while since I've visited my alma mater. I used to eat here all the time back before I got my power. I still do sometimes. Hope you don't mind my nostalgia trip." "Of course not, sir. I didn't know you went to GWU though. Not many do. Secret identities, you understand. I wasn't in the best health so I barely attended truth be told, but I ate here pretty often after a visit to the hospital as a treat to myself. It wasn't much, but man did it mean the world to me at the time. I am glad you can indulge a little more now," I said honestly. "I do not need to worry about your failing health, do I?" No, nothing like that. I got better, I promise." "So, how are things?" he asked, changing the subject. Seeing how I was the first tinker with medical applications, he likely didn't want to explain how his multiple organ problems, migraines, and diabetes were cured. Less he had to allude to a cauldron vial, the better from his perspective. I went along with the shift in topic, no need to dig for information I already knew. I also wasn't sure how much I could talk about in public. Eating with Hero was very different from grabbing some Tex-Mex from El Jeefs with the wards. I could see at least 4 patrons and a waitress not so subtly trying to listen in. "Things are better. Seeing me gesture towards them, he smiled and unclipped a blue toy whale from his belt about the size of a golf ball and placed it on the table. It cancels sound waves and shorts out listening devices, he answered my unasked question. Originally a blue song creation that I adapted to my own kit. Cute, hey. That explains the whale theme. I enjoyed working with Metal Maru and the other tinkers to develop a new petricite alloy. I think I will simply call it Neopetricite. I'm glad. How is Dr. Kazmer? I know you've been going in to see him every week. And you can drop the accent. I still have no clue what Powell was thinking. I shrugged and relaxed. The doc's all right. He's a bit confused about me though. How so? I'm too smart. And humble, he teased. Humility and I are mortal enemies, I drawled. No, really. He'll couch it in as much psychobabble jargon as he likes, but that's the gist of it. I don't talk like an 8-year-old. I don't process information like an 8-year-old. I don't behave like an 8-year-old. Most of all, I don't handle trauma like an 8-year-old. He has no idea how to deal with me because he's expecting some traumatized kid, and to an extent, I am. On the other hand, I'm also someone who's perfectly capable of coping through that trauma. I'm not saying I'm some once-in-a-generation prodigy or anything, but I don't behave like I should, so he seems really conflicted on how to treat me. Sometimes, he talks to me like you are now, as an adult, but other times, he brings me chocolate bars and asks me to draw my emotions. Hyun Mew, I know that you're smart, brilliant even, but you do need to take the session seriously. They're for your own good. I do, I defended. I'm pretty open with him, actually. Thing is, he's not the first psychiatrist to not have a clue about me. When I first came to the States, I saw this doctor named Owens. She legit thought I was sociopathic for a good while because I don't react to emotional stimulus like someone my age should. It took a while, but her professional opinion was that my trigger event and subsequent physical therapy forced me to mature at an accelerated rate. He smiled, though it was a little bittersweet. Yes, I read the files. It wasn't always as detailed as I'd like, but her recommendations were pretty clear. Maybe that's the problem, hey? We keep expecting you to break down like any other kid and you're not. Did you know? Even Lexi thinks you're a genius from what brief interaction she's had with you. And trust me, impressing her isn't easy. I just wish you didn't have to grow up so fast. Powers. Circumstance. Doesn't matter what caused it. If it makes you feel better, I really do appreciate Dr. Kazmer. He's trying, and it's not so bad to just talk to someone for an hour. Sure, he isn't making up some behavioral modification plan for me or anything, but he's a great listener. That does make me feel better. Sometimes, all we can ask for is someone to listen to our troubles. We nodded solemnly. I saw the waitress approach and tapped a finger against the wood before pointing behind me. She's coming. Hero tweaked the whale ornament a certain way and I could hear my surroundings again. Thanks. Oracle's elixir, hey? That's a good name. Hello, Hero, sir. And? Hyun Mew? She asked, the foreign word not quite rolling from her tongue. I nodded with a soft smile. Yes, I am a new ward. It is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am, I said, accent back. Do you know what you want, sweetie? I gestured towards my senior. Please take his order first. It is courtesy. Right, can I get an eggs benedict and an order of tater tots for the table? He said. If it helps, they have great chicken wings. Have you tried mambo sauce yet? I have not, sir. What is it? It's a DC regional sauce. Think sweet and sour sauce with the smokiness of barbecue sauce. You should have it at least once. That sounds excellent, I said, handing the menu back to the waitress. I'll have that, please. As she walked away, Hero tapped the whale and the silence was back. You're really good at keeping up that accent. It's not much different than what I did as Rubetu. Besides, I'm just copying Mom's accent. Did you see my original debut? No, I didn't. What did you do? Ms. Youngston, the PR head in Phoenix, had me throw the script behind me and pretend I was going off the cuff. I could read everything with the oracle, so it was fine. She wanted me to show some youthful candor, apparently. Whatever that means. Hat, you could be an actor if being a hero doesn't work out for you. I could, but that sounds boring. We shared a grin. So, what did you want to talk to me about? You wanted to ask me something, right? Is it a new project? Kind of, I said. I would like to delay my costume construction for at least one more week. Ideally 2. I figured you're the man who can make it happen. Why? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Oh, thank God. Is it because you can't think of a cool design? Because I can help with that. No thanks, I'd rather not look like a streetlight, I drawled. Hey, he whined back good-naturedly. I look like at least 3 streetlights. Hat. Well, jokes aside, I have a different project that I want to prioritize. It's something I call the World Stone. Hero was silent as I told him about the project that might well save his life. Now that we were talking about business, I could see how he became the universally respected icon he was. He may have been a goofball, but he could turn it off like a switch the moment things got serious. So. He began, let me get this straight. The World Stone is an anchor that these wayfinders can teleport to. That's the gist. It'll work from anywhere in the world, an instant recall to portal someone out of danger, but it can become much more than that. I think that if I bury some wards around the DC metro area and carve a relief of the area into the World Stone, it can also be used to create portals to and from anywhere in DC. Think about it. Immediate evacuation of civilians in the event of an emergency. Instant deployment of troopers or medics as needed. That does sound good, but why are you so focused on this? Because you're going to die, I wanted to shout. Instead I said, DC is my city now, hero. I want this to be my proof of concept. If I can do this, and if I made one for major cities across the world. Imagine, an Endbringer battle with no casualties. I might be able to pull it off. I know that if I can prove this works, it'll be something far more valuable than anything I can achieve by pounding pavement. Stingray, my old ward's leader, once told me that being a hero is about doing the most good however we can. Well, this is how I can do the most good. We briefly put the conversation on hold so the waitress could give us our food. The wings were good, though not the best. The mambo sauce was a bit too sweet for me. Hero nodded slowly as he chewed on a piece of biscuit. He then looked at me with a proud smile. She sounds like a wonderful girl, he said. And I agree. If the World Stone works as promised, you'll have built a safety net like nothing else. I'll talk to the chief director. Yes. I crowed in my mind. Thank you, hero, I said earnestly. Now I only needed to make a healing potion on steroids and my plan to yoink him away from danger was a go. I returned to the lab with my belly full and satisfied that my plan could go ahead. With the blitz shield ready and my costume on hold, I only had the World Stone and Wayfinder to work through. To start, I measured out 50 pounds of fossilized wood on what used to be a tree trunk, then popped an elixir of iron for the added strength. I needed the World Stone to be one whole piece, easier to engrave runic matrices, so I had to make a single large cut. I weighed south of 70 pounds soaking wet, so even 50 was a bit of a stretch for me without enhancements. As I was rolling the tree trunk onto a cart, it hit me, iron wasn't the only elixir I had. Wrath. I had thus far avoided using it for obvious reasons, but my gaze flickered to the Amilo hovering by my head. That would require some testing. I whistled a jaunty tune as I shoved my cart towards some of the communal workstations. This one was designed specifically for cutting larger materials down to size. Pyrotechnical built it so it used some kind of hyperdense plasma wire, but damned if I knew how he got it that hot or that focused. He didn't use it often enough to warrant keeping it to himself, so it became communal property. Soon, ash and lime joined the chunk of rock tree in a vat. At 15 crystals per hour, the conversion to usable Petri site still took a massive 3 hours and change. Had I tried this before I merged with the glacial augment keystone, I would have tired myself out after a full day of this. Or more likely, been forced to waste several days tuning my mana as I tried to break up the monumental task before me into manageable chunks. I then loaded up on snacks to quell the munchies before returning back to the materials conversion process. I had my Petri site. I now needed the water of life to infuse into the Petri site so I can get my relic stone. Then and only then could I finally start making the actual World Stone. Another 3 hours passed before I was satisfied with the amount I had. I got nothing else done, there just wasn't enough bandwidth to attempt anything else. Author's note. I kind of like writing hero. He's a canonical character, sure, but he's such a blank slate that it's almost impossible to fuck up. It's like night and day compared with Arms Master. Next up, a look at hero. Interlude 4.8.5 Eugene Lewis. 2000, July 22nd, Cauldron, Ivory Coast, Africa. I walked into Cauldron's main compound with the familiarity of a man returning home. It was here that I first discovered the limits of my powers. It was here that I broke down weeping as I felt my agent mend my broken body, both the most agonizing and satisfying moment of my life. The compound's many halls were a plain, boring white reminiscent of hospitals, but to me, this was as much my home as the penthouse flat in DC. I quelled the flood of emotions that threatened to overwhelm me and hardened my heart for what needed to be done. We failed. Again. Years ago, Rebecca, David, Keith, and I had all but knelt before the President of the United States. We, the greatest heroes of our generation, bowed our heads and submitted to lawful authority in the name of peace. We founded the Protectorate and did our best to grow the organization into an international presence. We recruited. We trained. We inspired. All in the name of ensuring humanity's survival. That was the big irony, our mission wasn't to be heroes. It wasn't for justice. Or hope. Or glory. Or even the simple pleasure of saving lives. No. Our mission was singular, the survival of humanity and the end of the cycle. The death of a god. Everything else was secondary. I was secondary. I came to terms with that. I acknowledged that I would have to do terrible things. Already, my hands were stained red. I knew there were harsh choices and harsher truths awaiting me and my friends. I sometimes wondered how it would feel to look ourselves in the mirror when it was all said and done, if we survived at all. I wondered how history would paint me because I had no delusions that Cauldron could remain a secret forever. I wasn't a good person. Neither was anyone in Cauldron. In the end, I was a hero in name only, a gilded statue built on a pile of bodies. And despite it all, there were days when my resolve was shaken. I clenched my fists to keep my hands from trembling as I thought back to Rebecca's report. Rubedu. Andy Kim. Our fault. I walked into the meeting room and took a seat by Keith. All but two were already in attendance. Keith, legend, was a friendly fellow whose greatest superpower was the ability to charm strangers to his side. He wasn't the strongest of us, but he was without a doubt the only one who could wear the mantle of the leader of the Protectorate. A frown didn't suit the man. To his other side was David, Eidolon, greatest hero in the world save Sion himself. Without his mask and suit tailored to appear flattering on his slightly overweight frame, one would never know. David looked so very plain right now. In him I saw little interest in the upcoming matters, though I didn't hold it against him. His power was waning. We didn't know why, and being Fortuna's blind spot was coming to bite him. For a man who had dedicated himself to his mantle so thoroughly, it was as good as a terminal illness. David had no family. David had no friends save Cauldron. David was the mask and Eidolon was the man. I pitied my friend as much as I loved him. He was a reminder of why I couldn't let the mask take over my life. Across from us sat Kurt, Harbinger, number man. When Fortuna brought him into the fold, it took everything I had to not kill him then and there. The lanky man was sociopathic in the extreme. I had no idea if it was his agent's influence, but Kurt simply did not have empathic concerns. It was all about numbers. Statistics. Probability. Everything else was secondary, and I found myself wondering how far we could trust him even while grudgingly acknowledging his necessity. The world economy wouldn't run itself. No, it was best run by a sociopathic mass murderer. God, this world was depressing. Next to him was Rebecca, Alexandria, chief director of the PRT. She was as beautiful as ever. Her agent had fixed her cancer-ridden form and she hadn't aged a day since. She was flawless. No, perhaps that wasn't the right word. Meticulously calculated was a better way of putting things. Even now, carefully maintained poise and discipline assisted by her not inconsiderable thinker power oozed from every pore. She nodded towards me and shot me and Keith an apologetic smile. She knew exactly how we felt about the Red Sands incident. I doubted she cared, truth be told. Not for the first time, I wondered what immortality must feel like. Could it be that out of all of us, she was the one most detached from the human experience? Precisely the moment my ass touched the seat, Dr. Eva and Fortuna stepped through a doormaker portal. We'll begin with the Red Sands incident, the doctor began. Yes, let's talk about that, Keith said with a frown. Doctor, with respect, what the hell? Since when do we arrange for the kidnapping of children? How does that help us? We gained immense goodwill on a national level as both Director Costa Brown and Alexandria. Rest assured, the competence of the national PRT is not under question. That's not the point. When did we decide kidnapping a minor was an acceptable way to boost our image? He's right, I said, getting angry myself. We formed the wards program to make sure things like this wouldn't happen. What's the point of being in charge if we do exactly what we set out to prevent? Director Costa Brown's approval rating rose by 13% from this event alone. The founders are similarly seen in a favorable light as decisive decision-makers, Kurt drawled. He'd never been particularly interested in the human experience, a number man through and through. We've gained more than PR. By all measures, we benefited a great deal. All at the cost of our morals, Keith growled. Sparks of azure energy danced along his costume. It was rare to see my jovial friend so upset. What exactly did we get that was so valuable? Was this worth it? The Red Sands standard has set a heavy precedent in favor of trigger leniency. It has also verified conclusively that second triggers are possible and that second triggers should be treated with the same approach as firsts. We were also able to demonstrate our commitment to preserving the unwritten rules. Kurt shuffled the papers before him, no doubt ready for the question. Coupled with the positive PR from this event, I approximate a 22% rise in new para-humans joining the Protectorate as a result of a more favorable initial impression of the government over the next 4 years. This will result in a 6% drop in new villains across the country, which translates to a 1.9% drop in violent crime over the same period. I realize that the numbers don't sound like much, but I would like to point out that a single percentage point is massive when taken on a national scale. An event with such a large positive impact on the nation's law enforcement is exceedingly rare, especially one in which the person of interest was completely unharmed. Further, the majority of para-humans die or retire within 6 months of their trigger events, as you well know. This event created a sort of buffer zone. New triggers are now 14% more likely to either join the Protectorate or another local power, whether out of moral purpose or fear of something similar happening to them. This encourages them to fully discover their powers, raising the chance that useful para-humans will remain alive by 3.9%. We will have thousands more bodies by the final battle. That's... I glanced at Fortuna. She was of course already turned to meet my gaze. A subtle nod. Plan then. Statistics prepared to placate Keith and me. Of fucking course. That doesn't change the trauma done to one little boy, I said firmly. I tried to appeal to their pragmatism. Are we ready to throw away children for the sake of having more cannon fodder? Practically all of them will be nothing more than distractions, if that. Didn't we agree that Rubeto was too useful to waste his potential like this? We don't know that, so yes, Rebecca said matter-of-factly. Rubeto himself is immensely valuable, but he was never in any true danger. Furthermore, his psych profile concludes definitively that he has the mind of an adult. His trigger, for whatever reason, has forced him to mature at an unprecedented rate, something I was able to verify in my brief conversation with him. Correct. The path is more efficient if we treat him like a small adult rather than a boy, Fortuna confirmed. I don't like it, I said. It still feels like we're slipping down a slope we've been trying to avoid. You don't have to like it, but I ask that you understand. My actions were for the greater good. And maybe that's the problem, I thought. We were so focused on what needed to be done, I sometimes wondered if we were giving up something irreplaceable along her vaunted path. I hated that I could see their point. The meeting had just begun and I already wanted it to be over. So what now? It's been a week since his second trigger. What do we know about it? He didn't second trigger. That was just the narrative that advanced out goals the most. I was able to monitor him for the full duration of his captivity, and you know that my path gets muddled during a trigger event. Then he was hiding his abilities. Yes. Like I said, treat him like a little adult rather than a young boy. He had his relic pistol long before his kidnapping but did not tell the PRT so he could secure an emergency weapon for himself. I was unaware of his disintegration beam, however. That's... I didn't know what to think. I had to accept that an 8-year-old managed to dupe the Phoenix PRT. Director Lyons wasn't an idiot, so she must have noticed something, if not precisely how much he was holding back. She clearly saw no need to pursue the matter, however. Why? Fortuna had no trouble parsing the meaning behind my one-word question. Director Lyons believed that his sudden maturity and traumatic trigger event caused him to develop a highly paranoid personality. As such, she wanted to give him time to open up to her on his own. He grew close to the other wards in a short time, so she thought this approach was likely to be effective. Until you decided to upend the board, I said dryly. Quite, she said unapologetically, a ghost of a smile dancing on her lips. Fucking thinkers. Even when they were on my side. Sometimes, especially because they were on my side. So what can he do then? David asked exasperatedly. Is he useful against Sion or not? Very, Dr. Eva said. To this day, I still had no clue what sort of doctor she was, or if she was one at all. Petricite in particular will allow us to keep para-humans in reserve. Along with his potions, even if he never grows beyond what he is capable of now, he represents an enormous force multiplier. Can we use Petricite in lieu of the birdcage? Keith asked. Life sentence without chance for parole always rubbed my friend the wrong way. No, the cage was far worse than a life sentence. A life sentence at least included wardens and the promise of physical safety. There was none of that in the cage where villains ran the roost. To be honest, I couldn't say I disagreed. Both, Rebecca answered, it won't replace the birdcage. Too many para-humans are unaffected by Petricite shackles, and Rubeto cannot be expected to produce nothing but Petricite elixirs to quell tinkers. There will always be those who invite a birdcage sentence as well. However, Petricite represents a middle ground between the revolving door of normal prisons and the absolute life sentence of the birdcage. How about his alchemy? David demanded. We all knew where he was coming from. Eidolon, the strongest pillar of the Founders, was weakening. It wasn't common knowledge, and wouldn't be if Fortuna had anything to say about it, but he was. The Eden agent was, for whatever reason, dropping off in power. Then, almost as if by miracle, a new ward emerged who could craft powers. Can those elixirs be made permanent? Can they be used to recharge me? He didn't say, but was heard loud and clear. I wouldn't mind taking a look at a few vials myself, I admitted. It's not my specialization, but who knows. They cannot at this time be used to bolster your power as far as I am aware, Fortuna said, crushing his burgeoning hopes. And just like that, he lost all interest in the meeting. At this time. She nodded to me. I am not omniscient. The path shows me what I need to know in order to accomplish my objectives, but that does not mean I know everything that happens in the world at any given moment. This is true of Tinkertech as well. I can largely model your growth because of our close working relationship, but beyond Tinkertech that may be useful to kill Scion, I do not know what you will make next. I have a limited bandwidth and only so many things are worthy of my attention. In the case of Eidolon, his power remains a blind spot. I can model his behavior, but not the workings of his agent. How his agent may react to the mana generated by Rubedu is a mystery, though my models suggest that his elixirs will be ineffective at this time. Rubedu himself represents a unique challenge. I can see him on the path, but at each point of interaction, his power grows. He is one of a handful of para-humans whose power seemingly increases without limit, and not simply because he has been hiding his abilities from the PRT. Because of this, I know what he can build now. I do not know what he may build for anything outside the path's direct oversight. That makes him one of the most promising tinkers in the world. Quite, hero. So it may be possible that Rubedu can one day repower Eidolon, the doctor summed up. The best that we can do is to encourage his growth, which was partially what the Red Sands incident was about. Fine, moving on, what's the best way to develop Rubedu as a cape then? I really just wanted this to be over. I won't throw him into fights again and again if that's your idea, doctor. That would be far too crude. We need to rebrand and relocate young Andy anyway. I seized my chance. I volunteer. I can give him a safe environment and still have him grow as a tinker. Combat isn't the only drive for growth. Acceptable. He has much to learn from you. The path predicts that we can influence the effectiveness of Petri site by bringing him in contact with your second, Fortuna said with that same self-satisfied smile. It was incredible how she always managed to get what she wanted. Rebecca nodded in approval. I can keep an eye on him in DC as well. This will bring him further under our influence. The meeting progressed into a conversation about the path's current objectives. As always, the primary directive was the creation of more para-humans. Soon after, the meeting concluded. I left the base feeling conflicted all over again. Taking Andy under my wing was the best way to keep him safe, make sure he's not one more casualty tossed by the wayside in the name of the greater good, but it still left a bitter taste in my mouth. In the end, everything was for the sake of the path. X. 2000, August 27, Washington, D.C., USA. I kept up my smile as I walked away, fully aware that Andy could see me even with his back turned. Lunch with the young man was an experience. I read the psych reports. Rebecca briefed me. Stephen briefed me. And yet, I wasn't prepared for the enigma called Andy Kim. I went into that luncheon expecting a traumatized child. I assumed I would have to put up with an hour of hero worship, pun intended. I'd sign a few things, take a few pictures, and he'd babble on about his day while I nodded along. I'd have to dissuade him from building the biggest baddest robot he could in favor of something more pragmatic. Or maybe, I'd have to hold him as he dribbled snot on my armor, forced to act as a therapist I definitely wasn't equipped to replace. Andy did not talk like a child. It wasn't a matter of being precocious, I'd met plenty of precocious children. No, with him, there was an air of experience that was impossible to fake, a look in his eyes that demanded he be considered an equal. If I closed my eyes, I would never have pegged him as a boy of 8. The waitress who served my crab cake was less mature than him. He asked after my health, talked about my alma mater, was conscientious of his public persona, noticed eavesdroppers, cited his psychiatric reports to explain why he should be treated like an adult, and demonstrated incredible foresight and ambition in his project pipeline. Hell, he knew what a project pipeline was. That wasn't the thinking of an 8-year-old. The lunch felt more like an amiable meeting with Keith or Stephen than a chance to check up on a ward. What really sold it for me was the scope of his proposal. His goal wasn't just a portal device, because following WarpTech's example wasn't good enough apparently. His ultimate goal was a global network dedicated to emergency deployment of heroes and evacuation of civilians. A zero-casualty Endbringer event. I knew how he triggered. Few were the capes with the resolve to chase an Endbringer. Fewer still could potentially make good on that burning passion. It was a dream even I didn't dare entertain. As much as I could admire his dedication, it broke my heart to see it in someone so young. I guess I was still struggling to put his age past me because a small part of me wanted to steer him away from such an ambitious project. The same part of me that took Ward's fishing or to Disneyland wanted to keep him on street-level patrols. Maybe set him up with the Aerospace Museum so he could interact with the public. I wanted to shield him from the bitterness of failure, the crippling despair that inevitably crashes down on anyone who stands against an Endbringer. I wanted to tell him not to get his hopes up, that sacrifices were necessary, perhaps make some ambiguous promise about how we'll triumph one day. Perhaps if I steered him from such lofty goals, I could help him preserve that childish innocence for a while longer. A bigger part of me had asked, what innocence? He triggered from Leviathan's tsunami. The same had taken his father. He was kidnapped because of Fortuna's machinations. Only a month prior, he became a killer of a dozen people. Andy Kim wasn't innocent. I'd be doing a disservice holding him back, both to him and to Cauldron's goals. Cauldron came first. Sion's death came first. Everything else was secondary, even my conscience. If I needed to exploit an uncomfortably mature 8-year-old for the greater good, I knew I would. I'd hate myself and resent the circumstances I found myself in, but there was no other way. No other path. Author's note. Finally a look at Hero. I didn't have a name for him, so I went with Eugene. Don't ask why, I have no idea either. There isn't even a fanon name like Harun was called Cassie before Wildbow decided her name was Tammy. Nod toward, Battery explored Cauldron's main compound and found that it was somewhere around what should be the Ivory Coast. The compound stretches across multiple continents and its branches are only connected by doormakers, so she needed a GPS to get anywhere. The description reminds me a little of the Team Rocket hideouts from the Pokemon games with those teleporter pads that always led to a Master Ball surrounded by electrodes. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, your childhood sucked. More details on the path and Andy's role on it. Stephen Kajiya is Metal Maru. I mentioned his name literally just once, so I don't expect you to remember it. Ripples 4.9. 2000, August 28, Washington, D.C., USA. The last week of August also meant the start of my homeschooling experience. Though admittedly, Mom didn't exactly teach anything. The PRT had introduced her to several banks in Annandale, the closest thing the metro area had to K-Town. Because the city had so many Korean immigrants, being able to speak the language was mandatory, and she managed to snag a job at Hanmi Bank as a teller. It wasn't glamorous or particularly high-paying, but it was out of the way, in a good neighborhood, and did not impose too much on her time. Maybe I was seeing shadows where there were none, but I took her rapid employment as Cauldron's olive branch to me. I told myself that I would try to look at the big picture. Contessa had managed to use my kidnapping to advance the PRT's agenda immensely, to the point that my personal growth seemed almost an afterthought. Even so, I couldn't help but focus on myself and what Contessa was planning for me, if anything at all. As for my homeschool schedule, one Ms. Emily Kosker materialized seemingly out of thin air. I didn't know which hole Costa Brown dug her out from, but she apparently was a teacher for a few years before seeking a career as a budgeting analyst with the feds. Since then, she'd acquired a security clearance, high enough to be let in on my identity if not my past. Which meant she was cleared to know who I was and could sign off as a course administrator for my homeschooling schedule. I had a feeling that she was pulled from her budget team and voluntold to oversee my education. I hoped they were paying her overtime. By the end of the day, the chubby middle-aged woman left a little shell-shocked. No one told her I was that far advanced, I guess. She promised to look into testing so I could hopefully graduate early. There were some concerns about the legality of it all, but the state of Virginia had some different provisions for homeschooled students. Then came the discussion about what exactly I wanted to study and how it would look for an 8-year-old to be a high school graduate, but that was to be expected. In the end, she'd be presenting me with a series of math, literature, science, and history exams for each grade level to make sure I learned the material. Of these, I was really only worried about history. I read and wrote at a grad student's level. Math was a joke compared to the calculations needed for techmeturgy. Sciences? I could write a dissertation on any subject should I choose to delve into the World Rune. Was it a conflict of interest that a PRT-affiliated teacher was my course administrator? Definitely. Was anyone asking too many questions? Not if they wanted me in the lab as much as possible. Social interaction? I was homeschooled. What social interaction? All things considered, the PRT was adapting smoothly to my abnormal mental state. That wasn't to say Mom didn't have any say in my education. She, with Ms. Kosker's enthusiastic approval, tacked on Korean language and music lessons 3 days a week. To enrich my learning experience, Ms. Kosker had said. Really, Mom just wanted to spend time with me and I couldn't bear to deny her that. Back at the lab, I received an email from Brickhouse. He and Hero had a chat about my costume and they agreed that I would be going out on PR patrols anyway. After all, Hyunmi was supposed to be visible. Even if I only had my pistol, sobriety, and Hero's bodysuit, I couldn't be mistaken as anything other than a ward, and the suit alone looked nice enough or they wouldn't have let me debut in the first place. They agreed that seeing me start from nothing then grow into a tinker persona would be best for my image. So, seeing how both of my bosses were in harmony, I had no choice but to join Verdayer for a lap around the National Mall. Hello, Verdayer, I greeted with a polite bow. The two of us were standing outside the Eisenhower Executive Office building, the building directly west of the White House. We were already attracting people's attention. This was an extremely tourist-heavy neighborhood, plenty of people visited every day to take pictures of famous buildings, not least of which was the White House. "Hello, Hyun Mu. I see you've added some new inventions," he said. His voice had that rumble honk of a stag that was hard to place. Still clearly audible, but it made me wonder how much of his vocal cord were served. He also spoke a bit louder than strictly necessary so he could be overheard. I did. With a gesture, I sent the Emilo hovering to his side. "Please meet Emilo. It is a drone tuned to my biorhythm. Very pretty. What does it do?" We began walking south, a small but not inconspicuous trail of tourists following behind us. "It is my flashlight," I said brightly. "I only jest. It is also a tool which keeps me focused longer. Imagine it like coffee, but without the caffeine addiction and turned to only work for me." "Hey, that's pretty cool. It's a big shift from your laser gun." "It is. I am slowly discovering my specialization. I also made a shield. It seemed only fitting given my name." The two of us made for an odd sight. His 6'6" height towered over my own 4 and change even without his added antlers. With them, the guy could have easily posed as a small tree. He did, in fact. It was a bit of an ongoing game for Verdayer to hide in Theodore Roosevelt Island off the Potomac and dare children and parents to find him before anyone else. The monthly game of hide and seek made him one of the most popular case 53s in the nation. A few minutes later, we stopped at a hot dog stand that served classic New York-style dogs, boiled in suspiciously murky water instead of grilled. We intentionally took our time to eat and connect with the community, which really just meant signing a few autographs and letting people touch my relic pistol. Some of the parents were a little nervous, but we reassured them that because the gun was attuned to my unique biorhythm, no one could fire it but me. Biorhythms. Like anyone knew what the hell those were. Pseudo-scientific jargon was amazing at explaining things without explaining anything. Bullshit, but convenient bullshit. If that's what it took to get the public used to seeing a ward open carrying, then that's what it took. Seriously, there was a small pamphlet titled Science Why Things You Can Tell Civvies to Avoid Long Explanations They Won't Understand Anyway that was basically a list of meaningless sound bites that sounded tinker tech-why but was vaguely sensible to the average person. It was written as a joke by Warp Tech before he transferred out years ago but still made the rounds for a good chuckle once in a while. Metalmaru included it in my introductory packet. That thing came in surprisingly handy at times. Our path took us from the Eisenhower building south to the Lincoln Monument where I had my debut. From there, we made a tour of the National Mall and its varying memorials, starting with a walk around the tidal basin. The Franklin Roosevelt and Thomas Jefferson memorials were around the waterfront. Somewhere along the way, Verdayer turned to the gathering tourists and began talking about the history of the tidal basin and the monuments, turning our patrol into a guided tour. He was a good speaker and had clearly done this before. I found myself wishing this was back in February so I could see the sakura trees in bloom. Yes, sakura trees. Apparently, there was a petition from one Mrs. Eliza Sidmore as early as the 1880s to plant these Japanese trees on the National Mall. She was a bit of a globetrotter and fell in love with these trees during her visit to Japan, so much so that she approached every new superintendent for 24 years with the idea. Eventually, the movement grew to involve one First Lady Taft and the mayor of Tokyo. Even today, there was an annual cherry blossom festival as well as a 10-mile run during peak bloom. After that spontaneous history lesson, we circled up to the Washington Monument where Verdayer took several pictures in front of the monument, positioned so it looked like he was charging the monument horns first. Then came a winding trek that saw us through several Smithsonian museums. Some smart aleck asked me to explain jet propulsion because tinkers know science things. The impromptu lecture on aerodynamics forced me to draw on Corky and Dr. Heimerdinger's knowledge but I managed to shut him up and leave a nerdy video recording for posterity. The trip wouldn't have taken more than an hour and a half at a leisurely walk, all the monuments were fairly close together, but the constant press of tourists kept our pace slow. We were turning north to the National Gallery of Art and back towards HQ when we heard someone shout through a megaphone. Gather round, for the greatest show in the city," shouted a college-aged Asian man in a crisp, black tux. He also wore a white domino mask, a crimson bow tie, white felt gloves, and a top hat. In his hand was a cane. Next to him were two more men in sharp tuxedos. One had a far more elaborate mask that covered much of his face and another was short and rotund with both an obviously fake Monopoly Man-style mustache and an honest-to-God monocle. He took a seat on a hard light chair that seemingly materialized from nothing. I wondered how they could stand to wear tuxedos in the middle of August. That truly had to be a superpower. The three men were standing on the steps of the gallery and drawing quite the crowd with their antics. Above them, a squad of 8 drones hovered. 4 shone down spotlights that had an obvious tinker tech component. It was the middle of the day but the lights still shone brightly without being blinding. They even seemed to have a minor entrancing effect, almost as though they were whispering, "Don't look away." 2 more drones created hard light curtains to frame their impromptu stage. The final two hovered at Monopoly Man's side, presumably for self-defense or some future stunt. Ah, fuck, Verdaer grumbled lowly before speaking into his mic. Console, we've got stage crew. National Gallery of Art. Should we engage? Negative, came the static-filled response. Back off and we'll see what Prestige has planned for us. I racked my brain for the dossiers I'd been given. Prestige, Masquerade, and Showbiz of stage crew, correct? I was told they are villainous rogues. Are they a threat? Right. They're mostly harmless but make a habit of putting on shows and taking donations from tourists. Nodding, I readied my shield. Agent Mitchell, wards have engaged them in the past. You're not ready yet, Hyun Mu, he told me. You haven't worked with any of the wards before. I had to remind myself that he almost certainly didn't know me. That I was rebranded Rubedu? He might have the clearance to know that much. That I murdered 12 people and had enough firepower in the back of my hand to write those 3 into the history section? Probably above his pay grade. From his perspective, he was keeping a fresh ward from getting in over his head. I took several steps back and merged into the gathering crowd. It would be very much against my kayfabe to go against orders. Understood, sir. I will be on standby. Thank you. Verdaer, wait for Brickhouse and Gold Rush. Hyun Mu, this will be a good chance to see how they operate. ETA 10 minutes. Park police have been notified. They'll begin herding people back to give us some space. 10 minutes? That alone told me everything I needed to know about the PRT's assessment of the 3 before me. There was no way in hell that such a delay would be permitted against anyone actually dangerous. Washington, D.C. had its own Uber and Leet, it seemed. I understand, sir. I took stock of everything I had going for me. I had a packet of a dozen health potions turned into pills as well as pill variants of both elixirs. If pressed, Time Warp Tonic would also grant me a burst of speed. And of course, the Blitz Shield, Sobriety, and Relic Pistol were holstered at my side. I doubted things would escalate to lethal levels, but I also had all 3 charges of my Minion Dematerializer as well as my Hex Flash. A blast of ice magic should also prove useful in the right circumstance. It'd mean tipping my hand so I wouldn't use it unless I had no other options, but it was comforting to know that I was better armed than most SWAT teams. Satisfied that I could salvage the situation if things got bad, I settled down to watch the show. Thank you, thank you. It's always nice to hear such a welcoming reception. And look, we even have 2 of the wards in the audience, the man with the top hat, Prestige, called. 2 spotlight drones took that as their cue and pointed us out. People backed away, leaving me alone. A few feet away, Verdaer received the same treatment. Play along and try to be humorous, the agent on call told us. They want a reaction out of you, so let them play their tricks until they do something blatantly dangerous. Hyun Mu, withdraw further if you can. Yes, sir, I heard Verdaer rumble. Louder, he said. You carry on, Prestige. I'll just be a deer and watch for a bit. Prestige groaned exaggeratedly. Well, it's a good thing you're a hero, Verdaer. You have no future as a comic. Maybe, but I won't turn green over it, my senior drawled, much. Up on stage, I could see the 3 men crack a smile. All right, can we hear from the littlest ward, please? How's DC? Greetings, Prestige of stage crew. I am learning much, I said respectfully. Mambo sauce is too sweet. People from Maryland cannot drive. The subway is, as you Americans say, on fire. Quite literally, oftentimes. This is a truly fascinating city. Ha! Dry wit's the best kind of wit. Bravo, Turtle Boy. Now, let's get on with the show. He waved and the tallest, skinniest man with the elaborate mask, stepped forward. How is everyone this afternoon? I'm Masquerade and we're going to start things off simple. I'm going to need someone to volunteer to come up on stage with me. Yes, you, the pretty lady over there. A girl no older than 18 skipped onto the stage. I'm going to read your mind, he told her. Okay, what am I thinking? She snarked back. That I am the most roguishly handsome man you've ever met in your life. Whatever retort she was going to say was drowned out. Or that you think I'm really weird and kind of creepy. See, everybody? Mind reading. Ooh, a few voices called from the crowd, proving that idiots will call out even villains with no regard for self-preservation. Thankfully, I saw 2 pairs of the DC Park Police begin to herd people away. They weren't getting much done, but even a bit of extra room would be nice if things came to a head. To his credit, Masquerade played off the hecklers and laughed along. Haha, alright, fine, fine. Let's get serious. For those of you who don't know, my name is Masquerade and I am a mentalist, someone who can read minds and peel back the mask on any falsehood. So, here's what's going to happen. You and I are going to have a conversation. It can be about anything you want, absolutely any subject at all. We'll have a chat and your goal is to lie to me. Okay, my name is Sarah. It's Jamie, but good, exactly like that. What? I felt her heartbeat quicken. She's not a plant in the audience, I'm used to myself. That must mean he's very confident. He's either a very good mentalist or he's a thinker. Probably both given the context. Masquerade grinned and pulled out his wallet. It looked pretty thick. If, throughout this conversation, you can sneak a single lie past me, I'll give you everything in this wallet. If you can't. How about a kiss from the lovely lady? The brunette, Jamie, seemed intrigued. You're on. You can start talking about anything at all. Okay, so I'm a freshman at Georgito. You're a junior in high school, but nice try. My favorite class is marching band. She waited expectantly to see if he'd call her out. Seeing nothing, she continued. I play the French horn. In the off-season, I'm also a part of the drama club. You're part of the orchestra. You must be very talented, Jamie. She scowled. Damn. Okay, I have 3 cats. Do we know what Masquerade's power actually is? I whispered into my comms. Not the specifics, but he does this often enough. He likes to get people to lie to him then tell them the real information, came the reply. He's mostly harmless. EDA 7 minutes. Just hold out for a while longer. Yes, sir. After a few minutes of that, he sent her back down with a few $100 in cash. He then tossed someone in the crowd a marker and told them to tell him a random statement, truth or lie. That marker was passed around popcorn style for audience participation. Finally, someone tossed it my way. Alright, let's see if the youngest hero can lie to me, Masquerade said confidently. Come on, little hero, tell me something. I rolled my eyes. By now, it was fairly clear what his power was. Like any magic trick, it stopped being mysterious if you showed it off a few dozen times. I decided to fuck with him a little. Truth or lie? My life goal is to murder God, I said, face flat as a board. Hyun Mu, the agent admonished me. I could just about see the cogs turning in Masquerade's brain. Logic was telling him that there was no way in hell that this was true. By appearance, I was 10 at the very oldest. The idea of God was a nebulous concept at best. By its very definition, God wasn't an entity who could be murdered at all. A child shouldn't have a life goal in the first place, at best a whimsical wish like I want to be an astronaut, certainly not the kind of resolve I spoke with. Everything about that statement should logically be false, but Masquerade's power wasn't answering him, which implied it was true. Cogs were turning, spinning faster and faster until I almost expected steam to start pouring out of his ears. He flinched back and cradled his head, a thinker headache rampaging inside his skull like a bull in a china shop. Ow! I got up on stage and wordlessly took another of the wallets he'd been dangling as a prize, my victory obvious. Hey, 200, not bad, I chuckled to myself before tossing it into the crowd somewhere. Privately, I couldn't lie to myself. After resigning myself to being vulnerable to Contessa's shenanigans for a while longer, there was not a little schadenfreude at causing a thinker to short-circuit like that. How'd you do that? Some kid asked as I got back to my place near the stage. Mentalism is not a superpower, I told him in my heavy accent. It is the art of understanding the mind, discovering truths inside others. It appears that my truth is greater than his. So how? I shrugged with a mischievous grin. Knowledge is like fruit. It is all the sweeter if you grow the tree with your own hands. He huffed but turned his attention back to the stage. Being a fortune cookie stereotype might be fun after all. Author's note. Stage crew is a very low-risk kind of villain team. They're here because I wanted to show something low-risk and more or less consequence-free before I get anywhere specific. Brockton Bay canonically has a civilian population of 350,000. DC has about twice that. Though DC is a much safer city than Brockton, not that that's saying much, it wouldn't be out of the question for DC to have 9 Protectorate members, Hero, Metal Maru, Blue Song, Pyrotechnical, Glossé, Arms Master, Zero Day, Wonderland, and Outreach. For reference, Brockton Bay had 7 Protectorate members at the start of Cannon, Arms Master, Miss Militia, Assault, Battery, Dauntless, Velocity, and Triumph with Challenger being a recent transfer out. I am firmly of the opinion that Earthbet has its share of responsible adults. The problem is that they're all in the wrong place doing the wrong things. Turns out, your efforts can be morally righteous and still be horribly misplaced. Ripples 4.10. 2000, August 28, Washington, D.C., USA. The show went like that for a while. To their credit, stage crew did an excellent job of adapting to an inebriated member. Prestige did a few card tricks and Showbiz told some jokes to buy a few minutes for Masquerade to recover and continue his act. He returned eventually and called up a few more people, guessed someone's PIN number for their credit card, and did other neat tricks to prime the audience for the flashier act to come. He notably stopped calling on me. Eventually, he bowed out and took a step back, one of Showbiz's drones turning into a hard light chair for him to sit on. Masquerade is pretty great, isn't he? Give him another round of applause. Oh, and Percy, you gotta change that PIN number, man, Prestige said, taking center stage again to some laughter. With the flick of his wrist, a dove appeared from his sleeve. Now, keep your eye on the bird. The bird turned into a sparkler. Then the sparkler became a bouquet of flowers he tossed into the crowd. At the very edge of my senses, I saw Brickhouse and Gold Rush pull up. Brickhouse seemed a tad out of breath, though our resident speedster looked just dandy. Verdayer, Brickhouse, and Gold Rush are here, I spoke under my breath. Thanks, came Agent Mitchell's sheepish response. I may have gotten caught up in the show. Let me patch you all through. Mic check. Brickhouse here. Gold Rush. Verdayer. Hyun Mew. Great. Hyun Mew, sit back and watch, he reminded me. Brickhouse, show's yours. Thank you, sir, my leader said. We're on the roof. Up on stage, Showbiz handed Prestige a large tablecloth that he shook, causing a dining table to appear. That alone wasn't impossible with clever mirrors and the right set of pulleys, but in front of the National Art Gallery? I somehow doubted they came here the previous night to set up the necessary equipment. A tap of his cane caused a set of fine china to materialize on top in full view of the audience. What was Prestige's power again? I asked. That wasn't it. It's inorganic transmutation based on mass. Striker medium, Verdayer told me. That was Showbiz. Showbiz might be the most versatile tinker in the city, with only Hero matching him. He handles everything from lights and camera work to sound and props. Is he a tinker with a stagehand focus? That's how he uses his power, but we don't really know much more than that. Yeah, they're really good at tricking the viewer. It's hard to tell what's their power and what's just really good sleight of hand sometimes, Gold Rush added. We even had to hire magicians to help us isolate what is and is not a trick. A few more tricks. The dining table was covered then turned into a birdcage as the tablecloth was pulled away. The bird that became a sparkler reappeared with the snap of his fingers. It went into the cage, only for the cage to vanish at the next swish of the cloth. I had to give him some credit, he was a genuinely engaging performer who focused as much on keeping up a constant string of jokes and repartee as flashy tricks. Now for the grand finale, Prestige raised his voice. In his hand was the tablecloth he'd been throwing about all day. If I had to guess, the cloth was a dimensional storage device made by Showbiz and everything else was some very sneaky fingers, though I couldn't be sure. Can I get one last volunteer? How about you, good sir? Yes, you, the jolly fellow in the front with 2 kids. Kids, you think daddy can help me out a little? Yeah. I heard them shout, tugging their dad forward. The man who came forward wasn't fat per se, though he did have a bit of a beer belly. He wore a Hawaiian shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, the picture of a tourist. Prestige flipped his tablecloth into the air and it settled over something that wasn't there a moment ago. As for what the finale is, he pulled it away with his typical flourish to reveal an ornate coffin decked out in Gothic angels. Its edges were glowing with an eerie light. With the snap of his fingers, the tablecloth folded itself into a wicked-looking saw. Let's stick to the classics, shall we? Sir, please get inside the box. Who knows? You might even come out again, he joked. Go. The agent on call sounded firm despite the static. Yes, sir, Brickhouse grunted. On 3, 2, 1. Plenty of people considered Brickhouse to be the tank of the group, a mobile fortress for his team to rally around. And this was true, but it was a mistake to think that the Terrakinetic couldn't pile on the speed if the situation called for it. Out at the edge of my vision, I saw Brickhouse stamp his foot, creating a concrete pillar that rocketed out of the rooftop. At his best, the earth he created could be launched at speeds a little slower than a car on the freeway, roughly 53 miles per hour. He wasn't going all out, but the pillar still had enough kinetic energy to launch him from the roof, clear over the drones that made up the hard light curtains, and onto the stage. The brickwork panels he wore shifted at his command to his feet even as a ramp rose up to meet him, allowing him to skid across the stage and between the tourist and Prestige. It looked impressive, but I had to wonder how he could bleed off that much energy using only varieties of stone. A normal person would have fractured their legs at the very minimum, definitely some shard-enabled bullshit on his part. Gold Rush, her brunette ponytail flying behind her, raced to his side in a yellow streak. Thanks to the curtains in the way, I was the only one who saw her race down the side of the gallery, dashing on a Roman pillar as though it were flat ground. If I had to put a number on it, I would have guessed her speed to be approaching 90 miles an hour. She wasn't the Flash or anything, but she was far faster than most could hope to keep up with. She left behind a visible light trail, almost like smudged paint or a camera that couldn't quite keep up. I found it a little funny that I could see her power's effects despite it not being a physical manifestation. Verdaer was slowest to arrive despite his closer proximity. His lumbering form and 2 pairs of branch-like antlers were impossible to ignore. The crowd wisely began to back away. It's rude to interrupt a show, you know, Prestige scowled. Show's over, stage crew. You can't use untested tinker tech on tourists, especially not to cut them apart, Brickhouse snapped. He consented. Besides, Showbiz's tech is perfectly safe. He came up here before you revealed your finale. Surrender and don't make this worse for yourselves. Worse? We're not breaking any laws, Showbiz huffed. You're breaking the city busking laws for one. I somehow doubt you have a license. More importantly, we can't let you use untested tinker tech on dangerous stunts, our leader repeated. You're also wanted for multiple counts of theft, including grand larceny, which is a felony crime. You really want to do this here? Masquerade taunted. See the crowd? Everyone was having a good time until you showed up on your high horse, Brickhouse. Hell, even your game animal and the pint size over there were enjoying the show. We were, until you went too far, Verdaer rumbled. Yeah, whatever. The 2 parties stared each other down even as Verdaer herded the father back to his children. I fingered my pistol but did as told, better to watch than enter and force them into a confrontation. I stepped away from the tourists a little ways and made to stand perpendicular to a cop car. If I had to, I wanted to catch them in a crossfire with the fuzz. I was happy to see that a van of PRT troopers had shown up during the festivities. 4 troopers stepped out and I couldn't help but think that it was a bit light for backup against an established Cape team. They weren't carrying even half the loadout I was used to seeing in Phoenix. What's the goal with them? I asked, dropping the accent. Arrest them then, what? They haven't killed anyone and respect the unwritten rules. They'll be rebranded and relocated to a different city where they can hopefully use their powers more productively. I rolled my eyes. How typical of the PRT. Understood, I said, voice clipped. All motivation I had to actually catch them vanished and my pistol went back into its holster. This wasn't about putting bad people in jail, but about getting extra bodies as heroes. A worthy cause perhaps, but I wasn't down with the press ganging. Unless someone was about to die, I resolved myself to not intervene. I wasn't being ordered to after all. If Hero asked later, I was just obeying orders and learning more about teamwork. Now how about we all just pack up and go our separate ways? Showbiz tried to be the mediator. We do need a busking license, but hey, no one really cares about that. We haven't actually done anything dangerous today. Today, Gold Rush stressed. You 3 are a menace. Sweetheart, you wound us, he gasped. Don't call me sweetheart. Enough. Stop letting them set the pace, Verdaer said. 2 of the 8 drones Showbiz had shined the look at me spotlights down on the wards and rogues. The drones manning the curtains cut the projections and joined the other 4. 6 drones behind Showbiz, I warned. They might be getting ready to cut and run. Brickhouse nodded but didn't respond. Instead, he squared his shoulders and took a wider stance. Last chance, he warned. I think it's about time for us to leave, don't you? Prestige drawled to his comrades. We've worn out our welcome. Seems like it, Masquerade eyed me cautiously. And you? Hyun Mew, was it? I'll figure you out next time. I snorted. That was unlikely. Showbiz snapped his fingers and the 2 spotlight drones descended, turning the harsh lights onto my teammates. At the same time, the 6 drones behind him burst into action. 2 of them began spewing smoke and irritants while 4 created hard light constructs. Stage prop walls that were usually made of painted cardboard. Chairs. Even a giant cube with question marks on each face. Anything and everything that could reasonably show up as a gimmick emerged and launched themselves towards the heroes. The drones then compressed into palm-sized discs and tucked themselves in a pouch on Showbiz's lower back. The crowd reacted predictably. Most of them ran away from the irritating smoke, but 1 in 10 of them stuck around to keep recording. This no longer surprised me about Earthbet, but my faith in the survival of my species died a little more each time I saw shit like this. The 3 rogues dashed away from the wards. My teammates were still trying to blink the spots from their eyes when Showbiz whipped a goddamn invisibility cloak out of his ass. It was a rich burgundy but faded into transparency with a flick of his wrist. I stood there narrating for the PRT agent on comms. Showbiz has an invisibility cloak of some kind. He covered himself and his teammates. They are not moving very quickly. Should I give chase? Where? Gold Rush demanded. Northeast. To your right. Other right. Turn. Turn a little more. There. She shot off almost before I could finish. The problem was, she had no idea how far she had to go before running into them and she was still blinking away the flash and smoke, so she ran headfirst into what had to be Prestige's back. Hey! Gah! Ow! What the hell? The four of them got tangled into the cloak and rolled like a cartoon dust cloud before crashing painfully into a tree. Somewhere in the scuffle, stage crew's invisibility cloak fell away. When did our patrol turn into a comedy routine? I heard Brickhouse moan. This is fine, at least we can see them now, Verdayer added. I sighed. I now knew precisely why only wards were ever sent out against stage crew. These guys were jokes. Both sides. I had no doubt that they could be more dangerous if they wanted to be, but it was clear that both parties were playing with kid gloves. Suddenly the civilians with video cameras made more sense. Brickhouse tapped his feet and stone walls encircled all four downed capes. A moment later, Gold Rush dashed out of the makeshift jail by running straight up the wall. Well, that's a wrap. Good job, Brickhouse, Agent Mitchell said. Verdayer, Hyun Mew, continue your route. Brickhouse, Gold Rush, join the troopers and escort the prisoners to base. Yes, sir, we said together. But before we could do anything else, I saw Prestige lay a single hand on the wall and the wall turned to so much melted wax. He walked out at the head of the three rogues with an irritated frown on his face. Now that was you, whoa. Before he could get his quip in, Gold Rush dashed forward and decked Showbiz in the face. Her form was mediocre at best and she wasn't leveraging her speed nearly as well as she could, but her speed was still enough to send the much heavier man reeling. Frankly, I was surprised she managed to not break her own wrist. She had to have a brute power of some sort, maybe some biological toughness that compensated for her mover rating. Gold Rush. Don't go in without us, Brickhouse chided. Not the time, leader, Verdayer rumbled as he lowered his horns. He growled but began to snap out orders. Gold, containment. Run circles around them. She did as told, running fast enough that she touched the edge of her own trail. Since the trail of light wasn't a physical object, Prestige couldn't touch it and turn it into something else. It was honestly a clever strategy for containment. Anyone could pass through, but their movement would be slowed relative to Gold Rush's own speed, making running them down a trivial task. So, Prestige did the only thing he could. He held out his hand and waited until a finger brushed her costume as she dashed by. He pulled his hand back with a wince, even if it wasn't a direct hit, 100 miles an hour wasn't a joke. Still, the damage was done. She skidded to a stop and crouched low to cover herself as the torso of her costume turned into chains that tried to trip her up. Kaye! She shrieked as she crouched on the ground to cover up her sudden wardrobe malfunction. Showbiz! Prestige shouted. On it! Their tinker hurled everything he had in his hidden cache. All 8 drones flew at Brickhouse and Verdayer. Brickhouse chucked several stone spears, spearing 3 out of the air in an impressive display of marksmanship. Verdayer began his charge and his antlers caught another 2 even as they tried to evade, breaking them apart like matchsticks. But that was the only distraction they needed because Showbiz waved his wonder cape and conjured a human-sized cabinet, one with 3 doors and multiple slots that could be used to insert swords. Inside. I watched the last of stage crew disappear into the cabinet, the remaining drones following after them, just as Verdayer reached them, rendering their magic box into splinters and sparkling wires. I paid no heed to the ongoing dialogue and lamented the fact that we couldn't get a single working sample of Tinker Tech. If I knew how his shard bent space, I might be able to improve the constraints of flash traption. When I came back into focus, Brickhouse had created an earthen screen for Gold Rush to hide behind. I was glad to see that the park police were already confiscating phones. This likely raised their rap sheet from larceny to include sexual assault, however accidental. At the very least, Prestige would likely be threatened with the charge. Her being a minor, the police weren't taking no for an answer from any onlookers. The 4 of us were gathered in a meeting room in the ward's wing alongside Agent Jeremy Mitchell, our communications officer, and Outreach, one of the available members of the Protectorate. Agent Mitchell looked like a shaved bear, with a beard as large as my head. Outreach wore a skin-tight bodysuit that in my opinion showed altogether too much. It was white with a blue hand reaching out from his chest done in some pigment that seemed to glow. The hand-themed hero was one of the 2 non-tinker members of the District Protectorate. He could fire bolts of light that struck with variable force. Anything hit by his blasts could be pushed or pulled relative to his position. Welcome back, kids, he said with a smile. He had a good smile, friendly and warm without appearing condescending. Made sense, with a name like Outreach, he was often a shoo-in for participation in charity events. It made him exceedingly well-liked, but also very vanilla, as though no one expected much of him beyond reading to children at the library, not that there was anything wrong with that. Sir, Brickhouse nodded with tired sigh. Verdayer, Gold Rush and I took a seat next to our leader. The only one out of costume was Gold Rush who had gotten changed into a hero-themed hoodie. She still wore the mask though. It's always good to start from the top, so let's hear it from you. What happened in your words? That prompted Verdayer rehashing our patrol and how we encountered them. He mentioned how we decided to take a wait-and-see approach at the prompting of Agent Mitchell, after which reinforcements were called because I was deemed unfit for actual fieldwork. That still rankled, but I let it pass. If that was an example of actual fieldwork by their standards, I was happy to be left out. Sour grapes. Verdader's narration ended at the arrival of Brickhouse and Gold Rush. Hold on, Verdader, Outreach stopped him. Hyun Mew, how exactly did you see your teammates arrive? I have a pill that grants temporary pericognition, I replied with my standard refrain. My field of vision expands spherically up to 100 meters or 164 feet. Right, did any of you know this? I did, Brickhouse said. It's in his file, sir. I didn't, Gold Rush pouted, still sulking from her run-in with Prestige. No one got an eyeful or anything, but she wouldn't be getting over it anytime soon. Verdader. I knew he had enhanced senses because I saw him react to tourists and obstacles during our patrol that he shouldn't have been able to see, but I admit I haven't read his file in any real depth either. That's a mistake. Correct it, Outreach said sternly. Not knowing what your teammate can bring to the table is unacceptable, especially for a tinker. Their files get updated practically on the weekly. He wasn't even allowed to do anything, Gold Rush huffed. Yes, Agent Mitchell chimed in. But that was on the grounds that none of the wards were used to working with Hyun Mew. That you had no idea he had enhanced senses only proves my point. You kids get it, so I won't say any more on the matter. Now, Brickhouse, why did you go in? I went in on Agent Mitchell's directions, sir. We decided that the risk of pitched combat was low and that letting stage crew use untested tinker tech for a potentially fatal magic trick was riskier than trying to take them down. Good. Now let's hear about the fight itself. Brickhouse. Showbiz used his drones to make some kind of irritating smoke and bright light that somehow didn't interfere with each other. He then pulled out an invisibility cloak. Hyun Mew was able to see them through the cloak. Gold Rush chased them but tripped and collapsed with all three of them. I then trapped them all in a stone cylinder that Gold Rush ran out of. Prestige dismantled the wall by turning it into wax. Gold Rush decked Showbiz. She then ran circles to keep them in her trail. Showbiz used his drones to distract Verdader and me. Then, Gold Rush had an accident, and then they got away in some kind of teleporter box that Showbiz pulled out. Asshole did it on purpose, our mover grumbled. I'm going to kill him. Let's not plan first degrees. We're still a law enforcement agency last I checked, Outreach said dryly. We'll have to make sure that doesn't happen next time. He'll also have his rap sheet updated. Gold Rush leaned back into her seat with a huff. Good. Now, let's talk about powers. What exactly did you notice about them that we didn't know previously? Oh. Hyun Mew was able to fool Masquerade's thinker power. Any idea how you did that? Mitchell asked. Anything that can mess with a thinker is very valuable. I nodded. I'd thought about how I wanted to phrase this on the way back. I do. He used his power to play that lying game so many times that it was pretty easy to figure out what his power did. If he hears a false statement, his power tells him what the truth is. Or something very close to that. We already knew that. Right. So I said that my life's goal was to kill God and his power registered it as true. I mostly said that because I thought it'd get under his skin, but I think there are two possibilities for why my little prank worked. First, I'm not religious. Or rather, I think there is a God out there, but I don't ascribe to a concrete faith. Because the world God is a nebulous idea, to kill God with a capital G is likewise an equally ambiguous notion to me. It could be that since I don't really know what I want myself, his power was unable to provide him an answer. In essence, it was a more elaborate version of saying, this statement is false. He then took that silence as truth. That's very well thought out, Outreach said. What was the other possibility? I waved and my Amilo glowed. This. The details are a little complicated, but it's an anti-master tool that's synced to my unique biorhythm. There could have been an unexpected power interaction that kept him from reading me. This would be because his power enhances his cold reading capabilities. Honestly? It could easily be a mix of both possibilities. Or just me trolling him with some harsh truths, I thought, amused. I couldn't wait to fuck with Tattletale. 2010 couldn't come fast enough in that regard. You said it was light-based caffeine during our patrol, Verdader noted. I lied. It's an anti-master ball. If masters don't know I can counter them, having it might let me catch them by surprise. And how do we know you're not lying now? You really shouldn't be able to lie so easily. Ask Hero, I said with a shrug. It is as I said. I have no reason to lie to my teammates. Only to the public. Absolutely. I thought Verdader lost a bit of respect he had for me. Regrettable, but I stood by my decision. Outreach finished taking notes of the encounter. We then moved on to Prestige, though there were no changes from his extant dossier. Showbiz, however, had debuted a few new inventions that we didn't know about before, namely the invisibility cloak and a more robust hard light drone. Apparently, he had used the look at me spotlights as distraction while the rest of stage crew robbed a bank in the past. Good, this is all good information for next time, the Protectorate hero encouraged. Now the hard part, what did you do wrong? The room was silent. I didn't think it was my place to criticize, so I remained mum. Agent Mitchell clearly wanted to see what they had to say for themselves, so likewise kept his peace. And the rest were teenagers, self-reflection was never going to be a strength of theirs. After a minute of the awkwardness, Brickhouse bit the bullet and spoke up. I didn't react in time. No, I wasn't a good enough leader, he admitted sourly. We were there watching their magic show for several minutes before their finale. I should have taken the time to prepare. I should have told Gold Rush to circle behind them and cut off their escape. Verdaire and I should have hit them from different sides. We had the time to plan and I wasted it. It's not all on you, Brick, Gold Rush said. I'm the one who ran in head first. Twice. Just. Showbiz, ugh. What's your problem with the guy? You looked like you were out for blood, I asked. He's a sanctimonious hypocrite. He seemed alright though? He didn't do anything egregious that I could tell. That's because you're new, Brickhouse filled me in. He's a lot more polished now, but he wasn't always. In one of his first acts, he made a ring of fire that malfunctioned. It got a friend of hers hurt. And he still pretends it wasn't his fault. She exclaimed. He goes on about how they're gentlemen thieves and how they don't hurt anyone. Bullshit. I held my hands before me placatingly. Okay, he's not a good guy. His inventions can be dangerous but not enough for a Protectorate response. Brickhouse sighed. Yab. He's very polished now and some of his antics are funny, but not all. Back to the debrief, Outreach tapped his pencil. Verdaire. We should have involved Hyunmu more, he rumbled. He could see through their invisibility but only Gold Rush followed him on it. You have a point. None of the wards are familiar with what he can do, but that doesn't mean he's helpless. Brickhouse, you plan for at least 2 weekly training sessions between the 4 of you. Yes, sir. We already train Monday and Wednesday in the afternoon. I'll be there, I promised. But 4? What about Whiteout? He doesn't train with us because he's usually on information security detail, my leader explained. He gets told to shadow ambassadors and whatnot. I think he might have the highest security clearance out of all of us. And he's a smug jerk about it, Gold Rush huffed. Enough, Outreach chided. You will not badmouth a teammate. If that's everything, I think we can break for the afternoon. I left with yet another obligation, but one I'd gladly uphold. While it was time away from tinkering, I was lacking in actual combat experience. There is only so much image training could do for me. I already had a solid foundation, it was time I started building on it. Author's note. A bit longer than expected, but I wanted to wrap up stage crew's intro scene. I won't lie, I'm not too happy with it. Maybe it's because I'm having a bit of trouble inserting a bit of levity and low-risk combat in an otherwise serious arc. Or maybe I'm just bad at writing fight scenes. Either way, if you as the readers felt a bit exasperated with stage crew and the district wards, you were supposed to. Andy's personal priority is obviously saving Hero. From the perspective of a protagonist who knows the stakes are high, a fight like this can't help but seem like an unnecessary distraction. Alas, bureaucracy is bureaucracy and there is a limit to how little Andy can show himself in public. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Ripples 4.11. 2000, August 29, Washington, D.C., USA. I kicked up towards my imagined opponent's throat, really closer to their solar plexus considering my height, and spun with my own momentum, jumping into a flying knee towards what would be the small of his chin. Landing in a soundless crouch, I turned the downward momentum into a leg sweep before tucking my feet under me and rising with a cleaving elbow towards the kidney. All 4 strikes took less than 3 seconds. Fast for a normal person, barely adequate for an acolyte of the Shojin Monastery, a disciple of Wuju, or a student of Suma's. Panting, I allowed my breath to calm and the mana flowing within my veins to still. The ice relaxed me, washing my frustrations away as my mind was covered in new snow. No, I couldn't allow myself to get frustrated. Progress would come with time. I was already excellent for a child. I knew for a fact that the masters I tried so hard to emulate spent decades honing their crafts. It was still cold comfort. I looked at the clock without turning my head. 6:30 in the morning. Mom would wake up soon. On cue, I heard her alarm begin to chime as I settled in to meditate facing the sun. There was no specific reason for it. I couldn't even see the sun from the living room, nor would it have mattered given my oracles. In the end, I was a creature of habit and Master Yi had Wukong meditate this way. Greet the dawn with a clear mind. Let your meditation harden your resolve for the trials of the day, he'd said. If it was good enough for the Monkey King, it was good enough for me. The living room was an odd mix of modern sensibilities and my own workout needs. We didn't have a coffee table, but we did have a sofa and TV so Mom could watch her Korean dramas and relax after work. Instead of the coffee table, we had a large, roll-up mat that I would roll out each morning to practice on. We did have very good blackout curtains though, wouldn't want any nosy neighbors peering in on my sessions. I breathed in and felt Mom begin to putter about in the kitchen. This was my solution for Mom insisting on checking in on me during the night. I woke up earlier so I could greet her instead. Good morning, Mom, I said, legs crossed and eyes still closed. Good morning, son. Did you have a nice workout? I did. It's refreshing. That's good. What do you want for breakfast? Grilled mackerel. I could feel her smile. Are you afraid I'd say you're not your father's son? Namjoon loved mackerel too. Fish is good for me. She chuckled lightly and returned to washing the rice, allowing me to delve deeper within. My mana had changed somewhat, and not just in the way it leapt to my metaphorical hands like an eager puppy. There was a coldness there that was absent before I'd merged with the keystone. If I had to describe it, it wasn't quite like ice manipulation so commonly found among anime and superhero comics. It was more like the elven rings of power in Lord of the Rings, a metaphysical type of chill that gave me clarity, focus, and purpose. The glacier did not stop for anything. Neither would I. The actual ice manipulation was there, but most closely associated with invention. Runes of ice, methods to shape true ice itself, and the science of endothermic reactions swirled in my brain as I allowed the World Rune to envelop me. World Stone first. Explore all the other cool shit after you make sure heroes' entrails aren't spaghetti. After breakfast came homeschool. I headed to the lab immediately after testing out of high school calculus. Tomorrow, I'd crash through advanced placement tests for physics, biology, and chemistry. In the end, Ms. Kosker had no choice but to agree to a greatly reduced homeschool schedule of 3 hours per weekday, one for world and national history, or world issues as Taylor knew it, the second alternatively for Korean language or music, and the third for my own personal reading, an elective period she insisted on to give me some breathing room from tinkering. This allowed me to end my compulsory education at noon, much like the ward's student learning programs. When I got to my lab, I received the email from Metalmaru that the large fabricator at the center station could now handle Neopetricite. Good to know, but my focus remained on the World Stone. I finished converting Water of Life and Petricite into 50 pounds of relic stone after that ridiculous patrol yesterday. The encounter with stage crew did show me one thing: compared to the wards, I was hilariously overprepared and over-equipped. That made me feel a little better about putting my own costume on the back burner. Right now, I was knelt atop the relic stone, a large tablet of pristine, milky white, marble-like stone. Despite the similar appearance to Petricite, it had wildly different properties. It was attuned to life and light magic specifically and lacked the mana-absorbent property unique to the Demachian wood. That was important. I could cut it with the plasma cutter function of my multi-tool. One of the details I'd overlooked was that a plasma cutter fueled by mana would have trouble cutting Petricite for obvious reasons. It wasn't some impossible hurdle. There were plenty of other ways to cut it without relying on the high-temperature X-Acto knife, for example by waiting to transmute fossilized wood into Petricite until after I'd cut it into shape, but I was once again reminded of my own absent-mindedness. I spent the entire day swapping out between carving runes onto the World Stone, making pills for my teammates, and meditating to regain my center and charge the tier. By the end of it, I had sets of health pills, pills for iron, and even 2 control wards ready for each of the wards. The next time we faced stage crew, they wouldn't be reliant on my oracles to see through Showbiz's invisibility cloak. I returned to my meditations right after dinner. This time, the focus wasn't on training my body or infusing the tier. Instead, I uncorked a bottle of crimson as red as blood. It tasted like blood. The coppery tang filled my tongue. It even had a citrusy sour aftertaste going down. I wished I could devote some time to make this thing taste better, but there were better things to focus on. Then my metaphorical vision turned red as the elixir of wrath took hold. And with it came the benefits of time warp tonic. My strength was increased half again. My body accelerated as my personal time ceased to flow in harmony with the world. There was so much energy flowing through me that I felt like I could headbutt a car and come out on top. I did my best to expend my energy in the basement, doing push-ups that shoved my body 6 feet into the air. When that wasn't enough, I pulled a might guy and started doing handstand push-ups while balancing on my thumbs. This switched to seeing how fast I could punch the air. No, I wasn't setting the air on fire with friction alone, but the whistling sound my fists made as they cleaved the air brought a smile to my lips. I wonder what would happen if I punched concrete. I thought. Then, before I could think things through, I wound back my right arm and struck down, stone cratering before my fist. I felt my knuckles pop and break, shooting lances of agony through my arm. Fuck. Reduced restraint, idiot, I chided myself as I reached for a health potion. The pain made me angry. My own lack of restraint made me angry. Then I got angry because that too was a sign of my loosening discipline. A blue glow suffused me as my amilo activated. Memories and emotions flooded me, re-establishing my identity. This wasn't like me. And just like that, I had control again. The elixir of wrath induced a version of hysterical strength. Sure, there was magic involved, but that was the closest approximation. With the amilo, I could have its strength without sacrificing my inhibitions. I grinned widely. Yes, this would do nicely. X. 2000, August 30th, Washington, D.C., USA. As promised, 1 p.m. found me in the ward's training ground. As expected, Whiteout was absent. So, how does this work? I asked. I'd chosen to appear in full regalia. The blitz shield was strapped to my left forearm and sobriety, my petri sight dagger, was sheathed at my left hip like a short sword. The relic pistol was holstered on the opposite side and my amilo was shining merrily behind me, bathing me in a blue halo. A pouch on my belt contained pills of every potion I'd ever made. The training studio was in the basement of the building reserved for wards and protectorate members. It was honestly very similar to the one I saw in Phoenix, if a little more advanced. There was a large sparring area with a myriad of sensors aimed that way. There were gym equipment and even some that were obviously Tinkertech and designed for esoteric powers. Brickhouse grinned. Glad you're excited. Let's start with the basics. You know what we can do, but we don't know a whole lot about you. Want to enlighten us? I nodded. Makes sense. I'm a tinker. I make things. Wow, so specific. I feel enlightened, Gold Rush snarked. That's about as specific as I can get, actually. Look, the easiest way would be to give you a rundown of everything I'm packing, alright. Seeing their nods, I continued by whipping my pistol out. This is my relic pistol. It has no name yet. It can shoot lasers with enough force to punch through reinforced steel or only leave a bit of browning. Another deception from your debut, Verdaer noted distastefully. You seem to have a lot of secrets. I do. Most of them, I'll share with you. There are some things that only Brickhouse gets to know about and a few more that only Hero and Metal Maru know. It's fine, Brickhouse reassured me. Whiteout's got a ton of stuff he doesn't tell us either. This is DC. We're used to it. Good. Anyway, this is the Blitz Shield. It can shock people, launch EMP blasts in a cone, and is also very, very durable. So if you participated on Monday, I could have disabled everything Showbiz had and left them twitching wrecks on the ground. I did not because I was ordered not to. Damn. Okay, and, what's with the knife? Gold Rush pointed. Our wards allowed those. Only if you make it yourself and it's verifiably Tinkertech. Don't worry about it. Safe to say, if I have any other option, I'm not using my emergency weapons. Weapons? Plural. Ah. Forget I said that. Nope. You have to tell us now. Nope. Deal with it. If you ever see me draw my dagger, things will have truly gone to shit. Ugh, you're as bad as Whiteout. Now, Verdaer said placatingly. He can have his secrets. But remember, Hyun Mu, we won't always tell you everything either. I nodded. That's fine. I wouldn't expect you to be open with me when I can't with you. And mark my words. Cannot. Not would not. Fine, anything else? I tapped the pouch on my belt. This contains a set of pills that can do a few things, including grant me the pericognition that lets me see through invisibility, make me stronger, more durable, etc. Hey, I see what you mean about not being able to describe your own specialization. You seem to have a bit of everything. Yeah. So, that's all the stuff I'm willing to use in a normal patrol. Do you actually know how to use your weapons? Brickhouse questioned me. It was fair. I was rather heavily armed for a child. Yup. I practice martial arts regularly and am confident that I could at least not embarrass myself with a gun. Alright, how about a spar? Ooh. Me. Gold Rush said, excitable as ever. One-on-one against Gold Rush sound good to you, Hyun Mu? I nodded. Sure, if she fights like how she punched Showbiz, this will be quick. Ooh, you're on, brat, she growled playfully. I'll have you know I box. That's not as intimidating as you think it is. Gold Rush is a brute too, Verdaer cautioned. Her body is denser with stronger muscles, bones, and tendons than she appears at first glance to accommodate her running. I decided to tease her a little. So you're heavier? Rough. The room became silent and a chill went down my spine. Don't you know better than to comment on a lady's weight? She hissed. I did the only thing an 8-year-old would do. I doubled down with a shit-eating grin. Lady? Where? Pint-sized brat. Hero fangirl. So what? You wish you could be as cool. No, didn't you hear me? I'm going to kill a god. I'll be cooler. You're so weird. And you're heavy. Get on the mat. Should we stop this, leader? Our servant friend asked worriedly. Either this will teach Gold to stop underestimating capes based on their age or this will teach Hyunmu a lesson in humility. We'll just make sure no one dies. X. Gold Rush and I stared each other down from almost 100 feet away. She twirled a handcuff on a finger and smirked at me. We spar until one of us taps out or until someone can't move anymore. Getting cuffed counts as a loss. That's fine. Good. Brick house, call it. Sure. 3. 2. 1. She dashed towards me, leaving a trail of golden light with every footstep. If I had to guess, she had to be moving somewhere in the ballpark of 80 miles per hour. It was a bit slower than she'd shown the other day. Her speed still let her cross the 100 feet between us in under a second. I could see the triumphant grin on her face as she reached out towards me, cuff in hand. Unfortunately for her, 100 feet wasn't far enough away to be outside Oracle's range. While I'd forgotten or overlooked some details before, here, she was the only possible target of my attention. I saw her coming the moment she started to move and my training kicked in. Most humans had an average reaction time to visual stimulus of approximately 0.2 seconds. Professional athletes had something closer to 0.15 seconds. I wasn't quite an Olympian, but I wasn't a normal person either. I stepped towards her and allowed my body to go through motions practiced tirelessly for months. I grabbed her outstretched wrist with my left hand even as I twisted and hip-checked her. My right elbow struck her kidney as she passed. Verdader wasn't lying. She was heavier than a girl her size should be, probably a good 3 times my weight. That didn't matter. I didn't need to send her flying like Team Rocket. I just needed to destabilize her center of balance. Her own speed took care of the rest. Her smug smirk turned into a look of shock and pain. She had time to squawk once before she tripped and started rolling ass over tea kettle. I noticed with some amusement that her golden trail broke apart the moment she lost control of her own movement. That's 1 point to me, I drawled. Round 2. Ow. Did you have to hit me so hard? You're a brute. And you were the one doing the moving. I just nudged you in the right direction. Brickhouse let out a low whistle. Okay, so Hyunmi wasn't kidding about the martial arts. That was really smooth. Thank you, I said, giving him a smug bow with a flourish. When I rose again, a crimson pill was in M hand. I swallowed it with a cheeky grin. You good? Yeah, I won't be going easy on you anymore. She shouted. At our leader's call, Gold Rush charged me again. This time, she came at me a little slower, more mindful of her footwork. She tried to weave, almost like she was trying to avoid my counterattack. It didn't work because I had no fancy tricks in mind. I held my hands out and braced myself. Power flooded me from the elixir of wrath a moment before 210 pounds of teenage girl crashed into me. Her palms found my shoulders and she tried to cuff me without hurting me. Wah hey! I picked her up like a sack of potatoes and tossed her across the mat. That's 2 for me, I said, not a little smugly. What the hell was that? Power pill. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but, I patted my waist. The pills I carry can have different effects. So, round 3. Any chance we can get some of that? Brickhouse looked very interested. No, they loosen inhibitions and can drive you into a berserk rage. The side effects aren't a problem for me because of my amilo, the anti-master thing. I'm basically self-mastering myself to not self-master myself. Damn. I do have something else, though you'll have to practice using it. I'll talk to Hero and make something, after I beat Gold Rush like a drum a few more times. You're so not cute, she moaned. I pulled my shield from my back. Round 3? I still want to use this in a spar at least once. If you don't mind, I'd like to try, Verdader said. I want to know how strong you are like this. Alright, but let me grow a few inches first, I said, popping a grey, metallic pill in my mouth. Mixing potions wasn't usually a good idea, but I made sure to make sure mine were compatible with each other. All my potions needed to work together with my oracles after all. Poisoning myself to death because I forgot I needed a potion to see sounded like a hilariously pathetic way to die. The green servant and I squared off. Even with the extra height from the elixir of iron, Verdader stood almost twice as tall as I did. That didn't stop me though, I dashed forward and aimed a shallow jab to test him. He was, not particularly trained. I reminded myself that wards weren't required to pick up a martial art beyond basic self-defense classes and that for all his intimidation factor, my antlered friend didn't have any powers that made him a better combatant. His altered biology made him great at charging, he even had the skull padding commonly found among bighorn sheep, but his brute rating wasn't otherwise anything impressive. I guided a sloppy punch away from me and kicked out his left leg, bringing him to one knee. I stepped on his knee and used an antler to pull myself up at the same time to knee him in the face. Gah! His hands came up automatically to protect his face, but my new shield, more manageable now that I had my elixirs active, spread his arms apart, letting me land another jab to his lower jaw. A final kick to his chest staggered him while launching me in a backflip that put 12 feet of distance between us. You good or should we stop? A wordless grunt followed as Verdaer lowered his head and charged. He tried to sweep me with his antlers and I blocked it with the blitz shield. He was strong, but I could rip a small tree from the ground. His horns, as far as anyone could tell, were nearly indestructible, but that didn't mean they were sharpened into monomolecular edges or anything. In fact, their durability made sharpening them virtually impossible. I skidded back a foot but otherwise remained still. Flipping my relic pistol into my hand, I loosed 3 shots directly to the top of his skull. He took those like a champ, the glowing bullets doing nothing to his thick skull. Hey, so I can turn up the settings a bit then, I mumbled. He stood and shook his head. Now, we're good. You're a lot more than just mind games and secrets. Thanks, you hit pretty hard too. Pretty hard, he says. What's that shield made of? Neopetricite. Metalmaru and I made it in collaboration. It's unique to me for now, though I'm hoping I can get some of the tinkers outfitted. Any chance we can get some of that? Maybe. I tossed him the shield. Catch. He hefted the cobalt grey shield and examined the black turtle shell insignia. Light. Very. But yet, I'd be open to making you something. Later. I don't even have my own armor yet. Fair enough. Let me see, Gold Rush said. She dashed up and touched it. A moment later, her trails broke apart. Whoa, what? That's what really makes Petricite alloys special, I explained. Petricite has the power to cancel out powers. Not all of them, but most emissions. It's why I'm never making one for Brickhouse. You wouldn't be able to use it without shutting off your own power. Damn. You're immune to powers too. No. Some of them. Kind of. Tinkers are bullshit, he grumbled good-naturedly. Gold Rush tried to run but found that she was limited to a normal speed while holding my shield. Ah. I wanted a fancy shield too. Tough. A shield isn't worth your powers. I know. We didn't spar for the entire training session. After they got a good look at what I could do, we also discussed potential maneuvers and what we should do if faced with specific types of opponents. We then broke off to work on our own thing, with Gold Rush and Verdaer going off to do some balance training while Brickhouse tried to block every single bolt I fired his way. It wasn't the best way I could spend my time, but I couldn't deny that there was a relaxing quality to it. Author's note. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. 4.12 Ripples. Advertisement. Banner ad, penitent user ad. Banner ad, from wage slave to humanity's leader I don't want user ad. Ripples 4.12. 2000, August 30th, Washington, D.C., USA. 3 hours later, I returned to my lab and worked to carve the last of the runes onto the world stone. Then, I dumped another 50 mana crystals into it to stabilize the enchantment. And I was done. Sort of. What I had was a pale stone tablet that wouldn't be out of place in a museum. Hell, with the runes inscribed onto it, if I stood it up on its side, it looked kind of like the Code of Hammurabi. But, you know, white. With neater writing. And smaller. 48 pounds of stone wasn't actually that large in terms of volume. The runes engraved onto the world stone were actually on the bottom. I planned to make a relief of the greater DC metro area over the pristine topside. That, coupled with 8 focusing wards buried at the edges of the metro area, would allow the district protectorate to teleport to anywhere in our jurisdiction with the help of the Wayfinder. In the event of catastrophe, we would even be able to evacuate significant portions of the populace using this method. More than that, Cauldron kept Doormaker and Clairvoyant to itself, though they could have been used to organize large-scale evacuations and emergency responses. If this project got off the ground, I could make it the public option before Strider ever came along. Visions of a giant world stone, one that depicted the entire globe on its face, made me almost salivate with anticipation. The more I worked at this, the more I realized that my little project had the potential to grow beyond just saving Hero. But this idyllic Vysen depended on me being able to craft more than one Wayfinder. The Wayfinder wasn't originally a tool in every sentinel's arsenal. It was a weapon made for the rookie sentinel, a nameless protagonist who accompanied Lucian and Senna on their mission to stop the Black Mist. Lucian had initially wanted to take the Wayfinder and ditch the rookie, but the Wayfinder was inseparably linked to him and would answer to no other. In the future, I planned to make Wayfinders that weren't attuned to an individual, but with heroes that connection was critical. Similar to the Amilo, I wanted to include an automatic evacuation function, something that would activate when he got injured, just in case he was too bullheaded to get out when the situation called for it. That meant tying his soul to a weapon. Not every sentinel was a mage. Lucian wasn't. Neither was Sarah Fortune when she was deputized. For that matter, Shauna Vane absolutely loathed magic of all sorts and went out of her way to murder anyone who even vaguely smelled like a mage, including her own adoptive mother. The ability to channel mana actively wasn't a prerequisite to wielding a relic weapon. A soul attuned to light, a desire to do righteous deeds, and the conviction to fight were more important. Vane was proof that these desires did not have to be enacted in productive ways, only that they exist. A heart full of righteous conviction was what was truly important. As embarrassing as it was to admit, relic weapons worked very much on shounen anime logic. Power of friendship and a heart of justice surpassed all. If Shauna Vane could be attuned to a relic weapon, hero was a no-brainer. The trouble was, Vane at least knew that the soul existed. She was familiar with the idea of a magic weapon, even if she loathed them with every fiber of her being. It didn't take her long to learn to draw mana from her soul and empower her crossbow. Hero didn't even know for sure that souls were real, quantifiable things. And I had no time to teach him. I could make the Wayfinder. Then, I'd have to spend the entire time making an advanced healing draft just in case he got himself bisected. I did what I always did when troubled, I sat down to meditate as I racked my brain for alternative options. Several hours later, I arrived at one, blood magic. I could use a different medium to bridge the gap between body and soul. If Hero couldn't channel magic consciously, I would make a runic matrix that did it for him. The power would come from his own soul, but the matrix would monitor his body and teleport him to the World Stone if it took too much damage. A drop of blood was all that was needed. Plan thusly made, I packed up another 8 pounds of petricite to work with at home. X. 2000, September 2nd, Washington, D.C., USA. 3 days later, I looked upon my newest creation with pride. I even heard an earful from Raquel and Yasmin for being distracted the night prior during our weekly check-ins. In my defense, she had terrible taste in movies. I saw A Bug's Life several times across both lives and it never failed to put me to sleep. The Wayfinder was a gun made of pristine white stone, much like my own relic pistol. The grip was made of some strange black metal that always felt warm to the touch. That's where similarities ended. It looked a little flat, almost as though someone had taken the slide and barrel of a handgun off the stock and ground the stock into a mirror sheen. The top of the gun had a stylized compass rose embossed in gold and the black metal of the grip was engraved with countless runes so intricately carved that they almost felt like something textured by a machine for better handling. All that was left was to attune it to Hero. Unfortunately, the man was down in Tampa Bay, off fishing with the local wards. Here I was trying to save his life and he was off fishing. I growled audibly, teeth clenched hard enough to hurt. I wanted to scream when I heard that. He was a genuinely good guy. Penelope and David told me about how, during his tour of different wards programs, he dropped by Phoenix and took the wards to the Arizona Chinese Lantern Festival. From the few conversations I'd had about him with Jonathan, my new wards leader made it clear that Hero's priority was making sure us wards got to live our lives as children. Hell, Pyro even told me once about how Hero gave him a signed copy of Back to the Future because that was a favorite sci-fi movie for both of them. The fishing thing wasn't new or unusual for him. By all accounts, he just wanted to see kids smile. Everyone liked Hero because he was a genuinely good guy who wanted to help people for no other reason than to see them happy. It wasn't his fault that he was out making sure the wards were doing all right. He literally didn't know any better. He didn't know that the one most at risk was himself. I can't fucking believe this, I mumbled. Is this the curse of Wildbow? May no good deed go unpunished. With a frustrated sigh, I put aside my Wayfinder and picked up one of my other critical projects, the Elixir of Life. Assuming the Wayfinder's automatic retreat function worked, it would drag Hero to the World Stone in whatever condition he happened to be in, which could range from a punctured lung to entrails hanging like spaghetti, leaving me to repair the damage the Siberian wrought. In an ideal world, his injuries would be treatable with a few health potions and a team of surgeons, but if this were an ideal world, it wouldn't be called Earthbet. More than likely, I'd find the literal cauldron golden boy in pieces, staining my nice floor red. But, what if I'm too slow? Or, what if I'm not there? What if I'm out on patrol or grabbing lunch or taking a shit? Or the meeting takes place at night as so many clandestine meetings do and he gets teleported here, only for no one to be there to help him. An alarm was the obvious solution. In fact, even if I did nothing, Any unauthorized means of entry into the building would spark a dozen different alerts. Even I had my identity confirmed 3 times before being allowed entry each day, once by facial recognition, a second by magnetic fob, and lastly by being asked to identify a picture from behind a wall. The inventions here weren't the kinds of things anyone would be comfortable losing. The staff here was used to teleportation tech thanks to warp tech, and while I wouldn't call the defenses robust, countermeasures designed to reduce response time did exist. And they were too slow. I didn't need the staff to respond. I needed to respond, and I could potentially be all the way in Clarendon. The staff responding to an emergency teleport then shutting the building down for investigation would actually slow my own arrival, and that's assuming I found a way to get here at all. A bisected hero would have mere minutes at most until his brain started to shut down, if shock didn't take care of that already. Hex flash extended to any location I could perceive, but I couldn't teleport to a video feed. I'd tried. That meant I'd need a way to treat hero even without my presence. I pondered the dilemma and settled on the easiest solution. I was going to build him a fish tank and stick my world stone inside. If I filled it with some sort of elixir of life, he'd land in it as he teleported to the world stone and treatment could commence without my involvement. Fuck it, that was the plan. Operation Fishbowl. He could be my goldfish until he recovered. With that morbidly amusing thought, I got to work processing as much water of life as I could. X. 2000, September 3, Washington, D.C., USA. If I wanted to make a potion capable of healing any wound regardless of severity, a true elixir of life, I'd need a solid 100 mana crystals. Compared to the single crystal used for each health potion and 2 per pill, it was a truly astronomical amount. That I could afford it with a little less than 7 hours of meditation put into stark relief just how far I'd come. No lie, that realization felt damn good. I spent all of yesterday acquiring enough crystals. I even put aside infusing the tier to rush this. Now that I had enough crystals, I infused each crystal one by one into a single vial of the water of life. It wasn't about quantity, but quality. 100 bottles of the tainted water of life wouldn't be worth a single pure vial. I continued, one by one, until I had a fluid so heavily saturated with mana that it glowed blue, so dense that the bottle would explode if I tried to infuse a single crystal more. Then I filled a bowl with health potions before stirring in the true water of life drop by drop. Honestly, if I had to make a mundane comparison, it felt a little like emulsifying olive oil and egg yolks to make mayo. It was a painstakingly slow process, but a full 50 minutes later, I finished. The liquid in the bowl was thick, almost like maple syrup, and a blend of the health potion red and crystal blue of the water of life. It glistened like the purest amethyst, the kind of rich violet that Roman emperors would have killed to have. But even then, the outward appearance was a mere footnote to what the oracle's elixir revealed to me. When people asked about the elixir, I often called it pericognition and compared it to sight. While sight was the most relatable parallel, the truth was that the elixir could show me so much more. In the privacy of my own mind, I likened it more to an overlay, a hybrid of both physical and magical senses that allowed me to see magic as it was being woven. Truthfully, I counted this as the primary reason for my rapid advancement in highly complex fields like alchemy and runecraft. And the elixir of life was positively radiant to my senses. The water of life was mana-rich too, but not like this. From memory to healing, water to plants, the water by itself was a powerful relic of life, but one without concrete direction. It was potential, plain and simple. Mixing it with the health potions had a focusing effect, narrowing down its myriad affinities to one centered on healing and healing alone. My actions were almost reverent as I poured it into a vial. This was a potion that could heal absolutely every injury and malady, from a mangled spine to the most severe examples of blastoma. So long as the target breathed, it would restore them to optimal health, even staving off the effects of age for a time. I paused. I could have my eyesight back, I whispered. It was obvious in hindsight. Anything that could knit someone back together after being sawn in half was almost guaranteed to be powerful enough to regrow a few eyeballs. If I drank it, I could have my eyes back. I could stop being reliant on the oracle's elixir. I could. What? I wondered. What exactly did I gain that the oracle's elixir did not already provide? Would this make me a better tinker? A better inventor? Could I build more things if I had functional eyes? I'd gotten so good at making the oracle's elixir that infusing a single crystal's worth of mana was the work of but a single moment. The answer, I reluctantly admitted to myself, was no. I gained nothing. Having eyes would not make me a better craftsman. I would still end up brewing a small lake's worth of oracles so I could better sense the magic as I engraved it into my runes or infused it into my potions. I thought of Mom. I hadn't been outside in my civilian identity since we got to DC for the same reason we'd insisted on me being homeschooled. An Asian boy with a single mother and distinctive scars across his empty eye sockets was rather noticeable after all. Pretending to be blind just wasn't worth the hassle. But, if I'm not blind anymore, I thought, the elixir of life might not make me a better craftsman, but it might be worth it just for Mom's peace of mind. Later. After Hero comes Leviathan. Then I should have a few months until Elisburg. Yet, later. Thus decided, I paid a visit Pyro's workstation. What's up, Hyun Mew? The chubby definitely not Mario asked as I walked up to him. He was stooped over his gear, a large, twin-barreled bazooka-like jetpack. He typically wore the contraption strapped on his back with the twin barrels facing down. The barrels could each rotate over his shoulders and act as artillery. It was heavy, which was why he wore an exoskeleton helped distribute and support its weight. I had no idea if the exoskeleton was supposed to look like a mechanized pair of suspenders, but if it was truly an accident, the similarities were positively delicious. I need you to build me an aquarium. You. What? I want an aquarium. Kid, go to a pet shop. It needs to be big enough for a person. Preferably about 6.5 feet tall. Maybe 7. He finally turned from his Jetzoikas and leveled me with an unimpressed stare. I don't like where this conversation is headed. Why? A person-sized aquarium isn't too much to ask for, right? Why can't you bug Metal Maru about this? Because he doesn't have welding tools to build a plexiglass container that large. And he's in a meeting with Director Byron. Of course he is. He sighed, but finally decided to humor me. Fine. Why do you want an aquarium? Why does it need to fit a person? You know about the healing potions. Right. The dots connected. You want to make a healing tank. I nodded. His approval was the real reason I was here. It wasn't too hard to build a container for the elixir of life on my own, but as a ward, there were limits to new materials I could order without oversight. Any protectorate tinker could give me permission, but Pyro just happened to be available, and the most approachable. Yet. I think it'd be great to have around. You know, just in case. The potions are great stopgaps, but... Alright, fine. You know, not everything needs to be built in-house. Like, we can just order something like this. You know that, right? Who sells aquariums this large? Dunno, that's for someone else to figure out. I'm sure it's going to be a special order, but whoever supplies the National Zoo should be able to manage it. Every procurement request from us gets marked for rush delivery anyway. It'll arrive in a few days at most. That's great. Thanks, Pyro. Oh, you won. Sure, bud. You need anything else? Nah, I'm good. Thanks. As I walked back to my station, I thought about what else I wanted to do today. The answer was obvious, potions. Leviathan would hit Naples the day after Heroes would be death. I wasn't about to enter an Endbringer fight. The thought of drawing near the ocean normally made me uneasy. The thought of drawing near the ocean during a Leviathan attack. The world swam around me. My chest felt tight. I couldn't breathe. It was cold. The chill of the waves reminded me why I couldn't. Then the Amilo flashed with spiritual flame and I was whole again. The wave of clarity washed away my thalassophobia like winds blowing clear the clouded sky. It was only a moment, but in that moment, I was taken back to Busan. There was a good reason I tried not to think about Leviathan. No, I would not be attending that fight. My mom might actually die of a heart attack if I tried, she was even worse than I was. As it was, my combat abilities were lackluster at best. Theoretically, if I could reach the core, my minion dematerializer might be able to convert enough mass to mana to destabilize it, but that was a big if. An Endbringer's body became denser layer by layer, exponentially increasing in mass, the exact thing my dematerializer scaled off of. And even if, by some miracle, I got a hit off on the core and the core destabilized, Leviathan would be taking me with him. And likely most of Italy if not more. Behemoth's canonical demise had not been quiet and I had no reason to believe his brother wouldn't explode catastrophically too. So, potions it was. Rubeto would make a quiet return, contributing crates upon crates of potions for the defenders. Why had no one seen him thus far? Why, surely an asset like him needed to be defended at all costs. He was living a quiet, productive life away from potential dangers, thank you very much. Rest assured that he will contribute in his own way. Sunday turned out to be quite productive. With the prospect of Heroes' impending doom looming over my head, I had to put aside a few projects and paths I wanted to explore. Now that I'd done as much as I could, I turned back to one of them, the Sunstone Talismans. With my constant experimentation and studying, the runic matrix had been written out days ago. I'd even tested it in my basement by engraving it onto a plywood charm, not unlike one you'd find in a Shinto temple. I drank an elixir of wrath then activated the talisman much as I'd done to test the Amilo. The runic matrix channeled mana like an electrical circuit, activating each individual rune in the sequence I'd designed. First, the power storage that soaked up my mana like a sponge. Second to activate was the conversion rune that attuned this mana to the concepts of memory and purity. Third, the spell weaving rune, one designed to weave a spell that would purge the target of outside influence. Lastly, a runic sequence poured that spell-laden mana back into me, all the while modulating the amount to be safe for normal humans. The plywood? It shattered into 1,000 pieces that shot jagged splinters into my hand. I did feel a trickle of the cleansing spell enter my body though. After much swearing, a pair of tweezers, and a healing potion, I worked out what went wrong. If I needed an object lesson in why the material composition of my works mattered, I got one. The wood was not Helion Sunstone. It had no affinity for memories, nor was it built to handle the quantity of mana I was trying to process. That had greatly reduced the effects of the spell and overtaxed the fragile medium, causing it to shatter. Lesson learned, but finally ready to craft with actual sunstone, I got to work and knocked out 4 sunstone talismans before bed. They were one-time use items and would only grant clarity for 3 minutes, but they wouldn't shatter and could be recharged by yours truly. One more way to be indispensable. Author's note. The Code of Hammurabi is the oldest written codex of laws composed in the mid-1700s BC by the Babylonians. It's got absolutely zero relevance to this FIC. I just happen to like mythology and anthropology. There are 3 modes of security identification: who you are, what you have, and what you know. 2-factor authentication that banks sometimes insist on these days addresses 2 of these by asking you to use your cell phone, what you have, alongside your password, what you know. The madhouse is using all 3, Andy's face, who you are, the fob, what you have, and what you know, a password only Andy would be able to retrieve each day. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs.